Chapter 1. As night approached, the sky gradually became hazy. The moon slowly popped out of his head, replacing the original position of the sun. The bright moonlight shone on the earth, as if covering the endless darkness with a snow-white veil. The night breeze caressed gently, as if a lover's wrist gently caressed the treetops. A streak of light streaked across the endless night sky and crashed down towards the ground. Boom! There was a loud noise, accompanied by flashes of fire, and a meteorite fell. The meteorite smashed a huge hole in the ground, and the surrounding area of the hole was burned. The flames were slowly extinguished, and green smoke continued to emit from the huge potholes. Looking inside, where is this meteorite? A pale boy lay in the pothole. Around the boy's body, a golden light shield tightly protected the boy, as if giving him protection. After a long time, the light shield seemed to have exhausted its energy and began to dissipate slowly. At the moment when the light shield dissipated, the boy suddenly opened his eyes, looking around with a blank look in his eyes. Where is this? Cough, cough. The boy glanced around blankly, and a hoarse voice spit out from his mouth. Before he finished speaking, a violent cough reappeared from the boy's mouth. The boy climbed out of the pothole with difficulty, looked at the dark forest, and felt a little scared in his heart. Thump! Just when he stood up, the boy felt his eyes go dark, and he fell to the ground directly. The jade rabbit falls, the golden crow rises, and time flies like a white horse. In a dilapidated wooden house, Luli with a pale complexion opened his eyes, and the sunlight just came in through the window, and the dazzling sunlight made Luli unable to open his eyes. Luli was pale, but with curiosity in his eyes, he looked at the dilapidated wooden house. I vaguely remember that I was in a forest yesterday. Why did you wake up here today? Advertisement. Luli got out of bed slowly, moved slowly in the room, scanning everything in the room. Yeah, you're awake. Just as Luli was scanning the room, a crisp voice appeared in Luli's ear. Luli turned around curiously and saw a girl standing at the door. A touch of crimson came into Luli's eyes. Did you save me? Luli looked at this girl, feeling familiar for some reason, but couldn't remember where he had seen her before. I saw you fainted in the forest this morning. I didn't know what happened to you, so I brought you back. The girl quickly put the bowl in her hand on the table and said to Luli, "Thank you. My name is Luli. How about you?" After listening to the girl's words, Luli showed a kind smile on his face and stretched out his hand to the girl and said, "My name is Urza, no last name." Hearing Luli's words, the girl lowered her head with a little low self-esteem and said to Luli with the hem of her clothes, "Urza?" Luli's heart skipped a beat when he heard the name. Urza, with crimson hair. Could it be that this is the fairy tale world? Passed through by yourself? Where is this place? Luli hurried to Urza's side, grabbed Urza's shoulder, and yelled at her. This is the kingdom of Fiori. Urza was obviously taken aback by Luli's appearance. He stuttered a little and said to Luli, "Kingdom of Fiori. Urza, fairy tale." Plop! After hearing what Urza said, Luli sat down on the ground. His pupils slowly lost their luster, and his eyes sat on the ground in a daze. Are you okay? Advertisement. Seeing Luli's appearance, Urza was also a little scared, and quietly walked to Luli's side, and asked Luli softly, "Oh, I'm sorry, I'm fine. I was just being rude." Urza's voice interrupted Luli's daze. After Luli realized it, he quickly got up and said to Urza, "I'm okay." Urza was obviously relieved when he saw Luli's appearance. "Excuse me, I want to take a break." Before Urza could speak, Luli's slightly hoarse voice came again. "Yeah, take a good rest. I'm going out first." After Luli's voice fell, Urza quickly helped Luli to the bed, and then left the room without looking back. Luli looked at Urza's back, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. I didn't expect that such a thing as time travel could happen to me. After Urza left, Luli lay on the bed, looking at the ceiling that had been eroded by termites, also showing a bitter smile. As a young man in the 21st century, how could Luli have never heard of such a thing as time travel? And I also traveled to a world like fairy tale. You know, this is a magical world. The casual battle of the wizard can kill ordinary people. Urza probably hasn't awakened magic at this time, which means it hasn't come to the beginning of the plot yet. After a while, Luli also accepted his time travel. After all, there is no way not to accept it. The only way now is to get stronger to deal with what may happen later. But as a time traveler, I should have something like Goldfinger. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for rewards, ask for support, ask for everything. Chapter 2. Urza. Luli walked out of the room, looked at the busy Urza, and called out softly, "Luli, you're awake." Urza saw Luli's figure, quickly put down the things in his hands, and ran to Luli's side. A week has passed, and the gold finger that Luli has been looking forward to has not appeared. And the relationship between Luli and Urza is getting better and better. "Urza, is there a place in the village where you can detect magic power?" During the chat with Urza, Luli asked Urza. "The village chief's grandfather is a magician. I don't know if he will." Urza stroked his hair, then said to Luli. When Luli heard Urza's words, a gleam flashed in his eyes. "Can you take me there?" Luli hurriedly said to Urza. Goldfinger did not appear for a long time, which also made Luli a little annoyed. Luli knew that something would happen to Urza's village sooner or later. Although he could leave, Urza just refused to leave. Here are her parents, friends, and Urza is kind to Luli, and Luli can't leave Urza behind. I can only think of this way. If he can also practice magic, then he at least has a chance to protect Urza. Urza took Luli to the village chief's house. The village head is a bad old man who smells like alcohol, but his eyes were piercing, with a bright light. "Yo, Urza, is it okay to bring your little boyfriend to my place?" When the village chief saw Urza, he said to Urza with a chuckle, "Village chief grandpa." After hearing what the village chief said, Urza's pretty face flushed immediately, and she stomped her feet and said coquettishly to the village chief. While being shy, Urza glanced at Luli quietly. Perhaps because of the time travel, Luli's age has also become younger. She is about 10 years old, and this is what troubles Luli, huh? Advertisement. Seeing Urza's shy look, the village chief also laughed out loud for being disrespectful. Grandfather of the village chief, Luli wants to test whether he can practice magic after a while. Urza also remembered the business and said to the village chief, "Oh." After hearing Urza's words, the village chief's eyes flashed brightly, and he staggered to Luli's side. "Boy, do you want to practice magic?" The village head opened his mouth slowly and asked Luli. Yes, Luli raised his head, looked at the old village chief and said, "Well, come in." The village head looked into Luli's eyes, and after a while, he spoke. Luli followed the village chief into the door, and a strong smell of alcohol came over his face, and Luli couldn't help frowning. "Urza, just wait outside the door." After Luli entered the room, the village chief stopped Urza, who was also about to enter the room, and then closed the door. "Why do you want to learn magic?" The village chief sat casually on the ground, staring straight at Luli and asked, "Become stronger." Without the slightest hesitation, Luli spoke directly. After a while, a smile appeared on the corner of the village head's mouth. "Put your hands up." The village head took out a crystal ball from under the bed, put it in front of Luli, and said to Luli. Luli didn't hesitate at all. "Place your palm directly on the crystal ball." At the moment when Luli's palm touched the crystal ball, a brilliant white light bloomed from the crystal ball. "How can it be?" The village head suddenly jumped up from the ground. Looking at the slightly cracked crystal ball in his hand, there was shock in his eyes. This crystal ball is a magic tool, and it was shattered when it detected the magic power. "Boy, there is an extremely powerful magical power in your body." The village chief's face was serious, and he said to Luli word by word. After the village chief's voice fell, Luli felt a little joy in his heart. "Can I learn magic by myself?" Advertisement. However, you cannot practice magic. Before Luli could be happy for a while, the voice of the village chief came again, causing Luli to fall from a lofty height to the 18th floor of hell. "Why?" Luli asked the village chief with a pale face. "The magic power in your body is element-free. It doesn't belong to any kind of element." The village chief's expression was extremely solemn, and his heart was also extremely shocked. This is comparable to or even more powerful magic power of an S-level mage, and it does not belong to any attribute. Immediately, the village chief put his palm on the crystal ball. A red light flickered. "Look, I am a fire magician." Luli stared blankly, obviously unable to accept it. Clenching her fists, Luli slowly turned around and walked out of the room. Urza waited for the result, and after seeing Luli's even appeared, he hurried to Luli's side. "Luli, why?" Before Urza finished asking, Luli walked directly in front of Urza, as if Urza did not exist. "Luli." Just as Urza was about to chase after her, a withered arm appeared on her shoulder. Urza looked back. "Let him be quiet. The village head doesn't look like the old drunkard at all now," he said to Urza. After Luli left, he appeared in a forest. "There is a huge pothole in front of you, and this is where Luli appeared in the first place." Luli laughed at himself. At the beginning, Luli thought he was a protagonist. Ding. The Dragon Island system has detected the original host. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for rewards, ask for support, ask for everything. Chapter 3. Ding. The Dragon Island system has detected the original host. Ding. The Dragon Island system is being bound. At this moment, a cold and merciless voice suddenly sounded. The sound echoed around Luli, as if it was far away. It seems to be right next to Luli's ear. Who? Come out. Luli jumped up from the ground, looking around with vigilance in his eyes. However, it can be seen from Luli's slightly trembling fist that Luli still has a little fear in his heart. After all, in this deserted place, a cold voice suddenly appeared. Even an ordinary person would be startled. The host doesn't need to panic. I am the auxiliary intelligence of the Dragon Island system. At the moment when Luli's voice fell, the cold voice sounded again. Luli heard the voice clearly this time. System? Have your own system? Huh. Are you the system? Luli took a deep breath, and then asked the system in his mind. Yes, host. As Luli's voice fell, the system's cold voice sounded again. When Luli heard the system's words, ecstasy appeared in his eyes, and he couldn't hold back the excitement in his heart. System, what is your function? Luli's voice was a little excited, and he asked the system. Just as Luli's voice fell, a stream of light flashed before Luli's eyes, and then Luli's sight was enveloped by a white light curtain. The white light curtain instantly covered Luli's sight, and Luli's body also became stiff, and he lay on the ground at once. After Luli's body landed on the ground, a brilliant golden light shield rose up, protecting Luli's body in it. Luli seemed to feel that he had time traveled again, and the endless time and space faded away beside him. Advertisement opening his eyes again. Luli's eyes were no longer a lush green forest. The boundless grassland, the other side of the grassland seems to be a series of volcanoes, and the volcanoes are constantly ejecting streams of magma. On the other side, there is a sea of Wongyang. Where is this? Shocked by the scene in front of him, Luli asked the system nervously. Dragon Island. The sound of the system came in an instant, and the cold voice echoed in Luli's ears. Dragon Island? Luli was also a little confused after hearing what the system said. I just asked what the function of the system is, and how I sent myself here. That's what the system does. Before Luli could ask, the sound of the system reached Luli's ears again. What's the meaning? Luli asked, a little confused. The host can obtain dragon eggs on Dragon Island, and the hatched dragons will obey the host's words unconditionally. And the host can also obtain the attribute magic of the hatched dragons. Immediately, the system slowly answered Luli's doubts. After hearing the system's words, Luli couldn't help shrinking his pupils slightly. Dragons? How could Luli have not heard of this? No matter in any film or television drama or novel, the Dragon Clan will always belong to the supreme existence. And he can become the master of the Dragon Clan? System, how can I get the dragon egg? Immediately, Luli calmed down quickly, knowing that the system could not send him the dragon egg for no reason, and asked the system. As long as the host cultivation of the hatched dragon reaches a certain level, the system will issue rewards. The system's voice was still cold, but it was extremely warm to Luli's ears. Since the host is using this system for the first time, the system will give the host a chance to draw a dragon egg. Advertisement. Luli was not happy yet. The system's words came again, which immediately made Luli ecstatic. There is even a novice gift pack. Extract. Luli spoke directly to the system without any nonsense. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the lightning-type giant dragon egg ×1. Do you want to receive it? A few seconds after Luli's voice fell, the system's voice followed and asked Luli receive. Luli spoke decisively, speaking to the system in his mind. After Luli's voice fell, a white egg suddenly appeared in front of Luli. But this white egg is even bigger than half of Luli's body. Moreover, on the dragon egg, streaks of thunder light flickered from time to time and moved from time to time. These lightning bolts disappeared from Luli's sight in an instant like thunder snakes. System, how do you hatch this dragon egg? Luli looked at the dragon egg in front of him and wanted to reach out to touch it, but when he saw the lei meng on the dragon egg, he gave up this idea. You only need the blood essence of the host to hatch. Systematically answered Luli Dao. After hearing the system's words, Luli bit his finger out without the slightest hesitation. A drop of bright red blood fell from Luli's fingertips and slowly dripped onto the dragon egg. The blood color instantly covered the entire dragon egg, and then tiny cracks appeared on the dragon egg. After a long time, a slight voice appeared in Luli's ear. I saw the dragon egg shattered, and a small silver claw protruded from the dragon egg. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for rewards, ask for support, ask for everything. Chapter 4. Yeah. At this moment, a slight voice sounded in Luli's ear. With the sound of this sound, the eggshell of the dragon egg shattered, and a small silver claw protruded from the egg. As the dragon egg shattered, a small figure slowly crawled out of the dragon egg. This figure was silvery white all over, and thunderbolts flashed in front of him from time to time. The little guy is covered in slime, and a pair of tiny wings hang down on its back. The little guy looked up and looked around blankly. I saw Luli at first sight. He exchanged a glance with Luli and stared directly at Luli. From the strangeness at the beginning, it gradually turned into kindness. Iya, the little guy slowly crawled to Luli's side, rubbing his slimy head against Luli's trouser leg. Luli looked at this little guy with joy in his heart. What's the matter? Are you hungry? The little guy bit Luli's trouser leg and kept dragging Luli, which also made Luli a little confused. When Luli said it, the little guy just kept nodding. There's nothing to eat here. Do you eat eggshells? Seeing the little guy's appearance, Luli also had a headache. This dragon island is extremely empty. Only myself and the little guy are left alive. Where's there anything to eat? After Luli finished speaking, the little guy nodded violently again. Seeing the little guy's appearance, Luli also heaved a sigh of relief. Since you eat eggshells, it's easy to handle. Holding the little guy next to the dragon egg, the little guy immediately pounced on it, biting the eggshells scattered on the ground bit by bit. The creaking sound continued to reach Luli's ears, which made Luli feel a little hungry. But Luli will not fall to the point of grabbing things with the little guy, and this eggshell. Advertisement, I am not used to it either. After a while, the eggshell half the size of Luli was solved. This made Luli a little surprised. He thought that the eggshells would be enough for him to eat for a few days at least. Unexpectedly, it was resolved in one meal. After the little guy finished eating, he started lying on the ground with drooping eyelids. You are really an uncle, Luli smiled helplessly, ate and fell asleep. This is not what the uncle is. It's okay to call you a little guy. Just call me Izzo. Luli looked at the sleepy little guy, smiled slightly, then patted its head, and said with a chuckle, Iya. After listening to Luli's words, Izuo nodded in satisfaction, rubbed his head against Luli's trouser legs, and then fell asleep on the ground. Seeing Izuo's appearance, Luli also smiled helplessly, and did not continue to say anything. By the way, system, didn't you say that I can obtain the attribute magic of the hatch dragon? Just after Izuo fell asleep, Luli quickly asked the system in his mind. Yes, host, I will activate the lightning magic for you now. Just as Luli's voice fell, the system's voice came again. Said to Luli, come on. Luli took a deep breath, and then replied softly to the system. Just as Luli finished speaking, a stream of light flashed in front of Luli's eyes, and then directly sank into Luli's forehead. After the stream of light entered Luli's forehead, a thunderbolt flashed suddenly on Luli's body. Great pain appeared on Luli's body. 1, 2, 3. Rays of thunder appeared on Luli's body, covering Luli's whole body in the thunder. After a long time, Lemang was slowly absorbed by Luli's body, and Luli also slowly opened his eyes. Advertisement. Luli stretched out his palm. Suddenly a flash of thunder flashed, and a bright thunderball appeared in Luli's palm. Is this the thunder magic? Luli looked at the thunderball in his palm, with ecstasy in his eyes. He seemed to feel the inexhaustible power in his body. The village head old man said before that his body contained endless magic power, but he just couldn't practice magic. Now that Luli can use thunder magic, he can naturally control the magic power in his body. Boom! Luli threw the thunderball out of his palm and blasted it to the ground in the distance. There was a loud noise, and then streaks of smoke rose from a distance. After the haze cleared, Luli curiously ran to the place where the thunderball hit. A huge pothole appeared on the ground, and a burning smell spread into Luli's nostrils. The surrounding grass was completely scorched, emitting a burning smell constantly. With such power, at least the ability to protect yourself is there. Luli looked at the huge crater on the ground, finally showing a smile on his face. Luli was really nervous about the dark sect that would come at some point. After all, they are all wizards, and they are just ordinary people. And now that he has learned the thunder magic, he naturally has the ability to protect himself. However, this is not enough. System, is there any way to make Izzo grow quickly? Luli put his eyes on Izuo, who was on the ground, and asked the system in his mind. Have. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for rewards, ask for support, ask for everything. Chapter 5. System. Is there a way to make Izzo grow up quickly? Luffy thought for a while, and asked the system in his mind. Izzo is undoubtedly the biggest hole card for himself. The Dragon Clan is also the top race in this fairy tale world. Have. After Luffy's voice fell, the cold voice of the system reached Luffy's ears. Any solution? A look of joy flashed in Luffy's eyes, and he hurriedly asked the system. The host can open a farm on Dragon Island, and the farm can grow the plants exchanged in the system. These plants have a great effect on the growth of the Dragon Clan. The system's voice was cold, but it answered Luffy's words without any concealment. How should these plants be obtained? Luffy also knew that it was impossible for the system to give these things to him, so he asked the system in his mind. Exchange it with gold coins. This time the system did not show mercy to Luffy, and said to Luffy coldly, Gold. Luffy was taken aback for a moment, a little unresponsive. It is the common currency of Idolas, the system explained to Luffy, so that Luffy understood immediately. What's the exchange rate like? Although Luffy understands this, but now he has no money, and Urza has no money, so he can only find out first. These plants are divided into 9 grades, from 1 to 9, and they cost 10,000 to 90,000 respectively. After hearing what the system said, Luffy couldn't help swallowing. Now I don't have a dime of gold coins on me, let alone 10,000 gold coins. Now Izuo can only let him grow up on Dragon Island first. In the future, when I have the ability to earn gold coins, Izzo can start to squander them. System, can I check Izzo's 3D attributes? Luffy temporarily gave up this idea, and then said to the system in his mind. Race, Dragon Breed, Thunder Dragon advertisement name. Izzo host, Luffy level 1 growth, infancy skills, discharge, bite. Just as Luffy's voice fell, a virtual screen appeared in front of his eyes. Luffy looked at Izuo's attributes and nodded secretly. For the newly born Izzo, it's okay to have such attributes now. What about my own? Luffy asked the system again. Race, Terran name, Luffy rank, C rank mage skill, lightning magic dragon servant, Izzo lightning dragon. For Luffy, his own attributes are relatively vague, and his specific attributes are roughly given. But Luffy didn't care about anything. He learned the thunder magic, and the magic power contained in himself. Now I don't say that I can fight against an S-level mage, but at worst I can completely abuse a C-level mage. System, I want to go back. Immediately, Luffy glanced at Izuo who was sleeping soundly, and shouted to the system. The host just needs to read it silently in his heart. After Luffy's voice fell, the system's voice echoed in Luffy's mind, and Luffy closed his eyes. Immediately, Luffy's figure slowly turned into light and disappeared in Dragon Island. In the forest, Luffy lying on the ground slowly opened his eyes. And the moment Luffy opened his eyes, the light shield on his body disappeared instantly. Patting his head, Luffy Reaper walked towards home. Luffy didn't even know how long he had been in Dragon Island. The sky had already turned dark. The moon hangs high above the starry sky, and the bright moonlight shines on the earth. Luffy, where are you? Luffy, come out. Advertisement. Just when Luffy was about to walk out of the forest, a familiar voice rang in Luffy's ears. Luffy's heart skipped a beat. This is Urza's voice. A flash of thunder flickered under Luffy's feet, and then the figure suddenly disappeared in place. After Luffy's figure appeared again, he was already in an open space several hundred meters away. Urza, what's wrong? Luffy watched Urza groping in the forest with red eyes. He kept calling his name, feeling a little moved in his heart, and hurried over to ask. Urza heard Luffy's voice and quickly turned around to have a look. After seeing Luffy's figure, he ran to Luffy's side and pushed Luffy hard. Where did you go? Do you know how dangerous the forest at night is? Urza's face was flushed, obviously annoyed by Luffy, and he yelled at Luffy, Okay, don't be angry. Seeing Urza's appearance, Luffy felt a little moved, and grabbed Urza's hands and said softly, Let's go back. Urza was also relieved to see that Luffy was intact, and said to Luffy angrily, Let's go. Seeing Urza's childish appearance, Luffy chuckled, and pulled Urza towards home. Ah! At this moment, a howl of wolves came from a distance, and then dozens of green light spots suddenly appeared in the darkness. It's a wolf. Urza turned pale immediately, hiding behind Luffy at a loss. It's okay. Don't be afraid. Luffy pulled Urza behind him, took a deep breath, and looked at the pack of wolves with piercing eyes. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for rewards, ask for support, ask for everything. Chapter 6. Some readers asked if the protagonist is dragon-slaying magic. The author said here first, it is not dragon-slayer magic, but dragon-slayer can't eat the protagonist's thunder, because the protagonist's magic comes from the dragon. It can also be said to be the magic of the dragon. Luli, you go first. I will block you. Urza didn't know where the courage came from, so he pushed Luli away, grabbed the wooden stick in his hand, and stared straight at the group of hungry wolves with green eyes. Luli watched Urza's movements and felt a surge of warmth in his heart. From the trembling of Urza's calf, it can be seen that Urza obviously has great fear in his heart. Silly girl, how can I let you help me back up? Luli stepped forward, stroked Urza's crimson hair, and said with a chuckle, "Zizizi." After Luli finished speaking, she slowly stretched out her right hand. A sharp sound resounded in Luli's palm, and a silver-white thunderball appeared in Luli's palm. Luli, do you know magic? Urza was surprised when he saw this scene. Obviously before today, Luli was still an ordinary person with no magic foundation, mastered magic in a day? And didn't the old village chief say that Luli couldn't practice magic? But before Luli answered Urza, the leading hungry wolf roared, opened its bloody mouth, and rushed directly at Luli and the two of them. Following the movement of this hungry wolf, the other hungry wolves in the wolf pack also raised their heads to the sky and howled, staring at Luli and Luli with their oily green eyes. Thunder Tunnel, Earthwalk. Although Luli has just learned magic, he has countless skills about the thunder system in his mind. Pressing both hands on the ground, suddenly thunderbolts shot out from Luli's feet and walked around. The leading hungry wolf was not prepared at all, and was directly surrounded by thunder snakes, let out a sharp roar, and then fell to the ground, lifeless. Okay, so amazing. Urza stood behind Luli, watched Luli kill a hungry wolf with one move, and looked at Luli's back with admiration in his eyes. Advertisement, however, Luli didn't have time to pay attention to Urza's adoring eyes. After the leader of the hungry wolf died, the eyes of the other wolves in the wolf pack were filled with a red color, and they kept roaring towards the sky, while walking towards Luli step by step. Come, laser gun. Luli also said something bad in his heart, stretched out his hands into pistol shapes, and a thunderball rose from his fingertips. Boom, boom, boom. Luli's hands were like pistols, shooting out thunderballs one after another. The thunderballs hit these hungry wolves, instantly making them fall to the ground and unable to get up. Some hungry wolves did not die immediately, lying on the ground and howling in pain continuously. The sound was extremely tragic. Some nimble hungry wolves avoided Luli's attack, but there were not many of them, only about 10 left. The 10 hungry wolves looked at Luli from a distance, but they didn't dare to take a step forward, watching Luli bared their teeth and growled. The entire ethnic group was destroyed in the hands of Luli. How could it make them not hate Luli? Luli is also aware of this. The ability of wolves to hold vengeance is one of the best in the animal kingdom. In order not to be disturbed by these hungry wolves in the future, Luli can only keep them all. A cold light flashed in Luli's eyes, and a thunderball rose again in Luli's palm. Laser. At Luli's feet, a thunderbolt flashed away, and then Luli's figure suddenly disappeared in place, and after images flashed in front of Luli, Luli's hands were crossed, and streaks of thunder came out from Luli's hands, dyeing the entire sky silvery white. After a while, the 10 hungry wolves fell to the ground, and the corpses of the hungry wolves smelled of burning. Call. Luli stood in the middle of the corpses of the wolves, and heaved a sigh of relief. This first battle also made Luli a little nervous. But when entering the battle, this tense mood disappeared instantly. Advertisement Urza. Let's go back after a while. Luli walked to Urza's side and said to Urza with a chuckle. Urza looked around. Her face was also a little pale. Urza looked a little scared, and then followed Luli and left. Looking behind him, the corpses of hungry wolves were lying on the ground, and a little smoke slowly dissipated. Urza? What's wrong with you? When Luli returned home, seeing Urza's strange appearance, he hurriedly asked Urza. No, nothing, just a little disgusting. Urza pulled a smile on his face, and said to Luli with a smile. Go back and rest. Luli touched the crimson, and said to Urza with some distress. Urza didn't refuse, nodded, and went back to his room. After Urza left, Luli didn't go to sleep immediately, but sat on the bed and began to think. How to develop yourself in the future. Although I have a little bit of strength now, it is still far from enough. and I have to earn gold coins to grow plants and upgrade Izzo. The current Izzo is his last whole card. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for rewards, ask for support, ask for everything. Recommend an old iron book, Journey to the West, a super player. Chapter 7. In a daze, Luli lay on the bed and somehow fell asleep. Since Luli did not learn magic through meditation, he did not know how to meditate. What's more, Luli's question did not say that it contains powerful magic power. As long as Luli can control this magic power, at least he is an S-level magician. The jade rabbit fell, and the golden crow was reborn. Luli, didn't the village chief grandpa say you can't practice magic? After getting up, Urza hesitated for a while, then asked Luli, I don't know either. At that time, I went back to the place where you saved me and fell asleep. After waking up, I felt a memory in my mind, and then I found that I could use magic. After hearing Urza's words, Luli also had a headache, and really didn't think about how to explain this. But Luli was also a master of nonsense back then, and said to Urza without blushing. That's it. Urza was still young, and didn't know that Luli was talking nonsense, so he nodded ignorantly. Luli, you have learned magic now, are you leaving? During the meal, Urza asked Luli absent-mindedly, and looked at Luli with slightly nervous eyes when speaking. I haven't left yet. Luli naturally saw Urza's appearance, touched Urza's crimson hair, and said with a chuckle. Although Luli looks like a 10-year-old child now, she comforts Urza like an adult. After getting a satisfactory answer, Urza showed a smile on his face, and nodded heavily at Luli. By the way, Urza, do you know of a place nearby where you can make some quick money? After eating, Luli asked Urza with some doubts. Now the most important thing for Luli is to make money, and then to improve his strength. There is a mercenary group in the town. It seems that they can receive the mission. Urza stroked his hair, then said to Luli, advertisement, mercenary group. Luli's eyes lit up when he heard Urza's words. Urza, I'm leaving first and I'll be back in a few days. Luli stood at the door of the house with a small package on his back and whispered to Urza, whose eyes were reddened. You have to be careful. Urza looked at Luli's back. 2 lines of tears ran across his face, and said to Luli, choked up. I know. Luli poured Urza into her arms, and gently stroked Urza's crimson hair. After finishing speaking, Luli turned and left the village directly. Urza sent Luli to the entrance of the village all the time, and then left reluctantly. Urza, people always have to grow. At some point, the village head suddenly appeared behind Urza, holding a wine bottle in his hand, looking at Luli's back, and said softly to Urza, Well, I know, I will work hard. Urza nodded heavily after listening to the village chief's words, watching Luli's disappearing back. Less than a day after leaving the village, Luli arrived at the town Urza mentioned. After asking someone casually, Luli found the mercenary group in the town. Looking at the tavern in front of him, Luli stepped into the tavern without the slightest hesitation. After Luli walked into the tavern, the people inside found Luli instantly. The faces of these people became solemn for a moment, but became extremely relaxed the next moment. Hey, brat, there is no milk here. Ha ha ha. A burly man sitting on a chair saw Luli's figure, and said loudly to Luli with a teaser. The big man's voice fell, and the tavern was instantly filled with bursts of laughter. Advertisement, uncle, can you accept the mission here? Luli didn't care either, and walked to the bar and said to a bearded man, Children, this is not a place to play house. After hearing Luli's words, the bearded man had a strange expression on his face, and said to Luli, Uncle, I'm serious. After hearing what the bearded man said, Luli felt a little helpless. His appearance still looks too young. Little devil, get out of here immediately. When the bearded man heard Luli's words, his face darkened immediately, and he shouted at Luli in a cold voice. Why Luli also lowered his head and sighed, then slowly stretched out a finger. The bearded man was also a little puzzled when he saw Luli stretching out his finger, but before the bearded man opened his mouth to speak, Luli's action surprised him. Luli stretched out his finger, and above the fingertip, a flash of thunder suddenly flashed. Laser gun. Luli's eyes became like a tiger, his fingers looked like pistols, and a thunderbolt shot out from his fingertips, directly hitting the wall behind the bearded man. Magic mage. The bearded man's face was dull. He watched Luli for a long time before holding back such a sentence. Uncle, can I accept the mission now? After doing all this, Luli said to the bearded man with that harmless smile on his face again. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for rewards, ask for support, ask for everything. Chapter 8. Gudong. The whole tavern fell silent. Especially the burly man who teased Luli at the beginning felt regretful. Why do I want to molest a brat when I'm full? This, my lord, just wait a moment. The bearded man looked at Luli's figure, and he was no longer indifferent as before. With respect in his eyes, he said to Luli respectfully, Luli nodded slightly, and after the bearded man left, Luli slowly strolled around the tavern. At the tables that Luli passed by, these mercenaries lowered their heads. Although they all lived on the edge of the sword, there was no need to be directly killed for offending Luli. They came out to be mercenaries, not for a better life. Everyone is dead, and they still enjoy a life of shit. My lord, come with me. After a while, the bearded man came back, walked up to Luli, and said to Luli respectfully, Let's go. Luli hesitated for a while, and then let the bearded man lead the way. This is it, you go in. The bearded man took Luli to the door of a room, then stopped moving forward and said to Luli, creak, without the slightest hesitation. Luli opened the door and stepped into the room. The room is extremely tidy, without the slightest mess. There was a smell of smoke in the air, but it's not that bad smell. Hey, boy, is it you who want to join our mercenary group? Luli began to visit the room, and at this moment, a voice reached Luli's ears. Luli followed the sound and saw a thin man sitting not far behind him. With a cigar between his fingers, the man looked at Luli with a half-smile. Who are you? Luli felt a little dangerous coming from this man, and Luli didn't dare to be careless, and asked the man. Advertisement, the head of the Crazy Iron Mercenary Group. The man put out the cigar, slowly got up and said to Luli, What about you? Why do you want to join the mercenary group? The man walked up to Luli, pulled a chair in front of Luli, and asked Luli, My name is Luli, and I don't want to join you. Luli frowned, then said calmly to the man, Oh. The man frowned slightly after hearing Luli's words. I just want to accept the task from you, and you can get part of the income of the task. Luli watched the man frown, and then explained to the man. If you want to accept the mission from our mercenary group, you can do it yourself, but you will handle everything yourself. If something happens to you during the mission, our mercenary group will not be responsible. The man's brows slowly calmed down. He touched his chin, as if he was thinking, and it took him a long time to answer Luli. Good. After hearing the man's words, Luli smiled as if relieved. Then let's talk about compensation. The man looked at Luli's appearance, with a smile on the corner of his mouth, and said to Luli, 9 to 1, 9 to 1. Luli said directly to the man without any hesitation. Impossible. June 4th, the man decisively rejected Luli's words, and looked at Luli directly. 82, this is the lowest. Luli shook his head slightly, but also took a step back and said, In the beginning, Luli just wanted to lower the price, which is why he offered such a high price. Okay. 82, 82. Looking at Luli's appearance, the man also shook his head helplessly, agreeing to Luli's request. Seeing the man agreeing, Luli was a little surprised. At the beginning, Luli's ideal price was 37 cents, but he didn't expect the man not to lower the price again. Advertisement. Luli's surprised expression was seen by the man. Are you curious why I agreed to come down? The man chuckled and asked Luli. Luli didn't hide anything and nodded directly. A 10-year-old mage can say that his future achievements will definitely be very high. I have established a good relationship with you in advance, which can be regarded as leaving a way for my future. The man smiled slightly, without hiding anything from Luli, and said directly. Hearing what the man said, Luli immediately understood what the man was thinking. But those who can grow up are geniuses. I hope you can understand this. Before Luli could speak, the man took a deep look at Luli and said softly to Luli. Luli didn't speak, just looked at the man quietly. Go out and meet my companions. Although you didn't join us, you are still half of the Crazy Iron Mercenary Corps. The man looked at Luli's expression, shook his head slightly, and then led Luli out of the room. Everyone, starting today, Luli is also a member of our Crazy Iron Mercenary Group. The man took Luli into the tavern and said loudly to everyone present, Yes, Captain. After hearing the man's words, these people immediately stood in awe and looked at Luli differently. Captain, I hope you can do me a favor. After everyone agreed, Luli suddenly spoke to the man. What's busy? The man was a little puzzled and asked Luli, Fight with me? P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for rewards, ask for support, ask for everything. Chapter 9. Captain, I hope you can do me a favor. After everyone agreed, Luli suddenly spoke to the man. What's busy? The man was a little puzzled and asked Luli, Fight with me? Luli's eyes were piercing, staring straight at the man as he said each word. Lu Li's voice fell, and the whole tavern became extremely quiet. These mercenaries looked at Lu Li with unbelievable eyes, and the man was also slightly taken aback, then looked at Lu Li with sharp eyes. Why? The man's voice was extremely flat, but with an unquestionable feeling, he said to Lu Li lightly, I want to try my current strength. There seemed to be a flame in Lu Li's eyes, and she looked at the man hotly and said, And Captain, you should be a mage too. Before the man could speak, Lu Li spoke again and said to the man, Yes, a Class B fire mage. The man didn't hide anything and slowly stretched out his right hand. A flame suddenly rose from the man's palm. The orange flame exuded a strong temperature. Since you say so, then I will satisfy you. Hearing Lu Li's words, the man nodded secretly, with a smile on the corner of his mouth, and replied softly to Lu Li. Hearing the man's answer, Lu Li also showed a smile on his face. His eyes were full of fierce fighting spirit, obviously full of anticipation for the upcoming battle. I haven't seen Commander Chester make a move for a long time. Do you finally have a chance? Guess how long the kid can last under Captain Chester's hands. Haha, I bet he can only survive 3 moves. The mercenaries of the Crazy Iron Mercenary Group also became curious when they saw this scene. But most of them don't have much confidence in Lu Li. Although Lu Li is a wizard, he is only 10 years old. Advertisement, let's go outside. Chester smiled slightly and said softly to Lu Li. Lu Li didn't refuse either, and walked straight out of the tavern to an open space, looking at Chester standing in front of her with hot eyes. Lei Xingbu. Lu Li's eyes were serious, and a thunder light suddenly appeared at the soles of Lu Li's feet. Brush, Lu Li's figure suddenly turned into an afterimage, disappeared in place in an instant, and rushed towards Chester. Is it thunder magic? Chester was slightly taken aback, and his face was also a little surprised. Thunder magic is the most destructive magic among magic. Pillar of fire. Chester smiled slightly and slowly stretched out his palm, and then a ferocious pillar of fire suddenly rose from his side, completely covering himself in it. Lu Li's figure also stopped, looking at the wall of fire in front of him with extremely serious eyes. Laser. Stretching out his finger, it turned into streaks of lightning and shot out, and streaks of thunderballs shot out from Lu Li's fingers, directly sinking into the wall of fire. Although the firewall can defend against Lu Li's physical attack, it cannot resist the thunderball's attack. Moreover, although the pillar of fire can block himself, but at the same time, his own line of sight is blocked by 9. Little devil, you underestimate me. In the pillar of fire, one after another thunder light hit the ground, making one after another bang sound. Before Lu Li could make another move, a sound suddenly sounded from behind Lu Li. Lu Li's heart was shocked, and he quickly covered his head with both hands. Just as Lu Li was protecting his head, a huge force came from his back instantly, kicking Lu Li flying out. Lu Li slowly got up from the ground, only to see Chester patted the hem of his clothes and stood there. Lu Li gritted his teeth, put his hands on the ground, and streaks of thunderbolts instantly took Lu Li as the origin and rushed towards the surroundings. A look of approval flashed in the man's eyes, and as soon as his footsteps hit the ground, he jumped up. Advertisement, boom. A fireball shot out from the man's palm, heading straight for Lu Li. Lu Li's eyes were fixed, and his figure disappeared in an instant like a thunder snake. 100,000 volts. Lu Li's figure appeared behind Chester in an instant, grabbing Chester's arm with both hands. Bursts of thunder flashed from Lu Li's body in an instant. Lu Li's figure instantly appeared behind Chester, and Chester suddenly felt an ominous premonition. But before Chester could react, the lightning bolts on Lu Li's body immediately covered the two of them. Countless thunder snakes shuttled around the two of them, and Chester also showed a trace of pain on his face. Boom! The figures of the two fell to the ground at the same time, and Chester's skin turned black for a while, obviously from the severe shock. And Lu Li is mainly due to running out of mana. Although there is a lot of magic power in Lu Li's body, Lu Li has not fully mastered such magic power. Captain. Seeing this scene, the mercenaries of the Crazy Iron Mercenary Group were instantly shocked. Such a strong group leader was actually laid down. Lu Li, have you really thought about it? 3 days later, Chester's face was still a little pale, and he looked at the young man in front of him and asked solemnly. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for rewards, ask for support, ask for everything. Chapter 10. Lu Li, have you really thought about it? 3 days later, Chester's face was still a little pale, and he looked at the young man in front of him and asked solemnly. Luli looked at Chester and nodded heavily without any hesitation. Such a task should not be done by a rookie like you alone. Although your strength is enough, are you sure you don't need to bring someone along? Looking at the serious Luli, Chester sighed secretly and asked Luli again with a wry smile on his face. Leader, I feel that I am capable of completing this task myself. After Chester's words fell, Luli showed a smile on his face, then shook his head slightly and said softly to Chester, Well, it's up to you. If there is danger, you must retreat. Looking at Luli's appearance, Chester knew that he couldn't persuade Luli anymore, so he could only speak to Luli. I know. Luli did not refuse this time, nodded and said, Go, wipe out the bandits on Mount Giles. After finishing speaking, Chester took out a task sheet from his pocket and handed it to Luli Mount Giles, in the south of the town where the Crazy Iron Mercenary Group is located. It occupies the only main road in the same town, so it can be regarded as a relatively rich place, but in recent years it has been occupied by a group of bandits. There are about 50 or 60 bandits in this group, and they kill people like hemp. As long as they meet them, they will definitely die. Luli glanced at the task sheet in his hand, and then set off in the direction of Mount Giles. This is the first task, and it is also a task with relatively high rewards. The task reward reached 200,000 gold coins. And for the first mission, the mercenary group does not charge any commission. Mount Giles is not very far away, and with Luli's speed, it takes about a day to arrive. Advertisement. Luli looked at the towering mountain in front of him, sandwiching the road in front of him, formed a standard line of sky. This is obviously the best place to ambush. The task introduced the location of the bandit. Luli's figure flashed and suddenly disappeared in place. When Luli's figure appeared again, it was already in front of a cottage on the mountain. It was already evening at this time, and the village was full of people's voices. Fires were shining brightly, and laughter came from one after another. The corners of Luli's mouth curled up slightly, and then a thunderball with silvery white light gathered in his palm. Boom! The thunderball suddenly shot out from Luli's hand and directly blasted towards the cottage in front of Luli. Although the power of the thunderball was not very great, it was extremely destructive to these wooden houses, smashing several houses in an instant. Problem occurs. Someone invaded. At the next moment, the bandits in the cottage immediately became vigilant and hurriedly ran towards the outside of the cottage, while some bandits went to extinguish the fire caused by the thunderball. Luli was a little surprised by the bandits' reactions. They can react so quickly. This quality is obviously good. After a while, a group of bandits appeared in front of Luli. These thieves carried an iron prestige on their bodies, and they looked at Luli fiercely. Luli frowned. These bandits, with their iron prestige, looked like soldiers. Little devil, is it you who attacked us? Seeing Luli's figure, the leading bandit also frowned deeply and questioned Luli. Ordered to hunt for thieves, Luli smiled slightly and said softly to the bandits. The face of the big man in the head suddenly became extremely gloomy, looking at Luli's figure full of killing intent. These bandits killed people like hemp. Needless to say, the bloody aura on their bodies, the murderous aura of dozens of people suddenly erupted. Advertisement, Thunder Tunnel, Earthwalk, Lightning Escape, Lightning Strike, Tornado. Luli's eyes froze, his figure disappeared suddenly, and a thunderbolt spread from Luli's feet to the surroundings. Immediately, Luli's figure appeared in front of these bandits, and a violent thunderbolt rose from Luli's hands. Boom! A berserk thunder rose from Luli's body, and thunderbolts spread out from Luli's body like tentacles. The thunder became stronger and stronger, and finally turned into a violent tornado. Endless thunder emanated from Luli's body. The bandits stared blankly at the tornado that was close at hand, with a deep look of fear in their eyes. Although they kill people like hemp, it doesn't mean they can fight with wizards. Moreover, such an attack in front of him is simply not something that humans can follow. Before the group of bandits could react, the thunder tornado swallowed the crowd by the way. Before they could even scream, they were directly torn apart by the thunder in the tornado. The tornado dissipated slowly, and finally some bones fell from the sky and fell heavily on the ground. The corpses of these bandits were directly torn apart by the thunder in the tornado and evaporated, leaving only a few bones. Luli's complexion remained unchanged, and he walked towards the cottage step by step. After a while, flames ignited the entire cottage in an instant. Luli's figure appeared at the gate of the cottage again, and Luli's face was a little pale. It's not because Luli was injured. The scene of killing just now kept appearing in Luli's mind. The first killing made Luli a little sick. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for rewards, ask for support, ask for everything. Chapter 11. Luli glanced back at the burning cottage, and then left Mount Giles without looking back. Hey, this Luli is still a little bit capable, and he actually completed the task. Yeah, I didn't expect a 10-year-old child to be so cruel. Let's go back too. Our mission has been completed. Not long after Luli left, a few men walked out of a bush not far away. The men couldn't help sighing secretly as they watched Luli leave. If Luli were here, he would definitely find that these men were the mercenaries in the previous tavern. They appeared here not by coincidence, because Chester was worried about Luli's first mission, so he sent several people to follow Luli. Give Luli some help when Luli is in danger. But they didn't expect that Luli's first mission would be so decisive. Everyone kills when they say kill. These bandits are not as simple as a few people, but dozens of people. Captain, the mission is complete. Luli returned to the tavern, threw the task list in Chester's hand, and said to Chester, "Mission completed?" Looking at Luli's figure, Chester was also slightly taken aback. I didn't expect Luli to come back so soon. What about the reward? Seeing Chester's surprise, Luli didn't say much, and stretched out his little hand to him. Chester shook his head and smiled wryly, then took out an iron card from his body. This is a crystal card. There are 200,000 J in it. Luli was not polite either, and directly took the card in Chester's hand, then turned and left the tavern. After leaving, Luli returned to her temporary room. System, I want to enter Dragon Island. Lock the door, Luli said to the system in his head while lying on the bed. After Luli's voice fell, a white light appeared in front of his eyes again. After Luli opened his eyes again, Luli's eyes were no longer the scene in the room. Advertisement-y. Suddenly, a childish voice came from behind Luli. Luli turned around and saw a creature the size of a calf pounced on him. Luli took a closer look. Isn't this Izzo? In just a few days, Izuo has grown so much. Silver-white scales, a pair of silver-white wings fluttered. Luli touched Izuo's head, feeling a little surprised. I didn't expect Izzo to grow so fast. System, I'm going to open up a farm now. After sending Izzo aside, Luli sat on the ground and spoke to the system. Ding. Did the host use 100,000 gold coins to open up a farm? After Luli's voice fell, the sound of the system reached Luli's ears again. Yes. When Luli heard that it cost 100,000 gold coins to start a farm, it also made Luli feel a little heartbroken. But for his own strength, Luli agreed to the system as soon as he gritted his teeth. After Luli's voice fell, a white light instantly appeared in front of Luli. As the white light faded, a small farm appeared in front of Luli. There are only 2 reclaimed fields in the farm, which also makes Luli's head full of black lines. System, I have cultivated 2 lands with 100,000 gold coins? Luli's voice was full of anger, and he questioned the system. Since the host currently only owns 1 dragon family, it can only be used for 2 pieces. The system did not let the wind fall, and explained to Luli in a still cold voice. What plants do I have to buy right now? After hearing what the system said, Luli didn't know how to refute, so he asked the system. Dragon scale flower. The system's voice was still cold, and it answered Luli coldly. How much is a plant? Advertisement. Hearing this tall name, Luli's heart was also a little moved, and he asked the system. 20,000 gold coins. Damn it, the system sucks. By 3 plants. After hearing the price of the system, Luli also felt distressed secretly. It didn't take long to get the 200,000 gold coins, and 4/5 of them were removed in one fell swoop. After Luli's voice fell, 3 finger-sized seeds fell into Luli's hands. Luli looked at the seed, with some lines. It's like a mosaic of dragon scales. Luli planted the seeds in the farmland, and a seedling grew in a short time. System, how long will it take for this to mature? Luli looked at the flower seedling, and asked the system in his heart. Dragon scale flower is a 2nd-level elixir. It only takes 1 day to mature. The voice of the system was still cold, and he replied to Luli, okay, then I'll come back in a day. Luli shook his head, looking at the slowly growing dragon scale flower. He was not too anxious. Izzo, I'm leaving now. Looking at Izuo soaring in the sky in the distance, Luli waved at Izuo and said, Iya, iya. Seeing that Luli was about to leave, Izuo flew to Luli's body reluctantly, rubbing his head the size of a bull's head against Luli's clothes. Okay, I'll see you tomorrow. Seeing Izuo's appearance, Luli couldn't help laughing, patted Izuo's head, and said comfortingly, P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for rewards, ask for support, ask for everything. Chapter 12. Back in the real world, Luli slowly opened his eyes. Seeing the sky slowly being shrouded in darkness, Luli closed her eyes and slowly fell asleep. The night passed in a flash, and Luli packed up her luggage and left the town, heading towards the village where Urza was. "Commander, I'm leaving first, and I'll be back in a few days." Luli stood at the door of the tavern and said to Chester calmly, "Go, finish the mission for the first time, and you should take a good rest." Chester smiled slightly, waved to Luli and said. Looking at Chester's figure, Luli felt a little moved in his heart. It can be said that Chester took good care of himself, nodded to Chester, then turned and left. Before arriving at the place, an ominous premonition suddenly rose in Luli's heart. In the distance, you can see bursts of thick smoke coming from the distance. Luli's heart skipped a beat, and the speed under his feet quickened. After a while, Luli arrived at the village head, but the scene before him made Luli furious. The entire village was shrouded in fire, and the endless flames continued to burn, burning everything to death. Thump! Suddenly, a figure rushed out from a nearby house and fell directly in front of Luli. When Luli saw this figure, his heart skipped a beat. The uncle who lives next door to Urza's house. "Uncle, what's wrong with you? Where's Urza?" Luli quickly walked up to him, turned him over, and said loudly, "Luli, get out of here. Go away." The middle-aged man struggled to open his eyes. A look of pain flashed in his eyes, and said weakly to Luli. After saying this, the middle-aged man lost his vitality when his neck tilted. "Damn it!" Advertisement. Seeing this scene, Luli was furious. I also probably understand what happened in my heart. In the original book, the village where Urza was located was attacked by a dark magic order, and Urza was also captured in the Tower of Heaven. "Jejia, we missed a little mouse." At this moment, a cold voice came from the front. Luli slowly opened his eyes, and a cold, murderous look flashed in his eyes. "Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and take this brat away." Two men in black robes stood not far from Luli. The two communicated casually without paying attention to Luli at all. "Thunder gun." Luli spat out an icy voice, and then a spear made of thunder suddenly appeared in Luli's hand. Luli's eyes were cold, and he looked at the two black-robed men in front of him with endless murderous intent. "It's a wizard." Seeing the thunder spear in Luli's hand, the two men in black robes immediately calmed down and looked at Luli's figure vigilantly. After all, mages are not as easy to deal with as ordinary people. Thunder escape earthwalk. As soon as Luli stepped on his feet, streaks of thunder spread from Luli's feet, and then his figure flashed, and his whole body disappeared instantly like a bolt of lightning. So fast. Because of the thunder at their feet, before the two black-robed men could react, Luli's figure appeared in front of them in an instant. Their hearts were shocked, and there was no time to react. "Die to lousy." Luli's eyes were full of killing intent, and he roared at the two men in black robes, and the thunder spear in his hand swept out instantly. Boom! One of the black-robed men hastily pushed out his companion and retreated behind him under the shocking eyes of his companion. And the man in black robe who was pushed out was instantly pierced through Luli's thunder spear, and thunderbolts spread from his wound, and blue smoke slowly rose from the wound. Luli threw the black-robed man's body away, and then looked at the other black-robed man indifferently. "Brat." Advertisement. The black-robed man's face was extremely gloomy, and a puff of black air came out of nowhere, covering the black-robed man's hands. "Thunder armor." Luli was not careless either. A trace of thunder emerged from Luli's body, completely covering Luli's body, forming a pair of silver-white thunder armor. Holding a spear and wearing a battle armor, he really looks like a general. "For the sake of the great Zeref, you must die today." The man in black robe looked at Luli, and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes, and then black spheres rose slowly from around the man in black robe. "Zeref?" Luli sneered in his heart. "That means you still want to revive Zeref. The point is that they didn't die at all." But Luli has no reason to tell the man in black. "Thunder arrow." Luli took a step forward, and thunderbolts rose from around Luli, slowly condensing into silvery white thunderbolt arrows. "Kill." Luli roared angrily, and millions of lightning arrows were shot out instantly, killing the man in black robe. The pupils of the black-robed man shrank sharply, and he put his hands in front of his body. A black light curtain appeared from in front of the black-robed man, tightly protecting the black-robed man. Countless thunder arrows bombarded the black light curtain without causing any damage at all. When the thunderbolt arrow ended, the man in black robe showed a look of disdain, thinking that Luli's magic power was not enough. After all, manipulating so many thunder arrows requires a lot of magic power, and Luli's age is at this age. How much magic power can he have? But the black-robed man would never have imagined that Luli possessed the magical power of an S-rank wizard in Luli's body. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for rewards, ask for support, ask for everything. Chapter 13. The man in black robe didn't even know if he killed him. Luli was a jerk, and he was the kind of guy who opened the invincible jab. At the moment when the thunder arrow slowly stopped, a disdainful smile appeared on the face of the man in black robe. But he didn't see a disdainful smile on Luli's delicate face. At Luli's feet, you saw a thunderbolt flash by suddenly, and then Luli's figure disappeared in the same place in an instant, and a thunderbolt flashed away in the air. The man in black robe looked at the thunder spear on his chest in disbelief, and looked behind him with difficulty. But at the moment when he twisted his neck, Luli instantly exerted force, and the thunder spear in his hand smashed the black-robed man's heart in an instant. Luli let go slowly, and the black-robed man's body fell to the ground with a plop, and the thunder spear stuck in his chest also began to dissipate slowly, turning into a little bit of thunder and disappearing into the air. Urza, don't have an accident. Luli glanced in the direction of Urza's house, and then the figure disappeared in place. Although it hasn't been long since he came to this world, Luli really likes Urza. Although Urza is just a kid, Luli looked gloomy at the burning wooden house in front of him, and there were two corpses lying on the ground in the wooden house. From a distance, Luli recognized the identities of the two corpses. Urza's parents. Luli closed her eyes, and there was still a little smell of blood in the air, which made Luli very restless. Boom! A violent thunder suddenly emanated from Luli's body, and the thunder instantly smashed the trees in the distance into pieces. Boom! At this moment, in the distance of Luli, a violent flame appeared accompanied by loud noises. Luli opened his eyes abruptly, and a look of joy flashed in them. Advertisement. How could I forget the old village chief? Although I don't know the strength of the old village chief, it shouldn't be difficult to hold on for a while. The figure of Luli disappeared in place, and ran towards the direction of the village chief's house. Boom! Boom! Before reaching the place, Luli heard the sounds of fighting, accompanied by loud noises. This made Luli even more worried. Urza, don't have an accident. Luli was worried about Urza in his heart, and increased the speed under his feet again. After a while, Luli arrived at the village head's house. In the open space in front of the village chief's house, a group of men in black robes confronted a skinny old man. Who was this emaciated old man? The village head. At this moment, the village chief didn't have the usual alcohol-smelling appearance. His eyes were extremely cold, and his body exuded powerful magic power. And on the ground in front of the group of black-robed men opposite, several black-robed men who had lost their vitality were lying on the ground. A little flame was burning on their bodies. Let's do it together. Many people in black robes looked at each other. A cold look flashed in their eyes, and then the people in black robes shouted angrily and shot at the village chief together. Haha, come on. There was no trace of fear in the eyes of the village chief. When he saw the men in black robes attacking together, a look of fury flashed in his eyes. Sky Thunder 100,000 volts. At this moment, a thunderbolt fell from the sky, and then thunderbolts fell from the sky like raindrops, continuously bombarding the crowd of men in black. The village chief turned his head in an instant and saw Luli's figure immediately. Luli smiled slightly, then his figure flashed, and he rushed into the black-robed crowd in an instant, like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, and began to torture and kill these black-robed people. Due to the previous thunder, most of these black-robed men lost their combat effectiveness, and a few unlucky ones directly hacked to death. Advertisement. Although there are still many who did not die directly, it was also because of the paralysis of Thunder's power that they could not continue to fight. This is also a good opportunity for Luli to kill. Suddenly, a trace of uneasiness rose in Luli's heart, and he turned his head abruptly. He saw a burly man in black robe. The big man in black robe smiled coldly at him, and his figure appeared in front of him in an instant. A punch landed on Luli's body, and Luli's figure flew backwards in an instant, only barely stopping when it hit a big tree in the distance. Oomph! Trash! The big man in black robe looked at the men in black robes all over the floor. A cold look flashed in his eyes, and he kicked a begging man in black robes beside him away. After being kicked into the air, the man in black fell to the ground, no longer screaming, and also lost his vitality. Little devil, you go first. After the big man in black robe appeared, the village head's eyes also became serious. He stared at the big man in black robe, and said to Luli, who got up from the ground, "How about you?" Luli could feel that the aura of this black-robed man was very strong, at least stronger than Chester, and said to the village chief worriedly, "Haha, I don't need you, a kid, to save me." Hearing Luli's words, the village chief also burst out laughing, and then a ray suddenly rose from the village chief's body. Urza and the village children were taken away by them. "Luli, promise me, bring them back." The moment Luli gritted his teeth and turned around, the village chief suddenly turned his back on Luli and roared loudly. Luli turned around and looked at the thin back of the village chief and nodded heavily. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for rewards, ask for support, ask for everything. Chapter 14. Urza and the village children were taken away by them. "Luli, promise me, bring them back." The moment Luli gritted his teeth and turned around, the village chief suddenly turned his back on Luli and roared loudly. Luli turned around and looked at the thin back of the village chief and nodded heavily. "Catch that brat." The leading man in black robe saw Luli leaving and said coldly to a black mage beside him. Immediately, the black mage gave the village head a cold look, and his figure chased after Luli. Boom. Just as the black mage moved his feet, a flame instantly swallowed him, and he was burned to ashes by the orange flame without even making a scream. "If you want to go there, ask the old man first." The village head sneered. A violent magic power rose from his body, and a trace of flame burned from him. After Luli left, he ran straight towards the port. In the memory of the previous life, the Tower of Heaven was at sea, and if they wanted to bring Urza and others to the Tower of Heaven, they had to go to the port. But after Luli arrived at the port, he saw only the shadow of a ship, which was moving further and further away under the blowing of the sea wind. "Urza!" Luli's eyes were red, and he looked at the distant ship and let out a roar. Immediately, thunderbolts descended from the sky, bombarding the sea continuously. Urza in the cabin hugged his legs tightly and buried his head deeply in his bosom. Suddenly a familiar voice came to his ears. Urza suddenly raised his head and looked in the direction of the voice. "Luli!" Urza recognized the familiar voice immediately, but Urza felt a little sad in his heart. "Can I still see Luli in the future? Sister, is that the voice of brother Luli?" A child walked up to Urza and asked Urza timidly. Advertisement, "Well, it's him." Urza was a little absent-minded and replied casually to the child. Seeing Urza's appearance, the child didn't bother himself and walked aside after a while. "Hello, my name is Jalal Fernandez. May I have your name?" Just when Urza was sad, a blue-haired boy walked up to Urza and said to Urza with a smile, "Urza." Urza Shukaret, looking at the boy's smile. Urza felt a warmth in his heart, stroked his long hair, and replied, "Sukaret, crimson?" Seeing Urza's hair, Jalal said softly, "Is that voice calling you just now?" Sitting beside Urza, Jalal asked Urza with some doubts. "Well, my best friend." Urza felt a little sad again when he heard Jalal's words, and said absently. Seeing Urza's appearance, Jalal didn't bother to ask questions, shrugged his shoulders, and walked aside. At the port, Luli looked at the ships drifting away, and the murderous intent in his eyes gradually calmed down. "The ship has left. I couldn't find the location of Tower of Heaven. If you want to see Urza again, you can only wait until Urza joins Fairy Tale." Luli took a deep look at the distant boat, turned around resolutely and ran towards the village chief. When Luli returned to the village head's house, the village head's thin figure stood there, and those black mages were all lying on the ground burned by the flames, letting the flames burn their bodies. Luli walked to the side of the village head, but saw the face of the village head covered with blood, and he had lost all vitality. While Luli sighed and squeezed her fist tightly. After burying the village chief, Luli left the village and returned to the town. Advertisement: the town is still prosperous, and there is no change in the slightest because a nearby village was massacred. This is also because the people in the town don't know about it at all. "Luli, why did you come back so soon?" Back in the tavern, the bearded man was still at the front desk, and the bearded man was a little surprised to see Luli. "Luli just left the day before yesterday. Why did he come back so soon?" "I want to accept tasks, the more the better." Luli raised his head, looked at the bearded man with cold eyes, and said to him word by word, "What?" Hearing Luli's words, the bearded man was also slightly taken aback, and he didn't react. "I want to accept tasks, the more the better." Luli's voice was cold, and he repeated to the bearded man. Looking at Luli's eyes, the bearded man felt a dangerous feeling in his heart for some reason. and quickly took out a stack of task sheets from under the bar. Luli took the task sheet, without even looking at it, just stuffed it into his arms and turned to leave. The bearded man looked at Luli's back, and his head was also full of black lines. I just asked Luli to choose a task, but I didn't expect Luli to take it all. But when the bearded man chased him out, Luli was no longer in sight. It was at this moment that a title called Son of Thunder began to resound throughout the Fiori Kingdom. Son of Thunder, Luli. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for rewards, ask for support, ask for everything. Recommend a book by my brother. Friends who like LOL can read League of Legends. Infinite Reversal in Addition. Cheer for this LPL. EDG. RNG. IG Education. LPL is awesome. Chapter 15. Million-Volt Brontosaurus. With a roar, a silver-white thunder dragon descended from the sky, directly knocking a giant beast in the distance into the air, and then the silver-white thunder dragon swallowed the monster instantly. Roar! Roar! The giant beast surrounded by thunder let out painful roars and emitted green smoke from its body, accompanied by a smell of burnt meat. After a long time, the giant beast lost its struggle, and the thunder began to dissipate slowly, and a figure slowly walked out from under the tree. With a knife-sharpened face, sword eyebrows, and star eyes as deep as the sea of stars, her broken hair trembled slightly with the breeze. His black clothes were stained with a little dust. This time I can build a home for Izuo. The figure looked at the lifeless giant beast in front of him, with a slight smile on his face, then cut off the two horns on the giant beast's head and ignored the huge corpse. This figure was Luli, who had accepted the mission and left. It has been nearly 2 years since Urza was taken away. After Luli received the task and left, he would return to the town for a few months, and every time he went back, he would exchange business and receive tasks. Within 2 years, Luli's control over power also increased countless times. At the beginning, Luli was at most a C-level wizard, but now Luli is almost able to become an S-level wizard. And that's not where Luli grew up the most. Izuo in Dragon Island has also grown to level 6. What is the concept of level 6? It is about the level of the Holy Tin and Fairy Tale, but it may be much stronger than human mages of the same level. After all, the magic power storage and magic power of the dragons are comparable to human mages. Moreover, Izuo, a level 6 giant dragon, is still in his infancy and has not yet fully grown up. The dragon's strength increases the fastest when it reaches adulthood. Luli's figure suddenly disappeared. In Dragon Island, Luli looked at Izuo, who was roaring and flying in the sky, with a smile on his face. Izzo! Luli couldn't help but let out a cry when he saw that he played the amazing Izzo. Roar! Advertisement. Seeing Luli's figure, Izuo raised his head to the sky and screamed, and landed next to Luli, looking at the huge body in front of him. Luli sighed a little. Luli has been cultivating Izuo for the past 2 years, and Izuo's body is constantly growing. From the size of a calf at the beginning, it is now almost the size of 2 houses. Haha, I can build your residence for you today. Luli couldn't help laughing at Izuo, who was rubbing against her like a puppy, and patted Izuo's head and said softly, Roar! After hearing Luli's words, Izuo was suddenly excited and roared towards the sky. System, build me a residence for the Thunder Dragon. Seeing Izuo's appearance, Luli also shook his head and laughed, and then said to the system in his mind, Ding! With the deduction of 1 million J, the Thunder Dragon residence will be created. Just as Luli's voice fell, the familiar voice reached Luli's ears again. After a while, a mountain range suddenly appeared on the top of the clouds in the distance. The mountain range continuously emits bursts of thunder, and the sky is also continuously bombarded with thunderbolts, as if it is baptizing the mountain range. Roar! After the mountain range appeared, Izuo's eyes flashed a fiery color, and after glancing at Luli, he flapped his wings and flew towards the mountain range. Luli looked at the excited Izuo and couldn't help laughing. System, open my properties panel. Race, Terran name, Luli level, A-level mage skill, lightning magic dragon servant, Izuo lightning dragon. Advertisement. The moment Luli's voice fell, a virtual page suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. Luli looked at his attributes and nodded in satisfaction. Luli also knows that he can enter the level of S-class wizard just by the door. System, by level 5 seeds, Luli saw that the farmland in the farm was vacant, and directly spent the few gold coins he had on him to buy 2 seeds. After planting the seeds, Luli left Dragon Island without saying anything as he watched Izuo happily playing. It's the last task. Get ready to leave here when you're done. Luli looked at the last task list left in his hand and said secretly in his heart, this is also what Luli had planned a long time ago. In the Crazy Iron Mercenary Corps, Luli mainly wants to make money and improve his own strength. Now Luli already feels that his strength is almost the same, enough to go out and make a living. Moreover, you can also go to Fairy Tale to see if Urza's back. Thinking of Urza brings that blush to mind. Urza, that situation won't happen again in the future. Luli squeezed his fists, and the shadow of watching the ship leave from afar echoed in his mind again. But he was helpless. Luli looked at the task list, and suddenly a name appeared that made Luli feel familiar. Ulu. Dear Lionla. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for rewards, ask for support, ask for everything. Chapter 16. Luli looked at the task list in his hand, and was also slightly taken aback. A mage of Ulu's level actually needs to issue a mission? But after taking another look at the task content, Luli almost understood it. A demon has appeared in the north. Where Lionla? A demon created by Zeref. It's no wonder that even if Yu is a magician of the Holy 10 level, he is not an opponent of Lion. Otherwise, there is no need for Ulu to seal Lion with his life in the original book. Luli hesitated in his heart, not knowing whether to go to the place where the mission was. Gritting his teeth, Luli went directly to the task list. Since it is for self-experience, isn't this the best place? Luli first returned to the tavern in the small town and explained to Chester that he was about to leave. Have you decided? This mission is very dangerous. Chester looked at the boy in front of him and asked softly. Luli looked at Chester and nodded heavily. Go. Don't embarrass the familiar Iron Mercenary Corps. Chester seemed to know that Luli would not come back after leaving this time. With a smile on his face, he said to Luli. Seeing the smile on Chester's face, Luli was also moved with emotion. In the past 2 years, Chester has actually taken care of himself. By the way, this is the reward for this mission. Just when Luli was about to leave, Chester suddenly stopped Luli, threw a card into Luli's hand, and then returned to the tavern. Luli looked at the crystal card in his hand, and was also slightly taken aback. Looking at Chester's back, a smile appeared on the corner of Luli's mouth. Hey, Luli, don't forget to come back and have a look. Yes, the Crazy Iron Mercenary Group will always be your home. Luli turned around and was about to leave, when suddenly a series of voices sounded behind Luli. Luli turned around and saw familiar figures appearing at the door of the tavern. Gone. Advertisement. Luli waved to the crowd, and then embarked on the journey. The further north you go, the colder the temperature. Luli didn't use any means of transportation, just relying on his own 2 legs. After nearly half a month, Luli finally arrived at the city recorded in the task list. The wind and snow were howling, and bursts of cold wind kept blowing. After Luli arrived, he went directly to Ulu's position without taking any rest. This is also thanks to the location recorded in the task list. Otherwise, Luli really didn't know where to find someone. In the endless plain of ice and snow, a lonely house stands here. Luli took a look, and the figure suddenly appeared at the door of the house. Boom, boom, boom. Luli knocked on the door gently, and after a while, a boy with black hair appeared in front of Luli. Who are you looking for? Seeing Luli's figure, the black-haired boy was also a little puzzled, and asked the boy in front of him who looked about his age. Is Ulu home? Luli smiled slightly and asked the boy. I also had some guesses about the identity of the black-haired boy in my heart. It should be Ulu's apprentice Gray. Do you have anything to do with Ulu? When Gray heard Luli say Ulu's name, he immediately became vigilant and looked at Luli solemnly. Gray, who is it? Just as Gray's voice fell, a lazy female voice came from the room, and then a woman in short sleeves was seen coming out of the house. Luli looked at the woman's clothes, and the corners of her mouth twitched slightly. Ice magicians are indeed perverts. Same with future Gray. The woman's face was exactly the same as Ulu in memory. Luli took out the task sheet in his hand and opened it in front of Ulu. When Ulu saw this task list, his eyes became serious. Come in, Gray, and pour tea for the guests. Ulu changed his previous lazy appearance, invited Luli into the house, and said to Gray who was beside him, What's the name? Advertisement. Ulu lit a cigarette for himself, then asked Luli. Luli smiled slightly, not caring about Ulu's appearance, and replied to him, Are you Luli, the son of Lay who has become famous in the past 2 years? Ulu was a little surprised when he heard Luli's name. Luli's name has been heard many times in the past 2 years, but she didn't expect Luli to be so young. Is the reward for this mission real? Luli ignored Wulu's surprise, put the task list in front of Wulu, and asked Wulu. Yes, Whether or not Dai Lion can be killed, I will provide this reward, but the premise is that you have to do your best. Wooloo exhaled a puff of thick smoke and said softly to Lu Li, "No problem." Lu Li nodded without refusing. "How many people are there for this mission?" Then Lu Li asked Ulu again. "Including you, for a total of 48. Ulu shook his head, obviously a little dissatisfied with this number. After all, if you want to deal with Lionla, these 40 or so mages may not be enough, and most of these mages are B level or A level. There are not many strong ones at all. When will you act?" Lu Li nodded, then continued to ask. "It's only a few days." Ulu was not too sure. He shook his head and said, "P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for rewards, ask for support, ask for everything." The author has read all the questions in the book review, because the author is also writing a book for the first time, and there are many things that are not clear, and there may be many bugs, so please bear with me. As for the skirt number, wait until it is on the shelf. Stay steady at 5 o'clock. Don't panic. Chapter 17. Should be within a few days. Ulu is obviously not sure about Dai Lion's whereabouts, but only knows that Dai Lion will appear in this city in a few days. Okay, let me know when the time comes. After hearing Wooloo's words, Lu Li also shook his head and immediately prepared to leave Wooloo's house. Just as Lu Li opened the door, Gray's figure was standing at the door, his head lowered, not knowing what he was thinking. Lu Li looked back at Ulu, saw Ulu's gloomy face, shrugged his shoulders, and then walked out of the room directly. "Gray, what did you just hear?" After Lu Li left, Ulu asked Gray in front of him with a gloomy face. "Has Dai Lion pulled back?" Gray raised his head abruptly, looked at Ulu with eyes full of hatred, and asked Ulu, "Gray, I told you not to be blinded by hate." Ulu looked at Gray's appearance and knew that the worry in his heart was indeed realized, so he said to Gray, "How can I let go? Both my father and mother were killed by Dai Lion." After Ulu's voice fell, Gray suddenly interrupted Ulu's words. His voice was full of anger and roared at Ulu. "Then what can you do? Can you kill Lion to avenge your parents?" At this moment, Ulu slapped Gray on the face, questioned Gray, and then hugged Gray into his arms. After listening to Ulu's words, Gray's eyes were blank for a while, and the powerful force that destroyed the entire city with Lion's huge body appeared in his mind. After a while, Gray's blank eyes slowly became firm. "Yes, as long as there is that magic, it will definitely be possible. Gray, trust Master. Master will help you." Ulu didn't hear Gray's voice, thinking that Gray had calmed down, and said to Gray with a voice full of tenderness. In Ulu's cognition, Gray is like his own child. In particular, Ulu believed that Ursha was dead, so he blessed his two disciples with these feelings. "Advertisement," Gray answered Ulu absent-mindedly, then turned and left the room. Why? Ulu looked at the absent-minded Gray and didn't let Gray stay. Time passed day by day, and Lu Li did not leave the city. On this day, a message from Ulu came. Dai Lion pulls up. "Ulu, are you crazy to let such a child nines participate?" After Lu Li's figure appeared, many wizards saw Lu Li's figure, and their faces were a little gloomy. One of the middle-aged men questioned Ulu. "I just sent out the task list, and this kid came to the door with the task list." Ulu smiled wryly and explained to everyone. After listening to Ulu's explanation, everyone's gloomy expressions gradually eased. However, the faces of these people are a little ugly. After all, Lu Li's age is here. Boom! At this moment, a flame appeared in the distance, and the flame illuminated a huge figure. Coming. After this figure appeared, everyone didn't have time to pay attention to Lu Li and looked solemnly at the huge body in the distance. According to plan, everyone glanced at each other, then dispersed and rushed towards Dai Lion in the distance. Boom! Brilliant magical attacks rose from the ground and directly hit Dai Lion's huge body, but these attacks seemed to tickle Dai Lion's itch. Ice Make Infinite Blade advertisement. Ulu didn't have time to spare either. He rushed straight at Dai Lion, clasped his hands together, and a series of leaf-like ice blades appeared beside Ulu. When Dai Lionla saw Ulu's figure, a flash of anger flashed in his eyes, and he slammed his huge fist straight at Ulu. Ice Make Shield. Ulu's face changed slightly, and he stepped on the ground quickly, and he jumped up, and an ice shield appeared in front of Ulu. Boom! Dai Lion slammed his huge fist on the ground, sending out a violent impact, knocking down the surrounding houses and smashing stone fragments on the ice shield in front of Ulu. Thunder Dungeon Chillin. When Lu Li saw this, he didn't continue to watch the battle from the sidelines. The lightning flashed under his feet, and a huge thunder unicorn suddenly appeared above Lu Li's head. The mages in the distance were slightly shocked when they saw this huge thunder unicorn. This kid's strength seems to be a little strong. Roar! Thunder Cheelin roared at Dai Lion, and the huge figure rushed straight at Dai Lion. Ice Make White Rose Garden, Wooloo was also a little surprised seeing this scene. Although Wooloo had heard of Lu Li's reputation, she hadn't seen Lu Li's actual strength, but her impression of Lu Li also changed at this moment. Wooloo's combat experience is still very rich. At the moment when Dai Lionla was fighting with the Thunder Cheelin, he folded his hands together, and blossoming ice and snow roses instantly grew under Dai Lionla's feet. Blossoming ice roses turned into spirals and pulled towards Dai Lion. Roar! With a roar, Dai Lion crushed all the ice and snow roses under him with one kick, and then punched out, directly hitting the Thunder Unicorn in front of him. Although the Thunder Unicorn was transformed by thunder, it was still faintly visible when it was punched on its body, as if it would disappear at any time. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for rewards, ask for support, ask for everything. Chapter 18. Dai Lion punched the Thunder Unicorn's body, immediately making the Thunder Unicorn's huge body faintly visible, as if it would disappear into the air at any time. As soon as Lu Li gritted his teeth, he directly let Thunder Cheelin pull and bump Dai Lion. Roar! Endless thunders immediately engulfed Lionla, and strands of thunder flashed across Dai Lionla's skin, flashing bursts of thunder. Ice Make Rose Garden, Ulu nodded to Lu Li, then crossed his hands, and a blossoming of bright ice roses appeared in front of Dai Lionla. Although the frozen rose is beautiful, it carries a dangerous aura. The other mages saw Dai Lion's powerful strength. Although they were afraid, they also knew that today they either waited for someone to die, or Dai Lion was killed, and it was too late to retreat now. A series of colorful magic rose from the ground, and followed the blossoming roses to pull and kill Dai Lion. Countless magic blasted on Dai Lionla, and Dai Lionla suddenly became furious. In his eyes, human beings are just some small bugs, and today this group of small bugs dare to encircle and suppress him together. Roar! Dai Lion screamed up to the sky and punched a group of mages in the distance. Looking at the huge fist, the group of mages turned pale with fright and forgot to cast their magic, turning around and running away. But how could the speed of these people be the opponents of Dai Lion? And they were directly punched and killed before taking a few steps. In just an instant, nearly 10 people were killed by Dai Lion, which dealt a huge blow to Ulu and others. Is the gap that big? Million-volt Brontosaurus. Just when Ulu was in a trance, a cold voice reached her ears. Immediately, a roar rose from the sky, and a giant dragon composed of thunder slowly condensed in the sky. The thunder dragon roared at Dai Lion, and the sharp thunder dragon claws directly grabbed Dai Lion's head. Wooloo looked in the direction of the thunder dragon, and Lu Li's thin figure stood there, exuding the might of thunder. Dai Lion held out his hand to block the thunder dragon's claws, grabbed its tail, and punched the thunder dragon with one punch. Dear Lionla. At this moment, a childish voice suddenly sounded. Advertisement. Ulu was startled, and quickly followed the voice, only to see a familiar figure standing in front of Dai Lionla. The thin figure is in stark contrast to Lion's huge body. One punch smashed the thunder dragon. Looking at the short figure in front of him, Dai Lion directly raised his foot to crush the ant. Boom! With one step, the entire ground was crushed directly. But this figure disappeared in place. Ulu looked at Gray in his arms, and suddenly felt angry. Gray, what are you doing here? Ulu had never been so angry before, and yelled at Gray. I want revenge. Gray looked at Dai Lion with red eyes, and roared at Ulu with a slightly hoarse voice. You are not its opponent yet. Listen to the master and get out of here quickly. Ulu looked at the persistent Gray, feeling helpless in his heart, and said to Gray softly, No, as long as you have this magic, it will definitely work. Gray broke free from Ulu's arm and ran towards Dai Lion. Ulu's heart skipped a beat when he saw Gray's actions. I saw Gray's hands crossed, and an ice-blue magic circle rose under Gray's feet. Iced seal! Gray roared, and ice-blue breaths rose from the magic circle, suddenly surrounding Dai Lion. Boom! Suddenly, Gray's figure flew upside down, and the magic circle also slowly disappeared. Where did you know this magic? Ulu pushed Gray away and roared at Gray with a gloomy face. Luli, help me take Gray away. Then, Ulu turned around and said to Luli in the distance. Advertisement. After finishing speaking, Luli was not prepared to refuse at all, and walked to Dai Lionla step by step. I saw that you also made the same action as Gray did before. Iced Seal Ulu's gloomy voice fell, and the ice-blue breath suddenly rose, wrapping Dai Lion's huge body in it. Gray got up from the ground, looking at Lion's body that was slowly being frozen. An ecstasy of revenge flashed in his eyes. Gray looked in the direction of Ulu, but the situation of Ulu made Gray dumbfounded. As Dai Lion was frozen, Ulu's body began to slowly shatter like an ice sculpture. Ulu, you. What's wrong with you? Gray hurriedly ran to Ulu's side. Not knowing where to put his hands, looking at Ulu with cracks all over his body, he asked in a crying voice. Absolute freezing is a forbidden technique. It will be frozen forever by the caster, and the caster will also die. With a kind smile on Ulu's face, he explained to Gray. After hearing Ulu's words, Gray's face turned pale immediately. Looking at Ulu's broken body, he didn't know what to do. No, I don't want you to die. Gray cried out with all his might, but to no avail. Boom. At the next moment, Ulu's body shattered and turned into ice crystals that fell to the ground. And Gray's right hand was raised high before he even had time to grab Uru's hand. Uru. Gray flung himself on the ground, crying while hugging the largest ice crystal. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for rewards, ask for support, ask for everything. Chapter 19. Comment said that I sent a girl. Who did I send it to? Who did I send it to? To follow the original book is to send off a daughter? I don't like to look at the upper right corner. I don't beg you to stay here. Luli stood behind Gray, didn't say anything, just stood quietly behind Gray. After a long time, those mages in the distance also slowly dispersed, and Ulu died. Dai Lion is also dead, and this mission is almost complete. Let's go. After a long time, Luli spoke slowly, softly to Gray, who was kneeling on the ground and howling in pain. Why don't you stop, Uru? Hearing Luli's voice, Gray seemed to go crazy, turned around and yelled at Luli. Boom. Gray's body flew backwards in an instant and slammed into the wall of the house. Gray looked up, looking at Luli in disbelief. If you give up on yourself from now on, then I feel worthless for Ulu. Why should I save you? This trash, Luli sneered. A look of disdain flashed in his eyes. He looked down at Gray and said every word. After hearing Luli's words, Gray fell into silence immediately. After a long time, Gray walked to the side of Dai Lion's huge body, picked up an ice crystal from the ground and put it in his pocket. Ulu, I won't let you down. Gray held the ice crystal tightly, looking at Dai Lion's huge body in front of him, with deep hatred in his eyes. Please take me out of here. I want to become stronger. Immediately, Gray knelt down fiercely to Luli, looked at Luli with piercing eyes and said. After Gray finished speaking, Luli also nodded. 3 days later, Gray settled everything in Ulu, said goodbye to his brother Leon, and left this sad city with Luli. Luli, where are we going? On the broad road, Gray followed Luli step by step with a tired face, and at some point, the clothes on his body disappeared. A place where you can settle down. Luli shook his head, and he didn't know what to say about Gray's bad habit, as Gray is like this in the original book. Advertisement, no. I want to follow you. As soon as Luli's words came out of his mouth, Gray became anxious immediately and hurried to Luli's body and said to Luli with open arms, I don't have time for you, little brat. Luli smiled disdainfully, then pulled Gray aside and continued to walk forward. Gray was speechless for a moment, but his heart was roaring. Obviously, you are as old as me. But it was absolutely not easy for Gray to say this. Wow, is this Magnolia? After more than 10 days of rushing, the two finally came to Magnolia from the ice and snow city in the north. That's right, it is the city where Fairy Tail is located in the original book. Uncle, how is Fairy Tail going? Luli also covered his face when he watched Gray's country bumpkin enter the city, and then asked a passerby beside him. Gray, go, Luli asked the way, looked at the excited Gray beside him, and felt a little headache, grabbed Gray by the collar, and walked forward. This is Fairy Tail. Luli stands in front of a huge building with a stamp engraved on it. This imprint is very familiar to Luli. Go in. Luli patted Gray on the shoulder, and then followed Gray's figure into the building. As soon as I walked in here, I heard bursts of yelling, and excited people shouted with wine glasses in their hands. Luli, are you sure this is a guild of wizards? Why do I think this is a place where a group of drunkards hang out? When Gray saw this scene, the corners of his mouth twitched immediately, and he asked Gray, who was beside him, Brother, are you okay? At this moment, a voice suddenly came from behind the two of them. Advertisement Gray was so frightened that he quickly turned his head to see a short figure standing behind the two of them. Wow, so short. Gray suddenly yelled and looked at the figure in surprise. The corner of Lu Li's mouth twitched, and he didn't know what to say. Ha ha ha, the president was mocked by two children. Originally, the president is very short. Hey, what are you talking about? Suddenly, bursts of laughter came from behind, and the drunkard-like mages taunted the short old man. You guys, do you want to die? The old man's face suddenly turned livid, and he roared at the group of mages. Ahem, what's the matter with you two? After the old man roared, his smiling face returned to his face, and he asked Lu and Li, he wants to join Fairy Tail. Lu Li gestured with his finger, pointed at Gray, and said to the old man. Even if the old man didn't introduce his identity, Lu Li almost knew who he was in his heart. The third generation of Fairy Tail, Makarov. Oh. After hearing Lu Li's words, Makarov's eyes suddenly lit up when he looked at Gray. As the Holy Tin, he can naturally feel the magic power on Gray. Moreover, Gray is still so young, and the road to growth in the future can be extended indefinitely. What about you, brother? P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for rewards, ask for support, ask for everything. Chapter 20. What about you, brother? Afterwards, Makarov put his gaze on Lu Li and asked Lu Li with a serious face. I have no plans to join the guild yet. Lu Li shook his head slightly, with a smile on his face, and rejected Makarov with a smile. Your name is Gray, isn't it? Seeing Lu Li's serious face, Makarov also shook his head, so he didn't continue to invite Lu Li, and then turned around and said to Gray, who was beside him. Gray looked at the short old man in front of him. He couldn't bring up any respect at all, and replied casually. Since you joined Fairy Tail, you must follow the rules of Fairy Tail. Do you have any objections? Makarov didn't care about Gray's attitude, and said to Gray with a solemn expression, What rules? Gray looked at Makarov's serious face, unconsciously blurred, and asked nervously. First, you are not allowed to kill your companions. Second, you can't do anything that endangers the guild. Third, you can't contact the quest employer privately. Do you understand? Afterwards, Makarov said to Gray word by word with a serious face. New. After hearing Makarov's words, Gray suddenly felt a powerful pressure suppressing him, making Gray's face turn livid, and his impression of this little old man changed drastically. Lu Li felt the strong pressure, and his face changed slightly. Is this the strength of Holy Tin? After a while, Lu Li's eyes became firm again. So what about Holy Tin? He will surpass it sooner or later. Then congratulations, you are now a member of Fairy Tail. Seeing the change in Lu Li's eyes, Makarov flashed a look of appreciation, and then said to Gray in front of him, Boys, let's have a party for our new friends. Before Gray could speak, Makarov walked into the guild and said loudly to the members inside, Oh. Advertisement. After hearing Makarov's words, everyone immediately became excited and drank the wine in their hands. Lu Li, you really don't plan to stay. I think it's pretty good here. Gray sat on the table and asked Lu Li, who was blindly opposite, with a slight smile on his face. No, I have to find someone else. Lu Li shook her head slightly with a smile on her face. Hey, kid, who are you looking for? Do you want us to help? Just as Lu Li's voice fell, Makarov jumped onto the table in front of Lu Li and asked Lu Li. After hearing Makarov's words, Lu Li touched the bridge of his nose, thinking about it. In fact, joining Fairy Tail is also good, and there is also a place for receiving tasks in the future. And Urza will join Fairy Tail sooner or later. Why not just wait here? Okay, I'll stay. Lu Li smiled slightly, nodded to Makarov and said, Haha, kid, you won't regret it. Makarov laughed, and then drank the wine in his hand. The moment Lu Li got her Fairy Tail stamp, Lu Li seemed to think it was a good place too. Grandpa, I want to take on the mission. On the third day after joining Fairy Tail, Lu Li walked to the front of the bar and asked Makarov, who was drinking at the bar. Hi, go to the mission board to pick it up. Makarov hiccuped, then waved to Lu Li and said. Lu Li nodded, then walked to the front of the mission board, glanced at it casually, took off a mission sheet and walked in front of Makarov. Oh, A-level. What, A-level mission? Makarov took the task list and glanced at it. He was instantly frightened by Lu Li's boldness and looked at Lu Li in surprise. Hearing Makarov's voice, the eyes of all Fairy Tail mages instantly shifted to Lu Li, their eyes full of incredulity. Is it weird? Lu Li was a little puzzled. Since it was not the first time he had done such a task, he asked Makarov, Advertisement. Hearing Lu Li's words, Makarov couldn't help but twitch slightly at the corner of his mouth. Lu Li, what level of wizard are you now? Makarov tried his best to calm down and asked Lu Li, Class A? What's the matter? Lu Li turned her head and said casually to Makarov. After Lu Li's voice fell, the whole fairy tale fell silent instantly, and everyone looked at Lu Li with shocked expressions. Makarov also became serious, looking at Lu Li seriously. Lu Li was not afraid at all, and looked at Makarov. I agree, but before you set off to do this task, I have one condition. Looking at Lu Li's fearless eyes, Makarov approved in his heart, but he still said seriously. Lu Li nodded, not knowing what the condition Makarov was talking about. I want to personally test your strength. Makarov looked at Lu Li, and then said word by word. Bring it on. Lu Li smiled slightly. His eyes suddenly filled with fiery fighting intent. Boom! Lu Li's body was instantly covered with a burst of silvery white lightning, and the lightning formed a layer of armor on Lu Li's body. With the appearance of this layer of silver white armor, the tables and chairs around Lu Li were instantly shaken away and turned into pieces. Brat, go outside. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for rewards, ask for support, ask for everything. Chapter 21. P.S. This is an extra chapter today. There are some people asking about the skirt number in the comment area, because it can't be posted before it's on the shelves, which is prone to accidents, and the skirt number will be posted after it's on the shelves. This is the first time for the author to write a book, and there may be some bugs, brothers, please bear with me at that time. Looking at the pile of broken tables and chairs in front of him, Makarov felt a pain in his heart. These are all money. Stinky boy, get out of here. Makarov jumped directly onto the bar and yelled at the innocent Lu Li, didn't you say it started? Lu Li shrugged his shoulders. A look of helplessness flashed in his eyes. The two walked out of the guild and faced each other in the open space at the entrance of the guild. The sound from Fairy Tale also attracted the attention of the residents of Magnolia, and they all gathered around. What happened? What is Fairy Tale doing again? The townspeople looked at Lu Li and Makarov with doubts and whispered to each other. Everyone in Magnolia knew about Makarov, and the behavior of the two of them today also made everyone feel puzzled. Old man, then I will not be polite. Lu Li's face was dignified. A trace of thunder rose from his palm, and he said coldly to Makarov, who was not far away, Bring it on. With a slight smile still on Makarov's face, he waved casually at Lu Li and said, Regarding Lu Li's strength, Makarov really didn't need to be serious. Chidori. Chi. Lu Li's eyes were serious. A sharp voice came from Lu Li's hand, and then streaks of thunder light attached to Lu Li's right hand. The sharp sound seemed like thousands of birds were neighing in unison, and the sound made the residents of Magnolia frown deeply. Advertisement. Different from these residents, the wizards of Fairy Tale saw this scene, and a look of horror flashed in their eyes. Lu Li has actually mastered such a powerful magic, and it seems that such magic has never been heard of before. With Lu Li's right hand facing down, his figure suddenly disappeared in place. After reappearing, Lu Li's figure appeared above Makarov's head, and the palm full of thunder directly pierced Makarov's head. Makarov's figure flashed, and his palm suddenly stretched out, grabbing Lu Li's arm directly. As soon as Lu Li's face changed, he didn't have any time to react, and was directly grabbed by Makarov. A powerful force bound Lu Li's arms tightly, and Lu Li couldn't use any strength. Gritting his teeth, a layer of thunderlight was attached to Lu Li's leg, and he kicked Makarov with one foot. The expression on Makarov's face did not change. He was still so relaxed, and blocked Lu Li's leg again. Boom! Makarov slammed his right hand, grabbed Lu Li's right hand directly, and threw Lu Li's figure out. Lu Li's body slammed into the far wall, knocking out a big hole in the wall. A puff of smoke rose, but Lu Li's voice could not be heard. Everyone began to worry about Lu Li's safety. Hey, Lu Li boy, if you are like this, then change the mission. Makarov picked his nostrils, still smiling, and said softly to the haze. It's not over yet. Just as Makarov's voice fell, a figure slowly stood up in the haze. 10 million volts Thor. Bursts of thunder flashed, and then Lu Li's figure burst out of the haze in an instant, and traces of thunder rose from Lu Li's body, gathering in the air to form a huge figure. Lu Li was in a mess. A trace of bright red blood left from the corner of his mouth, and his clothes became tattered. Moreover, Lu Li's face was also a little pale. Obviously, this was Lu Li's last resort. The faces of the many mages around changed, and they could clearly feel the danger coming from the thunder giant in the sky. Advertisement as if Magnolia could be destroyed at any moment. Not only did their faces change drastically, but Makarov also put away his previous smile and looked at the thunder giant in the sky with a solemn expression. Roar! The thunder giant held the thunder war goo and let out an angry roar at Makarov, and the thunder war goo in his hand charged straight at Makarov. Boom! Seeing that the thunderbolt was about to hit Makarov, and when others were worried about Makarov, Makarov's figure instantly became extremely huge. His right hand was covered with a golden light, and he punched the thunder giant. Boom! The collision of the thunderous sword and the golden light giant fist produced a powerful shock wave, blowing away those ordinary people who were not magicians. At this time, the thunder unexpectedly dissipated suddenly, turning into traces of thunder and dissipating in the blue sky and white clouds. Makarov's huge figure looked in the direction of Luli, only to see Luli sitting on the ground pale and panting. You win, with a little unwillingness on her face, Luli whispered to Makarov. No, you won. Makarov shook his head, his figure slowly returned to its original state, and said to Luli with a smile. Whoa, Grandini, where have you been? Luli looked at the blue-haired loli in front of her with black lines all over her head, and secretly sighed in her heart. I just came out to complete a mission, and I could meet one of the original characters. Isn't this the dragon slayer Windy of the Sky Dragon in the original book? P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for rewards, ask for support, ask for everything. Chapter 22. Kid, why are you here alone? Luli walked to Windy's side, with a little warmth on his face, and asked Windy softly. You? Who are you? The sudden voice startled Windy. She looked at Luli with a pale face, and asked Luli with a trembling voice at this moment. I'm a wizard. What are you doing here? Luli touched Windy's sky-blue hair, with a slight smile on his face, and said softly to Windy, Grandini. Grandini is gone. Windy, who had stopped crying, heard Luli's words, her eyes filled with tears, and she looked at Luli with reddish eyes. After hearing Windy's words, Luli's eyes flashed brightly. Grandini is gone, which means the dragons are gone. Natsu is about to join Fairy Tail, and Urza is with Natsu. Stop crying. Grandini just left on business. Luli touched Windy's head, and a gentle and tender voice came out of Luli's mouth and said softly to Windy, Really? After hearing Luli's words, Windy stopped crying immediately, looked at Luli with tears in her eyes and sobbed. Yes, Luli looked at Windy's eyes and suddenly felt a sense of guilt in his heart. Big brother, my name is Winnie Marvel. What's your name? After all, Windy is a child at heart. After hearing Luli's words, she immediately became happy and asked Luli, My name is Luli. Luli stroked Windy's hair and replied with a chuckle. After getting along with Windy for a few days, Windy did not have the fear of Luli before, but became quite close to Luli who, suddenly, Luli's eyes froze and a thunder rose from Luli's palm, pulling Windy behind him, looking at the bushes in front of him and shouting coldly, Brother Luli, what's the matter? Windy looked at Luli's reaction. She was also a little strange. She tilted her head and asked Luli, Don't get excited. I have no malicious intentions. After Windy's voice fell, a voice suddenly came from the bushes ahead, and then a figure slowly walked out of the bushes. Advertisement: blue hair, evil patterns, and a black robe. When Luli saw this figure, the first impression that appeared in his mind was Jalal. Luli was roaring with thunder, as if he was about to run away at any moment. The figure was indeed Jalal. Seeing Luli's appearance, Jalal was also a little puzzled. But before Jalal could speak, a thunderbolt suddenly fell from the sky and blasted straight towards Jalal. Jalal's face changed, and the figure quickly moved away. My friend, I shouldn't have offended you. Jalal, who was attacked for no reason, looked gloomy and looked at Luli and asked word by word. Luli suddenly remembered that this Jalal seemed to come from another world. A look of embarrassment flashed across his face, and he put away the thunder in his hand. Ahem, it's confiscated. I'm excited. Luli didn't know how to explain it, so he could only smile awkwardly at Jalal. Hearing Luli's words, Jalal felt extremely aggrieved. Being dumped in the face for no reason, who can be in a better mood? My name is Luli. I'm sorry just now. Luli looked at Jalal's gloomy face, stretched out his right hand and said to Jalal. Jalal Fernandez, seeing Luli's appearance, Jalal also stretched out his hand without smiling and shook hands with Luli lightly. Idolas. At this moment, Luli took a deep look at Jalal and said 4 words softly from his mouth. How do you know? Who are you? Jalal's face changed, and he looked at Luli with cold eyes and asked, Don't worry about how I know. I also know why you came here. Luli smiled slightly, without the slightest malice on his face, and whispered to Jalal. What do you want to do? Jalal asked with a gloomy face. Advertisement, he was not sure about keeping Luli, so he could only communicate with Luli properly. I don't need you to do anything, just help me take care of this child. Luli shook his head slightly, pulled Wendy in front of him, and said to Jalal. When Jalal heard Luli's words, a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. Before that, he thought that Luli would make some excessive demands. Brother Luli, don't you want me? I don't want to go with him. After listening to Luli's words, Wendy suddenly hugged Luli's right hand and said to Luli with tears flowing, My brother is just going to do a very important thing, and he will come back when it's done. Looking at Wendy's appearance, Luli also felt a little headache. It is impossible to take Wendy to carry out the task by yourself. After all, this is not an easy task. Okay, I promise you. Jalal looked at Luli, who was squatting on the ground, to comfort Wendy, and then slowly spoke to Luli. Seeing that Jalal agreed, Luli also breathed a sigh of relief. After all, in the original book, Wendy followed Jalal. Okay, Wendy, follow this brother. I'll be back in a few days. Luli touched Wendy's sky blue hair, and a gentle voice came from Luli's mouth. After hearing Luli's words, Wendy felt a little bit sad, but she walked to Jalal's side obediently. For Jalal, Wendy was still a little scared, but with Luli's guarantee, Wendy still did not refuse. Then I will trouble you then. Luli put his eyes on Jalal and said softly, Call me Mystigan. I think you should know the Jalal of this world. Jalal took a deep look at Luli and said to Luli. Luli didn't refute either, just smiled. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for rewards, ask for support, ask for everything. Chapter 23. After listening to Jalal, no, it should be Mystigan, Luli didn't refute anything. Although I don't know Jalal, but Luli has already missed Jalal. Wendy will leave it to you. Luli glanced at Mystigan, then patted Wendy's head, then turned and left. Getting along with Wendy in the past few days has also made Wendy quite dependent on Luli. Now that Luli left, Wendy looked at Luli's back with red eyes, watching Luli's back gradually drifting away and slowly disappearing into the forest. Let's go too. Mystigan looked at Luli's back with a slight curve of his mouth, and then whispered to Wendy beside him. Wendy was absent-minded and looked back at the place where Luli's back left from time to time, wanting to see Luli's figure appear again. Thunder. In a mountain range, a cold roar came suddenly, and then a violent thunder fell from the sky, directly blasting on a giant beast above the mountain range. The thunder dissipated, and waves of smoke and haze rose from the ground. As the smog dissipated, the gigantic monster fell to the ground lifeless, and the slightest thunder light moved on the giant beast's body. This subdragon is really difficult to deal with. A figure jumped down from a high place, looking at the slightly charred giant beast, with a little satisfaction in his eyes. This boy is exactly Luli who left before. After Luli left, he ran directly to the mission location. With Luli's speed, he arrived at the mission location within 2 days. And the giant beast in front of him is Luli's mission target. Yalong species, Earth Dragon. Although it is a subdragon species, it also has strong strength. Since ancient times, those who have hooked up with dragons are not easy to mess with. It was the result of several days of hard work that Luli killed this giant beast. Call. Luli exhaled deeply, and then dug out one of the Earth Dragon's teeth, which was the item for this mission. Advertisement, putting the dragon tooth away. Luli turned and left directly. The corpse of this subdragon is not attractive to Luli at all. As for dragon blood, how could Luli need the dragon blood of this subdragon species? There is also a purebred thunder dragon in Luli's Dragon Island. Grandpa, how far are we from Fairy Tale? On the way back to the guild, a crisp voice reached Luli's ears, and Luli walked in the direction of the voice with some doubts. Hurry up. In Luli's sight, a small old man shook his head, and beside the old man was a child with pink hair. Yo, old man. This old man is the chairman of Fairy Tale, Makarov. Luli set her eyes on the pink-haired child and had some guesses in her heart. This should be the protagonist, Natsu. Luli, why are you here? Hearing Luli's voice, Makarov was also slightly taken aback, looked at Luli in surprise and asked, Just finished the task, ready to go back to the guild. Luli shrugged his shoulders and replied to Makarov. This kid's name is Natsu, and he's new to our guild. Seeing Luli's eyes on Natsu, Makarov pushed Natsu in front of him and introduced to Luli, Yo, little brat, how are you? A smile rose from the corner of Luli's mouth, and he said to Natsu with a chuckle, I'm not a brat. When Natsu heard Lu Li's words, his fiery temper suddenly exploded, and he yelled at Lu Li, "I'm going to beat you up." Suddenly, Natsu ignited a burst of flames in his hands, roared at Lu Li, and punched Lu Li directly. "Take it easy, advertisement." Makarov felt helpless when he saw this scene, and said quickly, "Do not worry." Lu Li naturally knew what Makarov meant, and gave Makarov a look that you understood. And Natsu also thought that Makarov was talking to himself, and he was even more contemptuous of the boy who was only a few years older than him. "Fire Dragon's Iron Fist?" Natsu roared, and the burning flames blasted directly at Lu Li. "Thunder Dance." Lu Li chuckled and stretched out a finger in his right hand, slightly in front of him. Suddenly, Natsu felt his body go numb. Zizizi. Before Natsu could react, bursts of lightning instantly covered Natsu's body, like a dancing elf. After a long time, the lightning disappeared, and Natsu fell to the ground with a bang. Good. So strong Natsu, who was covered in pitch black, couldn't even lift his fingers, and spit out a word while foaming at the mouth. "I told you to take it easy." Seeing this scene, Makarov seemed to have known it in his heart and walked to Natsu's side. "This is already the weakest magic." Lu Li shook his head and said helplessly, spreading his hands. Natsu, who was lying on the ground, was shocked by Lu Li's words when he heard this. "This is only the weakest magic. How strong is the powerful magic?" "Don't worry, you'll be fine if you take a break. It's just paralysis." Lu Li looked at the worried Makarov and said helplessly, "Could he still kill this little kid?" P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for rewards, ask for support, ask for everything. Chapter 24. "Oh man, why are you staying here? Aren't you going back to the guild?" After Natsu regained his strength, he looked at Lu Li with a little fear in his eyes, but Lu Li didn't care and asked Makarov, "Oh, there was another girl just now. She went to the shower." Makarov also reacted when he heard Lu Li's words and replied to Lu Li. When Lu Li heard Makarov's words, he didn't continue to say anything, nodded and sat aside. After a while, there was a slight sound of footsteps coming from the bushes beside him. Lu Li's eyes froze sharply, and a gleam of thunder emerged from Lu Li's body. Seeing this scene, Natsu immediately showed panic and quickly hid behind Makarov. "Take it easy." Seeing the thunder on Lu Li's body, Makarov patted Lu Li's shoulder and said softly. Immediately, a blush came out from the bushes. Seeing this blush, Lu Li's pupils suddenly shrank, and his body began to tremble slowly. "Lu Li, what's wrong with you?" Makarov immediately felt Lu Li's strangeness and asked Lu Li with some doubts. "Urza." With a trembling voice, Lu Li slowly stretched out his right hand to the blush. Hearing the familiar name, Urza suddenly raised his head and looked in the direction of the voice. The familiar figure stood not far away and looked at him. Lu Li. Urza's originally calm face seemed to be approached by a sudden storm, and a line of tears flowed down his pure white face. "Whoa, I finally see you again." Urza fell directly into Lu Li's arms, hugging Lu Li's back tightly and crying loudly. Looking at the two of them, Makarov was also puzzled, not knowing how the two knew each other. After a long time, the two recovered from the excitement of reuniting after a long absence and walked to Makarov together. "You two know each other?" Looking at the two of them, Makarov finally asked the doubts in his heart. Advertisement. Immediately, Lu Li told Makarov about the two of them, but did not tell what happened after Urza was taken away. "After all, I haven't experienced these things myself, so it's a bit unbelievable to say it." "So you said it was Urza you were looking for?" Makarov suddenly remembered that when Lu Li joined Fairy Tail, he said that he was going to find a very important person. "Yes." Lu Li smiled slightly, glanced at Urza beside him and said. After hearing Lu Li's words, Urza was also a little moved after knowing Lu Li's experience after these years. "Haha, if you're fine, go back to the guild." Makarov looked at the appearance of Lu and Li, winked at them for a while, then pulled Natsu and walked forward. Lu Li shrugged his shoulders and followed Makarov's figure. Although the speed of the group was not as fast as that of Lu Li, they arrived at Magnolia a day later. After imprinting the Fairy Tail stamp on Urza and Natsu, they are exactly joining Fairy Tail. However, one thing that puzzles Lu Li is that Urza did not join Fairy Tail with Natsu in the original book, but now they are. Could it be that the world has changed because of the appearance of this butterfly? Lu Li shook his head. As long as he found Urza, it would be fine. "Lu Li, you are drinking here again." After returning to the guild, Lu Li is like a salted fish, besides sitting in the guild drinking and sleeping in the dormitory. "Lu Li, come and fight with me." And Natsu also seemed to have forgotten the previous scars, and said provocatively to Lu Li, "Tisich, flame idiot, you will not be Lu Li's opponent." At this moment, Gray jumped out from nowhere and said mockingly to Natsu with his upper body naked, "Ice Cube B asterisk 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 D. Do you want to fight?" Natsu exploded when he heard what Gray said, growling at Gray. Advertisement, come here. Who is afraid of whom? Bang. Bang. Guildmates must love each other and not fight. Just when the battle between the two was about to break out, and everyone in the guild was waiting to watch, a figure in armor suddenly appeared, punched the two of them on the head, and said to the two of them, "Evil. The devil is back." Seeing this figure, Natsu's eyes flashed with fear, and he sat on the ground and slid a few meters behind him. AI. Urza. It was Natsu who made the first move. Seeing Urza's figure, Gray also broke out in cold sweat and explained to Urza with a trembling voice, "Where did Luli go?" Urza glanced around the guild and asked Gray in front of him, "Over there." Hearing that Urza didn't pursue his affairs, Gray sat up from the ground at once, pointing to a figure in the corner with a strong desire to survive, and said to Urza, "Boom. Don't take off your clothes next time." Urza patted Gray's shoulder in satisfaction, then punched Gray's head with a fist, and walked towards the corner without leaving a word. Gray looked at Urza's back, wanting to cry without tears. The point was that he didn't dare to take revenge yet. Not to mention that you can't beat Urza. Even if you can beat Urza, you can't beat Luli. On the first day Urza joined Fairy Tail, Luli spoke out. If anyone dares to bully Urza, then Luli will bully him personally. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for rewards, ask for support, ask for everything. Chapter 25. Luli, go out with me on a mission. Urza glanced at Natsu and Gray with satisfaction, then walked up to Luli and looked at Luli seriously. After hearing Urza's words, a look of surprise flashed in Luli's eyes. Urza would actually take the initiative to let him accompany her to do the task. When Urza first joined the guild, Luli wanted to take Urza to do missions, but Urza refused. "Have you encountered any difficulties?" Luli's face became serious, looking at Urza and asking, "Well, this mission is to crusade against a dark magic sect. It was originally recorded in the mission list that this dark magic sect only has a B-level mage, but when I went to investigate yesterday, there was an A-level mage." Urza looked gloomy, nodded to Luli and said, "When to set off?" Luli nodded and agreed to Urza's invitation without any hesitation. "Let's go right away." Urza directly pulled Luli up from the chair and dragged Luli towards the outside of the guild. Luli was taken aback for a moment and was dragged out before he could react. There was a wry smile on Luli's face. Urza really couldn't help himself with this vigorous character. What kind of A-level mage is this? It's just a B-level peak who is about to break through the A-level. A day later, Luli sat lazily on the train and said casually to Urza beside him. Before the two returned to the guild, they heard noisy voices in the guild. Boom! Luli kicked the door open, and the guild fell into silence for an instant. "Luli, what do you want to do, kid?" Looking at the door that was kicked out of a big hole, Makarov's eyes showed distress, and he yelled at Luli, "Just to let you know that I'm back." Luli clasped the back of his head with both hands and said with a chuckle to Makarov. Advertisement. After Luli's voice fell, the entire guild fell into silence again. Not only Makarov's head is full of black lines, but all members of the guild are also covered in black lines. Who is he? In the guild, a silver-haired girl dressed as a little sister looked at Luli's appearance and asked a person beside her with some doubts. He is also a partner of the guild, but he is very strong. Hearing the girl's voice, the person being questioned quickly replied to the silver-haired girl. His face was full of pride when he spoke, as if he was Luli. "Hey, I heard that you are very strong." When the silver-haired girl heard what this man said, a light flashed in her eyes. She took a step forward and said frivolously to Luli, "What do you want to do?" Before Luli could speak, Urza Xiaotian, who was beside him, stepped out, looking at the silver-haired girl with an unkind expression. "Who are you?" When the silver-haired girl saw Urza, she immediately felt upset, raised her eyebrows, and said provocatively to Urza, "What does who I have to do with you?" As soon as the two met, it seemed that fire and water were incompatible, and they almost pinched each other directly, like a bomb that would explode at any time. "Okay, Urza." Luli pulled Urza to his side and stopped the two. "My name is Luli." Luli smiled slightly, stretched out his right hand to the silver-haired girl, and said with a chuckle, "Mira Strauss." Seeing the smile on Luli's face, the silver-haired girl stopped provocatively with Urza, said to Luli, and gave Urza a provocative look after she finished speaking. "You flat-chested woman, what are you looking at?" Seeing Myra's provocative eyes, Urza couldn't help it suddenly, pushed Luli away, and said loudly to Mira, "What are you talking about, you perverted armored woman?" Hearing that Urza poked her sore spot, Mira instantly yelled at Urza like a cat whose hair has exploded. "I said you're flat-chested." Advertisement. Seeing Myra's appearance, Urza crossed his hands in front of his chest and said to Mira proudly, "Don't stop me, I'm going to beat her." Mira couldn't bear it for a moment, roared at Urza, and rushed directly at Urza. "Humph, who is afraid of whom?" Urza also smiled dismissively and rushed towards Mira. "Sister, stop." At this moment, a thin girl rushed out from the crowd, grabbed Mira, and hugged Myra's arm tightly. "Lisanna, don't stop me." After the silver-haired girl appeared, Mira restrained her temper a little bit, but still stared at Urza. After Lisanna walked out of the crowd, there was a boy who was a little bigger than his peers hiding behind one of them, looking at Urza with some fear. "Brother Elfman, hurry up and stop Miss Mira." Seeing the burly boy, Lisanna held Myra's arm and shouted to Elfman. Okay, don't make things difficult for Elfman." Mira is also very helpless towards her younger brother. Although he is tall, he is very timid. "Urza." Mira stopped. Just as Urza was about to speak, he heard Luli's voice. Urza glared at Mira angrily, and then returned to Luli's side. "Macau, where's the old man?" After Urza came back, Luli asked softly to an uncle beside him. This uncle is the 4th-generation president of Fairy Tail. "Here, let's drink. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for rewards, ask for support, ask for everything. P.S. The author said by the old man in the comment area will pay attention. If there is something wrong with this book, I hope everyone can point it out in the comment area. The author will modify it and Wendy's whereabouts." Having said that, you can read the comments. Wendy will definitely follow the protagonist. After all, Loli is high. Chapter 26. "Yo, old man, I'm free." Luli sat down beside Makarov and spoke softly to him. "What's the matter? Get out if you have nothing to do." Seeing the smile on Luli's face, Makarov suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. After taking a sip of wine, he said to Luli angrily, "It's fine. I want to participate in the assessment of S-rank mages." Luli touched his head and said to Makarov with a chuckle, "Oh, S-rank, what? S-rank wizard assessment?" Makarov replied casually, but after Makarov reacted, a sharp roar came from Makarov's mouth, and he yelled at Luli, "What? Luli is going to take the S-rank wizard assessment? How old is Luli today? Is he going to take the S-level assessment? Is Luli going to be Fairy Tail's youngest S-rank mage?" The entire Fairy Tail heard Makarov's words and looked at the small figure in front of the bar in shock. "Yeah, is it weird?" Luli shrugged his shoulders and replied casually to everyone. After hearing Luli's words, everyone suddenly didn't know how to answer and looked at Luli speechlessly. Luli is only 13 years old this year. Isn't it strange to take part in the S-class wizard assessment? Generally, a child who is 13 years old has just become a wizard. "Luli, S-rank mages are no joke. Do you think you can do it?" Not only were everyone shocked, a shock flashed in Makarov's eyes, and then he looked at Luli solemnly and asked Luli word by word. Luli didn't answer, but smiled slightly at Makarov. Suddenly, a violent magic burst out from Luli's body, directly suppressing the wizards of Fairy Tail. Everyone's expressions changed, and they were even more shocked when they saw Luli advertisement with such magical power. What kind of monster is Luli? Even some ordinary S-rank mages don't have such magic power. I'll give you a week to prepare, and next week you will take the S-rank wizard assessment. Makarov naturally felt the power of Luli's magic power, and after being silent for a while, he spoke softly to Luli. Makarov's words seemed to be discussing with Luli, but there was an unbelievable tone. Luli didn't refuse either, shrugged his shoulders at Makarov, and agreed. After Luli returned to his home, he locked himself in the room. Urza watched Luli return to his room and was a little puzzled, but Urza didn't ask any questions and went back to his room directly. After Urza joined Fairy Tail, Luli already had his own house in Magnolia. At first, Urza planned to live in the girls' dormitory of the guild, but Luli forcefully took Urza to his home directly, and then the two began to live together. And Luli is not short of money. Luli still has a little money, although most of the money is used for Izzo's training every time he does a task, but Luli also keeps a part for himself. Luli went back to her room, and her mind went directly to Dragon Island. Looking at the vigorous dragon soul grass growing in his farm, Lu Li's eyes showed surprise. Izzo, come here. Lu Li looked around, but didn't see Izuo's figure, so he yelled helplessly to the sky. Roar! After a while, a hurricane roared, and then a huge shadow rose at Lu Li's feet, and a huge body fell from the sky. After not seeing each other for a few days, Izzo's body grew a little. ISA, let's eat. Lu Li picked off all the dragon soul grasses in the farmland and threw them directly at Izuo. When Izuo saw the dragon soul grass, a pair of ferocious dragon eyes flashed a bright light, and he swallowed 2 dragon soul grass in one gulp. Roar! After swallowing the dragon soul grass, Izuo suddenly turned to the sky and roared, exuding a terrifying coercion all over his body. Advertisement, huh? Breakthrough? Lu Li looked at Izuo's appearance. A look of surprise flashed in his eyes, and then he backed away from Izuo's side. Roar! Izuo roared towards the sky. The original blue sky was instantly covered by dark clouds, and bursts of thunder trembled with Izuo's roar. After a long time, the dark clouds slowly dispersed, and Izuo's figure appeared in front of Lu Li again. Izuo's body became even bigger, at least twice as big as before. The ferocious dragon head was at least as big as a house, and the silver-white dragon scales shone with bursts of thunder. Ding! Congratulations to the host dragon servant who has been upgraded to a level 7 dragon and won the chance to draw dragon eggs x1 inch at this moment. The cold voice of the system rarely sounded in Lu Li's mind. After hearing the system's words, Lu Li's eyes flashed with excitement. Finally, the dragon eggs can be extracted again. As soon as Lu Li closed his eyes, a huge turntable appeared in front of Lu Li. There are signs of various attributes on the turntable, such as metal, wood, water, fire, earth, thunder, ice, air, and several other signs that Lu Li is not clear about. Extract, Lu Li said silently in her heart, and then the turntable began to rotate violently. After a long time, the turntable slowly stopped and slowly landed on an attribute symbol. Lu Li was slightly taken aback when he saw this sign, and then his eyes showed ecstasy. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for rewards, ask for support, ask for everything. Chapter 27. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting the ice dragon egg. The system's sound fell, and an ice blue dragon egg suddenly appeared in front of Lu Li. Lu Li touched the ice blue dragon egg, and there was a burst of cold air above the dragon egg, which also satisfied Lu Li roar. After this ice blue dragon egg appeared, Izuo suddenly became extremely irritable, roaring continuously at the dragon egg, his whole body flashing with thunder. Izzo, what's wrong with you? Seeing Izuo's appearance, Lu Li was also slightly taken aback, frowning deeply, and asked Izuo, Ho ho! Hearing Lu Li's words, Izuo suddenly lay down on the ground, as if he had been greatly wronged, and roared a few times at Lu Li. Lu Li also seemed to understand Izuo's thoughts, walked to Izuo's side speechlessly, and gave Izuo a heavy blow on the head. Izuo was even more aggrieved after being hammered by Lu Li. You are all my partners. I will not want you. Lu Li shook his head helplessly, touched Izuo's head and said. After hearing Lu Li's words, Izuo suddenly raised his head and looked at Lu Li helplessly, as if he was questioning Lu Li roar. After a long time, Izuo raised his head abruptly, roared at the sky, waved his wings and returned to the Thunder Mountain range in the distance. Lu Li looked at Izuo of Tsundere, also dumbfounded. Then he turned his eyes to the ice blue dragon egg in front of him, and Lu Li's eyes showed a fiery color. The ice dragon is not only powerful, but also the ice magic is not weak. Lu Li bit her finger, and a drop of blood instantly covered the entire dragon egg. Click. After a while, a slight sound came from the dragon egg. Advertisement. The dragon egg shattered, and a small ice blue claw protruded from the dragon egg. Immediately, the whole body crawled out of the dragon egg and looked at the world in front of him curiously. The ice blue body exuded a chill. The moment he saw Lu Li, there was a little strangeness in his eyes, and after the strangeness, there was a deep kindness in his eyes. From today on, your name will be Snow. Lu Li touched the ice blue body of the little dragon and said to the little dragon with a smile. After listening to Lu Li's words, Snow was obviously also satisfied with the name and rubbed Lu Li's trouser leg. Lu Li nodded in satisfaction and then reclaimed a piece of farmland again. Because Lu Li got the second dragon, Lu Li can reclaim a piece of farmland again. After planting 3 dragon soul grass seeds, 3 seedlings grew in an instant. System, I want to build a habitat for ice dragons. Luli fed Snow the eggshells, and Snow was a little drowsy after eating and fell asleep on the side. Looking at Snower who fell asleep, Luli said to the system in his mind, "Ding. Deduct 1 million J to build the ice-type dragon habitat, Glacier. Please choose the address of the host." As Luli's voice fell, the cold voice of the system came. When Luli heard the voice of deduction, a distress flashed in Luli's eyes, but he still didn't stop it. Following Luli's order, a glacial plain filled with icy atmosphere rose not far away. Luli nodded in satisfaction and then took Snow to the glacier plain. Putting Snow in a cave randomly, Luli also left the glacier. "It's still a little cold here. System, I want to receive ice magic." After Luli returned to the previous position, he spoke to the system in his mind again. Advertisement. As Luli's voice fell, a cool feeling rose 3 fingers below Luli's abdomen, and this comfortable feeling made Luli close his eyes involuntarily. After a long time, Luli slowly opened his eyes, and an ice blue color flashed in Luli's eyes. This color disappeared in a flash, and soon returned to its previous appearance. Luli slowly stretched out his right hand, and an ice crystal rose in Luli's palm. Following Luli's idea, this ice crystal slowly formed an ice rose. Satisfied, Luli crushed the ice rose, and then returned to the real world. Although he is not as proficient in lightning magic as he has obtained ice magic, Luli is an S-level magician. As long as he masters the use of ice magic, he can quickly become proficient. A week passed in a flash, and the S-level assessment that Luli had been waiting for came. "Luli, have you really thought about it? There is still a chance to give up now." At the gate of Fairy Tale, Makarov said solemnly to Luli with a serious face. "No need. I want to participate." Luli shook her head slightly and said to Makarov with the same solemn expression, "Since you are the only one in the S-level assessment this time, you will not be able to go to the Holy Land of Sirius Island. As long as you can hold out under Gildarts for half an hour, you will pass the first level." Makarov seemed to have guessed it a long time ago, sighed slightly, then pointed in a direction and said softly to Luli. Luli looked along Makarov's fingers, and a man with the vicissitudes of life leaned against a tree in the distance, saw Luli's eyes and waved at Luli. Luli did not underestimate this vicissitude-looking uncle. Luli knew that this man was a fairy tale, the strongest existence except Makarov. "I accepted. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for rewards, ask for support, ask for everything. Recommend a book by my brother. If you like Pokemon, you can read Pokemon. Wan Jiamal." Chapter 28. I accepted. Looking at Gildarts, Luli's eyes flashed with a strong fighting spirit. Gildarts saw Luli's eyes, and there was a flash of approval in his eyes. Regardless of Luli's strength, just because Luli can still show such a look in front of him is worthy of Gildarts' approval. "Come on, if you can't hold on, just call it a surrender." Gildarts took a step forward, smiled slightly at Luli, and said with a chuckle. Luli nodded seriously and didn't hold back. After all, this person in front of him is one of the strongest fairy tales. 100,000 volts to go. Luli took a step forward and pressed his hands on the ground. Currents flowed from Luli's feet and penetrated the surroundings along the ground. Bang, bang, bang. Due to the strong current, the stone bricks on the ground were directly smashed into pieces, making loud noises. Gildart's eyes were fixed, and his feet stomped on the ground. The whole ground shattered instantly, turning into a burst of dust. Luli's complexion changed, and his figure suddenly disappeared in place, turning into a flash of thunder and disappearing. Just as Luli's figure disappeared, a huge rock instantly hit Luli's previous position, sticking straight to the ground. "Hey, do you want to kill me?" Luli was sweating coldly, looked at Gildarts and shouted coldly, "This is not a game." Gildarts smiled slightly, clenched his right hand, and punched Luli instantly. Luli could clearly feel the magical power covering Gildart's fist, and knew that something would happen if he was hit by this fist. A flash of lightning flashed under his feet, and the figure disappeared in a flash of lightning. Gildarts punched Luli in front of him, and the ground instantly shattered and turned into puffs of smoke. Luli suddenly broke out in cold sweat. Advertisement: if this is his own bombardment, it will also be turned into minced meat. Good, so strong. You can force Luli like this. Is this the strength of Gildarts? It's scary. Luli is so strong. He can fight against Gildarts for so long. The other members of the guild were also shocked when they saw the battle between the two. You must know that it has been a long time since Gildarts became an S-class mage, and Luli is only a 13-year-old child, and he can fight Gildarts for so long. Although Luli was always pressed and beaten, It can also prove Lu Li's strength. Ice make Rose Garden. At this moment, Lu Li's figure jumped back, his hands were crossed together, and bursts of cold air emerged from Lu Li's palm. Gildart's face changed, but before he could react, beside Gildart's, ice blue roses grew instantly, forming a rose garden. Good chance. Lu Li's figure flashed, and a thunderbolt fell from the sky in an instant, directly killing Gildart's. Crush. Gildart's complexion changed, his eyes became extremely serious, and he punched the ground under his feet, turning the whole ground into dust. Along with the ground turned to dust was the ice rose that surrounded Gildart's. Lu Li is actually an ice mage. So strong. Gildart's, is this serious? Everyone present was surprised when they saw Lu Li's move, especially when Gray saw Lu Li's move. A shock flashed in his eyes. This is Ulu's move. Ice make, shotgun impatience. Lu Li made a fist with his left hand and placed it on his right hand. Immediately, bullets made of ice and snow shot out from nowhere and shot straight at Gildart's. Million-volt Brontosaurus. After this move, Lu Li didn't stop attacking. He stepped on the ground, his figure jumped up, his hands were raised above his head, and a thunderbolt fell from the sky, converging on Lu Li's hands. Roar. Advertisement thunder turned into a thunder dragon, roared at Gildart's, and killed Gildart's with endless ice and snow bullets. Boom. Gildart's eyes were extremely serious, even he could feel the danger of the thunder dragon in the sky. Breaking evil and showing righteousness one day. A powerful magic power covered Gildart's fist. Gildart's eyes were fixed, and he punched the sky. Endless magic power burst out from Gildart's fist in an instant, and directly hit the thunder dragon in the sky. Boom. When the thunder dragon collided with this magic power, the thunder dragon didn't even persist for 10 seconds, and was directly decomposed by this magic power, and a trace of lightning disappeared into the sky. And Gildart's left hand didn't stop, waved his hand in front of him, and a magic shield of light appeared in front of Gildart's, directly blocking all the ice and snow bullets. Phew. It's really powerful like a monster. Lu Li landed on the ground. Looking at the unscathed Gildart's, he also smiled bitterly. He did not expect that the gap between himself and Gildart's was so big. Hey, if that's the case, I'm afraid I won't be able to let you pass this first level. Gildart's looked at Lu Li's slightly pale face, smiled frivolously, and said to Lu Li. Although Gildart's said so, he already admitted Lu Li in his heart. After all, when I was this age, I was probably still playing with mud. It's not over yet. When Lu Li heard Gildart's words, a smile flashed in his eyes, and he said softly, I know you have a powerful magic trick, but with your current magic power, I'm afraid you can't release it anymore. Gildart's looked at Lu Li's appearance, smiled slightly, and did not listen to Lu Li's words at all. Izzo. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for rewards, ask for support, ask for everything. Chapter 29. Izzo. A smile appeared on the corner of Lu Li's mouth, and he slammed coldly at the sky. Everyone was a little at a loss looking at Lu Li's appearance. Could it be that the kid is mentally disturbed because he was abused so badly by Gildart's? Gildart's was also a little puzzled when he saw Lu Li's appearance. But Gildart's doesn't think Lu Li is crazy because he was hit by himself. Before Gildart's could ask a question, a sense of uneasiness suddenly rose in his heart, and his figure jumped behind him. Boom. The moment Gildart's just left the spot, a thunderbolt directly hit Gildart's original position, directly blasting a huge pothole in the ground. A look of surprise flashed in Gildart's eyes when he saw this. Roar. Suddenly, a shocking roar came from the sky. Everyone followed the sound and saw a giant silver-white beast hovering in the air. Dragon! Everyone trembled, looking at this silver-white figure. A look of fear flashed in their eyes. This is a dragon. Gildart's eyes became extremely dignified. A magical power covered his fists, and a violent magical power burst out instantly. Back off. Makarov's eyes were also solemn, and he stepped out to protect all the wizards of the guild behind him. Izzo, come down. Seeing everyone's reaction, Lu Li was also a little speechless and shouted at the figure in the sky. Roar. The silver-white figure is Lu Li's dragon, servant Thunder Dragon Izuo. When Izuo heard Lu Li's words, he quickly came down from the sky and landed firmly beside Lu Li. How is this going? This is what everyone thinks. Dragon. Lu Li, do you know the dragon too? Then does he know where Igneo went? Advertisement at this moment. A pink-haired child ran from behind Makarov, ran to Lu Li with a face full of joy, and asked Lu Li, I don't think he knows Igneel. Luli shrugged and said helplessly. Izuo has never left Dragon Island since he was born, so how could he know Fire Dragon King Ignir? Luli, this is? Seeing that the Thunder Dragon didn't seem to have any intention of harming everyone, Makarov walked up to Luli with some doubts and asked Luli, my partner. Izo. Luli smiled slightly, patted Izo on the head, and said to Makarov. After hearing Luli's words, everyone fell into silence. Luli actually has a dragon partner. Everyone looked at Luli with envious eyes. You must know that dragons were only heard of hundreds of years ago. There are no dragons in this era. Even if there is a dragon, people have never seen it, and Luli actually has a giant dragon as a partner. How can this make them not envious? President, have I passed the first level now? Touching Izo's head, Luli asked Makarov with a smile. Can this not let you pass? Makarov glanced at Gildarts, saw that Gildarts shrugged his shoulders, smiled bitterly, and said to Luli with a wry smile. Luli, does he really not know Igneel? Suddenly, Natsu was a little unwilling, and looked at Izuo with rosy eyes and asked Luli, Izo has been by my side since birth. It is impossible to see Ignir. Luli shook his head, stroked Natsu's pink hair, and said with a chuckle. All right. Hearing what Luli said, Natsu bowed his head in disappointment. Luli, although you have passed the first test, you still have to pass the second test to pass the S-rank wizard examination. Immediately, Makarov opened his mouth slowly and whispered to Luli, what's the second pass? Advertisement. Luli didn't say anything either. Makarov had already said it before, and then asked Makarov, fight against the 3 dark guilds. Makarov straightened his face, and then said to Luli. Gildarts also rolled his eyes when he heard Makarov's words. Previously, Makarov clearly meant to crusade against an A-level dark guild, but after the appearance of the Thunder Dragon, it immediately became 3. Okay. Luli was full of confidence and didn't know that he was being tricked, so he agreed immediately. The main purpose of releasing Izuo this time is to let Izuo come out to breathe and increase his actual combat experience. Moreover, Izuo has been born for so long and has never experienced a decent battle, so Luli still wants to take Izuo out for training. And isn't this S-rank mage assessment the best opportunity? I'm afraid that Makarov asked Luli to attack the 3 dark guilds because of the Thunder Dragon beside Luli. Although it is not yet an adult, the 7th level Thunder Dragon is already comparable to a super S-level mage, mainly because of the lack of combat experience. Izo, you go back first. After everyone knew that Luli had a giant dragon, Luli nodded to Izo and said, roar. After being driven back by Luli, Izuo was also a little unhappy. He roared at Luli, and then his figure soared into the sky, disappearing from everyone's sight. After Izuo's figure disappeared, Izuo's magic power also disappeared. I really envy you. There is actually a dragon. After Izo disappeared, Gildarts walked to Luli's side, patted Luli's shoulder with a wry smile and said, I'm a dragon knight. Luli smiled slightly and said to Gildarts with a chuckle. Gildarts looked at the smile on Luli's face and smiled helplessly. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for rewards, ask for support, ask for everything. Chapter 30. Luli. He really doesn't know where Ignir went? After Izuo left, Natsu, who had been rejected many times, was still a little unwilling, and asked Luli, with a look of expectation in his eyes. Maybe Ignir just left on business. Luli was also very helpless, rubbed Natsu's pink hair, and said softly to Natsu, all right. After hearing Luli's words, Natsu also sighed, and then walked into the guild alone. Is he okay? Gildarts looked at Natsu's back, and asked Makarov worriedly. Haha, this kid Natsu is very strong. Makarov glanced at Natsu's back, then laughed at Gildarts and said. Gildarts looked at the old and unruly Makarov, and shook his head helplessly. President, I want to take on that mission at this moment. Gildarts was silent for a while, and said to Makarov, have you decided yet? After hearing what Gildarts said, Makarov turned serious, looked at Gildarts seriously and asked. Yes, Gildarts smiled, and the bold laughter reached Makarov's ears. Now that you've decided, let's go. Makarov smiled slightly, looking at Gildarts with trust in his eyes. I'm leaving. Gildarts nodded, then picked up his bags and walked forward step by step. Wait, there's a wall. Seeing the direction Gildarts was going, Makarov suddenly roared. Boom. But as soon as Makarov's words came out, Gildarts hit the wall directly, turning a whole piece of the wall into powder. Haha, forgot. Advertisement. Gildarts scratched his head and gave Makarov an awkward smile. President, then I will go out to do the task too. After Gildarts left, Luli walked out of the guild, walked to Makarov's side, holding 3 mission sheets in his hand. waved at Makarov and started on the road. Be safe, Makarov nodded and said softly to Luli. Luli waved her back to Makarov, put her hands on the back of her head, and walked straight ahead. It was because of Luli's S-level mage assessment that the Dark Guild ushered in the end. Many small guilds were wiped out overnight, and no one survived. And several relatively large Dark Guilds were also directly eliminated, and it was not even known who made the move. The last one. This mission is complete. Luli stood in front of a building, looked at the best task list in his hand. A gleam flashed in his eyes, and kicked open the door of the building in front of him. Who? Enemy attack. The loud sound instantly made all the mages in the guild move into action, and everyone looked at Luli's figure fiercely. Little devil, what do you want to do? A thin man with gloomy eyes came out, looked at Luli, and said coldly, You are here, the shadow of the moonlight. Luli glanced at the task list, and then asked the man with gloomy eyes, So what? A stern look flashed in the man's eyes, and he asked Luli coldly, If it is, then please go to death. Luli smiled slightly, with a slight smile on her innocent face, and said to these mages, Little devil, you are courting death. After the man heard Luli's words, a killing intent flashed in his eyes, and a fireball rose from his palm and threw it directly at Luli. With a move of Luli's finger, an ice wall suddenly appeared in front of Luli, blocking the fireball. Advertisement, so it's a mage. Do you want to attack us? The man sneered, and took a step to the side with a ferocious smile on his face. The mages behind him also showed grim smiles, and moved closer to Luli step by step. Since everyone is here, let's go. Luli smiled slightly and pointed to the sky. Amidst everyone's doubts, a thunder suddenly sounded. Suddenly a thunderbolt fell from the sky, directly killing the man before him. The charred body of the man fell to the ground, with horror in his eyes. I don't know how I died. He is the son of Thunder Luli, who has been attacking the Dark Guild for the past few days. At this moment, an unknown person yelled, the voice full of fear. Everyone froze for a moment when they heard the voice, and then looked at Luli's figure in fear. Those large Dark Guilds have all been wiped out, not to mention that Moonlight Shadow is only a medium-sized guild, and the strongest is an A-level mage. That is, the gloomy man who was killed by Luli in a flash before. Thunder. Luli's eyes were fixed, and he waved his finger to the sky, and thunderbolts fell from the sky, like raindrops, falling continuously among the crowd. These people did not have the slightest strength to resist, and were directly killed by the thunderstorm. In just over 5 minutes, the shadow of the Moon Knight was destroyed in Luli's hands. Done. Luli glanced at the building in front of him with satisfaction, and then a thunderbolt came down, directly destroying the whole building. Luli clapped the task list in his hand, turned around and left. After returning to Magnolia, Luli found Makarov and told Makarov about his going out these days. Everyone, I have some news for you. Fairy Tail has promoted another S-rank mage. It's Luli. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for rewards, ask for support, ask for everything. Chapter 31. Everyone, I have good news for you. After Luli came back, Makarov stood on the bar of the guild and said loudly to all the guild members, What? Is the president going to hold a banquet? How is it possible? It will be a long time to die. Another newcomer has joined. The guild members heard Makarov's voice and walked up to Makarov curiously, not knowing what happened. From today, our fairy tale has another S-rank mage. Makarov coughed lightly and said loudly to everyone with a slight smile on his face, Oh, it must be Luli. I knew that Luli would definitely be able to complete the task, a 13-year-old S-class mage, its terror. Before Makarov could say his name, everyone guessed the person Makarov was talking about, which made Makarov feel awkward. Ahem, to celebrate Luli becoming an S-rank mage, let's hold a banquet. Makarov waved his hand. His eyes were a little excited, and he yelled at the crowd, Oh! After listening to Makarov's words, everyone waved their hands and echoed loudly. Luli sat on the table in the corner, watching everyone's excitement. The corners of his mouth curled up inadvertently. Brother Luli, why are you here? When Luli was sitting alone in the corner drinking, a crisp voice reached Luli's ears, and Luli looked up. Lysana squatted beside her curiously, looking at her with her chin in her hands. Lysana, why don't you play? Luli stroked Lysana's silver hair and asked with a chuckle. My sister is drinking again. Brother Elfman has gone somewhere. Those uncles are too damn it. Lysana curled her lips and cutely waved her fists and said to Luli. Luli followed Lysana's line of sight and Mira was drinking with Macau with a barrel in her hand. Advertisement. The other guild members stood aside and echoed, "Hey, everyone, look what I found." At this moment, a clear voice came from the door, and then Natsu's figure ran in from the door, holding a big egg in his hand. "Hey, Natsu, do you want us to eat this egg?" Seeing Natsu's appearance, everyone asked jokingly, "How is it possible? This is a dragon egg." Natsu quickly put the egg behind him and said with a proud face. The corner of Lu Li's mouth twitched. Lu Li couldn't help laughing at the thought of a cat being born out of this egg. "Natsu, stop joking. How could you find the dragon egg just like that?" After hearing Natsu's words, everyone was silent for a while, then burst into laughter and said to Natsu, "Old man, can you hatch this egg for me?" Natsu blushed, ran to Makarov with a cold snort, and asked Makarov with expectant eyes, "Natsu, since you want to hatch him, it's up to you, not magic." Makarov frowned, looked at Natsu seriously and said, "All right." Natsu was a little disappointed and walked aside holding the big egg. "Natsu, just hug him to sleep every night from now on." I don't know why. This time Lisana didn't go up to help Natsu. Lu Li glanced at Natsu, walked to Natsu, and said to Natsu, "Really?" Hearing Lu Li's words, Natsu's eyes lit up, and he looked at Lu Li excitedly and asked, "Can I still lie to you?" Lu Li spread his hands helplessly and said to Natsu, "Thanks, Lu Li. I'll go back and cuddle him to sleep." Natsu picked up the egg in front of him and ran back to his room, not forgetting to thank Lu Li. Lu Li looked at Natsu's back and shook his head too. Advertisement. "Grandpa, I want to go out and do a mission." After Natsu left, Lu Li walked to the bar and said to Makarov, who was drinking, "Go. You can go to the second floor to get the mission now." Makarov waved at Lu Li and said casually, "I've already chosen the mission." That's all. Makarov's reaction seemed to be expected. Lu Li took out a task sheet from his pocket and placed it in front of Makarov. "Go ahead." Makarov looked at it, then waved to Lu Li and said, his face was slightly rosy because of the alcohol. Lu Li nodded, put away the task list and left the guild, heading towards the destination. Not good. Lu Li received a 10-year mission. Just after Lu Li left for a while, Makarov suddenly reacted and roared, "What? 10-year mission?" Everyone in the guild who was still happy suddenly heard Makarov's words and instantly reacted from the banquet. "Hope Lu Li can come back safely." When Makarov walked to the door, Lu Li was no longer there. He was also a little worried, but he also murmured softly. Lu Li looked at the task list in his hand and crusade the Beastmaster in the northern plains. Lu Li took a deep breath and left Magnolia straight away. This task is not the same task as before. Every 10-year task is not easy. After all, no one has completed a task within 10 years. How could it be simple? P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for rewards, ask for support, ask for everything. Chapter 32. Ouch. Let me get out of the car. On the Magnolia train, Natsu was lying on the chair with a livid face, and Urza was sitting beside Natsu with a serious face, opposite to the two. Gray looked out the window with his upper body naked, and a blonde girl looked at Natsu with some doubts. "Miss Urza, what's wrong with Natsu?" Lucy didn't know about Dragon Slayer's common problems yet, so she asked Urza with a serious face and doubt. "Leave him alone. He's always been like this." Urza gave Natsu a casual look, and then punched Natsu on the head. Thank you." Natsu's eyes went dark, and he immediately fainted on the chair, but he still managed to utter a word before fainting. Very scary. Seeing this scene, Lucy shrank back in her seat, roaring loudly in her heart, but dared not speak out. "Just call me Urza." After Natsu passed out, Urza smiled at Lucy and said softly, "Hee. After so long, Natsu still hasn't changed at all." At this moment, a chuckle came from the side, and the familiar voice reached Gray and Urza's ears. The two quickly looked up and saw a black-haired young man sitting in front of them and the others. "Lu Li, when did you come back, Lu Li?" When the two saw this figure, a look of surprise flashed in their eyes, and they got up quickly and walked to the seat of the young man. Especially Urza was more excited. "You just finished the mission and are going back to the guild. Did you guys just come back too?" This black-haired young man is Lu Li. After Lu Li left to do a 10-year mission, he completed the mission a week later. From then on, Lu Li was rarely in the guild, and usually left after returning to pick up a task. "This is the train leaving Magnolia." "Lu Li, you idiot, can you change it?" After hearing Lu Li's words, Gray and Urza fell into silence, and then shouted at Lu Li loudly, "What? Did I sit wrong again?" Advertisement. Luli was taken aback for a moment, and a look of astonishment flashed in his eyes. Why add another? Lucy couldn't help but complain when she heard Luli's words. Who is this? Hearing Luli's voice, Luli's eyes flicked to see Lucy asking Urza. This is a newcomer who just joined the guild, named Lucy. Urza walked to Lucy's side, pulled Lucy's arm and introduced to Luli. He is one of the strongest candidates in our guild. His name is Luli. Then, Urza pointed to Luli and introduced Lucy. I know you. Hearing Luli's name, Lucy suddenly screamed and looked at Luli with little stars in her eyes. You know each other? Looking at Lucy's appearance, Urza was also a little puzzled, and asked Luli, never seen it. Luli shrugged his shoulders and said innocently, no. I saw Mr. Luli in the newspaper. Lucy quickly waved her hand and explained to Urza. By the way, where are you going? After sitting down, Luli asked with some doubts, and Luli also had some guesses in his mind. Then Urza introduced the task to Luli. Luli shook her head. Luli really doesn't pay attention to that hot chicken guild. With Luli here, there will be nothing wrong with this mission. Gray leaned lazily on the chair and said casually, in Gray's heart, Luli is still very trustworthy. Not only in Gray's heart, but also in the hearts of all fairy tale members. I will not participate in your mission. After hearing what Gray said, Luli rolled his eyes and said to Gray with a light smile. Advertisement. Isn't this the swarm of flies from fairy tale? At this moment, a frivolous voice reached the ears of several people. When Urza and Gray heard this voice, their expressions suddenly became extremely gloomy. Are you talking about us? The smile on Luli's face disappeared slowly, and with a slight smile on the corner of his mouth, he asked softly to the owner of the voice. So what? The owner of the voice cast a disdainful look in his eyes, and said to Luli with a disdainful smile, do you know what happened to the last person who said that to me? The smile on the corner of Luli's mouth disappeared. His face turned cold, and bursts of thunder shot out from Luli's body, and asked coldly to the owner of the voice. You? What do you want to do? The man was taken aback by Luli's aura, and retreated nervously behind him. Very scary. Luli's magical power erupted and directly hit this person. Feeling the magical power of Luli's whole body, a flash of astonishment flashed in Lucy's eyes, and he roared in his heart. Chidori. Luli's eyes froze, thunderbolts appeared on his arm, and a sharp sound came from Luli's arm. Luli, stop. Seeing this scene, Urza's face changed suddenly, and he quickly opened his mouth to stop Luli. Boom. Just as Urza's voice came out, Luli's figure suddenly flashed and appeared behind this person in an instant. The thunder on the arm disappeared, and a huge blood hole appeared in the chest of the man who had spoken provocatively to Luli, and a trace of thunder flickered above the wound. Thump, he didn't even leave a last word, and was directly killed by Luli in one move. Good. So fast. Lucy stared blankly at Luli's back, and couldn't help but say a word. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for rewards, ask for support, ask for everything. Chapter 33. Luli, I told you to stop. How can you do anything to ordinary people? But Urza's face was gloomy, and he quickly walked to Luli's side, and yelled at Luli, he is the mage of Eisenwald that you want to attack. Luli shrugged his shoulders, curled his lips at Urza and said, what? After hearing what Luli said, Urza quickly got up and walked to the person who was killed by Luli, and pulled up the clothes on his arm. As expected, it was the mark of Eisenwald. After dealing with Luli's murder, everyone was almost there. Luli also searched this person, but did not find that flute. Maybe because of the butterfly effect, the flute is not on this person. Natsu, follow Urza to the station. I'm going to the meeting place of the old man first. Luli didn't know if the plot had changed because of him, and since Urza was there shouldn't be any problem. So he told Natsu and others, and left directly. Luli's figure flashed suddenly, and disappeared in front of everyone in an instant. So fast Urza, Gray and others are used to Luli coming and going without a trace, but Lucy was also a little surprised to see Luli's figure disappear in an instant. Ah, Lucy, don't you know, Luli is a lightning magician, very fast. When Gray heard Lucy's words, he looked at Lucy in surprise and asked, as if he was very strange about Lucy's reaction. I just joined Fairy Tale. Lucy's head was full of black lines, and she complained helplessly. Master. After Luli left Urza and the others, he arrived at the place not long after. It was a bit helpless to see a group of uncles sitting on chairs drinking tea. This is how these people meet. Luli, when did you come back? Hearing Luli's voice, Makarov looked at Luli in surprise and asked, Advertisement, just finished the mission, met Urza on the way, and then I came first. Luli shrugged his shoulders and sat beside Makarov with a careless drink. The other guild leaders didn't mind when they saw Luli's actions. They were also very familiar with Luli. Then Luli told Makarov and the presidents about the matter, and they looked at each other without paying attention to this matter at all. Seeing their reactions, Luli didn't find it strange. After all, in the original book, the devil in the lullaby was directly killed by Natsu and others. It is not a problem for these holy 10-level mages. Then Luli just sat and talked and laughed with them. Suddenly, a hurricane hit, and a figure holding a scythe stood in the air, looking at Makarov and others frantically. The man with the scythe also holds a flute in his hand. The top of this flute looks like a skull, which looks extremely hideous. You old men, be devoured by Zeref's demons. This man was Aragorn, the president of Eisenwald. He looked at Makarov and the others with crazy eyes, roared, picked up the lullaby, and was about to play it. Slap. Suddenly, there was a snap of fingers, but before Aragorn could react, a thunderbolt suddenly fell from the sky and struck Aragorn directly, and lullaby also fell straight into the distance. Hey, are you the president of that sin? Immediately, Luli stepped forward and asked Aragorn casually, "Who are you?" Aragorn looked at Luli solemnly. He didn't feel any magic power from Luli at all. This is what made Aragorn solemn. The wizard of fairy tale. Luli shrugged his shoulders, revealing the crimson marks on his shoulders, and said with a chuckle, "Forget it, I won't talk nonsense with you." After Luli finished speaking, he shook his head again, his eyes fixed, and his figure disappeared suddenly, turning into a thunderbolt to kill Aragorn. Advertisement. Aragorn's heart trembled, and a whirlwind rose from his side. Too slow. Suddenly, an indifferent voice came from behind Aragorn, and Aragorn's heart shook. Chidori. Aragorn didn't have time to react, and was directly pierced by a thunderbolt. He looked down at his arm in front of his chest in disbelief, and looked at Luli with resentment, and fell to the ground with a plop, losing his life. Why, seeing this scene, Makarov shook his head and sighed. Waste. At this moment, a voice full of murderous intent suddenly sounded around, and a black mist came out from the lullaby that was blown away before. A huge figure suddenly appeared, looking at Makarov and the others with a ferocious expression. This is... When Makarov and the others saw this huge demon, their expressions froze, and they looked at this figure solemnly. The devil in the book of Zeref, lullaby. Luli's figure slowly landed on the ground, and he whispered a word. But this demon looks really ugly. Before Makarov and the others could speak, Luli spat out another sentence, and the others were instantly covered in black lines after crying, "I'm going to swallow your souls." Lullaby's eyes were greedy, looking at Makarov and the others with endless longing. He could feel the powerful soul power from Makarov and others. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for rewards, ask for support, ask for everything. Chapter 34. President. At this moment, Natsu's voice came, and a magic vehicle came from a distance, and Natsu's figure jumped down from the others. Urza's face was a little pale, and Lucy and Gray also got out of the car, looking at Lullaby solemnly. Urza, are you okay? When Urza and others came to Luli's side, Luli frowned and asked Urza. It's okay. It's just that the magic power is consumed too much. Urza shook his head. With a smile on his pale face, he replied to Luli roar. Just when Luli was about to speak, Lullaby suddenly roared, and bursts of sound waves came out of his mouth and spread to the surroundings. Fire Dragon's roar. At this moment, Natsu's figure jumped up, and a raging flame spewed out from his mouth, swallowing the sound wave directly, and the flame rushed towards Lullaby, as if it was going to burn him up. Humble human beings, be swallowed obediently. Lullaby sneered, and bursts of sound waves came out from his body, swallowing the flame in an instant. Natsu narrowed his eyes, wanting to spit out flames again. Natsu, come back suddenly. Makarov spoke and told Natsu to stop. Old man, what's the matter? Hearing Makarov's words, Natsu was a little puzzled, looked at Lullaby with solemn eyes and asked Makarov. Luli, just deal with it directly. Makarov shook his head and said to Luli, who was obviously watching. Huh. Okay. Hearing Makarov's voice, Luli was slightly taken aback and said with some reluctance, Gray, watch it. Luli took a slight step forward and then whispered to Gray, who was beside him. What? Hearing Luli's words, Gray was slightly taken aback, but he still hadn't realized what Luli meant. Ice make ice giants. Advertisement. Luli's eyes were fixed, His hands were crossed together, bursts of cold air came from Luli's palm, and then a huge ice and snow giant rose in front of Lullaby. Ice modeling magic. Seeing Luli's movements, Gray was slightly taken aback, and then his eyes became serious. Luli, this is obviously modeling magic, and he is much more proficient in using it than himself. Ice make lancers. The ice giant let out a deafening roar and punched Lullaby with a punch. Immediately, with a wave of Luli's right hand, huge fists suddenly appeared one after another, directly blasting towards Lullaby. With a roar, Lullaby punched the ice giant, but a powerful force bounced back, causing him to fly backward in an instant, and the ice giant only had a crack on its arm. Luli waved his hand again, and giant tigers, giants holding long spears, and an ice and snow giant dragon exuding ice blue cold air appeared instantly. Good, so strong. Gray's eyes were confused. Looking at the several huge figures in front of Luli, his eyes revealed a look of disbelief. Can modeling magic really be this powerful? And Lucy on the side was even more shocked. Isn't Luli a thunder magician? How can he use ice magic? Ice make absolutely freezes. Suddenly, Luli crossed his hands in front of him, and a magic circle appeared at Luli's feet, and bursts of cold air rushed towards Lullaby. Gray's expression changed, and he looked at Luli's back gloomily. Stop! Stop him! Gray's figure rushed towards Luli like crazy, but was blocked by an ice wall. Luli, are you G crazy? Stop it! Gray's face went crazy and he growled at Luli. Boom! The cold air condensed in an instant, turning into ice crystals and surrounding Lullaby in an instant. Just when Gray thought that Luli's figure was about to shatter, Luli slowly lowered his hands, walked slowly to Gray's side, and patted Gray's shoulder. This is not the forbidden technique. Luli shook his head and said to Gray with a chuckle. Advertisement. Gray didn't answer Luli's words, and looked at Luli through gritted teeth. If it wasn't because he couldn't beat Luli, maybe he would have done it. Then what about this? After a while, Urza came to Luli's side and asked Luli suspiciously. Simple. Luli smiled lightly, and a sound of snapping fingers came from Luli's hand. Randomly, a bucket-thick thunder fell from the sky and directly hit the huge ice crystal. The ice crystal shattered suddenly, and Lullaby, who was frozen by the ice crystals, also instantly turned into nothingness. Before everyone noticed, after Lullaby died, a flute exuding a strange brilliance fell to the ground. It is the ontology of Lullaby. Luli put Lullaby away calmly. Although this devil is weak, it is still somewhat useful. But at this moment, Makarov's roar made Luli stunned. Luli, can't you be gentle? Makarov's roar reached Luli's ears, and Luli followed the sound. The place where the presidents held regular meetings has been destroyed, and the mountains behind them have also been affected. Can it be my fault? Luli shrugged helplessly and said helplessly. Makarov gritted his teeth and looked at Luli's figure, not knowing what to say. It is true that he let Luli take the shot. Natsu. You can't vent your anger on Luli, but Natsu and others are the best punching bags. Makarov grabbed Natsu at the side and yelled directly. Urza, let's go back. Luli shrugged his shoulders, feeling a little helpless towards Makarov. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for rewards, ask for support, ask for everything. Chapter 35. Urza, you promised to compete with me. Everyone returned to the guild directly, and did not experience the incident in the original book. After returning to the guild, Natsu looked at Urza with eyes full of fighting spirit. Bring it on. Urza put his hands on his hips, not paying attention to Natsu at all. Come on, Natsu. Happy on the side saw it, and quickly spoke up to cheer for Natsu, but everyone in the guild bet that Urza won. After all, Happy is also a little self-aware. How can he not know how much Natsu is? Then I'm on it. Natsu ignited a flame in both hands and punched Urza directly. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist? Hot flames rose from Natsu's fist, blasting towards Urza continuously. Urza's figure is like a flexible elf, constantly jumping under Natsu's attack. Change into Yindi's armor. Urza jumped up and left Natsu far away. A flash of white light flashed, and then the armor on Urza's body changed instantly, a crimson armor, crimson hair tied with double ponytails. Holding a long sword. A hot flame exudes from the long sword. Boom! Natsu's fist collided with the long sword, and there was a loud noise. Natsu's figure jumped, and a strong fire magic power suddenly rose from Natsu's side. Fire Dragon's Roar. Natsu took a deep breath, and a burst of flame burst out of Natsu's mouth, burning directly towards Urza. With a wave of the long sword in Urza's hand, he cut off the flame directly, stepped on the ground, and the long sword cut straight at Natsu. Boom. Boom. Natsu also knows that close combat with Urza is not his strong point, and he keeps using flames to prevent Urza from approaching. Fire Dragon's Wing Strike. Urza's figure suddenly appeared in front of Natsu. Natsu said badly in his heart. A flame wrapped Natsu's arms and waved straight at Urza. Emperor Yin, sword of crimson pattern. The long sword in his hand also ignited a ferocious flame and directly slashed at Natsu. Exciting! Advertisement Lucy was fascinated watching the battle between the two and stared blankly at the two figures waving fists or long swords in the field. Tisich. What's so exciting? Gray couldn't help curling his lips when he heard Lucy's words and looked at Natsu dismissively. Luli leaned against the gate of the guild, looking at the figures of the two with a smile on her face. Urza's strength has improved a bit in the past 2 years. Slap. Just then, a crisp sound sounded, and a frog suddenly appeared behind Natsu and Urza. That's it. I'm the envoy sent by the Senate. The frog looked at the crowd proudly, looked at Natsu lightly, and said to the two of them, The Senate? Messenger? What do you want to do? Everyone was a little surprised when they heard what the frog said, not knowing what the envoy of the council was doing. You didn't talk about his appearance. Seeing everyone's reaction, Lucy couldn't help complaining. Regarding the last Eisenwald incident, it was decided to arrest Urza Shukaret for alleged damage to property and 11 other crimes. The frog glanced at everyone, then put his eyes on Urza, looked at Urza slowly and said, What? Everyone was surprised when they heard the frog's words, and then looked at the frog with gloomy expressions. What are you saying? The same is true for Natsu. His whole body was ablaze, and he looked at the frog and said coldly, Natsu, stop. Before Natsu could make a move, Urza directly pulled Natsu behind him and changed the clothes he had fought before. Urza, come back. At this moment, a cold voice reached Urza's ears, and Luli crossed his arms and walked towards him step by step. Lord Luli. Seeing Luli's figure, the frog's expression changed suddenly, and it looked at Luli's figure in horror. I did the Eisenwald incident. If you want to arrest Urza, go through me first. Advertisement. Luli walked up to the frog, looked at him with a cold face and said, But the frog was a little embarrassed, but also a little afraid of Luli, and didn't know what to say. Let Zekaline speak to me himself. Luli glanced at the frog coldly, then waved at the frog casually and said, Get out. After finishing speaking, Luli glared at the frog and said coldly, Yes, Master Luli. The frog took a look at Luli's eyes, and suddenly his legs became weak, and he left Fairy Tale quickly. Luli, nothing will happen. After the frog left, Urza walked up to Luli worriedly and asked Luli, Do not worry. Luli shook his head, not paying attention to this matter at all. Since it's all right, Urza, let's continue our duel. After the frog left, Natsu looked at Urza with fighting spirit in his eyes and rushed towards Urza excitedly. Boom! Urza threw out a punch, knocking Natsu to the ground directly. It's over. Lucy looked at Natsu, who fell on the ground and passed out, and couldn't help but complain. Haha, as expected, Urza is stronger. Natsu is so poor. Seeing this scene, everyone in the guild burst into laughter without the slightest doubt. Luli shook his head and smiled as he looked at the crowd. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for rewards, ask for support, ask for everything. Chapter 36. Luli, are you really all right? Walking into the guild, a silver-haired girl walked up to Luli, looked at Luli worriedly and asked, Don't worry, the Senate still doesn't dare to do anything to me. Luli smiled slightly and said to the silver-haired girl with a chuckle, This girl is the demon Mira from Fairy Tale, but now Mira has lost her magic power. She is just an ordinary person, and her personality is not as hot as when she was a child, mainly because of Lysana's departure. At the beginning, Luli went out to do missions, but was not in the guild, and Luli forgot about it. When returning to the guild, Lysana had already left. At that time, Mira had lost her magic power and became the same as now. However, Luli did not tell Mira that Lysana did not die. After all, Luli did not know whether there would be any changes due to his appearance. That's right, you are such a young holy 10-level mage. They really don't dare to do anything. Mira covered her mouth and smiled lightly. She still recognized Luli's strength very much. Luli, come here. When Mira was chatting with Luli, Makarov's figure appeared behind Luli at some point, and said to Luli with a solemn expression, "Old man, what's the matter?" Seeing Makarov's rarely dignified face, Luli asked Makarov with some doubts. "I'll get you some tea." Seeing Makarov's appearance, Mira knew that there was something important to discuss with Luli, so she walked aside obediently. "This is the task of the Senate." After Mira left, Makarov put a task sheet in front of Luli and whispered to Luli. Luli frowned and took the task list from Makarov. Tower of Heaven. 4 large characters suddenly appeared in Luli's eyes. Advertisement. Luli is naturally very familiar with Tower of Heaven. In the past few years, Luli has been looking for the location of the Tower of Heaven, but he has not found it. Urza also left after fainting at the beginning, and he does not know how to get back. This time the task council appointed you to go. Seeing Luli's surprised eyes, Makarov nodded and said to Luli, "Appoint me to go? Why?" Luli was taken aback for a moment and looked at Makarov in surprise. In fact, Luli was very puzzled. How could Chikilian, also known as Jalal, allow himself to do this task? Didn't he not know his own strength, or that Jalal is sure to defeat him? Luli shook his head slightly. Since the Senate appointed him to carry out the task, Luli had no way to refuse. Although Luli is not afraid of the Senate, Fairy Tail is not. When did this task come down? After finishing speaking, Luli asked Makarov with some doubts. He had just driven away the envoys of the Senate, and this task appeared in the hands of Makarov. If it was said that there was no help from Zikirine, Luli would not believe it. It was just sent by the council, and I think it has something to do with Zikirine. When Makarov heard Luli's words, he also nodded slightly, confirming Luli's thoughts. Jalal. A cold light flashed in Luli's eyes. Since Jalal knew his strength and had such confidence, he probably had a way to deal with him. Luli can't believe that Jalal thinks he can't think of Tower of Heaven. When to set off? Immediately, Luli raised his head and asked Makarov. 3 days later, the council sent you a companion. Makarov spoke softly and said to Luli with a serious face. The companion sent here was obviously here to monitor Luli, and he didn't know if it was an enemy or a friend. Advertisement. In fact, Makarov was more worried that this so-called companion offended Luli and was directly killed by Luli. Then Luli would offend the Senate completely. Makarov opened his mouth, wanting to say something to Luli, but closed his mouth. Then let me know when the time comes. I just finished the 10-year mission, and I'm exhausted. Luli stretched indifferently and said to Makarov indifferently. After finishing speaking, Luli turned around and left the guild directly. Looking at Luli's back, Makarov sighed secretly. President, why did Luli leave? After Luli left, Mira came forward with 2 cups of tea in her hands and asked Makarov with some doubts. Why? Makarov didn't answer Myra's words, took the tea in Myra's hand, sighed and left. Mira looked at Makarov's back with a dazed face, not knowing what happened to the 2 of them. Cut. At this moment, a disdainful snort came from upstairs. A blond man was sitting on the sofa upstairs and seemed to have heard the conversation between Makarov and Luli. Lajerses, when did you come back? Mira was also a little surprised when she heard this voice, and then asked Legasis with a smile on her face. Humph. Lajerses snorted coldly, didn't answer Myra's words at all, closed his eyes and fell asleep on the sofa. But Mira didn't care. She shrugged her shoulders and went back to the bar. After losing her magic power, Mira became the bartender sister of Fairy Tail. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for rewards, ask for support, ask for everything. Chapter 37. Luli, what's wrong with you? After returning home, Urza saw Luli sitting on a chair with a gloomy face, and was also a little puzzled, so she asked Luli softly. Nothing. Luli shook his head, and looked at Urza with some hesitation, not knowing whether he should tell Urza about this, but after hesitating for a while, he still decided not to speak. Although Luli is calm, but Urza and Luli have known each other for so many years, how could they not know that Luli must have something? Frowning, he looked at Luli seriously, without saying a word. Hey, the Senate appointed me to perform a task. Luli looked at Urza's eyes, smiled wryly, and told Urza everything helplessly. After hearing Luli's words, Urza fell silent, not knowing how to speak for a moment. I don't know where the Tower of Heaven is. After a moment of silence, Urza's voice carried a little disappointment, as if he was disappointed that he couldn't help Luli. Don't worry. I want to find the Tower of Heaven is not a problem. Seeing Urza showing this appearance, Luli smiled helplessly, stroked Urza's long crimson hair, and said with a chuckle, Don't forget, I have 2 dragons. Urza showed a look of disbelief. Luli also smiled helplessly, and said to Urza. Hearing Luli's words, the worry in Urza's eyes decreased a little, but he was still a little worried. In the Tower of Heaven, there is the source of Urza's fear. Although due to the appearance of Luli, Urza did not rely on Jalal like the original book, but the enslaved childhood made Urza pale. And I'm the Holy Tin Sorcerer. How could I be in a Tower of Heaven? Yes, 5 years after Luli became an S-class mage, he was named a Holy Tin Mage by the Senate. Fairy Tail has 2 Holy Tin Wizards. Urza nodded reluctantly, but the worry in his eyes was evident. Okay, let's go back. Luli shook his head, looked at Urza's worried look, and didn't say anything. Urza nodded and left Luli's room directly. After Urza left, Luli lay on the bed, and his mind entered the Dragon Island. Advertisement roar. Luli's figure appeared in Dragon Island, and a majestic dragon roar reached Luli's ears. A giant dragon covered in crimson and an ice-blue body hovered in the sky, breathing out dragon breaths to attack each other from time to time. These 2 dragons are Luli's dragon servants. One is the former ice-type dragon Snore, and the other is the fire-type dragon Jess summoned by Luli later. These 2 dragons seem to be incompatible with each other. After Jess was born, every time Luli came to Dragon Island, he saw the battle between the 2. It's like Natsu and Gray. Roar. After Luli's figure appeared, suddenly there was a more majestic dragon roar. A thunder flashed across the sky, and then a silver-white giant dragon descended from the sky and landed directly beside Luli. This silver-white giant dragon is Luli's first dragon servant, Izo. Izuo looked at Luli's figure affectionately and wanted to lower his head to rub Luli's clothes, but realized that his head was too big. Luli saw Izuo's thoughts, smiled slightly, and reached out to touch Izuo's head. After Izo appeared, Jess and Snore in the sky also stopped fighting, and they stopped fighting each other. These 2 dragons are not afraid of others, except Luli, who is afraid of Izuo. Izo's strength is much stronger than theirs. Both of them are only 7th level dragons, and Izuo is already a level 9 dragon. Izo's strength can easily beat both of them. It is known from the system that the levels of dragons range from level 1 to level 9. After that is the Holy Dragon, which can use the power of nature. In other words, Izo can use the natural force of the thunder system. At that time, their strength can be multiplied several times. But after Izuo became a 9th level dragon, he could no longer use the plants in the farmland to cultivate. Either Izo had already realized the power of nature, or it was cultivated by Luli. Luli learned in the system that there is a plant that can deepen the dragon's perception of the power of nature. Advertisement Holy Dragon Fruit. Although you can't directly make the dragon a holy dragon, it is much more useful than understanding the power of nature yourself. But this Shanglonggua is not exchanged for gold coins. Use Dragon Soul, not with the soul of the dragon. In Dragon Island, dragons below level 6 can produce 5 Dragon Souls every day. From level 6 to level 8, you can get 10 Dragon Souls every day. The 9th level Dragon Clan can produce 20 Dragon Souls every day. And the Holy Dragon Fruit needs 100,000 Dragon Souls. It has only been more than 6 years since the activation of the Dragon Soul system. There are only more than 90,000 Dragon Souls left. This Dragon Soul system was activated when Luli summoned the 3rd dragon. Luli shook his head. There is still a long way to go for the Holy Dragon. But this Dragon Soul can not only be produced from the body of the dragon, but can also be obtained in the trial field. The Proving Ground is the proving ground for dragons. The worst among them are the 7th level Dragon Souls. Moreover, it is an ancient giant dragon, stronger than the average 7th level giant dragon. Even the proud fire dragon Jess was frustrated more than once in it. And the 9th level giant dragon Izuo only passed the 3rd level inside. In the 4th level, Luli dared not let him go, because there is a holy dragon in the 4th level. However, this proving ground is still somewhat useful. At least it can allow Luli's dragon servants to gain combat experience, not the kind of combat rookie. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for rewards, ask for support, ask for everything. Chapter 38. Jess. Snow. It's up to you two to enter the Tower of Heaven today. Afterwards, Luli set his eyes on the ice dragon Snow and the fire dragon Jess, and spoke softly to the 2 giant dragons. Roar. Although they have been defeated repeatedly, the arrogance of being a dragon does not allow them to admit defeat. Jess roared at Luli full of fighting spirit, and flames continued to emerge from Jess' mouth. Roar. Hearing Jess roar, Snow gave Jess a fierce look, looked at Luli with the same fighting spirit, and roared towards the sky. The constant cold air from Snow's body and the flames gushing from Jess' body seemed like glaciers and volcanoes coexisted beside Luli. Luli shook his head helplessly, There was really nothing he could do about these two giant dragons. Although with Luli around, they won't go too far to do it directly, but every time it's like this. Snow, you go in first. Seeing the appearance of the two giant dragons, Luli shook his head helplessly, and then said to the ice-type dragon Snower beside him, Roar. Hearing Luli's voice, Snow proudly growled at Jess, as if saying to Jess, see, Lousy is the director's favorite dragon pet. Hearing Snow's roar, Jestin exploded instantly, with flames roaring all over his body, as if he would strike at the next moment. Roar. At this moment, Izuo's figure suddenly rose violently, lightning flashed all over his body, and he looked at the two giant dragons violently. Seeing Izuo's eyes, the two dragons lowered their heads together without saying a word. Seeing their appearance, Izuo nodded in satisfaction, and then fell asleep on the ground. Luli looked at the appearance of these three, and his head was full of black lines. Why does this relationship look so familiar? System. Open the trial field. Advertisement immediately. Luli shook his head, and said softly to the system in his mind. Ding. Open the dragon trial field. Please choose to participate in the dragon. After Luli's voice fell, the system's cold voice came, and familiar voices and words appeared in Luli's mind. Ice Dragon Snow. Without the slightest hesitation, Luli was already very familiar with this process, and said Snow's name directly. As Luli's voice fell, an ice-blue vortex appeared in front of Luli. There was a powerful force in the huge vortex, as if it could tear everything apart at any time. Roar. Luli glanced at Snower, and the latter immediately understood, and rushed directly into the icy blue vortex. After Snow entered, the vortex closed immediately, and a huge screen appeared in front of Luli. Roar. This trial ground was similar to the Colosseum in ancient Rome. A burst of ice-blue light flashed, and a giant ice-blue dragon appeared right in front of Snow. Snow was full of fighting spirit. Even though he had failed many times at the hands of this ice dragon, it still couldn't dampen Snow's excitement. Roar. Snow let out a roar, waved his ice-blue wings, and directly killed the giant dragon. A stream of frost spat out from Snow's mouth, and the places where the frost passed were all frozen. This ice-type giant dragon was not weak either. It looked at Snower with awe-inspiring eyes, and with a wave of its wings, it was a hurricane. The two giant dragons collided, and ice chips fell to the ground as the two collided. Boom! Snow's dragon claw grabbed the ice dragon's wings, and a sudden stream of ice crystals appeared from the dragon claw, covering the ice dragon's wings in an instant. The wings of the ice dragon were frozen by frost, and the ice dragon, which could not wave its wings, fell to the ground violently. Roar. The ice dragon roared angrily at Snow, and the ice crystals on it shattered with a violent shake of its wings. Advertisement, but at this moment, Snow's figure rushed down from the sky and directly hit the ice dragon. The sharp teeth bit down on the ice dragon's neck, and gusts of cold air spewed out from Snow's mouth, penetrating into the ice dragon's wound. Ho-ho! Although ice dragons are of ice attribute, it doesn't mean that they are not afraid of frost, especially the ice magic of other dragons can also hurt them, not to mention that the cold directly penetrates into his body. After a long time, the constantly waving wings of the ice dragon became weak, and the momentum on its body also slowly dissipated. Finally, the ice dragon's wings crashed to the ground, and its vitality slowly disappeared. After the ice dragon lost its vitality, it slowly turned into an ice crystal and merged into Snow's body. Roar. After a long time, the ice crystal completely sank into Snow's body. Snow opened his eyes suddenly and let out a majestic roar towards the sky. At the same time, Snow's momentum soared, and he became an 8th-level dragon in an instant. Luli looked at Snow's figure, and a look of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. Every time you pass the trial field, you can get the inheritance of the ancient dragon. And Izuo also obtained 3 inheritances in the trial field, and his strength is unfathomable. Even Luli is not Izuo's opponent, and it is still the kind of instant kill. After Snow left the trial field, Jess looked at Snow, who was so imposing. He was also a little unconvinced, and growled at Luli a few times. I know, now it's you go. Seeing Jess's appearance, Luli also smiled, then opened the trial field again and let Jess enter it. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for rewards, ask for support, ask for everything. Chapter 39. After Jess entered the trial field, his opponent was also a giant dragon of the same attributes. I don't know if it was Snow who stimulated Jess, But Jess had the upper hand from the very beginning and kept pressing the opponent to fight. He won in a short while, and after accepting the inheritance of the ancient dragon, Jess also advanced to the 8th level dragon. Luli was a little happy looking at the levels of the two dragons. Their strength has improved, and it is not only Luli's biggest hole card. And after the 3 giant dragons have all been promoted to level 9, Luli can draw another dragon egg to obtain a new dragon family. After Luli picked off all the plants in the farmland and fed them to Jess and Snow separately, he planted the plants again and left Dragon Island. After Luli left, Jess and Snowden roared at each other and flew into the air to fight. I don't know if Izuo felt that the two were too annoying. He glanced at the two lazily, and then went back to his own place, ignoring the two. Izuo's departure is a good thing for the 2 giant dragons. The continuous spout of flames or frost is another duel. After Luli returned to the real world, he didn't continue to meditate and fell asleep in bed. Time passed quickly, and 3 days passed in a blink of an eye. Since the companion on this mission is arranged by the council, I went directly to Fairy Tail to find Luli, and Luli also saved going to the council. Luli, come and fight me. Luli was sitting at the bar chatting and drinking with Mira boredly. Suddenly a voice full of fighting spirit came from behind Luli, and then a hot flame blasted directly at Luli's head. Here we go again, Luli sighed, slowly put down the wine glass in his hand, and punched himself behind him. Luli's punch instantly shattered the flames, hitting Natsu straight in the face. It was instantly killed again. Natsu was lying on the ground covering his face and kept rolling, screaming all the time. Lucy couldn't help complaining when he saw Natsu's appearance. The 3112th failure. Happy jumped out of nowhere, looked at Natsu who fell on the ground without the slightest worry, but said to Lucy with great interest, "Where did you find the courage to challenge Luli?" Advertisement. After listening to Happy's words, Lucy's head was full of black lines, and she complained to Natsu on the ground. "Natsu, here's something good to show you." Seeing Natsu's appearance, Luli also rolled his eyes, and then said to Natsu who was lying on the ground, "What?" Hearing Luli's words, Natsu jumped up from the ground, not paying attention to the fist mark on his face, and looked at Luli excitedly. Happy too, after hearing what Luli said. Happy was also a little curious, fluttering her wings and landed on Luli's shoulder. Luli stretched out his arm slowly and put it in front of Natsu. Natsu looked at Luli's clenched fist with a curious look on his face. Luli gave a smirk and slowly opened his palm. Boom! Suddenly, a flame rose from Luli's palm and instantly spread to Natsu's face. The flame instantly covered Natsu's face, and Natsu kept running in the guild holding his head. Slap! Seeing Natsu's appearance, Luli also laughed, and then snapped his fingers. A gust of cold air emerged from Natsu's head, freezing Natsu's head instantly. "Luli, aren't you from the Ice and Thunder Department? How can you know fire magic?" Seeing Luli's magic, everyone was very curious, but no one was worried. "Natsu?" Mira asked Luli curiously. Hearing Mira's words, everyone in the guild focused their attention on Luli. They were also very curious about this question. "Just learned it." Luli shrugged his shoulders. The fire magic Luli has not revealed until now. After hearing Luli's words, everyone rolled their eyes, but they didn't continue to ask. Boom! Suddenly, the door of the guild was kicked open, and a strange man stood at the door of the guild, looking proudly at everyone in Fairy Tail. Advertisement. "Who are you?" Seeing that this person was unknown, everyone frowned deeply. Mao walked up to this person and asked him, "Where is Luli?" "I am the mage who was appointed by the council to bring him this time." The man cast a disdainful glance at Macau, and his magic power was released. Obviously, he was an S-rank mage. At this time, Luli walked up to this man step by step, looking at him with a smile on his face. "Who are you?" The man looked at the smile on Luli's face and asked Luli with some displeasure, "Son, I am your father." Luli was silent for a while, then spoke to him slowly. "Ha ha ha." After Luli's words came out, the guild fell into silence at first, and then a burst of laughter rose from the guild. "You want to die." The man looked at Luli with a gloomy expression. The veins on his forehead were bulging, and he looked at Luli fiercely. Snapped. With a crisp sound, a red palm print appeared on the man's face, and Luli looked at him with a cold expression. "Go back and tell your master to make his dog behave, otherwise Luli, don't mind letting him change one." Before the man could speak, Luli's cold voice reached his ears, causing his gloomy expression to change suddenly. You are Luli?" There was some fear in this man's eyes. At first he didn't think that Luli was as good as me. But just now when Lu Li shot, he didn't see Lu Li's arm at all, which made him a little scared. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for rewards, ask for support, ask for everything. Chapter 40. Master Lu. Lu Li, I was raw. This man's name is Gert, and he is Zekaline's #1 younger brother. This time the council sent him out to follow Lu Li to carry out this task, mainly because it was Chickline's idea. At the beginning, he still resisted a little, thinking that Lu Li's strength is not very good. After all, how could a teenager have the strength of a holy tin wizard? His talent is not bad. He is only 29 years old this year, and he is already an S-rank mage. But compared to Lu Li's strength, this is a bit too different. Gert looked at Lu Li in fear, and quickly lowered his head, not daring to look directly at Lu Li. Because of what happened just now, Gert was trembling with fear all over his body, for fear that Lu Li would take advantage of the problem and beat himself up directly. Where is the Tower of Heaven? Lu Li gave him a disdainful look, then asked him coldly. There is no specific location, but the approximate location is already known. Lu Li didn't see it, but a flash of resentment flashed in the eyes of Gert, who lowered his head, and quickly replied to Lu Li when he heard Lu Li's cold words. After hearing what Gert said, Lu Li's eyes flashed with surprise. What the hell is Jalal trying to do? Lead the way. Immediately, Lu Li spoke coldly to Gert, who was trembling all over. Hearing Lu Li's words, Gert didn't dare to slack off in the slightest, and quickly took Lu Li into a magic car. Although Gert is not strong in front of Lu Li, he has broken through the S-class wizard for many years, and his strength is even a little bit stronger than Urza. Gert took Lu Li to a port, and I had already parked a boat early in the port. When Lu Li saw the port, he also fell into silence. Isn't this the port where Urza was taken away, and he stood here but could do nothing? Lu Li looked towards the south. That's where Urza grew up and lived as a child. Let's go, advertisement. Lu Li took a deep breath, then stepped onto the boat, and spoke coldly to Gert. Gert looked at Lu Li's back. A sneer flashed in his eyes, and hurriedly followed behind Lu Li. A word of calm. Nothing happened. But this is also what makes Lu Li more vigilant. I really don't know what Jalal is trying to do. Lord Lu Li, there seems to be an island ahead. After driving for a while, Gert's voice suddenly reached Lu Li's ears. Lu Li stepped out of the cabin and saw an island in the distance. On the island, a tall tower stands on the island. Tower of Heaven. Lu Li's eyes fixed, and he immediately recognized the tower. Jalal, let me see what exactly you want to do. Lu Li lowered his eyes, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Master Lu Li, what shall we do now? Seeing this tower, Gert didn't know what to do, so he walked up to Lu Li and asked, Go to the island. Lu Li glanced at Gert, then looked at Gert coldly and said, Hear what Lu Li said. Gert hurriedly sailed towards the Tower of Heaven ahead. Since Gert is a wind mage and the ship is a sailing ship, it didn't take long to reach the island. Lu Li glanced at the towering tower, and the figure jumped up, jumping directly to the island. There are intruders. The moment Lu Li appeared, several wizards in black robes spotted Lu Li in an instant. A sharp siren sounded from the island, and wizards holding staffs ran out of the tower one by one. Running towards Lu Li, these miscellaneous fish will be handed over to you. Lu Li glanced at these mages, lost interest at once, and casually said to Gert beside him, No problem. Gert naturally agreed. He is also an S-rank wizard. Although he is not Lu Li's opponent, he is more than enough to deal with these miscellaneous fish. Advertisement. A smirk appeared on Gert's face, and wind blades shot out from beside him, directly hitting the group of mages in black robes. The sharp wind blade cut off their bodies in an instant, and for a while, screams continued to resound from this corner of the island. Lu Li glanced at the one-sided massacre boredly, and then walked towards the top of Tower of Heaven. Yo, brother, just as Lu Li was advancing, a frivolous voice suddenly reached Lu Li's ears, and then three things appeared in front of Lu Li. Lu Li frowned, looking at the three of them with disgust. 3 ravens? Lu Li really couldn't remember the names of these 3 supporting roles, but only vaguely remembered the name of this combination. If you meet us, then you will stop here. The leading woman looked at Lu Li, with a confident smile on her face, and said to Lu Li with a chuckle, Slap. Lu Li chuckled, then stretched out his palm, and snapped his fingers down. A thunderous sound resounded all over the world, and then a thunderbolt suddenly fell from the sky, directly hitting one of the 3 feathered crows. Before the man could even react, he was directly struck to death by the thunder, and fell to the ground with a burning smell all over his body. Udaludas. The expressions of the other two people suddenly changed when they saw this scene. Who are you? The leading turtle dove looked at Luli no longer with the contempt it had before, and asked Luli solemnly, You have heard that the son of thunder has not. Luli smiled slightly and asked softly to the turtle dove, You are the nightmare of that dark guild. Hearing Luli's words, Turtle Dove's expression changed slightly, and she looked at Luli in shock. Correct answer, but unfortunately there is no prize. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for rewards, ask for support, ask for everything. Chapter 41. Correct answer, but unfortunately there is no prize. Luli glanced at Turtle Dove with satisfaction. Luli still had a little impression of this girl, but couldn't remember her name. After Turtle Dove heard Luli's words, her face became extremely pale, and she glanced at her companion, a little at a loss. Xiao Xiao, another companion of Turtle Dove, looked at Luli's figure with a pale face, gritted his teeth, turned and ran away. Turtle Dove looked at Xiao Xiao, who was leaving quickly, with a flash of anger in his eyes, but he was helpless in the face of Luli. Luli smiled coldly, looking at Xiao Xiao's back, and slowly stretched out a finger. A ray of thunder condensed on Luli's fingertips, and with a loud bang, Xiao's figure fell down, and a big hole was blasted out of the wall in front of him. Xiao Xiao didn't say a word at the last moment, only endless regret in his heart. I'll give you a chance. Luli walked slowly to the Turtle Dove, smiled, and said softly to the Turtle Dove, Real. When Turtle Dove heard Luli's words, a look of surprise flashed in his eyes, and then he looked at Luli with vigilance. Because I'm afraid it will be boring to solve it too quickly. Seeing the action of the Turtle Dove, Luli smiled coldly, looked at the Turtle Dove with disdain, and said. After hearing Luli's words, Turtle Dove looked a little angry, but couldn't find anything to refute. The strength that Luli showed just now made Turtle Dove feel helpless. How can this be possible to win? But Luli let himself take the lead, which also gave Turtle Dove renewed hope for life. The Turtle Dove held a long sword and slashed at Luli, seeing that the blade was about to touch Luli's body. A look of excitement flashed in Turtle Dove's eyes. But at the next moment, the long sword in Turtle Dove's hand directly penetrated Luli's body. No, it's an afterimage. Before the Turtle Dove could react, a huge force suddenly came from the back of its neck, knocking the Turtle Dove unconscious. At the last moment of fainting, Turtle Dove had only one sentence in mind. Advertisement, how could it be so strong? Luli looked at the fainted Turtle Dove and left directly, heading towards the top of the Tower of Heaven. On the top of the Tower of Heaven, a man with a strange pattern on his face held a chess piece and pushed away the 3 white chess pieces in front of him. The nightmare of the Dark Guild. I'm looking forward to it. This person is Jalal, the owner of Tower of Heaven. Jalal put the chess pieces in front of him, with a smile on his face, and whispered to himself, Brother Luli. Just as the two of Luli were about to reach the top of the Tower of Heaven, a voice suddenly reached Luli's ears. Luli followed the sound and looked, and 4 figures appeared in Luli's sight. Simon? Shio? Miliana? Wally? Luli was taken aback for a moment, and then one by one familiar figures appeared from Luli's memory. Brother Luli, why are you here? Miliana, the only girl among the 4, was also a little happy when she saw Luli, and asked Luli happily, Kill Jalal. Luli smiled slightly, and then spoke softly to the 4 of them. The 4 of them were slightly taken aback, and they were a little at a loss after hearing Luli's words. Now, they don't realize that Jalal has been using them. Why? Shio looked a little excited, and asked Luli loudly. No reason, just get out of the way. Luli shook his head and said softly to the 4 of them. Impossible. The 4 looked at each other, and there was a flash of struggle in Simon's eyes. And then Shio spoke firmly to Luli, Do you think you can stop me? Luli's face was flat, and he asked the 4 of them softly, Even if I can't stop it, I won't let you pass. Have you really decided? Advertisement. Luli exploded with magic power all over his body, with thunder in his left hand and flame in his right hand, looking at the 4 of them as if a demon god had descended into the world. The 4 of them looked at Luli's figure in horror, their faces extremely pale. Before the 4 of them could react, a burst of thunder suddenly flashed in front of their eyes, and then they passed out as their eyes darkened. Seeing the figures of the 4 of them lying on the ground, Luli also sighed secretly. Jalal, what trick are you trying to do? After the 4 of them passed out, Luli looked up at the top of the Tower of Heaven. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Luli glanced at the 4 people who fell on the ground, and then waved his hand. A thunderbolt attached to the 4 people. As soon as he stepped on his feet, there was a burst of thunder under his feet, and Lu Li's something jumped up on the ground and flew directly towards the top of the Tower of Heaven. Jalal, aren't you planning to come out yet? Arriving at the top of the Tower of Heaven, Lu Li walked forward step by step, making clear and crisp sounds. Hee, as expected of 10 wizard saints. They found me so quickly. After Lu Li's voice fell, Jalal's chuckle came, not worried about his current situation at all. Zikrian, you don't need to hide anymore. I already knew it was you. Lu Li chuckled, as if two old friends were talking, and whispered to Jalal. Oh, how did you know? After Lu Li's voice fell, Jalal's figure slowly appeared in front of Lu Li, looking at Lu Li in surprise and asking, You kicked Urza out of here, right? Lu Li didn't answer Jalal's words, and started to look around, then asked Jalal. Urza is not going to be part of my plans. Of course I can't keep Urza here. Jalal shrugged and said casually to Lu Li, P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for rewards, ask for support, ask for everything. Chapter 42. Actually, I don't understand one thing. Why did you bring me all the way to the Tower of Heaven? Or that you are absolutely sure that you can keep me here? After a while, Lu Li finally asked out the doubts in his heart. No. I never thought that I would be your opponent, but I really want you to stay here by letting you come to Tower of Heaven. Jalal smiled slightly at Lu Li, waved his hands and said softly, then looked at Lu Li with a little coldness in his eyes. Oh. Lu Li was taken aback for a moment, and really didn't quite understand what Jalal meant. Because Fairy Tail is too powerful, it has already threatened the Senate, and with the addition of 10 wizard saints like you, the Senate has already begun to suspect Fairy Tail. This time, you are appointed to perform this task because they want to keep you here while striking Fairy Tail. Seeing the confusion on Lu Li's face, Jalal explained to Lu Li as if he wanted to let Lu Li know why he died. You think you've won? After hearing Jalal's words, Lu Li couldn't help being speechless, and then asked Jalal, who was smiling, Do you think you have the ability to block the power of magic elves? Jalal did not refute Lu Li's words, and then asked Lu Li, Magic spirit power? I didn't expect you to be able to persuade the Senate to use such a weapon. Lu Li couldn't help shaking his head. The council had put a lot of effort into wanting to die here. In that case, stop talking nonsense. Immediately, Lu Li's eyes froze, looking at Jalal with cold killing intent. Thunder Dungeon Shielan. Lu Li snorted coldly, crossed his hands together. Bursts of thunder emanated from Lu Li's body, and then a unicorn made of thunder suddenly appeared in front of Lu Li. Roar. This unicorn seemed to be alive, full of majesty, looked at Jalal with a ferocious expression, let out a deafening roar, and rushed straight at Jalal. Triple magic circle mirror water. Advertisement regarding Lu Li. Jalal didn't dare to be careless. 3 magic circles suddenly appeared at Jalal's feet, and the 3 magic circles continued to grow, turning into a barrier in front of Jalal's body, directly blocking the thunder unicorn. Drink! Lu Li shouted angrily, and a thunderbolt turned into a spear in Lu Li's hand. Lu Li's figure flashed, and suddenly appeared behind Jalal, and the spear in his hand shot straight at Jalal. Ice make lancers. Seeing that Jalal dodged his own attack, Lu Li was not disappointed either. He waved his right hand in front of him, and huge fists appeared at Jalal's feet instantly. Celestial Magic Meteor. Jalal looked solemn, looking at Lu Li with fear in his eyes. Just for a moment, Jalal fell into a disadvantage, and it will be a matter of time before he loses. A burst of golden light shrouded Jalal's body, and Jalal jumped up, and his figure turned into an afterimage in the air. Boom! Suddenly, Lu Li's figure flashed, and Jalal punched the position just before Lu Li, blasting a hole in the ground. Celestial Magic 7-star Sword. Immediately Jalal waved his right hand, and 7 stars appeared beside Jalal in the shape of the Big Dipper. Jalal swung his right hand fiercely, and the 7 stars were like sharp swords, directly killing Lu Li. Ice make ice shield. Lu Li was not in a hurry either. With a wave of his hand, an ice wall appeared, blocking the 7-star sword suddenly. Thunder Dungeon 10 million volts Chidori. Seeing the continuous passage of time, Lu Li squatted down slightly and put his right hand under his body, and bursts of thunder covered Lu Li's right hand. A series of sharp voices came from Lu Li's hands, and the sharp voice made Jalal frown, and a hint of ominous premonition suddenly rose in his heart. Boom! At this moment, there was a loud noise in the sky, and a huge vortex appeared above the sky, and there was a violent magic power in the vortex. Haha, the magic spirit power is activated. Advertisement. Jalal's eyes lit up, Seeing the magic elves in the sky filled with ecstasy, his eyes were insanely crazy. The wish to revive Zeref will soon be granted. Boom. Suddenly, Lu Li's figure disappeared, leaving only an afterimage in place. Jalal's heart trembled, and he quickly jumped up to himself. But Jalal couldn't keep up with Lu Li's speed at all, and Lu Li's figure appeared in front of Jalal in an instant. The thunder in his hand instantly penetrated Jalal's stomach, and bursts of thunder roared and moved on Jalal's body. Lu Li's figure fell, and Jalal also fell to the ground, and the wound smelled of burning because of Lei Meng's burning. Haha, you're late. The magic spirit power will be activated soon, and the Tower of Heaven will be completed soon. But Jalal didn't have the slightest fear, looked at Lu Li with crazy eyes, and laughed wildly at Lu Li full of madness. Lu Li shook his head and smiled, and walked to Jalal's side. An ice sword appeared in his hand, and thunder snakes surged on the ice sword. Lu Li slashed out with the sword, directly beheading Jalal's head. Magic spirit power? Lu Li smiled disdainfully. The power of this magic power was not even as strong as the magic power contained in Izuoti's body. With a wave of his hand, Izzo's figure suddenly appeared directly above the Tower of Heaven. Roar! P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for rewards, ask for support, ask for everything. P.S. Wow, I really overslept today. I quickly coded a chapter when I woke up. Today's update is too much. How about the first 2 chapters of you? Wronged, blah blah. Chapter 43. Novel image, Dragon. Although Jalal was defeated by Lu Li, he still had the strength to move. When he saw Izzo in the sky, a look of horror flashed in his eyes. He did all the calculations, but he didn't even think that Lu Li still had a dragon. Roar! Izuo's magic power sword. Streaks of thunder appeared on Izuo's scales, and the constantly flickering thunders moved on Izuo's scales like thunder snakes. Not only Jalal was taken aback, but all the bigwigs in the Senate couldn't help being surprised when they saw Izzo, and they were a little at a loss. Let's kill him together. The chairman of the council was silent for a while. A cold look flashed in his eyes, and he directly activated the power of the magic wizard. Boom! As the speaker's voice fell, a white light fell from the sky, and this white beam of light blasted straight at Izzo. Izuosi was not afraid. With excitement in his eyes, he directly opened his mouth and sprayed out a beam of thunder that pierced the sky. The thunder beam and the white beam of light collided in an instant, and a strong impact continued to spread across the sea. After a long time, the power of the magic wizard slowly stopped, and then the white beam of light became smaller and smaller, slowly disappearing into the sky. Izuo's mighty body appeared in the sky, with awe-inspiring eyes and scales shining with thunder, all of which spoke of his strength. But Izzo wasn't feeling well either. Even if the Dragon Clan is physically strong, it is not easy for him to resist the power of the magic elves. Roar! Izuo's wings trembled and thunder roared in the sky, as if to frighten the members of the Senate. Impossible! Jalal stared blankly at Izzo in the sky, and then reacted, growling at Lu Li with a frenzied expression. Advertisement. Lu Li snorted coldly, his figure disappeared suddenly, and kicked Jalal away. Not only was Jalal extremely crazy, but a speaker of the council and 8 counselors stared blankly at the giant dragon on the screen in front of them, their eyes full of inconceivable expressions. What should we do now? The speaker came to his senses, looked at everyone present with a gloomy expression and asked, "Tell Fairy Tail to hand over this dragon?" Through the screen in front of them, they also knew that this dragon belonged to Lu Li, but as soon as they said this idea, everyone looked at him like a fool. Not to mention whether Lu Li will hand over the dragon. Even if they hand over this thunder dragon, will they have the strength to subdue it? Fairy Tail is too strong. It has already threatened the Senate, and now there is another dragon. The speaker seemed to know that he had said something wrong. His old face blushed, and then he said with a gloomy expression. Everyone looked at each other in blank dismay. The speaker's words were indeed correct, but they can't help it. How about we invite Lu Li to the Senate and make him a member? At this moment, a short old man suddenly spoke and said to the other 8 people, as it is also known from the previous video, Zekaline is actually the black mage Jalal. So Jalal was also expelled from the council, and the position of member is naturally vacant now. After listening to the congressman's words, everyone was silent for a while. Their eyes glistened, and they didn't know what they were thinking. A gleam flashed in the speaker's eyes, and he also fell into silence. Immediately send an invitation to Fairy Tail for Lu Li to be an MP. After the speaker was silent for a while, he then spoke to the crowd. In their opinion, The status of members of the Senate is extremely noble, and it is impossible for Luli to refuse their invitation. Advertisement, I just want to know, what is your purpose for bringing me here? After everything was over, Luli walked up to Jalal, looked at Jalal with a flat face and asked, activate the Tower of Heaven with Magus power, then sacrifice your body and mana to revive Zeref. Jalal also knew that he couldn't get away with his failure, so he spoke to Luli calmly. You are so confident, can you let me be sacrificed? Luli chuckled, with a little contempt in his voice, and said to Jalal, if you can't be sacrificed, then use my magic power to revive Zeref, and I want to compete with you too. Jalal shook his head. At first he wanted to use Urza, but suddenly the figure of Luli flashed in his mind, which made Luli come to Tower of Heaven. Do it. After finishing speaking, Jalal showed a little relief in his eyes, and said to Luli slowly. Seeing the smile on the corner of Jalal's mouth, Luli slowly stretched out his right hand, and an ice-blue ice sword appeared in Luli's hand. With the sword cut, Jalal felt pain in his right arm. A stream of blood spurted out from Jalal's right arm, and then Jalal's right arm fell to the ground. Jalal opened his eyes and looked at the back of Luli leaving slowly, with some doubts in his heart. Luli also wanted to kill Jalal at the beginning, but Jalal is a relatively important character in the plot, and Jalal was bewitched by Ursha, so Luli decided to let him go. Jalal looked at Luli's back with a pale face. The doubts in his eyes slowly dissipated, and a slight smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Unbeknownst to Luli, after he left, Fairy Tail attacked by Spectre wounded Levy, and then Fairy Tail and Spectre's rulers started a full-scale war. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for rewards, ask for support, ask for everything. Chapter 44. After Luli left the Tower of Heaven, he left with Simon and others, and the turtle dove had no idea where to go when Luli came down. Luli came to the bottom floor of the Tower of Heaven, where Luli landed on the island. Gert looked at a group of black mages beside him with a ferocious face. Although Gert is an S-rank mage, his current situation is not very good. His magic power is disordered, and there are wounds on his body. Luli took a closer look and found that the group of mages surrounding Gert were all A-level mages. The worst ones are B-level peaks. Boom! With a big wave of Luli's hand, a thunderbolt fell from the sky and directly hit the group of black mages. Gert was taken aback for a moment, but still hadn't reacted. This group of black mages was even more stunned. Why did a large group of companions die in an instant? They quickly turned around and saw Luli's figure looking down at everyone with cold and heartless eyes. The group of black mages were overwhelmed by the surging magic power emanating from Luli, and they didn't know what to do for a while. Die. After a while, Luli opened his mouth slowly, and a cold voice came out of Luli's mouth. Immediately, a chill spread from Luli's feet, covering the land in an instant, and the group of black mages were among them. The cold air was launched instantly, directly freezing the group of black mages. Even Gert was no exception. However, Luli let Gert go, and did not directly freeze Gert to death, revealing a head. What is the task of the Senate this time? Luli walked to Gert's side step by step, and asked with cold eyes. I don't know. Seeing Luli's cold eyes, Gert felt uneasy, and said bitterly to Luli, don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Luli shook his head, leaving only a cold sentence, and then Gert's head was instantly frozen, and his eyes slowly became dim. In the Tower of Heaven, the ice sculptures are frozen one by one, and the sea breeze blows on the ice sculptures. Where are you guys going back to Fairy Tail with me? After killing Gert in seconds, Luli turned around and asked Simon and the others. Advertisement. Although we haven't seen each other for many years, we played together when we were young, and it can be regarded as a little emotional. Brother Simon and I, Shio, want to practice. After hearing Luli's words, Wally, Shio and the others looked at each other, and then spoke to Luli with some trepidation. It's a good thing. Be careful on the road, Miliana. How about you? After hearing Wally's words, Luli was not too surprised, because they were the same in the original book, and then turned to Miliana and asked, Brother Luli, I also want to follow Brother Simon. Miliana was relatively close to Luli when she was a child, stuck out her tongue, looked at Luli with some embarrassment and said, It's okay, go. If you have anything, you can come to Fairy Tail to find me at any time. Urza is also in Fairy Tail. Luli chuckled, touched Miliana's head, and said softly. The four fell silent when they heard Urza's name. Brother Luli, do you think sister will forgive us? When Luli woke up the four of them, he had already informed them of the role of the Tower of Heaven. The four of them also regretted how they treated Urza when they were young. Shio asked Luli a little nervously. Don't worry, Urza is not a stingy person. Luli smiled slightly and said to the four of them. The four of them were also slowly relieved after hearing Luli's words, but they were still a little nervous. If you guys go out of practice, go. I'm going back to Fairy Tale too. After Luli destroys the Tower of Heaven, stand on the edge of the port and say goodbye to the four. Brother Luli, I will definitely become stronger. At the moment of leaving, Shio looked at Luli firmly and said to Luli firmly. Luli smiled slightly and waved to the four of them. After the four of them hit the road, Luli went straight to Fairy Tale. Since Luli wasted a little time in this Tower of Heaven, I don't know what's going on in the guild. Luli knows that Fairy Tale has twists and turns after the plot begins. Before entering Magnolia, I saw a huge building appearing in Magnolia from a distance. A cold light flashed in Luli's eyes. Advertisement. Luli is very familiar with this building. The Guild of the Rulers of the Spectre. It appears that Fairy Tale is already at war with the Dominator of the Spectre. At this moment, a wave of magic power passed by Luli's side, rushing towards the Guild of the Ghost Ruler. Magic cannon. Ha ha ha, Fairy Tale, perish under Jupiter. Jose, the ruler of the Spectre and the current president, stood directly above the guild, looking at Fairy Tale not far away, with a deep sense of pleasure in his eyes. His feud with Fairy Tale stems largely from an argument with Makarov 6 years ago. Both of them got drunk and said that their guild was the strongest. As a result, the two had a big fight, and Jose lost to Makarov, and since then he has hated Makarov and Fairy Tale. Boom! The muzzle of the magic cannon exuded a burst of strong magic power. AI Green and the others stood at the entrance of Fairy Tale, watching the scene with serious eyes. I'll stop it. Armor of Vajra. Urza shouted angrily, and the armor of his figure changed instantly. Urza, holding a giant shield, stood directly in front of the guild, trying to block the magic cannon. Boom! Jose showed disdain, and following Jose's order, the magic cannon blasted towards Urza with endless power. Boom! An ice wall suddenly appeared in front of Urza just as the magic cannon was about to hit Urza, forcibly blocking the magic cannon. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for rewards, ask for support, ask for everything. A brother said before that he wanted to build a group, and the skirt number has already been posted in the comment area. Welcome to Dragon Island. Skirt chat number. Chapter 45. With a loud noise, the magic cannon directly hit the ice wall in front of Urza. The ice wall trembled slightly, but it was unscathed, and it firmly blocked the magic cannon completely. Gray. When Urza saw the ice wall in front of him, the first thought that popped into his mind was Gray, and he glanced behind him. Gray was the same as himself, looking around blankly, because all members of Fairy Tale stared straight at Gray. If I have such strength, am I still afraid of Urza? Gray smiled wryly and spread his hands to everyone helplessly. After listening to Gray's words, everyone nodded in a very reasonable way. With Gray's strength is not enough to create this level of ice wall. In Fairy Tale, apart from Gray, an ice mage, there is only Luli. When everyone thought of this, their eyes couldn't help but light up. Luli can be said to be everyone's hope now. Jose. At this moment, a cold voice came from a distance, and I saw Luli standing on a giant dragon in the sky. The dragon kept waving its wings, exuding a violent magic power. Luli. Jose saw Luli's figure. A cold light flashed in his eyes. He gritted his teeth and looked at Luli. At the same time, there is still a little fear in the eyes. He is not afraid of Luli, but the dragon at Luli's feet. This is a dragon. Roar. This dragon is naturally Luli's strongest dragon servant Izuo. Izuo roared at the magic cannon, and a burst of thunder spewed out of his mouth, directly blasting on the magic cannon. The violent thunder blasted on the magic cannon in an instant, and a loud noise fell, and the magic cannon was directly destroyed. Advertisement. Damn kid. Seeing this scene, Jose vomited blood even more. This magic cannon is very expensive. The ruler of the Spectre spends a large sum of money every year to maintain the magic cannon. Who would have thought that it would be destroyed by the dragon's breath today? Jose looked at Luli with a gloomy face, his eyes full of killing intent. Natsu, the dominator of the ghosts, I've given you all those bastards. After Luli returned to the ground, he made Izuo disappear with a wave of his hand, and then said to Urza and others beside him, "Oh." After hearing Luli's words, Natsu's eyes flashed with excitement, and Grey Urza and the others rushed to the Ghost Rulers Guild. Jose, it seems that you have forgotten what happened 3 years ago. After Natsu and others entered the Dominator of the Spectre, Luli looked at Jose, who was standing at the top of the dominator of the Spectre Guild, and said with a sneer, "Damn it." After hearing Luli's words, Jose looked at Luli's figure with red eyes, and looked at Luli with killing intent on his face. Everyone looked at Jose, and they were even more curious about what Luli said 3 years ago. What is it that can make the ruler of the majestic ghost become so angry? Jose didn't give Luli time to speak, and with a wave of his hand, figures covered in black mist appeared in front of the fairy tale mages. "Kill him." Jose's voice was full of killing intent, and he roared at these figures covered in black mist. After hearing Jose's words, these figures directly charged at Luli without the slightest hesitation. Boom! A loud noise sounded from behind Luli. I saw bursts of blue smoke from the spear in the hand of a mage holding a spear, and a figure of black mist not far from Luli was directly knocked down to the ground, and the black mist gradually dissipated, turning into nothingness. "Luli, leave this to us." The man showed a smile to Luli, and then kept pulling the trigger in his hand. A magic circle appeared at the muzzle of the gun, and bullets from the magic circle shot out continuously from the muzzle. The other fairy tale mages also kept blasting their magic, constantly blasting these black mist figures. Advertisement: Jose, this time, no member of the council will come out to protect you. Seeing this scene, a slight smile appeared on Luli's face, and then he walked towards Jose step by step, with a murderous intent flashing in his eyes. "Oomph! Ghost arrow." An angry look flashed in Jose's eyes. What happened 3 years ago was a shame for Jose. When Luli mentioned it again, Jose's face was full of gloom. With a wave of Jose's right hand, a series of black ghost-like arrows suddenly appeared, shooting towards Luli's figure. Bang! 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 Seeing that the ghost arrows were about to hit Luli, ice shields suddenly appeared in front of Luli, blocking them all. Jose was not surprised at all when he saw this scene. If Luli was killed by Jose so easily, then Jose wouldn't have to take Luli for so many years. Laser. Luli slowly raised his finger, and a ray of thunder gathered at Luli's fingertips. Following Luli's order, the ray of thunder blasted out instantly, killing Jose's figure. The moment Lemang disappeared, Luli's figure also disappeared instantly, and Jose could only see a flash of thunder in the air. Dark spiral. Jose knew that Luli's speed was not comparable to his own, and a dark air current appeared on Jose's body, turning Jose's arms into 2 black spirals. Boom! With a flash of thunder, Jose punched Luli with a punch, and the dark spiral killed Luli with an endless breath of decay. Luli leaped and dodged Jose's attack directly. Seeing Luli's mocking face, Jose was extremely annoyed, but he calmed down slowly. Jose knows better than anyone the consequences of being distracted during a fight. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for rewards, ask for support, ask for everything. P.S. There is a typo in the previous part. The protagonist cut off Jalal's arm, not his head. Chapter 46. Huh, Luli boy, you can only dodge like a mouse. Having failed to attack Luli many times, Jose felt a little annoyed, and mocked Luli with a sneer on his face. You asked for it. Luli's figure stopped suddenly, and slowly stood in the air, looking at Jose with a smile on his face. Jose saw Luli stop, and a look of ecstasy flashed in his eyes. For Luli, it was because of his speed that Jose couldn't beat Luli. Of course, that was Jose's idea. Luli possesses 3 kinds of magic, and speed is only a characteristic of thunder magic. Few people know about Luli's fire magic, and he only used it once in the fairy tale last time. The rest of the people who saw Luli using fire magic are usually dead. Boom! Luli's figure standing in the air was suddenly surrounded by bursts of flames, and bursts of flames ignited on Luli's body, standing in the air as if he was in the world, looking at Jose indifferently. Jose couldn't help being surprised when he saw Luli covered in flames. How can it be? Doesn't he only use 2 kinds of magic? Impossible. Jose looked at Luli with a ferocious expression, and at the same time felt a little jealous. Why? Why fairy tale can have such genius? Go to hell. Jose roared, covered with dark magic power, and a trace of dark magic power penetrated from Jose's body, covering Jose's whole body. A breath of death. Bursts of black air flowed out of Jose's body. It flowed slowly around, wrapping Luli and Jose in it in no time. And at this moment, those ghost soldiers who fought fiercely with fairy tale suddenly froze, and then disappeared directly into an undercurrent. Desperate. Advertisement amidst the breath of death, with poor visibility, Luli closed his eyes, and suddenly a roar full of hatred came from behind Luli. Immediately, a dark red explosion wave suddenly appeared from behind Luli, directly hitting Luli. Rain of fire. Luli waved his hand lightly, and an ice shield appeared in front of Luli, directly blocking the dark red explosion wave. Immediately, a bright light appeared in the sky. Jose naturally saw this light in the darkness, was startled, and hurried away. At the moment Jose left, flames descended from the sky, directly covering the entire land shrouded in the breath of death. Damn it! Jose roared, and quickly withdrew from the breath of death. He also had wounds all over his body, which were naturally burned by those flames. Luli looked at Jose with a scorched face, and smiled disdainfully. For Jose, Luli didn't pay attention at all. Jose, I'll give you another chance. Get down on your knees. Or die. Luli opened his eyes and walked towards Jose step by step, with a cold killing intent in his eyes, he said coldly to Jose. Hearing what Luli said, Jose froze in place. He actually told himself to kneel down. Luli, I want you dead. Jose gritted his teeth and looked at Luli with endless hatred in his eyes. Now that Luli has appeared, the massacre of Fairy Tail is over. So, is this your last choice? Luli smiled disdainfully, not paying attention to Jose's words at all, and asked in a cold voice. Deathstorm. Jose roared, and a dark air flow gathered from Jose's hand, slowly gathering into a surge of magic power. Fairy the law. Luli landed in the guild of the ruler of ghosts, looked coldly at Jose in front of him, and then a golden light converged on Luli's right hand. Jose couldn't help being surprised when he heard what Luli said. Of course he has heard of the Law of Goblins, one of the three magics of Fairy Tail. Advertisement. The Law of the Goblin is to conquer the darkness with the holy light, and the caster only destroys the target identified as the enemy. It can be called the unique super magic in the legend. Impossible. How could he have such magic? Jose shook his head, quickly dispelling the fear in his heart. Boom! A golden light flashed in front of Jose's eyes. Jose covered his eyes in pain, and the magic power in his body was constantly fading away. The holy light kept devouring the dark magic power on Jose. Don't want. The pained Jose let out a roar, and then his figure slowly dissipated in the goblin's law. He glanced at Luli with resentment, and was directly swallowed by the goblin's law. After the golden light dissipated, Luli's figure appeared in front of everyone in the guild again, and everyone was silent for a while. Immediately there was a burst of excited cheers. Jose is defeated. This war. Fairy Tail won. Luli stood at the top of the Spectre's Rulers Guild, shouting loudly to the crowd. Oh! When everyone heard Luli's words, they all waved their arms, with excitement in their eyes. After it's all over, Fairy Tail is back to normal again. However, the guild was destroyed by the ghost ruler and had to start rebuilding. When all the members were busy rebuilding the guild, the council suddenly came and found Luli respectfully. Lord Luli, the speaker and members want to grant you the status of a member, so please go to the council. The visitor was still a frog, but I don't know if it was the one from last time. The frog looked at Luli respectfully, with envy in his eyes. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for rewards, ask for support, ask for everything. Chapter 47. Lord Luli, the speaker and members want to grant you the status of a member, so please go to the council. The visitor was still a frog, but I don't know if it was the one from last time. The frog looked at Luli respectfully, with envy in his eyes. The frog looked at Luli respectfully and said, everyone in Fairy Tail couldn't help being shocked when they heard what the frog said. The Senate actually let Luli become a member? Everyone quickly turned their attention to Luli, wanting to see what Luli was thinking. Luli was a little surprised when he heard what the frog said. Although Luli knew what was going on, he didn't expect that the Senate would be so willing to give up a member's seat directly. Luli was silent for a while, lowered her eyes and said slowly, I refuse. Then please move with me quickly. What are you talking about? The frog thought that Luli agreed. After all, he thought that no one could refuse such a condition. After hearing Luli's words clearly, he looked at Luli in shock and asked, is there anything else? You can get out if you have nothing to do. Luli frowned slightly, looked at the frog unceremoniously and said. The frog looked at Luli's back and opened his mouth, but he didn't know what to say. The frog saw that there was no possibility of making any progress, so he returned to the Senate dejectedly. After the envoy of the council left, everyone gathered around Luli and asked Luli curiously, Luli, why did the members of the Senate let you become a member? Yes, yes, why did you refuse? Everyone put their curious eyes on Luli, waiting for Luli's answer. It should be that the Senate knows that I have a dragon, and I'm not interested in any members. Luli chuckled, and then explained to everyone. After hearing Luli's words, everyone couldn't help complaining in their hearts. The position of MP is a position that many people dream of, but Luli turned it down because of a lack of interest. Advertisement. Although everyone is disappointed, if Luli agrees to become an MP, then Fairy Tail will have a backer in the council from now on. But this disappointment is only a moment, and it will disappear in a while. For companions, it doesn't matter what Luli wants to do or not. They are all Fairy Tail's companions. Plop, plop. I'm so sleepy at this moment. Bursts of voices sounded, and everyone in the guild fell to the ground. Seeing this scene, Lucy turned pale with fright. But before he could speak, his eyelids seemed to be fighting, and he fell to the ground with a plop. At the moment when Lucy was about to fall, Luli's figure flashed, supported Lucy's body, and put her on a chair beside her. Thank you. At the last moment of closing her eyes, Lucy saw Luli's movements, spoke to Luli with difficulty, and then fell asleep in a chair. After a while, everyone in the guild was lying on the ground or lying on their chairs and fell asleep. Only Luli and Makarov were sitting at the bar drinking. At this moment, a man wrapped in a black cloth walked in from the door of the guild, walked to the task board, tore off a task list, and left the guild directly. Mistigan, break the magic. Just when the man was about to leave the guild, Makarov's deep voice suddenly came. Slap. Hearing Makarov's words, Mistigan slightly snapped his fingers and then disappeared at the door of Fairy Tail. After a while, the members of the guild slowly woke up. This feeling, is it Mistigan again? It must be him, and only his sleeping magic is so strong. After everyone woke up, they rubbed their heads and complained softly, but they didn't mean to blame Mistigan. Luli, who is Mistigan? Listening to what everyone said, Lucy asked Luli curiously. Advertisement. Mistigan is one of the S-rank mages of our guild, but he doesn't usually appear in front of people, and few people have seen him. Only Luli and the president have seen him. Hearing what Lucy said, before Luli could speak, Mira suddenly raised her hand and replied to Lucy with a smile on the corner of her mouth. But why can't he let others see him? Lucy was very curious about this point, looked at Luli and asked. Luli didn't answer, but shrugged his shoulders to show that he didn't know. How could Luli not know about this? But Luli had promised Mistigan not to leak his affairs, so he had to keep it a secret. I've seen Mistigan too. At this moment, a voice full of disdain reached Luli's ears. Lucy looked up and saw a blond man sitting on a tree in the distance. Who is he? Seeing this blond man, Lucy was a little puzzled and asked Luli in a low voice. One of the S-rank mages of the guild, Lagosas, the grandson of the president, Dreyer. Luli didn't answer. Mira listened to Lucy and explained to Lucy. It's an S-rank mage again. He looks so strong. Lucy looked at Lajersa's figure and couldn't help showing a look of admiration in his eyes. TCH, are you guys being attacked by ghosts? What a waste. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for rewards, ask for support, ask for everything. Recommend a book by a young lady. This is a real young lady. Super Mysterious Reiki Recovery. Chapter 48. TCH, are you guys being attacked by ghosts? What a waste. But at the next moment, the image that Lagosas had just established in Lucy's heart collapsed in an instant, and she looked at Lagosas in a daze. Lajersas was speaking to the Shadow Gear squad, that is, Levy and others who were attacked by Gear. Logger thus. After Lajerthas's voice fell, the complexions of everyone in the guild suddenly became gloomy, and the whole scene became extremely quiet, while Levy and others that Lajerthas was talking about lowered their heads in shame. Luli opened his mouth sharply, looking at Lagasis with a gloomy expression. TCH, I really don't know what the old man is doing to find some trash to join the guild. When I become the guild leader, I must drive all these trash out of the guild. Lajersas and Luli looked at each other, then snorted coldly. Their gazes flashed across all the wizards in Fairy Tail. Their disdainful eyes were undoubtedly revealed. Luli, your strength is very strong. Join me. Let's create a new fairy tale together. Immediately, Lajersas set his sights on Luli, looked at Luli madly and said, I think you are crazy. Luli looked at Lajersas silently, without the slightest emotion in his eyes, and Lajersas didn't know what Luli was thinking for a while. Immediately, Luli spoke slowly and whispered to Lajersas. Cut. Hearing Luli's words, Lajersas snorted disdainfully, then waved his sleeves, turned and left. Wait. At the moment Lajerces turned to leave, Luli called to stop Lajerces. What's up? Since he was rejected by Luli, Lajerces didn't give Luli any good looks and replied with an impatient tone. The moment Lajerces turned around, a fist suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. Boom! Luli's fist directly hit Lajerces' face, and the powerful force directly blasted Lagerthus out. Advertisement, Lagerthus. Seeing Lagos's appearance, several members of the Thor crowd yelled in worry and hurried up to ask Lagasis to help him up. But just as they took a step, the figures of Urza and others stepped out from the side, directly blocking in front of the three of them. Urza, what do you want? The only woman among the thunder gods, Evergreen saw Urza and the others. A flash of anger flashed across her face, and she yelled at Urza. This is a matter between Luli and Lagos's. It's better for you not to get involved. Urza shook his head, held the long sword to block the three of them, and said softly, Stop it, Evergreen. The three of them looked at each other, and at this moment they were ready to cast magic. Lajerce's voice suddenly reached the ears of the three, and Lajerces slowly got up from the ground, threw the clothes on the ground, revealing his strong muscles. I've wanted to fight you for a long time. Lajerces wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and looked at Luli's figure with fiery eyes, full of fighting spirit. Thunder overwhelms the raging waves. Lajerces' eyes were extremely excited. Traces of thunder flashed across his body. He raised his hands violently, and thunder clouds appeared above Luli's head. Boom! The next moment, a thunderbolt fell from the sky and directly hit Luli's body. Luli was unscathed by the thunder, and his eyes were still looking at Lagos's calmly. Is this your attack? Then you can roll to the hospital for a few days today. The thunder dissipated. Luli patted the dust on his clothes. A flame rose from Luli's fist, and he sneered at Lagos's. Emperor Yin. The flame grew bigger and bigger, and turned into a huge fireball in an instant. The fireball condensed on Luli's hand like a scorching sun. The roar of the thunder dragon. Advertisement. When Lajerces saw this scene, a solemn look flashed in his eyes. A violent thunder magic power gathered in Lajerces' mouth, and a thunder vortex spewed out from Lajerces' mouth. Emperor Yin collided with Thunder Dragon's roar, and there was a loud bang. Lajerces stepped back a few steps, and his face became a little pale. And Luli's footsteps were still standing there steadily, without moving at all. I said, if this is your strength, then you should go to the hospital for a few days today. At this moment, a flat voice suddenly sounded from behind Lajerces. Lajerces was startled, and quickly stretched out his arms to protect his head. Standing in front of Luli's figure slowly dissipated. It turned out to be just an afterimage. Boom! A huge force came from Lajerces' stomach, and Lagerthus felt as if he was hit by a big mountain, as if his internal organs had been moved, and he lay on the ground in pain. Ahem! Lajerces spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was extremely pale, and the magic power in his body was also disordered. Okay. So amazing. Due to the battle between the two, other members of the guild left the place where the two were fighting early. Lucy watched Luli's battle with Lagos's from a distance, and the shock in his eyes was obvious. Lagerthus. After Luli stopped, Thunder God and others ran to Lagasis worriedly and helped him up. Lajerces wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, looked at Luli and said, You are very strong, but I will not admit defeat. After finishing speaking, Lagos's left with the support of the Thunder Gods. Luli didn't stop this time. Looking at Lajerces' back, he fell into deep thought. Luli didn't know if there would be a fairy tale in fighting because of her appearance this time. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for rewards, ask for support, ask for everything. Chapter 49. After Lajerces left, Luli sighed as he looked at Lajerces' back. He also knew that the idea in Lajerces' heart had not been dispelled. As long as he was given a chance, the fairy tale civil war might still start. But because Luli directly killed Jose this time, although Lucy was not captured by Lousy, Lucy also went home once by himself and explained everything to her Lousy. Master Luli, do you want some water? Just after Luli sat down, a girl in a blue coat suddenly appeared beside Luli at some point, looking at Luli with hope in her eyes. Juvia, how many times have I said, don't suddenly appear like this? The sudden appearance of the girl in blue also surprised Luli, and then said to the girl with a little wry smile on his face. This girl is the water element Juvia, one of the 4 elements who were the ruler of the ghost before. In fact, Juvia met Luli a long time ago. When Luli went out to do a mission, he met Juvia, who was just an ordinary person. But Juvia hasn't learned magic yet, and because it rains everywhere she goes, she is called the Rain Girl. She has no friends since she was a child and was often bullied. Luli took the initiative to teach those gangsters who bullied Juvia, and Juvia has been looking for Luli ever since. But Luli was just doing a mission at the beginning and returned to Fairy Tail after the mission was over. And Juvia was also favored by Jose because of his physical fitness. Jose taught Juvia magic, and at the same time recruited Juvia into the ruler of ghosts, becoming one of the 4 elements. During the battle between the Ghost Dominator and Fairy Tail, Juvia saw Luli by accident. After the Ghost Dominator disbanded, Juvia suddenly appeared beside Luli from time to time. Master Luli hates Juvia. After hearing Luli's words, Juvia's eyes filled with tears, as if she would cry at any moment. Nothing, Luli replied angrily, but Juvia swept away the sadness on her face after hearing Luli's words, and followed Luli happily. Juvia, you have nowhere to go now. How about joining Fairy Tail? Advertisement Luli had nothing to do with Juvia, and then slowly spoke to Juvia. After hearing Luli's words, Juvia was slightly taken aback, and a look of surprise flashed in her eyes. I am a member of Fairy Tail's enemy guild, and Luli actually invited me to join Fairy Tail. Can you? Although the Dominator of Spectre has been kind to Juvia, but now that the Dominator of Spectre has been disbanded, Juvia has to find a place for herself. And your other Iron Dragon partner, let him come too. Seeing Juvia's agitated look, Luli spoke to Juvia again. Is it really possible? Juvia was indeed a little excited this time, and asked Luli happily. Among the rulers of ghosts, the relationship between Gear and Juvia is better. Now that the guild was disbanded, Gear naturally lost his place. Since Fairy Tail is willing to accept, she is of course willing to invite Gear. You go to Gear, Luli smiled slightly. In the original book, Makarov will also invite Gear and Juvia to join in these few days, so it's better to say it earlier. After listening to Luli's words, Juvia left happily, and the bouncing figure slowly disappeared from Luli's sight. Luli, it's bad. Our guildmates have been detained by the Senate. Just after Juvia left for a while, Mao walked up to Luli with a solemn expression and said seriously to Luli, what happened? Luli frowned and didn't think why such a thing happened. When we were doing the task, the army of the council suddenly appeared, saying that we damaged public property and wanted to take us back to investigate. And then I came back. Macau's face was a little gloomy. Obviously this time he was messed up by the Senate. Advertisement. After listening to Macau's words, Luli also knew that the Senate began to suppress Fairy Tail. They also thought that although they had a dragon, they couldn't attack the council. And Fairy Tail is too strong. They are worried about letting Fairy Tail dominate. So they started to suppress. Don't worry, I'll go to the council to ask for someone. A cold light flashed in Luli's eyes. It's not that such a thing happened in Fairy Tail before, but the Senate has never arrested anyone. At most it was a verbal warning, but this time they started arresting people directly. Well, be careful then, Makarov's body hasn't fully recovered yet. So now Fairy Tail's leader is Luli, and they don't worry about Luli doing things. You go back first, Luli nodded, then said to Macau. Macau agreed and left Luli's room. Luli walked to the window and looked in the direction of the council. A cold light flashed in his eyes. I didn't want to take action against the Senate, but they started to target themselves. The Senate, don't go too far, otherwise I don't mind killing you. Luli muttered to himself. If other people heard Luli's words, they would probably think Luli was crazy. He actually wanted to attack the Senate. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for rewards, ask for support, ask for everything. Chapter 50. Luli, have you heard that several companions in the guild were detained by the Senate, not long after Macau left? Urza hurried into Luli's room, looked at Urza anxiously and asked. Macau has already told me. I will go to the council later. Luli nodded. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and then he spoke to Urza. Nothing will happen. After listening to Luli's words, Urza nodded slowly, looking at Luli with worry in his eyes. Don't worry, it's fine. Luli shook her head lightly, still habitually touched Urza's crimson hair, and said softly, Luli, you are not going to take action against the council. Just as he was about to walk out of Luli's room door, Urza suddenly turned around, looked at Luli with serious eyes, and asked Luli word by word. After hearing Urza's words, Luli couldn't help but smile wryly. Women's intuition is really a little sensitive. However, it is impossible for Luli to tell Urza about this matter. Shaking his head slightly at Urza, he didn't speak. Urza heard Luli's words, took a deep look at Luli, and then turned and left Luli's room. After a while, Luli left Fairy Tale and went to the Senate dignitaries. Luli, what are you doing here? When he came to the council, Luli met the chairman of the council directly. The speaker looked at Luli with a frosty face and asked coldly, "What do you say?" Luli looked flat and asked the speaker back, "If you're here to ask for someone, then you should go back. Members of Fairy Tale damage public property and must be detained." After hearing Luli's words, the speaker was silent for a while and then spoke to Luli again. "Are you sure you want to do this to Fairy Tale?" After a long time, Luli spoke slowly. His voice was very flat, but with a little killing intent. "I'm only for the safety of Fury Kingdom." After hearing Luli's words, the speaker's eyes flashed a look of disdain, and he said to Luli with a straight face, "Advertisement boom." As soon as his words fell, a flame suddenly rose from Luli's palm. The flame was burning fiercely, and a hot temperature came from Luli's whole body. The speaker's face changed, and he looked at Luli with a little fear. "What do you want to do? This is the council. Do you want to attack me? Then Fairy Tale will be listed as a dark guild and hunted down by all the light guilds." The speaker looked at Luli with a frosty face, but there was still a little fear in his eyes. After all, Luli's strength lies here. Luli chuckled, with extreme disdain in his eyes, and said softly, "From today onwards, I, Luli, quit Fairy Tale." Luli's figure walked towards the speaker step by step, and a cold word spit out from Luli's mouth. I saw that the clothes on Luli's right arm were suddenly broken, and a crimson armband appeared on Luli's arm. As Luli's voice fell, a crimson mark disappeared instantly. "What do you want to do here is the Senate?" Seeing this scene, the chairman's face changed drastically, and he quickly retreated behind him. Luli quit Fairy Tale, and now the only thing that can threaten Luli is gone. "I've let you off many times, but you keep provoking my bottom line. You really think I'm easy to bully?" Luli's magical power erupted, and he directly suppressed the speaker. Bursts of flames and thunder came out of Luli's body, and a trace of cold air spread from Luli's feet, directly turning the ground under Luli's feet into ice crystals. "There is an enemy invasion." Just after Luli finished speaking, magic soldiers with weapons ran out of the Senate one by one, with firm eyes. But after seeing Luli's figure, he couldn't help feeling a little flustered. After all, Luli's reputation is there. "What are you still doing? Destroy this intruder." The speaker gave Luli an angry look. Then he roared at these magic soldiers. "Thunderbolt." Luli uttered a word softly, and then a thunderbolt suddenly descended from the sky outside the Senate, directly blasting into the crowd of magic soldiers. The thunder continued to wreak havoc, and within a short while, the group of magic soldiers that the council was proud of were completely annihilated. The speaker looked at Luli's figure with a pale face, with a deep look of fear in his eyes. "Advertisement, release the members of Fairy Tale." Luli stepped in front of the speaker and said slowly with a flat face, "Okay, I'll let it go." The speaker nodded quickly, without the slightest hesitation, took out a communication magic crystal from his pocket, and said a few words into it. After a while, several members of Fairy Tale walked out of the council with a sluggish expression. "Luli, why are you here?" One of the leaders, Luli, also knows Alzak, who uses gun magic. "Go back to the guild first." Luli took a deep breath, and then said to Alzak, "Luli, where's your guild mark?" At this moment, a woman standing next to Alzak suddenly spoke and asked Luli, "I'm out of Fairy Tale." Luli was silent for a while, then spoke to Alzak and others. "What? Luli, are you crazy? Why did you do that?" Several people were shocked after hearing Luli's words, and questioned Luli one after another. Seeing this scene, the speaker on the side glanced at Luli with a little bit of resentment in his eyes, then turned and ran towards the Senate. "Can I run away?" Luli didn't answer. With a big wave of his hand, a flame shot out from Luli's palm instantly, surrounding the speaker. The whole body was continuously burned by the flames, and the speaker kept screaming, but he lost his voice after a while. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for rewards, ask for support, ask for everything. Chapter 51. Luli, stop now. Seeing Luli's action, Alzak was frightened, and hurried to Luli to block Luli, step aside. But seeing the look in Luli's eyes, I couldn't help trembling. What kind of eyes are these, without any emotion, full of coldness? And the indifferent voice reached Alzak's ears, and Alzak moved away somehow. "Go back and tell Makarov that starting today, I'm no longer a member of Fairy Tale." Looking back, Luli turned around and said softly to the members of Fairy Tale. After saying this, Luli left the council without the slightest hesitation. The moment Luli left, a thunderbolt fell from the sky and directly hit the council in front of everyone. The council collapsed in an instant, and gravel continued to fall to the ground. After Luli left, everyone looked at the scene in front of them and looked at each other, a little at a loss. Alzak, what now? The woman next to Alzak, his partner Biska, also looked like a cowboy, asked Luli, let's go back to the guild first. Alzak looked at the Senate in front of him, and knew that today's matter was not that simple, so he could only smile bitterly. Then everyone returned to Fairy Tale. After Luli left, he didn't know where to go. Suddenly, an idea flashed in Luli's mind. Dark Guild. Yes, although the Dark Guild is not recognized by the Light Guild, it doesn't have to be bound by those rules. Just do what you say. After Luli left, in order to find a place for his base, he searched for a long time. Come and go, straight back to where the Tower of Heaven was before. Looking at this soaring and dilapidated tower, Luli also sighed a little. I just left here for a few days, but when I came back, my identity was completely different. Advertisement, since you want to create a guild, think of a name. Luli walked to the top of the Tower of Heaven, sat on the seat that once belonged to Jelal, rubbed his chin and thought, let's call it Dragon King's Wings. After a long time, Luli suddenly opened his eyes, and a bright light flashed in them. Then, where Luli's armband of Fairy Tale was originally, a black dragon wing appeared on it. After confirming the direction of his future development, Luli released the 3 dragons of Izzo and Snorges. This Tower of Heaven is big enough for the 3 of them to toss about. Roar! After the 3 dragons appeared, they roared at the sky, unwilling to be lonely, and continuously vented their magical power. Looking at the 3 giant dragons flying in the sky, Luli couldn't help showing a smile. The next day, a piece of news was released that shook the entire kingdom of Fiori. The Senate was destroyed, and the prisoner turned out to be Luli, the son of Thunder, an S-class mage from Fairy Tale. And Luli also announced his withdrawal from Fairy Tale at that moment. As soon as this news came out, many people were frightened directly, and of course many people had some thoughts in their hearts. But the heat of this news has not passed, and another report came out. Once Fairy Tale's S-class mage Luli, son of Thunder, created a guild. Dark Guild, Wings of the Dragon King. This news can be described as a sensation in the whole country. Luli's reputation can be said to be as loud as Fairy Tale, but Luli has actually become a member of the Dark Guild. In the Fairy Tale Guild, all the members looked extremely solemn, without any of the usual playfulness. Impossible. How could Luli become a member of the Dark Guild? The next moment, the fiery Natsu suddenly stood up from the chair and shouted at the crowd with disbelief in his voice. Advertisement. Everyone glanced at Natsu. Although they didn't believe it in their hearts, it was clearly written in the newspaper. Moreover, the location of the Luli Guild was clearly marked, and the flag of the Dragon King's Wings was flying high on the top of the Tower of Heaven. Urza, what's wrong with you? Mira watched Urza blankly staring at the newspaper in his hand, walked up to Urza with some worry, pushed and asked, I'm fine being pushed, Urza reacted instantly, seeing that everyone's eyes were on him. He also shook his head and said. Everyone looked at Urza's appearance and didn't believe Urza's words. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that Urza obviously has something on his mind. I'm going to ask Luli for clarification. Seeing everyone's appearance, Natsu's fiery temper suddenly exploded, and he turned around and walked towards the outside of the guild. But just as he turned around, Urza directly grabbed the collar. Luli must have his own ideas in doing this. Since we are companions, we should support him, shouldn't we? Just as La turned around and wanted to ask Urza what he wanted to do, Urza's voice came. After hearing Urza's words, everyone fell silent, not knowing what to say. Mira, how is the president? Because almost all the powerful fighters in the guild have left, Urza is the only one left now, and Urza will also be in charge of the overall situation, he asked Mira at the side. The president is fine, just rest for a while. After hearing Urza's words, Mira replied to Urza with a smile. Urza nodded, and then arranged tasks for these members of the guild, and then sat on the chair, not knowing what to think. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for rewards, ask for support, ask for everything. Chapter 52. The news of Luli's creation of Dragon King's Wings spread throughout the Fiori Kingdom in an instant. Some were ecstatic, while others were silent. The entire fairy tale fell into a moment of silence. Luli, what are you thinking? Urza sat in front of the window in a daze, looking at the street with people coming and going outside the window, A look of worry flashed in his eyes, and he muttered to himself. Time passed by like a fleeting moment, and Luli also found that he had not done some things well. Although it is very simple to create a guild, there are no members in the guild. Luli touched his chin, thinking that he should go out and find someone. A name suddenly flashed in Luli's mind. Oration Cease. Yes, Oration Cease of the Dark Guild, one of the Balam Alliance. Just doing what he said, Luli immediately left the Tower of Heaven and headed towards where Oration Cease was. Although Luli doesn't know where Oration Cease is, Luli knows where Wendy is. And the base of Oration Cease doesn't seem to be very far from where Wendy lives. Wendy. The figure of Luli jumped off Izuo's back, walked into the village in front of him, and shouted softly. The villagers passing by gave Luli a kind smile, and then left in a hurry. Looking at the figures of these villagers, Luli also sighed inwardly. The president of the Demon Cat's place is really quite capable. It was originally a thought body, but it can still have such a powerful magic power to support these intangible existences. Brother Luli. After a while, a small figure ran out of the village, with sky-blue hair swaying constantly because of running. Wendy, slow down. Following the appearance of Wendy, a snow-white cat came out of the village, waving a pair of pure white wings, and followed behind Wendy. Advertisement. Why are you here again? After seeing Luli's figure, Carla's eyes flashed with relief, but she still said to Luli impatiently, Carla, how can you talk to Brother Luli like that? After hearing Carla's words, Wendy became a little unhappy, stomped her feet, and said coquettishly to Carla. After listening to Wendy's words, Carla couldn't help covering her head with her cat's paw, as if the cabbage she had been raising for more than 10 years had been scooped up by a pig. Just passing by here. I came to see you. Seeing the bickering between the two, Luli chuckled, touched Wendy's small head and said softly, Is President Robinlu there? I have something to do with him. After talking with Wendy for a while, Luli asked Wendy. Yeah, the president is in the room. When Luli asked, Wendy answered Luli without any hesitation. Carla looked at Wendy and covered her forehead helplessly. President Robinlu. Following Wendy into the room, a thin old man was sitting in the center of the room. Luli softly called out to the old man. It's Luli. What's the matter? Since it was not the first time for Luli to come to the Demon Cat's place, Robinlu was also familiar with Luli and smiled slightly at Luli. I want to know the location of Nirvana. Luli was silent for a while, then spoke to Robinlu. Why? Robinlu's face changed slightly. He didn't expect that Luli actually asked this question, and then he questioned Luli. Luli was also speechless when he heard Robinlu's words, not knowing how to answer. Could it be that he was looking for Nirvana just to find the location of Oration Cease? Afterwards, Luli informed Robinlu of his purpose, and after listening to Luli's words, Robinlu also breathed a sigh of relief. I can give you the position of Nirvana, but you must promise me 2 conditions. Advertisement. Robinlu was silent for a while. Then he spoke to Luli. Say it. Luli nodded, but didn't agree immediately. Destroy Nirvana. A trace of nostalgia flashed in Robinlu's eyes, and he said harshly to Luli, no problem. A flash of surprise flashed in Luli's eyes. He knew that Robinlu was the creator of Nirvana, but he didn't expect it to be his condition. But Luli just nodded and agreed. Nirvana has no effect on Luli at all. Second condition, take Wendy away. Robinlu nodded in satisfaction when he heard Luli's words, and then spoke again. Okay, but can you tell me why? Luli was silent for a while, then asked, I am just a missing body. All the members of the Demon Cat's place are just manifested by me with magic power, and I feel that my body can't take it anymore. I'm afraid it won't last long. Robinlu took a deep look at Luli and said slowly, When I leave this time, I will take Wendy with me. Luli nodded and did not refuse Robinlu's condition. Moreover, Wendy is a Sky Dragon Slayer wizard, and she will definitely be a strong person when she grows up. After Robinlu handed over the position of Nirvana to Luli, the whole person seemed to relax, and his aura weakened a little. Luli said goodbye to Robinlu and left his room. After Luli left, Robinlu's originally dim eyes suddenly flashed a light, and then became dim again. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for rewards, ask for support, ask for everything. Chapter 53. After leaving the Demon Cat's place, Luli headed directly towards Nirvana. Although Oration Cease has only 6 people, there are many subordinate guilds, and Nirvana is so valued by Oration Cease, it is impossible that no one is there to guard it. Who? After Luli approached Nirvana, a voice suddenly came from in front of Luli, and then a man in tights jumped down from the tree in front, looking at Luli vigilantly. When Luli saw this figure, he seemed to be familiar with it, but he couldn't remember who it was. Forget it. Everyone near here will die. Before Luli could answer, this figure suddenly disappeared in front of Luli, leaving only an afterimage flashing past in front of Luli. Luli was slightly startled. This man's speed is a bit fast. However, Luli, as a magician of the thunder system, naturally would not be weaker than others in terms of speed. A flash of thunder flashed under his feet, and his figure disappeared. At this moment, Luli also knew who the person in front of him was. One of the Orationsees, Lisa, uses speed magic. Speed wizards, on the surface, use magic that can increase their speed, but in fact it is a magic that reduces the sense of speed of people within a certain range from themselves. Who are you? Lisa's figure stopped at Luli's previous position. With a bit of astonishment in his eyes, he questioned Luli vigilantly. Although his magic is to reduce the sense of speed of others, but his own speed is also quite fast. But he didn't see Luli at all. He just felt a thunder flash before his eyes. Take me to meet your leader, Brain. The figure of Luli stood not far from Lisa, with his arms crossed, looking at Lisa casually. Who do you think you are? Seeing Luli's attitude, Lisa was furious and roared at Luli, and his figure rushed straight at Luli. Death GP. Lisa's figure flashed, and one after another magical vehicles suddenly appeared in the distance, making a deafening sound and rushing towards Luli. Advertisement. Luli shook his head. This move might be tricky for Natsu and the others. With a wave of Luli's right hand, a huge flaming hand suddenly appeared, directly devouring these magic vehicles, and the sound of explosions came from the flames. Lisa's complexion changed, and she suddenly felt a flash in front of her eyes. Luli stood in front of her holding an ice sword, and a cold feeling came from her neck. Lisa knew without thinking that the ice sword was on her neck. Gudong, there were drops of cold sweat streaming down Lisa's forehead, looking at Luli's figure full of fear. You? Who the hell are you? Due to fear, Lisa's voice was a little hoarse, and she questioned Luli. Where is your leader? Luli didn't answer Lisa's words, but looked at Lisa with flat eyes, and asked softly, My friend, we Orationsees shouldn't have offended you. Why did you bother us? At this moment, a voice came from behind Luli. The 5 figures stood behind Luli at some point, looking at Luli solemnly. Have all the Orationsees arrived? It will save you trouble. Luli looked at the figures of the 5 people, slowly put down the ice sword in his hand, and put Lisa back. What do you mean, Your Excellency? The leader, with several patterns on his face, frowned when he heard Luli's words. Surrender, or die. Thunder came out of Luli's body, and he looked at Orationsees with cold eyes and said coldly. As soon as Luli's words came out, the eyes of the 6 Orationsees changed, looking at Luli with a strong killing intent. As one of the 3 major guilds of the Balam Alliance, Orationsees naturally has its own arrogance. Let me see what qualifications you have to say that. After a silence, a man with dark red hair came out, and a huge purple python with wings surrounded him. Advertisement. Seeing this figure, his message immediately appeared in Luli's mind. Dragon Slayer Cobra of Poison. Dragon Slayer? Luli chuckled, not paying attention to Cobra at all. Luli's magic comes from dragons. That is, what Luli practices is the magic of dragons. Boom. Luli's magic power burst out suddenly, and he directly suppressed Cobra. The strong magic power was like an ocean. Cobra's face changed suddenly, and he felt that he was under Luli's magic power, as if he was one of Wang Yang. The boat can be overturned at any time. It's really strong. Let us come together. The expressions of the other members of Orationsees also changed slightly, and then a square face stepped forward, looking at Luli solemnly. Swamp. Suddenly, the soil under Luli's feet became extremely soft, and Luli's feet began to sink slowly. The roar of the poisonous dragon. Cobra didn't blame Richard for his sudden attack. His figure jumped up. A magic circle appeared in front of Cobra, and a strong magic power gathered in his mouth. Boom. A venom-like roar spewed out from Cobra's mouth, directly killing Luli, whose legs were restrained. Luli did not rush, and drew a circle in front of himself with his right hand, and an ice wall appeared in front of Luli in an instant. Cobra saw that Luli wanted an ice wall to block his attack, and a look of disdain flashed in his eyes, but the next scene made Cobra startled. His roar hit the ice wall and made a loud noise. But the ice wall didn't move at all, and it didn't look like it was broken at all. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for rewards, ask for support, ask for everything. Chapter 54. How can it be? A look of astonishment flashed in Cobra's eyes. Although he knew that his strength was not particularly strong, and there was still a gap between him and the top experts, it was not impossible to break through the ice wall he made casually. As soon as Luli stepped, his figure suddenly rushed out of the mud under his feet and slowly stood in midair. If this is your strength, then think about your situation. Luli smiled coldly, looking at Cobra with eyes full of disdain, and an indifferent voice slowly came out of Luli's mouth. Oomph! The roar of the poisonous dragon. Cobra snorted coldly. Although he knew that Luli was very powerful, he didn't lose his fighting spirit. A violent roar attacked Luli again. To stab. As Cobra attacked Luli from the sky, Richard didn't say anything about chivalry one-on-one. He pressed his right hand on the ground, and sharp thorns rose from the ground. Then the rest of Oration Cease looked at each other. A flash of determination flashed in their eyes, and they all shot at Luli together. Lisa's figure disappeared suddenly, and a bewitching red light emanated from his body. Lisa's figure turned into afterimages and kicked towards Luli in the sky. With the addition of speed magic, Lisa's speed became extremely fast, and this kick exhausted all of Lisa's strength. Although Lisa's magic is mainly to reduce the sense of speed of others, but learning speed magic can naturally increase one's own speed a little. Turn it on. Scorpio, Angel, who was on the side, saw that several people had shot and did not stand by. A golden key appeared in his hand. With a wave of the key in front of him, a golden door opened, and a man walked out of the door slowly. Boss, what are your orders? After the Scorpio celestial spirit appeared, he bowed slightly to Angel and asked with a full face, "Get rid of him." Angel waved his hand, pointed at Luli, and said to Scorpio, "Obey, boss." Scorpio licked his lips, his eyes flickered with a coldness, his tail slowly aimed at Luli, and the magic power gathered on the scorpion tail. Snort. Advertisement. Luli snorted coldly, and thunder and flames gathered beside Luli, half thunder, half flame. 10 million volts Thor. Luli snorted coldly, the thunder gathered in his hands, and then the thunder in the sky slowly gathered together, forming a giant with a huge body. The giant held a thunder gun and looked at Cobra and others with a ferocious face. Cobra and the others couldn't help swallowing when they saw this thunder giant, and a look of fear flashed in their eyes. The thunder spear swept out, directly crushing the roar and the spikes that rose suddenly from the ground. But there was no intention of attacking, and he stood by Luli's side like a guard. Meteor volcano. There was a contemptuous arc at the corner of Luli's mouth, and he raised his left hand high. A flame rose from Luli's palm, and the flame suddenly became bigger with the increase of magic power. Luli punched out, and the flames rushed into the sky in an instant. Cobra and the others looked at the sky vigilantly, and then light spots fell from the sky. Cobra and the others looked intently. Where is this spot of light? It was clearly fireballs the size of meteorites. Everyone's face changed, but they didn't react at all. The fireball fell to the ground instantly, sending out endless impact, knocking them into the air instantly. The one who ended up best was Richard, because the moment the fireball fell to the ground, he used the land to protect himself. But it was also burned instantly by the scorching temperature of the flame, and his whole body was scorched. Angel was also spared because he was not close to the battle site of several people. However, because most of the celestial spirit mages are not very strong in physical fitness, they are directly blown away by the impact of the flames falling on the ground. Even the Scorpio celestial spirit was directly blasted back to the celestial spirit world. With just one move, Oration Cease instantly defeated the four of them. The rest of Brain and Midnight's eyes were solemn, but more of fear. "Do we have an enmity with your excellency?" Brain and Midnight looked at each other, then took a step forward and asked Luli. Advertisement, surrender or die. There was an intriguing smile on the corner of Luli's mouth, watching Brain speak plainly. Brain's face changed, and a stern look flashed in his eyes. Midnight's figure took a step forward and walked slowly towards Luli. The thunder giant standing behind Luli suddenly roared, and a thunder shot directly from his body, blasting directly at Midnight. Boom! At the moment when thunder was about to hit Midnight, it suddenly turned to the side and directly blasted on the stone wall, far away from Midnight. Midnight's face was still gloomy, and he looked at Luli with a little killing intent in his eyes. Luli looked at Midnight's figure with an intriguing look in his eyes. This Midnight seems to be the strongest one in Oration Cease. His magic can deflect any attack. Luli twisted his neck, and his figure jumped out of the air. Since all magic attacks can be diverted, can physical attacks be blocked? Luli's physical fitness can be said to be one of the best in fairy tale. His magic comes from a dragon. When receiving the magic, he is also washing the marrow of Luli's body, making Luli's physical fitness stronger. Seeing Luli's movements, Midnight had a gloomy look in his eyes. Luli seems to have seen his own weakness. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for rewards, ask for support, ask for everything. Chapter 55. Luli stepped out step by step and slowly took off his shirt, revealing his strong muscles. Although Luli's figure looks relatively thin, there is not a single piece of flesh that should grow. Although Luli is not very old, the exercise he should insist on has never been reduced, and the thunder magic that Luli practices can also promote muscle exercise. This is also what Luli learned from Naruto. Midnight of Oration cease. Thank you. Luli chuckled lightly. The lightning flashed on his fist, and when Luli stepped on his footsteps, his figure suddenly disappeared in place. Midnight only saw an afterimage flash in front of his eyes, and then saw Luli's figure appearing in front of him in an instant. Midnight's face changed, and he quickly raised his hand to block himself. But at the moment when he raised his hand, Luli punched him, and Midnight felt as if he had been hit by a train, and his bones were about to fall apart. Ahem. Midnight coughed up a mouthful of blood and looked at Luli with gloomy eyes. Midnight hasn't had an injury like this in a long time since joining Oration cease. Midnight's eyes were a little gloomy, but more of an excited fighting spirit. I haven't encountered such an enemy for a long time. Space tearing. Midnight's right hand became a claw, and he grabbed in front of himself, and then the space around Luli began to twist slowly and began to squeeze towards Luli. Luli frowned, stepped on the ground, and the figure rushed out of the distorted space in an instant. But at this moment, as if hitting a wall, Midnight looked at Luli's figure, and a cold killing intent flashed in his eyes. The space is constantly tearing apart, constantly squeezing towards Luli. Luli felt the increasing pressure on her body, which made Luli frown deeply. Thunder tunnel, earthwalk. Luli pressed her hands to the ground. A current flowed from Luli's hands to the ground in an instant, and it began to permeate around Luli like a stream of water. These electric currents reached Midnight's body in an instant, and the powerful electric current spread all over Midnight's body in an instant. Midnight's face changed slightly, and he jumped up and jumped onto the tree beside him. Ray clone. At the next moment, a thunder figure slowly appeared in front of Midnight. The thunder slowly condensed and finally turned into the figure of Luli. This figure is almost the same as Luli's in appearance, but the aura is not as strong as Luli's, and it is made of thunder. Advertisement. Midnight frowned, and was a little surprised to see this figure. Is this the mind body? The thunder clone ignored Midnight, turned around and punched the space barrier in front of Luli, and a crack appeared in front of Luli after a while. Luli made a fist with his right hand, and a wave of thunder covered Luli's fist. Luli punched out, just right on the crack, and the space barrier was instantly shattered. The figure of Luli walked out slowly, looking at Midnight with contemptuous eyes. As soon as Midnight gritted his teeth, a magic circle appeared at Midnight's feet. At this moment, a giant beast suddenly appeared in front of Luli. The giant beast was more than 10 meters high, with a ferocious complexion, roared at Luli, and punched Luli with a punch. Luli's complexion remained unchanged, and he slowly closed his eyes, and electric currents invisible to the naked eye slowly spread to Luli's ears. Boom! The monster's huge fist hit Luli's body, but it didn't cause the slightest damage to Luli. It penetrated directly from Luli's body. Seeing this scene, Midnight gritted her teeth fiercely. Drink! Luli opened his eyes abruptly and punched the ground in front of him. The ground instantly shattered, and a crack opened continuously from Luli's feet towards the front. Midnight's figure disappeared instantly, leaving no afterimage. Space teleportation. By distorting space to achieve the effect of teleportation. This is why space magic is so difficult to deal with. Thunder overwhelms the raging waves. Luli opened his eyes, and Midnight's figure suddenly appeared not far in front of Luli, and bursts of thunderclouds gathered above Luli's head, and the roar of thunder came from the thunderclouds. Boom! Suddenly, a thunderbolt fell from the sky and hit a tree beside Midnight, splitting the tree in the middle. Midnight was startled and saw thunderbolts falling from the sky, like thunderbolts that wiped out the world, constantly washing away where Midnight was. Advertisement. Although space-based magic is fast, Midnight's magic power must be able to keep up. The previous battle with Luli had consumed a lot of Midnight's mana, and now it was such an attack, there was no way to resist it. Accidentally, a thunderbolt blasted on Midnight's body, and thunder snakes scurried across Midnight's body. Midnight lay on the ground in pain, rolling his eyes and screaming continuously. After a while, Midnight lay on the ground and passed out. Being hit by the lightning, Midnight's physical fitness was not very strong, so he was directly stunned. You're the only one left. After solving Midnight, Luli looked at Brain in the distance and said plainly, "Who the hell are you?" Brain looked at Luli with a gloomy face. His most proud son was defeated by Luli, and he also knew that you would not be Luli's opponent, so he asked Luli with a gloomy face, "It's okay to tell you. My name is Luli." Luli smiled contemptuously and slowly opened her mouth to report to her family, "Are you the wing of the Dragon King?" Hearing Luli's words, Brain suddenly realized, "I suddenly want to see your personality." At the next moment, Luli smiled, looked at Brain and said softly, "How do you know?" Brain's expression changed, and he looked at Luli in shock. "Nothing is known to the people of Aration Cease. How does Luli know? P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for rewards, ask for support, ask for everything." Chapter 56. I suddenly want to see your personality. At the next moment, Luli smiled, looked at Brain and said softly, "How do you know?" Brain's expression changed, and he looked at Luli in shock. "Nothing is known to the people of Aration Cease. How does Luli know?" Brain's face was cloudy and uncertain, looking at Cobra and others who fell on the ground. He thought that there was a traitor in Aration Cease. The lines on Brain's body have lost a little bit, and the last line is Brain himself. This is his sealing magic, which seals his inner personality. And the medium is the 6 Aration Cease. As long as all 6 are defeated, his inner personality, that is, nothing will be released. Ever Dark Rondo. Brain's face was gloomy, his eyes full of murderous intent stared straight at Luli, and a dark magic power filled Brain's body. A dark green swirling wave blasted out of Brain's hand, and blasted straight at Luli. Wherever this swirling wave passed, everything was eroded by darkness. Ever Dark Fantasy. After blasting a magic, Brain didn't stop. Another dark magic gathered in Brain's hands, and rushed towards Luli. Luli smiled disdainfully. His eyes were full of contempt, and he didn't pay attention to these 2 attacks at all. Although Brain's strength is not bad, but he can't catch Luli's eyes. After all, the strength gap lies here. But this is not the case for the other members of the 6 demons. Others have very good talents. If they are properly cultivated, it is not impossible to become a strong one. Bang! Bang! 2 dark attacks blasted on the ice wall, leaving only 2 traces on the ice wall, and then dissipated in the air. Brain gritted his teeth and punched himself on the head. Luli watched Brain's movements. A look of astonishment flashed in his eyes. He didn't know what Brain was doing. Do you think you can't beat yourself, don't want to suffer from flesh and blood, and plan to commit suicide? Advertisement, of course. This idea is just Luli's joke. Brain is the boss of Aration Cease. Although his strength is not very strong, he is not bad, so he shouldn't be such a waste. Brain rolled his eyes and fell to the ground with a bang. Luli looked at Brain's figure, and suddenly a light flashed in his eyes, as if he knew what he meant. A dark magic power suddenly rose from Brain's body, slowly covering his body. After a long time, the dark magic dissipated, and Brain's figure was revealed. The original black lines on his body have disappeared. A look of madness flickered in the pupils. "You're the one who pushed Brain to the point where I was released." His crazy eyes turned, and he suddenly stared at Luli for a long time. His voice was slightly hoarse, and he questioned Luli, "Are you nothing?" Luli chuckled, looking at Brain's figure full of curiosity. "No, it should not be Brain, or nothing. The real president of Aration Cease. Surrender or die." Wu looked at Luli with madness, and with a little smile on his ferocious face, he said to Luli with a grim smile. After hearing Wu's words, Luli was slightly taken aback. These words sounded very familiar. A contemptuous arc appeared at the corner of Luli's mouth, and he looked at Wu without saying a word. Stared at by Luli's straight eyes, Wu's heart suddenly had an ominous premonition. Thunderstorm. Luli's eyes were contemptuous, and he let out a breath of turbid air from his mouth. Immediately, the magic power of the thunder system erupted on his body, and the thunder roared in the sky, as if to destroy the world. Suddenly, Wu's face changed slightly. He was sealed by Brain before, and he didn't know the loud things before. He only knew that Brain released himself, and the request was to suppress Luli. This also led to Wu thinking that Luli's strength is not very good. Advertisement, but now the magic power released by Luli suddenly shocked Wu. Is this G magical spirit power? This kind of magical power is really something that humans can possess. Wu's figure flashed, but before he could settle down, a thunderbolt suddenly hit him. Wu's figure trembled and was directly struck by the thunder on the ground, and thunder snakes scurried across Wu's body. Luli is holding an ice sword, and there is a trace of thunder flickering on the ice sword. Walking to Wu's side, a white light flashed away accompanied by a little thunder. A big head landed on the ground, with a bit of resentment in his eyes. After a long time, Oration Cease and others woke up slowly, seeing Luli sitting directly in front of them, couldn't help trembling all over, apparently thinking of Luli's horror. When they took a closer look, they saw a ferocious head lying on the ground at Luli's feet. The faces of the 5 people changed. Isn't that what they think, Brain? Suddenly, Cobra noticed. The seal on Brain's face has disappeared, which means that Brain was beheaded by Luli when his personality was released. Where did we offend you? Even if it is death, let us die to understand. Midnight woke up slowly, looked at Luli without hatred, but very calmly, and said to Luli, I said it a long time ago, surrender or die. Luli smiled lightly, and a flat tone came out of Luli's mouth. After hearing Luli's words, the 5 of them struggled across their faces. We choose surrender. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for rewards, ask for support, ask for everything. Chapter 57. We choose surrender. Except for Midnight, the eyes of the other 4 were all focused on Midnight, looking at Midnight with complex expressions. Struggles flashed in Midnight's eyes, and after a long time, the struggle faded away. Midnight raised her head, looked at Luli and said, You will be honored by your choice today. Hearing Midnight's answer, his eyes glanced over the other 4 people. Seeing them nodding together, Luli also nodded in satisfaction and said, After listening to Luli's words, the 5 of them all showed a bitter smile. Such an honor they would rather not need. Also at this moment, Oration Cease disappeared, and the family of the Dragon King, who will soon resound throughout the Fiori Kingdom, was also born at this moment. Nirvana, ancient wisdom. After Oration Cease surrendered, Luli went to the land of Nirvana. Looking at the huge building in front of him, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Midnight and the others looked at Nirvana in front of them. A little excitement flashed in their eyes. Oration Cease is for that. The 5 people put their eyes on Luli, wanting to see how Luli made his decision, but the anxiety in their eyes betrayed their thoughts. Things that are useless to me are useless to keep. Luli spoke suddenly. An icy glint flashed in his eyes. After hearing Luli's words, a look of disappointment flashed in the eyes of Midnight and others, but they surrendered to Luli's subordinates, and they didn't talk nonsense. A snap of fingers came from Luli's hand, and then they saw a huge shadow flashing under their feet. Midnight and the others quickly looked up and saw a huge body waving its wings and soaring above their heads. The 5 of them were shocked. It's a dragon. Especially Cobra, as a dragon slayer, he naturally has a different feeling for dragons. This dragon is naturally Izuo. Izuo's huge body flashed across the sky, and a mouthful of dragon's breath spewed out from his mouth, directly hitting Nirvana. Although Nirvana was powerful, it couldn't resist the dragon's breath and was destroyed in an instant. Midnight and the others had a heartache, as if the company that had been in business for many years went bankrupt at once. Advertisement looking at each other, there is not only horror in the eyes, but also a little fear. And they also somewhat accepted surrendering to Luli in their hearts. After all, the strong are respected everywhere, especially in the Dark Guild where people eat people. From today onwards, you are my Dragon King's followers. Don't let me think you are useless. After destroying Nirvana, Izzo's figure fell behind Luli, glanced lazily at Midnight and the others in front of Luli, and lay down behind Luli to take a nap. Then Luli's voice came, and Midnight and the others couldn't help but tremble when they heard Luli's voice. That's also crap for something I don't use. Yes, Luli's words kept echoing in their minds. If he and others lose their effect on Luli, will they be obliterated without hesitation like this Nirvana? President. The 5 looked at each other, then saluted Luli respectfully. Call me boss. Luli nodded, and then spoke to the 5 people. Yes, boss. The 5 of them were a little puzzled, but they still yelled at Luli. Then Luli let the 5 of them step on the back of the dragon and return to the Tower of Heaven together. At the beginning, Izuo was very reluctant to let 5 people step on his back. But after being scolded by Luli, he obediently fell to the ground. In fact, one of the 5 was a little scared. Even if they were members of the former Dark Guild, they were not so afraid of those powerful members of the regular guild. But this is a dragon. After approaching the Tower of Heaven, the 5 members of Midnight trembled. Looking in the direction of the Tower of Heaven, their eyes were a little red. Do you miss it? Luffy looked at the faces of the 5 people, with an arc at the corner of his mouth, and asked the 5 people. He didn't need to think about it to know that these people must have thought of something bad in the past. Advertisement. The 5 were silent for a while. Then Midnight slowly opened his eyes and shook his head at Luffy with a flat face. Call. Several people let out a sigh of relief, looking at Tower of Heaven with complicated expressions in their eyes. Obviously very familiar with this place. But Luffy knew that Midnight and others used to be slaves here just like Urza. After being taken away by Brain to teach magic, he became Oration Cease later. After Midnight and others joined Dragon King's wings, they also slowly accepted their new identities. And they didn't know until after joining Dragon King's wings. Luffy has more than one dragon under his command. Boss, this is an invitation letter from the Balam Alliance, inviting you to attend the annual meeting of the Dark Guild. One day, while Luffy was meditating in the room, Angel suddenly appeared in Luffy's room and handed an invitation letter to Luffy with a solemn face. Balam Alliance? Who sent it? After hearing Angel's words, Luffy frowned and asked Angel. Grimoire Heart President Hades. When the name was said, there was still some fear in Angel's eyes. Hades. Luffy frowned tightly, obviously wondering why Hades sent this invitation letter. Boss, shall we go? Seeing Luffy's tightly furrowed brows, Angel asked softly. Go. Why not? A smile appeared on the corner of Luffy's mouth, obviously not afraid of what kind of grand banquet this is. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for rewards, ask for support, ask for everything. Chapter 58. It's been 3 days since Hades sent the invitation, and since Dragon King's wings has just been created, there isn't much that can be done. Moreover, Dragon King's wing was not registered in the official guild, so it was not recognized by the official guild, and could only be defined as a dark guild. The Dark Guild doesn't have many tasks, at most. Some tasks of hunting monsters may fall into the hands of the Dark Guild. Boss, we found something. You must be very interested. Angel's figure suddenly appeared, looking at Luffy excitedly, his eyes full of excitement. Luffy looked at Angel's appearance and was also a little puzzled, wondering why Angel had such a look. What's wrong? What is it? After hearing Angel's words, Luffy asked Angel with a slight smile on his face. After joining Dragon King's wings, they realized that Luffy didn't seem so scary, but they defined Luffy as a murderous monster at first. Just take a look and you'll know. Angel listened to Luffy's words, stuck out his tongue at Luffy playfully, and said with a chuckle. Looking at Angel's appearance, Luffy didn't know why a fire suddenly rose from his heart. Boss, what's wrong with you? Noticing Luffy's strangeness, Angel hurried to Luffy's side, looking at Luffy worriedly. Call. With fiery eyes, Luffy quickly pushed Angel away, and said in a slightly hoarse voice, shaking his head. Seeing Luffy's appearance, Angel was a little puzzled, but still didn't ask. How could this happen to me all of a sudden? After Angel went out, Luffy's face was a little gloomy, and he didn't know why he had such thoughts suddenly. Master, since your magic comes from the Dragon Clan, it naturally has some characteristics of the Dragon Clan, such as lust. At this moment, the system that hadn't spoken for a long time suddenly spoke, and the cold voice reached Luffy's ears, which made Luffy stunned. Advertisement dragons are inherently obscene. Luffy knew this, but Luffy didn't expect it. My own magic comes from dragons. I never thought I could learn the habits of dragons. Forget it. Let it be. After thinking about it for a while, Luffy shook his head with a wry smile. Now that it has happened, there is no way to stop it, and he can only let nature take its course. Afterwards, Luffy also walked out of the room, and Angel stood at the door of Luffy's room, staring blankly at the sky, not knowing what he was looking at. Let's go. Luffy walked to Angel's side, not allowing himself to look at Angel's bumpy figure, and said indifferently. Angel nodded, and then led Luffy towards the bottom floor of Tower of Heaven. At the bottom of the Tower of Heaven, a huge ice block was placed on the ground, and inside the ice block was a burly demon with a hideous face. Cobra and others stood around the ice cube, looking at the huge ice cube curiously. Boss, you are here. Seeing Luffy's figure, Cobra hastily responded. Dear Lionla. Luffy naturally recognized this demon at a glance. When Ulu sealed Dai Lionla, he was by his side. So how could he forget it? What about Midnight? Luli looked around for a week, but didn't see Midnight, frowned slightly, and asked Cobra, here? After listening to Luli's words, Cobra showed a little wry smile on his face, pouted at Luli, and looked behind Luli. Midnight's figure curled up in that corner. A blanket covered Midnight's body, and bursts of grunting came from Midnight's mouth. Luli looked at Midnight's figure, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help twitching slightly. Advertisement, forget it, Cobra. You and I will go to the meeting of the Dark Guild tomorrow. Luli shook his head, stopped Richard, who was about to wake up Midnight, and then said to Cobra, Cobra nodded slightly after hearing Luli's words, with a little excitement in his eyes. Since joining Dragon King's wing, they haven't left this broken island, and they have long wanted to go for a walk, but Luli didn't say anything, and they were still a little worried. After this Dark Council is over, I will teach you new magic, but Cobra doesn't need to learn it anymore. Dragon-slaying magic is enough. After Luli, Cobra agreed. Luli seemed to suddenly think of something, and then said to everyone except Cobra. After hearing Luli's words, everyone's eyes lit up with joy. This time they fought with Luli, and they were wiped out without letting Luli use all their strength. If it weren't for Luli's original intention to receive oration cease, or the group of them might have been reunited with Brain. After finishing speaking, Luli walked slowly to Dai Lion's side. Stretching out his right hand and placing it on top of the ice crystal, he seemed to be able to feel Ulu's body temperature. Ulu, long time no see. There was a little smile on the corner of Luli's mouth, and he spoke softly to the huge ice crystal in front of him. Angel and the others looked at Luli's back. Although they were a little puzzled when they heard Luli's words, they were smart enough not to disturb Luli. Without waking up Midnight, the four left here directly, leaving Luli alone. Call. I don't know what Luli is doing in there alone. When he came out, he held an ice crystal in his hand and returned to his room with a smile on his face. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for rewards, ask for support, ask for everything. Chapter 59. Angel and others don't know what Luli did inside, but it can be seen that Luli is in a good mood now. The next day, Luli took Cobra to the place where the Dark Council was held. Luli didn't let Izuo and the other two dragons pass together, but took the fire dragon Jess back to Dragon Island. If there is anything, you can also save yourself some backhands. Luli stepped on Cobra's pet, the python. At the beginning, the giant python protested a little when Luli stepped on his back. But after being scolded profusely by Cobra for a while, the python reluctantly accepted it. After the giant python accepted Luli stepping on his back, Cobra also heaved a sigh of relief. If others don't know, how can he not know? Luli has 3 dragons. Cubrios was very fast and arrived at the place in a short while. Before Lu and Li arrived, I already had a lot of dark guilds there. The mages of these dark guilds saw Cobra's figure, and a look of fear flashed in their eyes. Then I was a little surprised to see Cobra closely following Luli. They know Cobra, one of Oration Cease. These mages looked at Luli's back and left with awe-inspiring eyes. Although they didn't know Luli, Cobra could follow behind him willingly. Walking into the building, there is only one table in the middle, and there are only 3 chairs beside the table. Without the slightest hesitation, Luli sat down on one of the chairs. Cobra looked at Luli's figure, hesitated to speak, but after thinking about it, he still didn't speak. Hey, kid, who are you? Is this your seat? At this moment, a voice full of disdain reached Luli's ears, and then he saw a blond man standing in front of him, looking at him with mockery in his eyes. Zankro, what do you want? Before Luli could speak, Cobra suddenly spoke and roared at Zankro. Advertisement, Tage. I heard that all of you Oration Cease have been wiped out. What a waste. Zankro gave a disdainful smile. A look of contempt flashed in his eyes, and he snorted coldly at Cobra. You. Cobra's face turned cold, and he was ready to make a move with one step. But before he could walk out, he grabbed Cobra directly. Luli got up slowly, looking at the blond man with cold eyes. Blonde hair, circles of red pupils. Whose dog are you? A cold light flashed in Luli's eyes, and he looked at him coldly and said, What right do you have to sit here? Zankro choked when he heard Luli's words, then looked at Luli with a mocking smile and asked. In fact, he knew who Luli was, but he didn't take Luli seriously. Because Oration Cease is not very strong. Even he can completely abuse Cobra in front of him. And he didn't believe that Oration Cease was wiped out by Luli alone. Let your master come out and talk to me. You are not qualified yet. Luli sat on the chair, and a flat voice slowly came out of Luli's mouth. You. After hearing Lu Li's words, Zankro's face suddenly became extremely gloomy, and his eyes were full of killing intent when he looked at Lu Li. And Cobra also stood aside without saying a word, staring at Zankro closely with an unkind look in his eyes, as if Zankro would strike immediately if there was any overreach. Then let me see if I am qualified. The next moment, a burst of black flames ignited on Zankro's body, covering Zankro's body in an instant, and punched Lu Li with a grinning grin. The god of flame, god of fire. Zankro let out a low growl, and the black flame ignited in his right hand merged with the black flame in his left hand, turning into a huge black fireball, blasting straight at Lu Li. Lu Li's face remained unchanged, as if the attack in front of him was just a child playing with a match. Advertisement boom. The black fireball instantly hit Lu Li's previous position, and a contemptuous smile rose from the corner of Zankro's mouth. But at the next moment, the smile on his face suddenly froze. Lu Li's figure suddenly appeared in front of him, and a red golden flame condensed on Lu Li's fist. Emperor Yin. Lu Li let out a low growl, and the red golden flame above his fist suddenly turned into a fireball. The red golden fireball condensed on Lu Li's fist, and the hot flame continued to burn. A look of horror flashed in Zankro's eyes. How could there be a flame that made me feel hot? Impossible. Zankro let out a low growl. A black flame rose from his right hand and punched Lu Li directly. The fist of the flame god. Zankro's eyes were full of madness, and he punched the fireball in front of Lu Li, but the next moment, Zankro's body seemed to be frozen in midair. Enough. A tall figure appeared, with one eye covered. President. When Zankro saw this figure, a flash of fear flashed in his eyes. He quickly dissipated his magic and shouted at the figure in awe. Hearing Zankro's voice, Lu Li also looked along the voice. The man's name also appeared in his mind. Hades, the second-generation president of Fairy Tail, and now the first-generation president of Grimoire Heart. You are Dragon King Lu Li? P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for rewards, ask for support, ask for everything. Chapter 60. You are Dragon King Lu Li? Hades walked up to Lu Li, 2 heads taller than Lu Li, looked down at Lu Li, and spoke plain words from Hades. Hades. Lu Li was not afraid at all, and his eyes were equally flat, looking at Hades and asking in a cold voice. Haha, the younger generation is awesome. After listening to Lu Li's words, Hades' aura began to increase slowly. His eyes became extremely sharp, and he looked directly at Lu Li. Cobra standing next to Lu Li's complexion changed, and as Hades' momentum increased, his complexion became a little pale. Lu Li's eyes froze, and his eyes became extremely fierce. The aura on his body suddenly exploded, as if the magic power in his body found a place to pour out, and instantly suppressed it towards Hades. With the explosion of Lu Li's momentum, Cobra's face on the side also calmed down a little, looking at Lu Li's brother Hades with eyes full of awe. Hades' complexion also changed slightly, not because he couldn't bear Lu Li's aura. It was shocking that Lu Li possessed such powerful magic power at such a young age. The two looked at each other, as if they had reached a consensus. The magic power of confrontation suddenly disappeared. The mountain pressing on Cobra's head also slowly dissipated, which made Cobra also heave a sigh of relief. However, compared to Cobra, Zankro's fate is not so good. He was almost given a second by Lu Li before, and after the confrontation between the two, Lu Li still protected Cobra a little bit. But Hades didn't seem to protect him at all, and the magic power burst out all over his body, overwhelming Zankro to the ground in an instant. And then Lu Li's aura was suppressed again, which made Zankro even more uncomfortable. Sit in. Hades glanced at Zankro lightly, then spoke softly to Lu Li. Advertisement. Lu Li nodded, then sat on the chair without saying a word. Not a moment later, Hades announced the opening of this council. Lu Li looked at the vacant seat on the table with some doubts, and glanced at Cobra beside him. Cobra saw Lu Li's eyes, and instantly understood Lu Li's doubts, and said to Lu Li, "This position is the position of Tartaros, but they will not participate in every council, as long as you tell them the results of the council." All right. Cobra's voice reached Lu Li's ears. Lu Li nodded slowly, and sat on the chair without saying a word, not knowing what he was thinking. Zankro, who was standing beside Hades, looked at Lu Li's figure, with a flash of hatred in his eyes. But Lu Li happened to see this resentful look. Lu Li smiled at Zankro, and Zankro was surprised by the harmless appearance of humans and animals. The last thing is that the regular guild has started to crusade against the Dark Guild. At this moment, Hades' voice suddenly became louder, and he said to all the wizards of the Dark Guild around him, Hades' voice fell, and the entire venue became extremely quiet. Some guild mages sat in place unharmed, while some guild mages had panicked eyes. Those mages who sat still and calmly obviously had enough strength in their guilds to keep them safe. And those panicked mages were because their own guilds were not strong enough. If the regular guilds started to crusade against the dark guilds, then they would definitely be the ones who were shot. Luffy, who was originally sitting firmly on the Daiō-yutai, suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Hades' voice with some doubts. It didn't seem to be in the original plot, but now it has appeared. Has the appearance of this butterfly already caused a storm in this world? Boss, at the end of the council, there may be some guilds who want to become our affiliated guilds. What do you think? After Hades' voice fell, the whole venue began to whisper, and Cobra also probed in front of Luffy and asked Luffy. Luffy frowned and didn't think about this question. Advertisement. Although these guilds are not strong enough, they may serve as the eyes of our guild. Cobra saw Luffy frowning, thinking that Luffy didn't understand this matter, and then explained to Luffy, then accept it. Luffy nodded, and then said flatly. And Oration Cease, one of the Balam Alliance, was swallowed up by the wing of the Dragon King, and I suggest that the wing of the Dragon King become one of the 3 giants of the new Balam Alliance. Afterwards, Hades slowly got up and spoke to the surrounding mages. In fact, Luffy didn't know that Hades would never participate in such a council. This time, if it weren't for the odd number of Luffy, the one with the most grimoire heart would be one of the 7 kin of Purgatory. Hades' voice fell, and the whole venue became extremely quiet. Luffy was also a little surprised. He didn't expect Hades to propose Dragon King's wing to replace Oration Cease. Luffy thought to himself, this didn't seem to be any harm, so he didn't reject it aloud. Hades saw that no one objected, and a look of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. Then he put his eyes on Luffy and said flatly, Luffy, are you willing to join the Balam Alliance? After hearing Hades' words, Luffy's face was flat, and he slowly got up and looked at Hades, with a smile on his lips. Happy cooperation. Happy cooperation. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for rewards, ask for support, ask for everything. Chapter 61. Luffy looked up at my Hades, with a strange light in his eyes. I don't know why Hades suddenly attracted me so much. However, Luffy did not refuse the kindness that Hades gave her. There was a smile on the corner of her mouth, and she looked at Hades and said softly, Happy cooperation. Hades looked at the smile on Luffy's face. A look of satisfaction flashed in his eyes, and said at the same time, Happy cooperation. After the meeting, the mages of the Dark Guild looked at Luffy hesitantly. Some left, and some gritted their teeth and walked towards Luffy. Most of these mages were affiliated guilds of Oration Cease before, but because Oration Cease was disbanded, these guilds were also free. But I didn't expect Luffy to become one of the 3 giants of Balam Alliance. And some people think that they don't know Luffy at all, and don't intend to become a subsidiary guild of Dragon King's wings. Some people think that Oration Cease has joined the Dragon King's wings, and the strength of the Dragon King's wings is probably not too weak. President Luffy, we want to follow you. A burly mage gritted his teeth, walked up to Luffy, knelt down on one knee, and said to Luffy, why? Luffy looked at this burly mage with interest, and asked with an arc at the corner of his mouth. Because the Dragon King's wings are very powerful. After hearing Luffy's words, the burly mage's face froze, and then he spoke a little nervously. I agreed. When the burly mage was worried, Luffy's flat voice reached his ears. His guild isn't very strong. It's just a dark guild with A-level mages. If it was normal, I'm afraid they would have nothing to fear. But Hades said that the regular guild will launch a crusade against them. Hearing Luffy's voice, the burly mage was about to cry. Not sad, but excited. The Night Elves are willing to become the servants of the Dragon King's wings, and will never betray them. Seeing Luffy's plain eyes, the burly mage quickly lowered his head, and a firm voice came out of his mouth. Advertisement. After hearing his words, Luffy didn't take it to heart either. After all, these people are all geniuses. Seeing the success of the burly mage, the other dark guilds were also excited, and one by one they walked up to Luffy and began to show their loyalty to Luffy. It is nothing more than not betraying the Dragon King's wings, and will always be dominated by the Dragon King's wings. Luffy asked Cobra to register the names of these guilds, and then set foot on Cubrios to return to Tower of Heaven. After Luffy took Cobra back to the Tower of Heaven, he saw Midnight standing in the Tower of Heaven with a solemn face waiting for him. What happened? Seeing Midnight's face, Luffy was also a little puzzled, and Midnight rarely showed such a look. Dragon King's wing is wanted? Midnight took a deep breath and then said with complicated eyes, "Isn't it normal for the Dark Guild to be wanted?" Luli shook his head. A look of astonishment flashed in his eyes. Could it be that Midnight was troubled by this matter? But this time the regular guild has formed a coalition and is ready to use the Dragon King's wings. Before Luli could speak, Midnight spoke to Luli again. "How many guilds are there?" Luli was also slightly stunned when he heard Midnight's words. Today, he just heard Hades say that the regular guild was going to crusade against the Dark Guild, but he didn't expect that the wing of the Dragon King would actually be the one to do it. Blue Pegasus as the main and Lamia scale together, no wonder Midnight showed such an expression. These guilds are some of the best regular guilds, and there are quite a few strong people in the guilds. In particular, Blue Pegasus also has a magic demolition boat. But Midnight also forgot about it. There are still 3 dragons under Luli's men. Who initiated this crusade against Dragon King's wings? Advertisement. Luli knew that it was impossible for Bob to crusade against the wings of the Dragon King. Although Luli had no friendship with Bob, Bob would not take the initiative to provoke him. And others don't know, but Bob saw his subordinate Izzo with his own eyes. It's the council. Those who are named are going to attack the Dragon King's wing. Midnight was also a little puzzled about this, not knowing why the council had such a big hatred for the Dragon King's wing. Then it's over. Luli sneered, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. This council is really annoying. But what makes Luli a little relieved is that Fairy Tail is not on the list this time. If the Senate did not let Fairy Tail take action, it would not believe that Luli was killed. After all, Fairy Tail is the strongest wizard guild in Fiori Kingdom. Go back and prepare to welcome our friends. Luli chuckled, not caring about the coming mage coalition at all, and said to Midnight and Cobra beside him. Seeing the confident look on Luli's face, Midnight and Cobra didn't say anything, nodded and walked into the Tower of Heaven. Luli stood on the shore, looking at the boundless sea, and his mood quickly calmed down. Luli suddenly remembered that the strength of Oration Cease is still too weak now. Although it is almost the same for the General Mage Guild, there is no top power among them. There seems to be a lot of magic in Tower of Heaven. Luli remembered that when he moved the guild here, he seemed to see a library in this dilapidated Tower of Heaven. I don't know if there is anything I want in this library. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for rewards, ask for support, ask for everything. Chapter 62. Luli has been in Tower of Heaven for so long, and he hasn't traveled all over the location of Tower of Heaven. Walking into the library, huge bookshelves appeared in Luli's eyes, and there were all kinds of magic books on the shelves. Luli walked through the bookshelves, and there was a sense of simplicity on the bookshelves. A look of satisfaction flashed in Luli's eyes. Although Luli's magic does not need to use these, Oration Cease's strength is not enough. Now there are only Cobra and others in Dragon King's wings, and Luli doesn't want Cobra and others to be ashamed under Luli's hands. Luli chose a few spells at random. A gleam flashed in his eyes, and then walked out of the library, heading straight for Midnight and the others. Cobra, let Midnight and them all come over. Luli walked into Datong. The figure of Cobra was sitting aside, and the figure of Cubrios hovered beside Cobra. Boss, what's wrong? Luli's voice reached Cobra's ears, and Cobra opened his eyes. Looking at Luli's anxious look, he was also a little puzzled. You let them come over. Luli shook his head and spoke to Cobra slowly. After hearing what Luli said, Cobra didn't speak, and nodded to Luli. Boss, what happened? After a while, Midnight and others appeared. An angel asked Luli with a slightly puzzled voice. Take these spells and learn them. Seeing the 5 people present, Luli took out 3 quaint books and placed them in front of Angel, Midnight, and Lisa. Hearing Luli's words, a hesitation flashed in the eyes of the 3 of them, and then they put their eyes on the books in their hands. Angel magic. Suddenly, Angel's surprised voice reached everyone's ears. Following Angel's voice, one can see that Angel's face is excited, and he is very happy looking at the book in his hand. Yes, the magic in Angel's hand is the angel magic in the original book. Various angels can be summoned with coins. And Lisa's magic is speed magic. Midnight's is space magic. Advertisement. Luli did not choose magic for Richard and Cobra. The magic of the 2 is enough. It's just that they lack strength. Cobra's dragon-slaying magic has a lot of room to develop, and so does Richard's earth magic. Cultivate hard. It is estimated that there will be a fierce battle waiting for you in a short time. Luli looked at the 3 of them, and then spoke slowly. After hearing Luli's words, the pupils of the 3 shrank sharply. Naturally, they had heard about the regular guild. Yes, boss. The 5 looked at each other. A serious look flashed in their eyes, and then they spoke to Luli in unison. Call. Luli looked at the 5 people and nodded. As time went by, Angel and the others became somewhat more mature in their control over magic. Boom. As the night passed, the sun shone slightly on the towering tower of the Tower of Heaven, as if covering the tower with a layer of golden gauze. A loud noise sounded outside the Tower of Heaven, and a spaceship appeared in the sky above the Tower of Heaven. In this spaceship, a short figure looked solemnly at the Tower of Heaven. This is exactly Blue Pegasus' S-Class Mage One Night. Ia's eyes were solemn, and several figures stood beside him, looking at the Tower of Heaven not far away, full of seriousness. Damn the council, I was bullied by Luli. Now let us take the blame. Suddenly, the sound of gnashing of teeth came from the crowd, and a man with silver-white hair stood behind Ia. This man is Gray's brother Leon. Let's talk less. Let's think about how to go back alive. Luli has a dragon. A bitter smile appeared on Ia's face, looking at the Tower of Heaven in front of him full of seriousness. He is a strong man of Blue Pegasus, so he naturally knows that Luli has a dragon thing. And this magical blasting boat might not even be able to hold that dragon's breath. After listening to the words all night, everyone fell silent. Advertisement, although they have never seen a dragon, they can also know the power of a dragon from the records. Roar. Suddenly, a roar reached everyone's ears. Ia waited for his face to change, and hurried to the front to check what was going on. A huge figure waved its wings and soared right in front of the magic, blasting boat, looking at himself and the others with cold eyes. Everyone was shocked. Before they entered the attack range of the magic, blasting boat, they were discovered by the dragon. Roar. This dragon is Luli's strongest Izuo. Izuo looked at Ia and the others coldly, with a murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Izuo doesn't have the idea of a human being, but he knows that protecting the Tower of Heaven is the task Luli gave him. Turn around. Seeing the killing intent in Izuo's eyes, a flash of fear flashed in Ia's eyes, and he quickly roared at the pilot of the demolition boat. After listening to the words all night, the driver wanted to leave a long time ago, and hurriedly drove the demolition boat to turn around. But Izuo's figure rushed forward directly, and the sharp dragon claws directly grabbed the tail of the blasting boat. This made the demolition boat they were proud of instantly shattered under Izuo's dragon claws, and pieces fell from the sky one by one. My heart skipped a beat overnight. A sudden sense of weightlessness followed. Izuo, stop. Suddenly, a flat voice reached the ears of Ia and the others, and then the feeling of weightlessness gradually disappeared. Roar. Unwilling, Izuo roared at the demolition boat, then lowered the stern of the demolition boat and flew towards the Tower of Heaven. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for rewards, ask for support, ask for everything. List testimonials. This book is almost on the shelves now, and it will be on the shelves tonight. It has been about 10 days since I wrote it. Maybe the update speed is not very fast, but the author has never stopped updating or anything. At least 5 updates every day. Moreover, the number of words in each chapter of the author is 1900, and everyone has always supported the author. The author can be regarded as a newcomer. This is the second book. The first book was discontinued before it was put on the shelves. In fact, the grades were too poor, with more than 90,000 words and less than 500 verses, and it did not meet the requirements for being put on the shelves. That was written a long time ago, but because of work, I stopped writing books. Advertisement, that is to say, because of the relatively free time during this period, I started writing the book again. The author is also an old fan of fairy tale. I finished reading fairy tale 3 or 4 years ago. At that time, I was waiting for an update every day, but it was interrupted for a while because fairy tale started updating again during this period, and the author also wanted to write a fan about fairy tale. Although not everyone may like this book, I will try my best to write the plot well so that every old buddy who is willing to read this book can read it. I am also very grateful to those old buddies who have stayed to support the author. It will be put on the shelves at 12 o'clock in the morning tonight, but I hope everyone will give the author a support and a subscription. The author also knows that some readers will definitely leave after it is put on the shelves, but the author is not disappointed. After all, everyone has their own favorite genre. Maybe what I wrote is not what you like, but I still want to thank you for your support. Thank you. Advertisement on the first day. There should be 15 chapters for everyone, which is the least. If everyone subscribes well, the explosion will also be powerful. There will be 15 chapters on the first day, and 4 chapters every day after it goes on the shelves. Authors are ready to die on their keyboards. All that's left is the subscription you guys gave me. All in all, one word. If you dare to order, I dare to explode. Finally, let me say something. Wave the small tickets in your hands to prostitute. Abba, come and subscribe to me. Chapter 63. Roar. When Izuo heard Lu Li's voice, a look of unwillingness flashed in his eyes, but he put down Christina obediently and returned to the Tower of Heaven. After Izuo left, Iya and the others also heaved a sigh of relief. A look of luck flashed in their eyes. But Christina's tail was completely destroyed by Izuo, and there was no way to continue sailing, and the place where the magic power was stored was also destroyed by Izuo, and there was no way to launch an attack. One Knight felt a little distressed. Christina is the baby of Blue Pegasus. Now it is actually destroyed after being taken out and used once. Although it can be repaired, it will cost countless huge sums of money. Mr. Iya, I'm afraid now is not the time to be distressed. A bald man at the side saw Iya's appearance. A look of helplessness flashed across his face, and then he spoke to Iya. This bald head is Lamia Scales' S-Class Mage Jurare Keys. Iya smiled wryly and exchanged glances with those Blue Pegasus wizards behind him. They are not in charge of the family and do not know that daily necessities are expensive. Everyone looked at each other, parked Christina, and then walked out of Christina and saw Lu Li standing not far away. Beside Lu Li, a few things stood beside Lu Li. When everyone saw the figures of these people, they couldn't help but frown. The identities of these people are clear to them, but Oration Cease is 5 of them. Although they knew that Lu Li destroyed Oration Cease, they didn't know that in Oration Cease, except for Brain, who was beheaded by Lu Li, the rest joined the Dragon Lord's wings. Mr. Lu Li, why did you choose to fall into darkness? Jura and Iya looked at each other, then stepped out and questioned Lu Li, what is darkness? What is light? Lu Li frowned. A look of disdain flashed in his eyes and asked back. As soon as Lu Li's words came out, Jura was choked instantly and didn't know how to speak. Brother Lu Li, why did you join Balam Alliance? At this moment, a silver-haired man rushed out from behind Jura, questioning Lu Li with complicated eyes. Leon, some things can only be understood in the deepest darkness. Advertisement with calm eyes. Lu Li looked at the silver-haired man and said softly, not much nonsense. You are here today to attack my Dragon King's wings. Since you are here, you cannot be allowed to go back empty-handed. Lu Li didn't give Leon a chance to speak, and gave a wink to Cobra beside him. Dragon Slayer Cobra, Dragon King's familiar poison. Please enlighten me. Cobra saw Lu Li's eyes, took a step slowly, and looked at the crowd of the Wizards Coalition with a flat look. Dragon King's family? After hearing Cobra's words, everyone couldn't help frowning. Has Oration Cease joined Lu Li's team yet? Master, let me come. Just after Cobra stepped out, a bronze-skinned man stood behind Iya and spoke to Iya. Be careful. Men. Hearing Lian's words, hesitation flashed in Iya's eyes, but he still nodded and spoke solemnly. Lian nodded solemnly, then walked slowly towards Cobra. The fangs of the poisonous dragon. Seeing Lian's figure, the corners of Cobra's mouth showed a little ferocious color, and a poisonous mist surrounded Cobra's body. Suddenly this poisonous mist turned into a giant python, and the poisonous gas python full of stench killed Lian. Empty magic ball. When Lian saw this scene, a transparent ball of light suddenly appeared beside him, and after the appearance of this air ball, Lian's body suddenly flew up. The poisonous gas python bombarded Lian's position in an instant, and a sizzling sound reached everyone's ears, and the stones on the ground began to be slowly eroded by the poisonous gas python. When everyone saw this scene, they couldn't help but gasp. If this poisonous gas giant bombards a person's body, wouldn't it erode the whole person instantly? I hear you. Just as Lian's figure appeared in the air, a contemptuous voice suddenly came from behind, and Cobra's figure suddenly appeared beside him. His hands condensed a poisonous mist, and he punched Lian's chest. Boom. Ask for flowers. Dragon's Claw. Advertisement. The poisonous mist full of corrosive gas blasted on Ming's chest instantly, and a black mist instantly adhered to Lian's wound. Because of the huge force, Lian's figure suddenly hit the ground, and there was no sound at all. Lotus. Seeing his disciple's appearance, Iya's expression changed slightly, and he hurriedly ran towards Lian. Running to Lian's side, he was relieved to see that Lian hadn't died yet. Although his body was injured, it was fine if he didn't die. It's just that the poisonous mist on his chest is a little troublesome. He glanced at Cobra overnight, but there was no hatred in his eyes, because he knew that Cobra must have listened to Lu Li and kept his hand. Zero otherwise, Cobra could have kept Lian just now. It's all right. Jura's figure walked to Iya's side. looking at Lian's figure worriedly, with a little anger in his eyes. It's okay, man. Iya shook his head. Although Lian was seriously injured, his life was not in danger. Let the old man try you, Jura nodded, and then a stone pillar suddenly rose under his feet, lifting Jura's body into the air instantly, and looked at Cobra coldly. Cut. A look of disdain flashed in Cobra's eyes, as if he didn't take Jura seriously. Jura was not angry either, and looked at Cobra with a little coldness in her eyes. Cobra, come back, you are no match for him. Before Jura made a move, Lu Li's voice slowly reached Cobra's ears, causing Jura to frown. Boss, I want to try. Cobra's mouth curved slightly, and he looked at Jura fearlessly. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for rewards, ask for support, ask for everything, ask for subscriptions, meow meow meow. Inch. Chapter 64. Cobra, come back, you are no match for him. Before Jura made a move, Lu Li's voice slowly reached Cobra's ears, causing Jura to frown. Boss, I want to try. Cobra's mouth curved slightly, and he looked at Jura fearlessly. There is excitement in Cobra's eyes, which is the excitement for the strong. Drink. Roar of the Brontosaurus. Cobra's eyes were extremely excited. His figure jumped up high. Roar spewed out from his mouth, and he blasted straight at Jura. Rock and iron wall. Jura waved his right hand slowly without being in a hurry. A stone wall suddenly rose from in front of him, protecting Jura's body with a bang. The poisonous mist ejected from Cobra's mouth instantly bombarded the 267 stone wall in front of Jura. The poisonous mist full of poison kept colliding with the stone wall, but it failed to break the stone wall, sending out sizzling corrosion sound. After a long time, the poisonous mist dissipated, and a big hole was eroded in the stone wall protecting Jura. Although it didn't penetrate completely, it was almost there. Multiple column rain. Suddenly, Jura's eyes froze, and a cold look flashed in his eyes, and then huge stone pillars suddenly rose from the ground, directly killing Cobra standing on the back of Cubrios. Cobra has one eye closed, a slight curve at the corner of his mouth. Heard it. With a slight movement of footsteps, Cubrios under him seemed to understand Cobra's meaning. The wings on his back waved violently, and his figure suddenly rose into the air. Boom! The stone pillars instantly bombarded Cobra's position before, and countless stone pillars collided with each other, making a loud noise. The impact of the stone pillars with the stone pillars shattered the stone pillars one by one in an instant, and pieces of gravel fell to the ground. Rockstone array. Jura was not too surprised after seeing Cobra's figure leave, and then raised his right hand high, and pieces of rubble that fell on the ground before rose into the air and floated beside Jura. Advertisement with a wave of his hand. The rubble suddenly lifted into the air and floated directly around Cobra. Pieces of gravel collided together, making a sharp sound, and because of the sound, Cobra frowned slightly. Boom! Jura suddenly clenched his fist with his right hand, and pieces of gravel suddenly slammed towards Cobra. Cobra's expression changed, but it was too late. Roar! The body of Cubrios standing under Cobra was huge, and he had no time to avoid the dense rubble, and sharp stones hit him, making him howl in pain. Rock iron point. Without giving Cobra time to react, Jura clasped his hands together, and stone pillars suddenly rose from the ground. The tops of these stone pillars are extremely sharp, with a faint cold light shining. Roar! The sharp stone pillars pierced through Cubrio's body in an instant, and Cubrios spit out a mouthful of blood and let out a sharp roar. Cubrios! Seeing that his friend was injured, Cobra couldn't help but change his face, obviously a little confused. Rock fist. Seeing that Cobra was in a mess, Jura didn't have the slightest intention to stop. A huge fist made of stone suddenly appeared under Cubrio's body, and it hit Cubrio's stomach heavily. Boom! The giant stone fist hadn't hit Cubrios when suddenly a flash of light flashed, and the giant stone fist shattered in an instant, turning into pieces of gravel and falling to the ground. Jura's face froze, and her eyes looked in Lu Li's direction. I saw bursts of blue smoke emitting from Lu Li's fingertips, and Lu Li looked at Jura with a flat face. Cobra, come back! This blow was made by Lu Li, otherwise Cubrios, who was seriously injured, would definitely die under Jura's move. Jura's strength is already very strong, ranking 5th among the Holy 10, and it's normal that Cobra is not an opponent. Advertisement Windy, treat Cubrios. Cobra returned to Lu Li's side, with a little shame on his face, looking at Cubrios who was bleeding profusely beside him, and felt a little distressed, Lu Li saw the injury of Cubrios and said lightly, "Uh-huh." Hearing Lu Li's voice, a girl with sky-blue hair walked out from Angel's side, raised a magic circle with her hands, and put her hands on Cubrio's body, and bursts of white light enveloped Cubrio's body. Its wounds actually began to heal quickly. When Cobra saw this scene, a look of surprise flashed in his eyes, and at the same time, he looked at Wendy with a look of gratitude. When Lu Li brought Wendy back before, Cobra and others still didn't understand Lu Li's intention, thinking that Lu Li liked Loli. But I didn't expect Wendy to be a healing magic. Breath of the dragon. Suddenly, Cobra looked at Wendy with fixed eyes, and the eyes slowly became serious. He smelled something of the same kind from Wendy. The taste of Dragon Slayer. Yes, Wendy is the Dragon Slayer of the sky. Seeing Cobra's surprised look, Lu Li spoke slowly. After a while, Wendy slowly stood up from the ground, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and showed a smile on the corner of her mouth. "Brother Lu Li, Cubrios is fine." With a smile on Wendy's face, she said sweetly to Lu Li. Lu Li looked at Cubrio's body full of vitality again, and 4.2 also nodded. "Midnight you go." Since Lu Li didn't shoot, Jura really didn't know whether to shoot Lu Li, but the next moment, Lu Li's voice slowly reached Jura's ears. "Yes." Midnight opened his eyes, a look of laziness flashed in his eyes, and at the same time, a sinister arc rose from the corner of his mouth. P.S. Asking for flowers, asking for evaluation tickets, asking for rewards, asking for support, asking for everything. I wrote it for 10 days and it was put on the shelves. Everyone shakes their hands. Give me an automatic subscription. Mamada. Chapter 65. A cold killing intent flashed in Midnight's eyes, and then the figure slowly walked forward. Taking a step forward, Midnight's figure suddenly flashed and disappeared in place. Jura's pupil shrank, and a solemn look flashed in his eyes. Too slow. Suddenly, a disdainful voice came from behind Jura. Jura was startled, and quickly put her hands in front of her. A huge force suddenly came from behind, and Jura couldn't help feeling a sharp pain in his back. Hiss! Gritting her teeth, Jura looked behind her. Midnight's figure was floating in the air, looking at her with her arms crossed and her face contemptuous. "Who are you?" Jura looked at Midnight with solemn eyes. Although the magic power on Midnight is not very strong, this kind of magic is very tricky. Family of the Dragon King, Midnight. Midnight lazily raised his head, and a cold voice spit out from Midnight's mouth. Jura stared. Of course he had heard of Midnight's name. One of the Oration Cease, said to be very powerful. Rock 25 Iron Point. Jura folded his palms together suddenly, and huge stone pillars suddenly rose up, blasting directly at Midnight's figure. The top of the sharp stone pillar has a slight cold glow. If Midnight, a mortal body, was stabbed, he would probably be cold immediately. Midnight has no intention of evading at all, just standing in the void with his arms folded. Seeing this scene, Jura was also a little puzzled. Then his eyes sharpened, his right hand clenched into a fist, and the sharp stone pillar suddenly blasted towards Midnight. But at this moment, before the stone pillar touched Midnight's body, it suddenly began to collapse, rushing towards the edge of Midnight's body. Jura's complexion sank, and his face was cloudy and uncertain, sounding rich prison. Jura's complexion sank, and he clenched his right hand violently. Huge boulders suddenly rose from the ground, and the boulders trembled continuously, making a buzzing sound. Advertisement boom. Dozens of boulders rose into the air, tightly wrapping Midnight's body, and dozens of boulders floated around Midnight's body. Suddenly a boulder made a loud noise exploded directly. As the boulder exploded, the remaining stones also exploded instantly, and the shattered stones blasted towards the surroundings because of the destructive impact. Countless small stones bombarded Lu Li, and Lu Li stood there without changing his expression. Call out. Suddenly, a stream of light flashed in front of Lu Li, and a man in tights stood in front of Lu Li with a sharp long knife in his hand. Countless gravel fell to the ground and turned into waves of dust. This figure was Lisa. The current Lisa does not rely on reducing the speed of others to increase her own speed. Lisa has practiced speed magic and also practiced sword skills. The Holy Tin Wizard Jura is nothing more than that. Just when Jura breathed a sigh of relief, a lazy voice suddenly came from behind Jura, and Jura's face sank. Turning around, I saw Midnight's figure standing not far behind him. Then it's my turn. The lazy look disappeared from Midnight's eyes, and a dark magic power came from Midnight's body. Space tearing. Midnight stretched out his right hand slowly, and suddenly clenched his right hand into a fist. The space around Jura suddenly twisted, and Jura's complexion changed. I felt pressure coming from my whole body. Rock Mountain. Jura frowned, and then put his hands on the stone pillar under his feet, and the ground trembled. Immediately, the stone pillar under Jura's feet collapsed in an instant, and Jura's figure jumped off the stone pillar, leaving the distorted space at the same time. A huge figure rose from the ground, and its huge body carried a violent breath. The figure of Jura appeared above this huge figure. Advertisement boom. The stone giant swung a fist, and a violent hurricane roared in, and Midnight's face changed slightly. I saw the space around Midnight's body began to distort, and then Midnight's figure suddenly disappeared into the distance. After Midnight disappeared, the stone giant punched Midnight's previous position, directly blasting the ground into a big pit. Oomph. Rock and iron wall. At this time, Jura seemed to know the location of Midnight, and punched fiercely at the place where Midnight appeared, and blocks of stone walls appeared instantly to wrap Midnight's figure in it. Before Midnight could react, these stone walls suddenly squeezed towards Midnight, covering Midnight's body directly. Midnight gritted his teeth, with a little pain on his face. These stone walls are constantly moving towards the middle, causing Midnight's body to be constantly squeezed. Let's stop here. Just when Midnight couldn't take it any longer, Lu Li's voice reached Jura's ears, and then Lu Li's figure suddenly appeared beside Midnight, and he punched out with a fierce right hand, directly blasting these stone walls around Midnight. Midnight also heaved a sigh of relief when he broke free from these stone walls, and looked at Lu Li with some shame. 9:30 Lu Li also sighed as he looked at Midnight, whose magic power was somewhat disordered. Still too young after all. Go back. For the sake of your president, I won't keep you here. Lu Li's eyes were flat. He glanced at Jura and others lightly, and said coldly. After hearing Lu Li's words, Iya waited for a slightly ugly face, but they didn't know how to refute. Lu Li has never made a move, and his subordinates have always made moves, but he and others are no longer opponents. If Jura hadn't been here today, I'm afraid I and others would have been wiped out. Teach me. At this moment, Jura frowned, and said softly to Lu Li. After Jura's voice fell, the stone giant under his feet roared and punched Lu Li. In front of the huge stone giant, Lu Li's figure is as small as an ant. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for rewards, ask for support, ask for everything. Chapter 66. Teach me. After hearing Lu Li's words, Jura not only didn't look back, but spoke to Lu Li lightly. As Jura's voice fell, the stone giant under his feet suddenly punched out, and punched Lu Li straight. Seeing this scene, anger flashed in the eyes of the Dragon King's wings. The same is true in Lu Li's eyes. He raised his brows and snorted coldly at Jura. His figure suddenly disappeared in place, and a trace of thunder flashed in the air. After Lu Li's figure disappeared, a stone wall suddenly rose around Jura, and the stone wall tightly protected Jura's figure. Obviously, Jura also knows that Lu Li is very fast. If Lu Li gets close, he will not be Lu Li's opponent at all. Thunder. Lu Li naturally saw this, and a mocking look flashed in his eyes. He slowly raised his right hand, aiming at the sky, and traces of thunder flashed across Lu Li's fingertips. Boom! Lu Li gave an order, and a thunderbolt fell from the sky, directly blasting on the stone wall protecting Jura. Lu Li's attack was not comparable to Cobra's roar. A thunderbolt came down, and the three-layer stone wall protecting Jura was instantly shattered. Although the thunder was somewhat buffered by the stone wall, it still hit Jura's body. Jura's complexion was pale, obviously a little uncomfortable. Gas palms and rock iron powder burst. Jura's face was a little pale, but the magic power on his body was still abundant. His eyes were fixed, and he clasped his hands together and shouted angrily, only to see sharp stone pillars rising from the ground. But how could Lu Li's speed be kept up by these stone pillars? The moment these stone pillars hit Lu Li left the attack range. Mr. Iya, you guys leave first. I will hold him back. Seeing this scene, Jura squeezed her fist immediately, with a bit of bitterness on her face, and said to Iya and others behind her, Mr. Jura. After hearing Jura's words, Iya waited for his face to change slightly, and there was a look of struggle in his eyes. Don't be kidding me. I won't leave you, sir, and leave. But before Iya could speak, Leon stepped out, looked at Jura with resentment, and growled. After hearing Leon's words, Jura's eyes flashed a look of relief. Advertisement Lamia Scale has such a junior, then he is already content. Hey, do you want to show such a face? I haven't said I'm going to kill you yet. Lu Li stepped into the void, looked at the people who were parting from life and death, and said with spread hands. After hearing Lu Li's words, everyone in the coalition army was slightly taken aback, but didn't react immediately. Jura, go back and tell your president that the favor I owed her back then will be repaid. Before Jura could speak, Lu Li's flat voice reached Jura's ears. Back when Lu Li was Fairy Tail's mage, Lu Li was once helped by Uba, the president of Lamia Scale, so he owes him a favor. Jura was slightly taken aback after hearing Lu Li's words. Immediately, he bowed his hands to Lu Li, but did not continue to push him. In fact, the President Uba had told Jura before forming the coalition and setting off this time. If Lu Li will kill himself and others, he will say his name. Maybe Lu Li will give himself a face. After the coalition forces and others retreated, Lu Li stood on the edge of the Tower of Heaven, looking at the departing magic blaster, also lost in thought. House of Representatives, it seems that you have brought your own destruction. After a long time, Lu Li spoke slowly, his voice still as flat as usual, but Cobra and others standing beside Lu Li heard a strong killing intent from it. Go back and continue learning magic. Today you can see the gap between you and those powerhouses. Afterwards, Lu Li turned around slowly and spoke to Cobra and others behind him. Wendy, you also practice Dragon Slayer. Afterwards, Lu Li squatted down, with a smile on his face, and said softly to Wendy. Looking at Lu Li, Wendy nodded heavily. 3 days after the coalition forces were disbanded, Angel suddenly ran into Lu Li's room with a very serious look in his eyes. Advertisement seeing Angel's appearance, Lu Li also frowned, wondering if something happened again. Boss, our affiliated guild Evil Demon's grip has been destroyed. Seeing Lu Li's frown, Angel didn't try to fool Lu Li, and spoke directly to Lu Li, who did it. A regular guild? Lu Li frowned. A flash of anger flashed in his eyes, and then he asked Angel indifferently. Angel's face was equally ugly and said, I don't know, there is no sign at all, and the news that the evil ghost's grip has been destroyed comes directly. Check. Must find out. A cold light flashed in Lu Li's eyes, and he said coldly, Clear. Angel nodded heavily after listening to Lu Li's words, and then left Lu Li's room. After Angel left, Lu Li looked at the blue daytime outside the window and fell into deep thought. I heard from Dis before that the regular guilds formed a coalition to fight against the black guilds. And a few days ago, the coalition forces of the formal guild crusade against Dragon King's Wing were defeated, and today came the news that the affiliated guild of Dragon King's Wing was destroyed. Even if Lu Li doesn't want to associate this matter with it, it's impossible. Although it was investigated, there was no clue at all. The site was completely destroyed. Even the address of the guild was burned directly, leaving only a pile of ashes, good money. On the third day after the evil ghost's grip was destroyed, another piece of news came. Another affiliated guild of Dragon King's Wings was wiped out. Moreover, the way this guild was destroyed was the same as before, with traces of flames everywhere, and the scene was completely destroyed. When Lu Li heard the news, thick anger flashed in his eyes. This is aimed at his Dragon King's Wings. Because the other dark guilds had nothing to do at all, only the affiliated guild of Dragon King's Wing was targeted. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for rewards, ask for support, ask for everything. Chapter 67. Boom. On the top floor of Tower of Heaven, this place originally belonged to Jalal, but stood in Lu Li's office. Lu Li was sitting on his chair. Angel stood in front of Lu Li with a gloomy face. Lu Li had a gloomy face and punched the table in front of him. Lu Li punched the table. Cracks appeared on the table instantly. Lu Li raised his arm slowly, and the table shattered instantly, turning into pieces and falling to the ground. Is this the 7th one? After being silent for a while, Lu Li raised his head slowly, looked at Angel, and asked indifferently. Yes, boss, this is already the 7th affiliated guild that has been wiped out. The reason why Lu Li showed such a look was because Angel told Lu Li another thing just now. Another affiliated guild of Dragon King's Wings was wiped out. And after this news came out, all the affiliated guilds under the Dragon King wanted to quit. After all, no one wants to be the next one. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the Dragon King's Wing was obviously being targeted. Otherwise, how could it be possible that only the affiliated guild of Dragon King's Wing was destroyed, while the other guilds were fine? How many affiliated guilds do we have? Lu Li opened his eyes. A cold gleam flashed in his eyes, and then he asked 763 to Angel. Only 3 left. Angel's complexion was extremely gloomy, and after listening to Lu Li's words, she replied softly, Let Midnight, Richard and Lisa go and garrison these 3 guilds. and see who wants to target my Dragon King's wing." After listening to Angel's words, Lu Li thought for a while, and then spoke. Hearing Lu Li's words, Angie's pupils narrowed slightly. "I'll do it now." Angel nodded, and then left Lu Li's room. Not long after Angel left, a ship sailed out from the Tower of Heaven. On this ship, 3 figures sat indifferently in the cabin. Advertisement time flew by suddenly, like a white horse passing by. 3 days passed, and the only 3 guilds left were panicked. They have been hesitant before whether to quit Dragon King's wings. But after midnight and several people stationed in the guild, they also categorically lost this idea. Otherwise, they don't have to doubt. Midnight and others will kill them. Haha, these are the last 3. Suddenly, a man with an unruly look on his face walked to the door of a guild. With a strong killing intent in his eyes, he walked towards the guild in front of him step by step. Zankro. At this moment, a figure suddenly flashed by, and Lisa's figure instantly appeared at the door of the guild. His eyes froze for a moment, and then a strong killing intent flashed in his eyes. He finally knew why the Dragon King's wing was targeted. Turns out it was Grimoire Heart. Heh, it really is still a shot. When Zankro saw Lisa's figure, a look of surprise flashed in his eyes, and then a look of disdain rose from the corner of his mouth. Does Grimoire Heart want to fight Dragon King's wings? Holding a long knife, Lisa stood at the door of the guild with cold eyes and asked Zankro, "Go to war? Are you worthy?" Zankro listened to Lisa's words with disdain and contempt on his face. Asked Lisa. Snored. Lisa snorted coldly and saw an afterimage flashing away, and Lisa's figure disappeared in place in an instant. Zankro froze for a moment, narrowed his eyes slightly, and scanned his surroundings. Too slow. Before Zankro could react, a figure suddenly appeared beside him. A long knife swept out, and a flash of light from the knife slashed heavily towards Zankro's neck. The fist of the flame god. Zankro was slightly startled and quickly mobilized his magic power. A black flame ignited in Zankro's right hand and punched Lisa's figure. Advertisement: the knife flashed, CFBC, and Lisa's figure disappeared again, but a deep wound appeared on Zankro's right arm. Zankro saw the wound on his arm and looked at Lisa frantically. "I want you to die." Flame god howls. There was endless killing intent in Zankro's voice, and the surrounding fire magic power began to gather towards Zankro. Zankro was full of fire magic power and spewed out at Lisa with a roar. But Lisa practiced speed magic. Before the roar hit Lisa, Lisa's figure had already left. Is this the strength of Grimoire Heart? Nothing more. Lisa's figure appeared again, looking at the gloomy Zankro, with a mocking look on his face, mocking Zankro. Boom! Zankro snapped his fingers, a black flame ignited on Zankro's body, and the black flame also burned on Zankro's body and face. Burn everything up? Zankro's eyes were crazy, and black flames spread from Zankro's feet to the surroundings. In an instant, a forest behind him was ignited. Lisa frowned, not knowing what Zankro wanted to do. Flame God's dinner. Zankro roared, black flames gathered behind him, and countless flames gathered here, forming a pair of huge pincers. God's flame likes to devour mages the most. Zankro opened his eyes, with a little coldness in his eyes. The corners of his mouth raised a slight contemptuous arc, and he shouted at Lisa in a cold voice. Lisa frowned, and could feel a little uneasiness from the pair of pincers. At this moment, just as the pair of big pincers swung out, a thunderbolt fell from the sky, directly blasting on the pair of black flame mastiffs. Zankro spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face suddenly became extremely pale. Lisa quickly looked up, only to see Lu Li's figure standing in the air stepping on the void. Boss! Lisa quickly lowered her head. A respectful look flashed in her eyes. Tell Hades, the wings of the Dragon King are officially at war with Grimoire Heart. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for rewards, ask for support, ask for everything. Chapter 68. Tell Hades, the wings of the Dragon King are officially at war with Grimoire Heart. The figure of Lu Li stepped on the air and walked towards Zankro step by step. A look of fear flashed in Zankro's eyes, and then he heard Lu Li's voice slowly reaching his ears. You? How dare you? After hearing Lu Li's words, Zankro's eyes widened suddenly, filled with disbelief. He looked at Lu Li in horror. Get out! Lu Li's momentum erupted, and because of the influence of magic power, thunder roared in the sky, as if it was a disaster that would destroy the world. Puff! Lu Li's voice came suddenly, and Zankro felt as if his chest had been hit by a magical vehicle, and suddenly a mouthful of blood spurted out, and the figure suddenly flew upside down, hitting a big tree before slowly stop. Zankro stood up, glanced at Luli with hatred in his eyes, then got up and left. At the moment Zankro got up, a thunderbolt suddenly flashed and directly hit Zankro's right arm. Thunder went through Zankro's arm, and there was a burning smell above the wound. Zankro clutched his arm, trembling all over, because the pain made Zankro pale, and cold sweat dripped from his forehead on the ground. Death crimes can be avoided, but life crimes cannot be escaped. After doing all this, Luli turned around slowly, and an indifferent voice spit out from Luli's mouth. Gudong. The dark guild that Lisa sits in is also a small guild. After seeing Luli's supernatural power, the president of this guild looked at Luli with eyes full of awe. My lord, I am the president of Witch's Grip. The president trotted up to Luli, knelt down on one knee, and said to Luli, get up. Since you surrender to the Dragon King's wings, then the Dragon King's wings will keep you safe and sound. Luli's voice was flat. An indifferent voice spit out from Luli's mouth, and said to the guild leader. After hearing Luli's words, the guild president's eyes flashed with ecstasy. The strength of their guild is not strong, and in this dark guild where whoever has the biggest fist can count, they can only be regarded as low-level figures. But standing and submitting to the wings of the Dragon King can also be protected by the wings of the Dragon King. Advertisement Lisa, call back Midnight and others. Afterwards, Luli spoke softly to Lisa who was on the side, with cold eyes flashing in his eyes. Now that we have started the war with Grimoire Heart, we must call back the top combat power of the guild. Lisa nodded, and the figure turned into an afterimage and disappeared beside Luli. Luli glanced at the president of this guild, and then stepped on the ground. The figure suddenly jumped up, and a huge shadow flew in the air. One train. The president looked terrified, looking a little excited at the dragon in the sky. Dragon? It's a dragon. The figure of Luli appeared on Izuo's back, and Izuo seemed to understand what Luli meant, and waved his wings and went back to the Tower of Heaven. War. Then come. After Zankro returned to Grimoire Heart, Hades narrowed his eyes slightly after hearing Zankro's words, and said in a cold voice with a slight, disdainful smile on his face, Zankro, who allowed you to go out and slaughter the Dark Guild without permission? Afterwards, Hades asked Zankro in a cold voice, Chairman. After hearing Hades' words, Zankro's eyes flashed a color of fear. His frail face turned extremely pale, and he quickly lowered his head, not daring to look at Hades. Seeing Zankro's appearance, Hades also sighed, and then waved to Zankro. With Hades' permission, Zankro's eyes flashed a flash of luck, and he hurriedly exited the hall. After Luli returned to the Tower of Heaven, he returned directly to the main hall. After Lisa and the others returned, they went directly to the main hall to meet Luli. Boss, why did you ask Lisa to call us back in such a hurry? After returning to the guild, Midnight was a little puzzled and asked Luli. They are stationed among the few remaining dark guilds. Who knows that Lisa suddenly appeared today and said that Luli summoned them back? Advertisement. Not only Midnight was puzzled, but even Richard didn't understand what happened. When I came back all the way, I asked Lisa what happened, but Lisa was also tight-lipped and didn't say a word. Midnight's voice fell, Luli didn't answer, and sat on the chair in the center of the hall with her eyes tightly closed. War with Grimoire Heart. After a long time, Luli spoke slowly, breaking the silence in the hall. Luli's voice fell. A few people except Lisa who knew about this a long time ago. His face changed suddenly, and a look of horror flashed in his eyes. Everyone quickly looked at each other, seeing that the eyes of the other people were the same as their own. They also fell silent. I know that what Luli said is true. Great. I've seen Hades upset. After the silence, Bra's ear was in. Immediately arrange everything and leave tomorrow. Luli nodded, looked at Cobra's eyes with a little appreciation, and then said coldly to Midnight and the others, Yes, boss. After everyone reacted to the train, their eyes shone with excitement. Going to war with Grimoire Heart? Already meant it. When they were just Oration Cease, Grimoire Heart often provoked them, but Brain was too timid to allow them to cause trouble. It's different now. Oration Cease is a thing of the past. Luli walked out of the hall. 3 giant dragons hovered in the sky of the Tower of Heaven. A cold look flashed in their eyes. Hades, lousy is the Dragon King. Luli walked into the hall, leaving only an indifferent voice behind. Hearing Luli's words, the rest of Midnight looked at each other in blank dismay. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for rewards, ask for support, ask for help. Knife. Chapter 69. Lu Li's voice echoed in the hall, and Midnight and the others felt their blood boil when they heard Lu Li's words. The white horse passes through the gap, the jade rabbit falls, and the golden crow rises. Lu Li stood in the main hall of the Tower of Heaven with a dignified expression, and the 6 members of the Dragon King's retinue also had a dignified expression. 5 of Oration Cease included Wendy. Wendy, you and Carla will stay here. Snow will stay. Lu Li walked to Wendy's side, stroked Wendy's hair, and said softly, "All right." Wendy heard Lu Li's words. A little disappointment flashed in her eyes. She thought she could fight side by side with Lu Li. "You are not strong enough now. Wait until you become stronger." Looking at Wendy's expression, Lu Li seemed to know what Wendy was thinking, and said with a light smile, "I will try my best to become better than September 47. I won't hold Lu Li back." After hearing Lu Li's words, Wendy lowered her head and remained silent for a while. At the moment Lu Li got up and turned around, Wendy suddenly raised her head and said loudly to Lu Li's back. After hearing Wendy's words, Lu Li's eyes flashed with appreciation. "Let's go." With a wave of his hand, outside the Tower of Heaven, a huge shadow flashed away. It was the Thunder Dragon Izuo. Next to Izuo is the Fire Dragon Jess. The 2 dragons were flying side by side, constantly waving their wings and setting off bursts of hurricanes. Lu Li jumped up, and his figure landed firmly on Izuo's back. And Midnight and the others couldn't help swallowing their saliva when they saw Jess's ferocious face. Lu Li frowned, and was about to yell at her just now. A sudden puff of smoke came out of Jace's nose. Midnight and the others showed bitterness on their faces, then jumped up and landed on Jess's back. "Boss, what do you think is that?" Just as Izuo waved his wings and was about to set off, a magical boat suddenly sailed in the distance. Lu Li frowned, and a little doubt flashed in his eyes. "Advertisement, boss. This is Grim or Heart." Angel seemed to see the doubt in Lu Li's eyes, and quickly opened his mouth to explain to Lu Li. After hearing Angel's words, Lu Li's eyes were relieved. Not only does he want to take the initiative, Hades is also a person who is unwilling to be lonely. The magic boat stopped slowly, and Jing also floated in the distant sky. Suddenly, the magic boat slowly opened a hole, and a figure slowly walked out of the hole. This figure has yet to appear, and Midnight and the others are all vigilant, looking at the front with serious eyes. Master Dragon King. A figure with a bumpy figure stood in front of the magic boat, looking at Lu Li with a slight smile on his face. "Ursha?" Lu Li frowned, and a little understanding flashed in his eyes. "You know me?" Hearing Lu Li's words, Ursha was slightly taken aback, and a look of astonishment flashed in her eyes. Unexpectedly, Lu Li actually knew himself. Few people know of their identity except Grimoire Heart. "You is your mother." Lu Li smiled slightly and asked Ursha with the corners of her mouth raised in an arc. Hearing this name, Ursha's face suddenly became cold and ruthless, with a little killing intent in her eyes. "Call." After a while, the killing intent in Ursha's eyes dissipated, and the previous smile reappeared on her face. "Lord Dragon King," Chairman Hades said it. "As long as you are willing to submit to Grimoire Heart, he can give you the position of vice chairman." With a smile on her face, Ursha looked at Lu Li and said in a very gentle voice. After hearing Ursha's words, the scene suddenly fell into silence. "You tell Hades, if he is willing to surrender to the wings of the Dragon King, I will make him the vice president." After a long time, Lu Li spoke slowly to break the peace, and spoke to Ursha. After hearing Lu Li's toast and not eating fine wine, Ursha's original gentle smile disappeared, and she looked at Lu Li with a cold face. "Advertisement. I think you should be familiar with this place." Seeing Ursha's cold eyes, Lu Li didn't care at all. There was still a slight smile on his face, and a flat voice came out of Lu Li's mouth. After listening to Lu Li's words, Ursha looked shocked. "You don't need to justify. I can say it, and naturally I know these things." Lu Li took a deep look at Ursha, and then said, "The future flashes." Without giving Lu Li a chance to continue speaking, a crystal ball appeared in Ursha's hands, and Ursha threw the crystal ball in her hand directly, turning it into countless crystal balls, and blasting at Lu Li, Hercules, Chisila. Seeing that these crystal balls were about to hit Lu Li, suddenly a soft shout came from Lu Li's voice. Immediately, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Lu Li, with wings on its back, holding a hammer, and blasting directly at the crystal balls in front of Lu Li. Boom! This figure is so powerful that it directly shattered the crystal balls, turning them into fragments and flying back towards Ursha. Ursha's face was startled, and then with a slight wave of her little hand, the broken crystal balls returned to their original state. the glory of all gods. But the surprise was only for a moment, and the crystal ball in Ursha's hand was thrown again, turning into crystal balls floating beside Ursha. A stream of light flashed, and a beam of light flashed away from the crystal ball. Suddenly, a stream of light rushed out of the crystal ball and blasted directly at the angel protecting Lu Li, Daylight Angel Summersill. There was a flash of light, and Angel threw out several 40 yuan gold coins. A streamer flashed above the gold coins, and then 3.2 gold coins appeared in front of Lu Li as figures one by one. These figures are not very huge, but the aura exuded from their bodies is still good. These figures looked at each other, and then clasped their hands together. A burst of white light flashed across their palms. Boom! White light flashed, and a beam of light blasted out directly. Blast towards Elucia's figure. The collision of light beams and light beams made a loud noise, and the dazzling white light flashed away in the sky. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for rewards, ask for support, ask for everything. Chapter 70. The collision of the two light beams made a loud noise. Lu Li opened his eyes, and the tower of heaven in front of him was bombarded with potholes everywhere. Boss, let me come. Immediately, Angel's figure walked up to Lu Li, looking coldly at Ursha in the distance. Go. Lu Li looked at Angel's appearance, raised a little smile on his face, and said softly to Angel. For Angel's strength, Lu Li also has a little recognition. And Angel hasn't used celestial spirit magic yet. Small Angel AF *8. Hearing Lu Li's reply, the corners of Angel's mouth curled up a little, several 10 yuan gold coins appeared in his hand, and he threw out the gold coins, and angels with small figures appeared beside Angel. Go ahead, F***. Eat it all up. Angel waved his right hand, and coldly shouted at the group of small angels with a slight smile on his face. Roar! A sharp roar came from the mouths of the group of angels, and then the figure rushed straight towards Ursha. The sharp teeth gleamed faintly under the sun. Ice make 25 ice shield. Before waiting for these small angels to approach, Ursha clasped her hands together, and a burst of cold air rose in Ursha's palms. Blocks of ice shields appeared in front of Ursha, protecting Ursha behind her. Boom, boom, boom. These small angels were not afraid of death, and kept bumping into the ice shield, making loud noises one after another. After the small angel collided with the ice shield, it disappeared immediately, turning into 10 yuan gold coins and falling straight to the ground. But Angel didn't care at all. Another handful of gold coins appeared in his hand, and he threw it straight forward. Another group of small angels appeared. Boom! Although the ice shield could withstand the attacks of the small angels, it couldn't stop him so much, and was smashed to pieces after a while. Advertisement roar! A ferocious angel appeared in front of Ursha, biting Ursha's neck directly with *its sharp teeth. Boom! But before this F***ck came to Ursha, a crystal ball suddenly knocked him away, and the huge force directly defeated this F***ck, turning it into a 10 yuan gold coin. Ursha didn't care at all. The crystal ball was thrown into the air, and instantly turned into countless crystal balls, and these crystal balls rushed into the F***ck group. Fragments of gold coins and crystal balls fell to the ground, making a clanging sound. Play Angel La Grey. Seeing this scene, Angel's face changed slightly, and then he threw out 100 yuan gold coin, and a huge monster suddenly appeared in front of Ursha. Hee, can this also be called an angel? Seeing this monster, Ursha's face became serious, and then she sneered at Angel with a mocking tone. Shut up. Angel's face changed slightly when he heard Ursha's words, and an angry look flashed in his eyes. La Grey. Shred her. Angel gritted his teeth and sneered at La Grey. Roar. Hear Angel's words. The eyes of this huge monster suddenly turned red, roared at Ursha, and rushed straight at Ursha. Weiss make rose garden. The next moment, under the monster's feet, roses suddenly appeared, and the cold roses grew up instantly, entangled the monster's legs. Roar. The monster struggled hard and stepped on the ground with all its strength, but it couldn't break free from the shackles of the ice rose. Snort. Ursha snorted coldly, and then exerted force with her right hand. These ice roses seemed to have been ordered, and twisted directly towards them. As the ice rose twisted, the monster's legs also began to twist. There was a creaking sound. Boom. The monster's legs directly showed a strange arc, and the twisted legs couldn't support such a huge body at all, and the huge body crashed to the ground. Advertisement Angel also gritted his teeth and looked at Ursha when he saw this scene. Okay, Angel, you step back. Just after the monster dissipated, Luli shook his head and walked to Angel's side, speaking to Angel in a flat voice. Boss, I can do it. Hearing Luli's words, Angel was startled and hurriedly spoke to Luli. Seeing Angel's stubborn eyes, Luli frowned, then sighed. Scorpio, Scorpio. Angel did not take out the gold coin this time. A golden key appeared in Angel's hand, and the golden key shone faintly in the sunlight. The key opens a portal, and a figure slowly walks out of the portal, looking at Ursha in front of him with slightly ruffian eyes. Get rid of her. Anger flashed in Angel's eyes, and he sneered at Scorpio. Obey. Hearing Angel's words, Scorpio licked his lips, with a ferocious killing intent in his eyes. Celestial Spirit Sorcerer. Seeing Scorpio's appearance, Ursha was also slightly startled. Laser. Scorpio's tail was raised high suddenly, and a magic circle appeared at his tail, and bursts of dust blasted out from his tail, directly blasting towards Ursha. Sandstorm. The next moment, the dust formed huge tornadoes in the air, and the wind howled. There was no fear in Ursha's eyes. She slowly stretched out her right index finger and tapped slowly in front of her. Where Ursha's finger fell, one opened. Boom. The next moment, before the extremely violent tornado hit Ursha's figure, it dissipated directly, turning into waves of sand and falling to the ground. A look of astonishment flashed in Scorpio's eyes. How so? P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for rewards, ask for support, ask for everything. Chapter 71. Lost Magic, Arc of Time. Seeing Angel's bewildered look, Luli also spoke softly, and the flat voice reached Angel's ears. After hearing Luli's words, Angel's complexion also changed slightly, as if he had heard of the magic of this arc of time. Scorpio, you go back first. Afterwards, a gleam flashed in Angel's eyes, and he said to Scorpio lightly. After Angel's voice fell, Scorpio bowed slightly to Angel with a little shame on his face, and his figure disappeared beside Angel. Gemini, Gemini. The next moment, Angel directly released Scorpio, and a golden key appeared in his hand again. The golden key slipped in front of him. A golden light flashed, a golden portal opened, and two figures appeared beside Angel. The two bodies are blue, with two tentacles on their heads, simple lines, and their eyes are black balls with white spots in the middle. Their mouths are V-shaped and X-shaped respectively. They have belts tied on their bodies in different directions, and they all wear small underpants. One is orange and the other is black. Thunderbolt, Thunderbolt, two figures float beside Angel. Gemini, come on. Looking at these two figures, the corners of Angel's mouth curled up, and he softly shouted at Gemini. After Angel's voice fell, Gemini's figure emitted a white light, which enveloped the two figures. As the white light dissipated, a figure stood in the air with his hands in his pockets and a slight arc at the corner of his mouth. Luli looked at this figure and looked at Angel with a look of interest on his face. This figure is exactly Luli. When Uartaya saw this scene, her pupils shrank suddenly, and she looked at the figure of Luli with a serious look in her eyes. Thunderstorm. The next moment, I saw Luli pointing to the sky with one hand, and Dauriba gathered at Luli's fingertips. Advertisement. The sky was instantly enveloped by dark clouds, and streaks of thunder light trembled slightly at the fingertips. Boom. Following Angel's order, a thunderbolt descended from the sky and directly hit the magic boat where Ursha was. The violent thunder blasted directly on the magic boat, and there was no time for Ursha to use magic. Ursha jumped down from the magic boat. Her face was a little embarrassed, and her eyes were full of dignity. Ice make ice hammer. Ursha clasped her palms together, bursts of cold air emanating from her palms, forming a sledgehammer of ice. Boom! The ice sledgehammer blasted directly at the figure of Luli, causing Luli to hear bursts of empty explosions. Ice make ice knight. Seeing this scene, Luli didn't panic in the slightest and clasped his hands together. Bursts of cold air emerged from Luli's body. A figure riding a fierce horse and holding a spear appeared in front of Luli. I saw this figure holding a long gun in his right hand, an ice shield in his left hand, and a big horse on his crotch. Boom! The Ice Knight saw the ice sledgehammer blasting towards him, held the ice shield directly to block the sledgehammer, stabbed out the spear in his hand, and crushed the ice sledgehammer. After the sledgehammer broke, the fierce horse under the Ice Knight's crotch roared suddenly, and the horse's hooves kept galloping towards Ursha. The sharp spear tip shone faintly in the sunlight. Looking at the sharp tip of the gun, Ursha's heart shuddered, and she jumped on the ground, leaving her previous position immediately. Just as Ursha's figure left, the figure of the Ice Knight followed, and the spear in his hand directly hit the tree behind Ursha, piercing the tree directly. Meteor volcano. The next moment, Luli didn't give Ursha time to react at all. The flames in his hands were burning, and one by one fireballs descended from the sky, blasting towards Ursha's position. Ursha quickly threw the crystal ball in her hand, turning into countless crystal balls and blasting them together with these fireballs. Advertisement: the fireball collapsed, and the crystal ball was also shattered. However, after these crystal balls were shattered, they turned into fragments and quickly joined together, floating in front of Ursha. The future flashes. Ursha also knew that she couldn't defend passively, so she threw the crystal ball in her hand, and bright crystal balls appeared beside Luli. Ursha clenched her hands together fiercely, and these crystal balls emitted a bright white light at the same time, blasting directly at the figure of Luli. Boom! Although Luli copied Luli's magic, there is still a big gap between Luli's strength and Ursha's attack, and he was directly blasted on him. The haze dissipated, the figure of Luli disappeared into the air, and the figure of Gemini floated in the air. The faces of the two figures were a little pale. Obviously, the attack just now made them uncomfortable. As soon as the two gritted their teeth, the figure was enveloped by a burst of white light. Ursha's heart skipped a beat when she saw this scene, and her figure suddenly disappeared in her place. The white light on Gemini dissipated, and the figure of Lisa also appeared in the air. Lisa looked at her own figure standing in the air with a dazed look on her face. But after the figure of Lisa appeared, Ursha's figure disappeared, and her figure did not appear for a long time. Angel, come back, she's gone. After a while, Luli's voice reached Angel, Qian Hao. When Angel heard Luli's words, a flash of unwillingness flashed in his eyes, and he put Gemini away. Boss Angel looked a little ashamed, walked to Luli's side and lowered his head. It's okay. It's good that you can force Ursha away. It seems that you have made great progress during this period of time. Luli looked at Angel's appearance, and a look of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. He didn't expect Angel's strength to improve so quickly. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for rewards, ask for support, everything. Chapter 72. Angel also had a smile on his face after hearing Luli's words, obviously happy because of Luli's words. Since Grimoire Heart has already shot, there is no need for us to tolerate it. Immediately, Luli turned around and spoke slowly to Midnight and the others behind him. A flat and cold voice came from Luli's mouth. After hearing Luli's words, a look of excitement flashed in the eyes of Midnight and the others. When he was Oration Cease before, even though he was also one of the 3 dark giants of the Balam Alliance. But the difference in strength between Oration Cease and Grimoire Heart is not a little bit. Leaving aside the strength of the president, let's just say that this group of people is no match for 7 kin of Purgatory. Today, Angel, whose strength is still average among them, can force Ursha, the leader of the 7 kin of Purgatory, away. Yes, boss. Midnight and the others looked at each other. Their eyes flashed with excited fighting intent. Even the usually lazy Midnight's eyes flashed with excitement. Let's go. I won't go. Seeing the excitement of Midnight and the others, Luli nodded slowly, and then said to Midnight and the others. Originally, Luli 570 planned to directly enter the territory of Grimoire Heart today, but I thought about it again. The Grimoire Heart Guild has no fixed place, and I and others can't find a place at all. So Luli took a step back and went to those Grimoire Heart-affiliated guilds. Luli can rest assured that if Midnight and others make a move, Luli can rest assured even with the strength of Midnight and others before, let alone now. Midnight and the others nodded, and then something stepped on Jess's back. Jess roared in dissatisfaction, but glanced at Luli in fear, and flew forward obediently. Jess' figure flashed in the sky, and a flash of fire disappeared into the sky in an instant. Luli stood on the top floor of Tower of Heaven, watching Jess's leaving back, with a dull brilliance in his eyes. There are still too few people. Advertisement. Luli walked into the Tower of Heaven. After Midnight and others left, the entire Tower of Heaven became extremely quiet. Except for Wendy and Carla who were by her side, there was no life at all. Although Luli doesn't need those useless subordinates, there are still too few guilds with only 6 KFAD members. Luli decided to recruit some people to the guild after this matter was resolved. Brother Luli, Jalal is looking for you. At this moment, Wendy's excited voice came from outside the hall. Luli frowned. How did Wendy know Jalal? And what did Jalal come to him for? After Jalal's figure followed Wendy's figure into the hall, Luli frowned slightly. Mystigan, what are you doing here? Seeing Mystigan's figure, Luli frowned slightly, looked at him calmly and said, Civil war breaks out at Fairy Tale. After hearing Luli's plain words, Mystigan fixed his eyes on Luli's body, and after a long time, he spoke slowly. Is it related to me? Luli chuckled, turned around and sat on the chair behind her, casually looked at Mystigan and asked. It doesn't matter. Mystigan shook his head slowly, but his eyes were still fixed on Luli. But Urza is hurt. Before Luli could speak, Mystigan's cold voice came from his mouth again. The next moment, a burst of violent magic power burst out instantly, directly suppressing Mr. Fa's body. Mystigan's face changed, looking at Luli's figure with a little fear. Advertisement: he had never fought against Luli before. Although he knew that Luli was very strong, he didn't know that Luli was so strong. Who did it? Luli's eyes were extremely cold. Although Luli quit Fairy Tale, it doesn't mean that anyone can do something to Urza. Lajertha's father won? Mystigan gritted his teeth and looked at Luli with a little reluctance in his eyes. Obviously, he was not reconciled to Luli's strength. Ivan? What does this have to do with him? Hearing Mystigan's words, Luli couldn't help being stunned for a moment, and then saw Mystigan's pale face, dissipating the magic power covering the entire hall. The violent magic dissipated, and Mystigan immediately felt much more relaxed, sitting on the ground with one buttocks, panting continuously. And Wendy, who came to the hall with Mystigan, has long been stunned by Luli's previous magic power. Carla, take Wendy down to rest. Seeing Wendy's appearance, Luli felt a little guilty, and then called the white cat Carla. Seeing Luli's face was cold, and Mystigan was sitting on the ground in embarrassment, Carla also complained about Luli because of Wendy's matter this time, and took Wendy away directly. Ivan did not know how to contact Lajerses, and then kept alienating the relationship between Lajerses and the president. Later, Ivan even instigated Lajerses to start a civil war in the guild, and Urza took action to stop Ivan, but injured by Ivan's men. Raventail's mage from the Dark Guild like Dragon King's wing. Looking at Luli's cold eyes, Mystigan didn't continue to play tricks on Luli, and immediately opened his mouth to tell everything. Hearing Mystigan's words, Luli's eyes flashed with cold killing intent. Where's Makarov? The next moment, a cold voice came from Luli's mouth. After hearing Luli's words, Mystigan also smiled bitterly. The president was trapped by Ferret's word magic when he started the civil war in Lagoses, and Raventail also participated in this war. Mystigan spoke to Luli with a bit of bitterness in the corner of his mouth. Ivan, huh? After listening to Mystigan's words, Luli got up slowly. A trace of thunder flashed on Luli's body, and a cold laugh came from Luli's mouth. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for rewards, ask for support, ask for everything. Chapter 73. Hee, Ivan. Luli's icy voice spit out from his mouth. Mystigan's heart felt cold after hearing it, and at the same time, he also felt a little regretful, not knowing whether it was right or wrong to come to Luli, go to Fairy Tale. There was a cold killing intent in Luli's eyes. The figure disappeared in a flash, and suddenly appeared in front of Mystigan. The plain but slightly cold eyes made Mystigan's heart skip a beat. Mystigan gritted his teeth, stood up from the ground, and left the Tower of Heaven after Luli Izzo's figure soared in the air, waving its wings and heading towards Magnolia. The figure of Luli stood on Izuo's back. Gusts of wind howled past Luli's ears. Mystigan was also standing behind Luli, looking at Luli's back in thought. Izzo's speed was very fast, and he reached the sky above Magnolia in a short while. Above Magnolia, crystal balls floated in the air, and the linked crystal balls emitted bursts of thunder. Shimming Palace? Luli also calmed down slowly, but there was still a faint coldness in his eyes. Izzo, destroy it. Immediately, an indifferent voice came from Luli's mouth. After listening to Luli's words, Izuo opened his mouth, and a burst of dragon's breath gathered in Izuo's mouth. Roar! Izuo roared, and a burst of thunder shot out from Izuo's mouth, directly hitting a crystal ball in the Shamming Hall. The next moment, this crystal ball suddenly shattered, and then the other crystal balls began to explode like mirrors. In just an instant, the nearly 300 magic crystals full of thunder magic power floating above Magnolia were completely destroyed by Izuo's dragon breath. Standing in the Guild of Fairy Tale, Lajertha suddenly felt that the Shenming Temple was cracked. A trace of bright red leaked from the corner of his mouth, and his face turned pale. Lajerses, what's wrong? Seeing Lajerses's appearance, a man beside him suddenly became a little nervous. and asked Lajersis quickly. Father, the Shiming Palace has been cracked. This man is Makarov's son, Lajerth's father Ivan. Ivan's face changed slightly after hearing what Lager thus said. Who else in fairy tale can crack Shiming Temple? Could it be that Gildarts is back? Advertisement. Ivan frowned tightly, with a serious look in his eyes. If Gildarts came back, then today's matter might not be good. Not the Gildarts, I'm afraid. At this moment, Lajertha's voice reached Ivan's ears, and Lager thus looked at the ceiling with a little complicated look in his eyes. Lajertha's line of sight seemed to be able to see the sky outside through the ceiling. In the sky, a dragon that exudes thunder is soaring in the air, and the constantly waving wings set off gusts of wind. Ivan, get out and die. The next moment, a roar full of killing intent reached the ears of Ivan and Lagosis. Who? Ivan was slightly taken aback at first, then his face darkened, and he saw a dragon when he walked out of the room. Izuo's face changed suddenly, and he looked at Luli's figure with a slightly gloomy look. Boom! The figure of Luli jumped off Izuo's back and landed directly in front of Ivan. Luli. Seeing Luli's figure, Ivan gritted his teeth for a while. Obviously, he didn't expect Luli to appear. You have quit fairy tale. What does this have to do with you today? Although Ivan was afraid of Luli's strength, he was not reconciled to the fairy tale who was about to get it, and growled at Luli, fairy tale has nothing to do with me. After hearing Ivan's words, Luli glanced at Ivan calmly, and then said calmly. After hearing Luli's words, Ivan's eyes flashed with joy. But you wounded Urza, and that is your crime. But before Ivan was happy for a while, Luli's voice reached Ivan's ears again. Ivan's body stopped suddenly, and the original smile slowly froze on his face. Does that mean there is no room for relaxation today? After hearing Luli's words, Ivan looked at Luli with a slightly gloomy face, and growled at Luli advertisement have. Unexpectedly, after listening to Ivan's words, Luli nodded slowly and said, Ask for flowers. What? A look of joy flashed in Ivan's eyes. He is still a bit uncertain about his own strength, and it is impossible for him to be Luli's opponent. Hastily opened the mouth and said, Raventail must die. The next sentence completely froze Ivan's joy. Looking at Luli's face full of sarcasm, no matter how stupid 15 was, he knew he was being tricked. Luli. Immediately, the figure of Lagosis walked out of the room, looking at Luli's figure with a little complicated look in his eyes. Lager thus, I thought the lesson I taught you was enough. Seeing the figure of Lagosis, Luli said flatly without any emotion in his eyes. Zero, it's all old men. Why let those weak people stay in fairy tale? They don't deserve it at all. After hearing Luli's estimate, Lager thus was ignited like a powder keg and roared at Luli. After hearing what Lagosis said, Luli shook his head slightly and didn't explain too much, just said lightly, You still haven't seen it through. Hearing Luli's words, Lajersis was also slightly taken aback. Lajersis, let's kill him together. Seeing that Lajersis fell silent, Ivan suddenly jumped up, growled at Lajersis, gathered a magic circle in his hand, and killed Luli exquisitely. Ivan's figure was divided into three, and the three Ivans looked at each other, gathered a black magic ball in their hands, and blasted directly at Luli. A contemptuous smile appeared on the corner of Luli's mouth, and as soon as he stomped on the ground, a flame burst out from the ground, directly engulfing two of Yifang's figures. The remaining Ivan had cold sweat on his forehead, and a look of fear flashed in his eyes looking at Luli's figure. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for rewards, ask for support, ask for everything. Down. Chapter 74. The Roar of the Thunder Dragon. Just as Luli's figure was walking towards Ivan step by step, roar full of violent thunder magic power came from behind Luli. Luli's expression froze, his footsteps stepped on the ground, and his figure suddenly disappeared from the previous position. The moment he disappeared at home, a thunder roared at Luli's previous position, directly blast the entire ground to pieces. On the shattered blue bricks, there is still a faint thunder flashing continuously, and tiny thunder snakes are moving on the blue bricks. Lager thus. Ivan saw Lagosis's body full of thunder and riots. A look of luck flashed in his eyes, and quickly got up and ran to Lagos's side. Ivan's strength is not very strong, otherwise he wouldn't be wiped out by Lajersis alone in the original book. 230. Have you thought it through? Luli's figure appeared again, standing not far from Lagosis, looking at Lagosis with a flat face, and a flat voice spit out from Luli's mouth. Isn't that already explaining everything? After hearing Luli's words, Lajerces raised a ferocious arc at the corner of his mouth, and with thunderous hands, he said to Luli with a grin, "In this case, there is no need for me to hold back." Hearing Lajerces' words, Luli's eyes still didn't have the slightest wavering. "I can't ask for more." Lajerces snorted coldly. He was naturally a little afraid of Luli, but it didn't mean that he wanted to let Luli release the water. Laser. Luli's right-hand fingers slowly stretched out, and a thunderbolt converged on Luli's fingertips. A flash of thunder suddenly flashed, and Lajerces' pupils shrank suddenly, pulling Ivan's figure to retreat behind him. It's not that Lajerces hasn't fought with Luli before. He also tried to devour Luli's thunder before. But Luli's thunder is so violent that there is no way to enter it. Even if Lajerces took a few steps back, the berserk thunder blasted the ground, blasting pieces of slag out of the ground in an instant, and the blue bricks exploded and pieces of debris burst out. Advertisement, but Ivan didn't feel so good, and it was impossible for Lajerces to take care of Ivan all the time. After all, this opponent was no ordinary person. Thunder overwhelms the raging waves. Lajerces placed Ivan aside, clasped his hands together, and a thunder surged from Lajerces' palm. A deep voice came from Lajerces' throat, and he looked at Luli with red eyes. A moment ago, the sky was still cloudless. At this moment, the thunderclouds in the sky gathered together. Thunderbolts continued to roar, and thunderbolts as thick as buckets shuttled among the thunderclouds. Boom! Following Lajerces' order, a thunderbolt fell from the sky and directly blasted towards Luli's position. But the next moment, Lajerces was stunned. I saw Luli's face was flat, and he slowly raised his right hand, and a trace of thunder rose on his fingertips. The next moment, the thunderbolt that was slashing straight at Luli stopped instantly, then turned a corner and came towards Ragsaslaw. Lajerces' expression changed, and his figure quickly jumped behind him. After avoiding thunder, Lajerces gritted his teeth, looking at Luli's figure full of unwillingness. Since the thunder magic cannot be used when fighting with Luli, the only way to do it is to use the Dragon Slayer magic. Thunder Dragon's collapsing fist. Thunder converged on Lajerces' fists. Wrapping Lajerces' fists, Lajerces' figure flashed, and suddenly appeared in front of Luli. The fist wrapped in thunder directly hit Luli's body head. Luli twisted her neck and easily dodged Lagos's fist. Under Lagos's flustered eyes, Luli punched out, and the fist wrapped in thunder hit Lagos's on the stomach. Puff! Lajerces took a punch from Luli, and his figure suddenly flew backwards, hitting a tree in the distance before stopping. A mouthful of blood spurted out, dyeing his clothes bloody. "Wanna go?" When Ivan saw that Lagasis lost to Luli, he got up and ran towards the distance. Luli saw this scene, and a look of disgust flashed in his eyes. Seeing Luli's figure chasing after him, Ivan's face changed, and the figures suddenly turned into several, running towards different directions. Advertisement. Seeing this scene, Luli frowned slightly and stopped at this intersection. Seeing that Luli stopped, a look of luck flashed in Ivan's eyes, and then he gave Luli a look of resentment. Who would have thought that Luli's figure suddenly divided into 5 parts, facing different directions, and different Ivans chased after them? Seeing the slight disdain on the corner of Luli's mouth, Yifeng panicked. Immediately, the connection of several magical clones was suddenly disconnected, which made Ivan panic even more. Looking at Luli, who was close behind him, Ivan gritted his teeth and accelerated the speed of his feet. Boom! The next moment, a thunderbolt flashed in the air. Ivan's footsteps stopped, and then his figure fell to the ground with a bang, looking behind him with a look of unwillingness in his eyes. After a while, Ivan's pupils slowly lost their luster, and a blood hole appeared on Ivan's forehead. There was still a little lamong moving above the blood hole, and the edge of the wound was completely scorched by lamong. Luli walked slowly to Ivan's side, looked at Ivan's body, and then walked directly towards the Fairy Tale Guild. Walking to the gate of the guild, Luli saw a figure at a glance. Luli! Seeing this figure, Luli turned around and was about to leave without the slightest hesitation. But this figure didn't intend to let Luli go. Seeing Luli turn around, he rushed to Luli's body, staring at Luli with his eyes. AI 2.5 Lusa. Luli sighed slightly, with a little wry smile on his face. Why quit the guild? Urza looked directly into Luli's eyes, and said to Luli word by word. No reason. Seeing Urza's appearance, Luli's complexion returned to the previous calm, and he spoke softly. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for rewards, ask for support, ask for everything. Chapter 75. No reason. Lu Li's complexion quickly returned to normal, watching Urza spit out the normal breath from his mouth. Urza didn't say a word, but gritted his teeth and looked at Lu Li with an extremely gloomy expression. Dress up. Heavenly armor. At this moment, Urza gave a cold shout, and a burst of white light enveloped Urza's figure. As the white light dissipated, Urza's armor changed into another style, and 4 wings made of steel appeared behind Urza, holding 2 swords, looking at Lu Li with firm eyes. Are you sure you want to fight me? Seeing this scene, Lu Li's face was also a little gloomy, and a deep voice came from Lu Li's mouth. Urza saw the disappointment in Lu Li's eyes, and felt a little pain in his heart for some reason, but his eyes still looked at Lu Li firmly. I can't watch you fall into darkness. Urza was silent for a long time. With a little choking in his voice, he growled at Lu Li. Hearing Urza's words, Lu Li was also slightly taken aback. The disappointment in his eyes suddenly receded, and there was a slight arc at the corner of his mouth. Urza, let me see your progress. After being silent for a while, Lu Li spoke slowly, and bursts of thunder covered Lu Li's body. Tianluan dazzling sword. Hearing Lu Li's words, the corner of Urza's mouth also raised an arc, and then he held a sword in his right hand, stepped on the ground, and sharp long swords appeared beside Urza. Shoo, shoo, shoo. Following Urza's order, these long swords flew out in an instant, and the sharp tips of the swords shone faintly in the sunlight. Lu Li's expression remained unchanged. His eyes were a little playful, and a thunderbolt shot out from his hand, directly knocking down the fine steel long swords in the air. Seeing this scene, Urza was not disappointed at all. He knew that such a move was of no use to Lu Li, and he did not want to use this move to defeat Lu Li. Change, Thunder Emperor's armor. Seeing the flash of thunder on Lu Li's body, Urza's body was enveloped again. Immediately, the armor on Urza's body turned into a blue armor, holding a long spear, with a little thunder on the armor, Thunder Emperor's spear. Urza let out a low growl, with a cold look in his eyes, and the tip of the spear in his hand flashed a burst of blue thunder. Boom! Advertisement. The green thunder blasted out instantly, and directly blasted towards Lu Li, turning all the land it passed into pieces. Thunder? Lu Li chuckled lightly, without any fear in his eyes. A burst of silver-white thunder covered Lu Li's fist, and he punched out against the burst of green thunder. The silvery white thunder collided with the green thunder, smashing the blue thunder in just an instant. After smashing the green thunder, the silver-white thunder not only didn't stop, but directly hit Urza. Urza's footsteps stopped, and the spear in his hand quickly shielded himself in front of him, blocking his body. The figure of Urza took a few steps back, and the spear in his hand emitted bursts of green smoke. Urza shook his arm with difficulty, looking at Lu Li's figure full of dignity. Is the gap between myself and Lu Li already that big? Special fairy armor. Urza also knew that the Thunder Emperor's armor was of no use to Lu Li. In a flash, his armor turned pink, and he looked at Lu Li with 2 swords in his hand. Next, it's my turn. Before Urza could make a move, a cold look flashed in Lu Li's eyes, and then thunder covered Lu Li's fist, and Lu Li's figure flashed and disappeared instantly. Boom! Suddenly, Urza felt a pain in his stomach, and the figure of Lu Li appeared beside him at some point. Ahem! Urza kicked his feet. His face was a little pale. His armor was also damaged, and Lu Li blasted out 10 big holes in his stomach. The next moment, a gleam flashed in Urza's eyes, and there was a wicked smile on the corner of his mouth. Looking at Urza's appearance, Lu Li was also a little puzzled. Change, armor of temptation. The next moment, Urza's figure changed again, and Lu Li was also stunned seeing Urza's appearance. He only wore a belly band and held a long sword. It's not so much an armor, it's more like a sexy dress. Lu Li felt his blood boil and his eyes were a little red. F***K. Here we go again. Advertisement. Feeling the changes in her body, Lu Li suddenly had a headache. Lu Li looked at Urza's figure with hot eyes, and his hot breath sprayed out from Lu Li's nasal cavity. Seeing Lu Li's fiery eyes, Urza's pretty face turned red. Phew, Urza, you're playing with fire. With a dry mouth and a hoarse voice, Lu Li growled at Urza. Come if you have the ability. After listening to Lu Li's words, the little fear in Urza's heart dissipated, and she coldly shouted at Lu Li with a little red on her pretty face. But this appearance is like acting like a baby to a lover. Mystigan on the side looked at the two of them and silently chose to turn his head away. Boom! Lu Li stepped on her footsteps suddenly, and her figure suddenly disappeared in place. Urza's face suddenly changed, and Lu Li's figure had appeared in front of him in an instant. Well, Before Urza could react, 453 was already very close to Luli's face, staring at Luli with wide eyes. After a long time, Luli raised his head and looked at Urza with clear eyes. Urza leaned against Luli's body weakly and gave Luli a fierce look. The clothes on Urza's body changed, returning to the usual armor. Urza took a step back and looked at Luli with piercing eyes. Why quit fairy tale? Looking at Urza's bright eyes, Luli was also slightly taken aback and then fell silent. Seeing that Luli was silent, Urza also bit her lip, watching Luli remain silent. Luli. At this moment, a familiar voice came from behind Urza, and Luli looked up. At some point, Makarov and a group of fairy tale members appeared behind Urza. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for rewards, ask for support, ask for everything, ask for subscriptions. Chapter 76. Luli. At some point, Makarov and others appeared behind Urza, and Makarov looked at Luli with deep eyes. Seeing Makarov and the others, Urza's pretty face flushed instantly, and her figure jumped behind her, quickly pushing Luli away in front of her. Makarov and the others looked at Luli with half a smile, but they didn't notice that a gloomy look flashed in Myra's eyes. President. Urza glared at Luli viciously, and then ran to Makarov's side. Yes, President Makarov, what's the matter? Seeing the half-smiles of these former companions, Luli coughed lightly, then his face returned to normal, and he whispered to Makarov. Luli, I don't know why you quit fairy tale, but if you want to do it, do it. Makarov looked at Luli in silence for a while, and then smiled. His short figure looked extremely funny, and said to Luli. Luli fell silent after hearing Makarov's words, and then shook her head. Hoo-hoo. Suddenly, a gust of wind sounded behind Luli, and Luli felt a familiar magic power coming from behind him. Luli. Not good. The familiar voice of you reached Luli's ears, and Carla's figure suddenly appeared in front of Luli, another cat. Same as Happy. The members of Fairy Tale were also surprised when they saw Carla's appearance, but they were not too confused. What happened? Seeing Carla's appearance, Luli frowned slightly, and then asked Carla. Grimoire Heart attacked the guild. Midnight they came back, but Hades shot himself. Carla took a breath, and then said to Luli anxiously. After hearing Carla's words, Luli's complexion suddenly became extremely gloomy, with a murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Hades? What's going on? Advertisement Makarov also heard Carla's words, and said to Luli with some doubts. Luli glanced at Makarov, but did not answer his words. After all, Luli is no longer a member of Fairy Tale. How's Wendy? Luli didn't answer Makarov's words, then looked at Carla with serious eyes, and asked in a cold tone. Wendy has been captured by Hades. Midnight and the others are not rivals at all, but there is nothing wrong yet. Carla's face is also very ugly. For Carla, it doesn't matter what the Dragon King's wings are, but Wendy can't have an accident. Hades, you're looking for death. Luli's magical power erupted, and a killing intent flashed on his face. Walk. Luli sneered, and Izuo's figure fell from the sky, landing directly in front of Luli. Immediately, Luli's figure jumped up and stepped on Izuo's body, and Carla quickly followed behind Luli. After Luli left, the members of Fairy Tale looked at each other. How did Dragon King's wings fight Grimoire Heart? I do not know. Macau, go check it out. After a while, Makarov looked at Macau behind him solemnly and said. Macau nodded, and then left the place. After a while, Macau came back. His complexion became extremely heavy. Dragon Wings and Grimoire Heart are at war. Macau was silent for a while, and then a deep voice came out of Macau's mouth. President, what should we do? Shall we just sit and ignore it? Yes, Luli is our companion. After hearing Macau's words, all members of Fairy Tale started to make noise. In their hearts, Luli has always been their companion. Advertisement Makarov shook his head, but didn't say anything. Urza, you and Gray go to Dragon King's wings together. After Makarov's figure entered the guild, they didn't know what to do, and it took a long time for Makarov's voice to reach everyone's ears. Urza and Natsu's eyes lit up, full of excitement. Izuo's figure quickly returned to Dragon King's wings, and a magic boat was parked outside the Dragon King's wings guild. Luli jumped off Izuo's back, and then walked into the guild. Midnight and the others looked ahead solemnly. The figure of Hades sat high on Luli's position. Beside Hades, 8 figures stood proudly beside Hades. Asterisk boss. Seeing Luli's figure, Midnight and the others also breathed a sigh of relief, as if they had a backbone. Although Midnight has made rapid progress during this period, they are not Hades' opponents. Dragon King. Hades slightly raised his eyelids, looking at Lu Li's figure calmly. Hades. Lu Li took a step forward, bursting out with magic power, directly suppressing Hades. Midnight and others beside Lu Li also exploded with Lu Li's magic power, and also burst out their magic power instantly. Hades opened his eyes and began to look directly at Lu Li. His eyes were not as flat as before, with a little surprise. Hades also had a burst of magical power instantly, as did the 7 kin of purgatory beside him. After a long time, the magic power of the two sides dissipated, and Lu Li looked at Hades with a cold face. Dragon King. Originally, I wanted you to surrender, Qian Haohao, to my grimoire heart, but I realized that I can no longer control you. Hades shook his head. A low voice came out of Hades' mouth. Surrender to grimoire heart? Are you worthy? After hearing Hades' words, Lu Li's face showed a trace of disdain, and then a deep voice came out of Lu Li's mouth, growling at Hades. As soon as Lu Li's words came out, 7 kin of purgatory's complexion suddenly became extremely gloomy, and he looked at Lu Li with anger. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for rewards, ask for support, ask for everything. Chapter 77. Surrender to Grimoire Heart? Are you worthy? Lu Li's deep voice reached Hades' ears, and a cold look flashed in Hades' eyes. The 7 kin of purgatory at the side looked at Lu Li's figure with an extremely gloomy expression. Especially Zankro's eyes were full of killing intent. Haha, good. What a Dragon King wing. Suddenly, Hades laughed loudly, with bursts of laughter in the middle of the laughter. Lu Li looked at Hades' gloomy face, and his complexion was very dull. President, stop talking nonsense. Before Hades could speak, a burly man looked at Lu Li with a ferocious expression, and a deep voice came out of his mouth. Blue Note, go up and try our Lord Dragon King first. Hearing what the burly man said, Hades chuckled, and said to him with a playful smile on the corner of his mouth. Hearing Hades' words, the man called Blue Note raised a ferocious arc at the corner of his mouth, and walked forward step by step. Boom! Blue Note stepped forward, and a force of gravity fell from the sky, directly suppressing Lu Li. Blue Note licked his lips, a cold killing intent flashed in his eyes. Midnight. Seeing Blue Note, Lu Li spoke softly, with a cold 100 in his voice. Follow me, boss. After hearing Lu Li's words, a look of excitement flashed in Midnight's eyes. He growled at Lu Li, and then took a step towards Blue Note. Just as Midnight stepped out, a force of gravity directly suppressed Midnight's body. Midnight suddenly felt uncomfortable all over, but the figure suddenly disappeared in place. Gravity suppression. Not seeing Midnight's figure, Blue Note's face froze, and he pressed his hands in front of him, and a violent gravity suppressed him. A figure suddenly appeared from beside Blue Note, and a black magic ball appeared in his hand, blasting towards Blue Note directly. The next moment, Midnight's face changed slightly, and he stepped on the ground fiercely, with a bit of difficulty on his face. Advertisement call? Blue Note's eyes were slightly startled at the moment Midnight just appeared, but he was slowly relieved when he saw the difficult look on Midnight's face. Go to hell. Immediately, with a ferocious expression on Blue Note's face, he raised a white ball of light in his hand and blasted towards Midnight directly. Midnight paused, and disappeared in place the moment Blue Note's attack was about to hit him. Blue Note saw Midnight's figure disappear, and the white light ball in his hand hit the nearby stone wall instantly. The ball of light blasted a big hole out of the stone wall in an instant, and there was a white ball of light in the big hole that was constantly twisting, smashing the stone next to it. Pity. Without killing Midnight, a look of disappointment flashed in Blue Note's eyes, and then he scanned his surroundings. Heh, little mouse, don't you plan to come out yet? Could it be that the Dragon King's wings are only for hiding like you? After not seeing Midnight's figure for a long time, Blue Note's eyes flashed with anger, and then he growled to the surroundings. After hearing what Blue Note said, Cobra and the others beside Lu Li had a flash of anger in their eyes, and stepped forward, glaring at Blue Note. With a wave of Lu Li, he stopped Cobra and the others who were full of anger, and looked at Hades with slightly squinted eyes. Hades looked at Lu Li in the same way, with a dull look in his eyes. Boom. Suddenly, Blue Note's figure paused, feeling a pressure pressing against him, and the constant roaring sound roared in Blue Note's ears. Roar. There was a low growl from Blue Note's throat, and a stream of bright red blood flowed from both ears. The pressure of the continuous suppression crushed the surrounding ground, and the stones were crushed into pieces. I saw that the space around Blue Note was constantly distorted, and the constantly distorted space caused Blue Note's body to be severely squeezed. Die. The next moment, Midnight's figure suddenly appeared, looking at Blue Note with a ferocious expression, and the dark magic ball in his hand blasted straight at Blue Note's head. However, Midnight's situation is not easy. Although there is space magic that can teleport, every time it appears, it has to withstand the suppression of gravity. Advertisement Blue Note lost his sanity, squatting on the ground with dull eyes, staring straight at the ground, not noticing Midnight's figure at all. Boom! Suddenly, Hades, who had been sitting there, stood up, and a dark light shot out, blasting towards Midnight. Midnight's expression changed, but he was unable to avoid the attack. Suddenly, Lu Li's figure flashed, his fist was covered with a thunderbolt, and he shot down the dark ray straightly. A haze flashed in his eyes. Hades! A deep voice came from Lu Li's throat, and he looked at Hades with murderous eyes. Blue Note is my vice president. I can't let you kill him. Seeing Lu Li's figure, Hades got up slowly, shrugged his shoulders slightly, and said softly to Lu Li. After hearing Hades' words, Lu Li's eyes flashed with killing intent. Boom! Lu Li's figure flashed again, and the fist wrapped in endless thunder slammed into Blue Note's head. In just an instant, Blue Note's head was directly smashed by Lu Li, red and white scattered on the ground. Lu Li, how dare you? Hades was taken aback for a moment, then reacted immediately, with killing intent flashing in his eyes. He roared angrily at Lu Li. Lu Li. Just as Hades roared, a figure suddenly appeared behind Lu Li, holding two swords and slashing at Hades. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist? Whitesmake Lancers. Lu Li was slightly taken aback, but didn't react immediately. Not only Lu Li was stunned, but even the angry Hades was also stunned, looking at Lu Li in astonishment. Fairy tale. Go on. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for rewards, ask for support, ask for everything. Chapter 78. Fairy tale. Go on. Several figures appeared in front of Lu Li, either shrouded in flames, or wearing armor, or covered in cold air. Urza? Lu Li was taken aback for a moment, but didn't react all of a sudden, and looked at the figures in front of him with some astonishment. Hee, Lu Li, I really think highly of you. I didn't expect you to seek help from Fairy Tale. Seeing Urza and the others, Hades' expression froze, and then he sneered at Lu Li with a look of disdain on his face. Hey old man, are you Hades? Before Lu Li could speak, Natsu looked at Hades with disdain and sneered at Hades. Seeing Natsu's appearance, not only Urza and others blushed, but even Angel and others beside him were stunned. Who gave his confidence in Hades said that? Dragon Slayer? Seeing Natsu's figure, Hades frowned, and then a faint voice came out of Hades' mouth. Zankro. As soon as Hades finished speaking, he sneered at Zankro, one of the seven kin of Purgatory, the god of Fire Slayer. In fact, Zankro was very aggrieved. He was hanged and beaten by Lu Li before, thinking that he could anger Dragon King Wing by destroying the Dark Guild under Dragon King Wing. But unexpectedly, he was hanged and beaten by Lu Li's men, the former Oration Cease Lisa, and almost died in Lisa's hands. Haha, boy, prepare to die at the hands of my uncle. Hearing Hades' words, Zankro was overjoyed, and then he stepped out, looked at Natsu arrogantly and said, Cut. Seeing Zankro's figure, Natsu let out a disdainful cut. Hearing Natsu's voice, Zankro was taken aback for a moment, then his face darkened, and he looked at Natsu with murderous eyes. What are you doing here? Advertisement Lu Li ignored Natsu, walked to Urza's side with a gloomy face, and sneered at Urza. Seeing Lu Li's gloomy face, Lucy felt a little frightened, and quickly hid behind Urza. The president said, If you help us once, we will pay you back. Urza looked at Lu Li with a gloomy face, was silent for a while, and then spoke slowly. After hearing what Urza said, Lu Li didn't continue to say anything, and just ignored it with a cold snort. Lisa, come on too. Seeing Zankro in the distance having S*X with Natsu, Lu Li said to several figures beside him. Hearing Lu Li's words, Lisa and the others were overjoyed. Their eyes full of murderous intent stared at their opponents, and as soon as they stepped on their feet, the figures rushed straight over. Hee, it seems that I am really confident. Seven kin of Purgatory and others looked at each other, and then their figures flashed, and they each faced several members of the Dragon King's family. For a time, soldiers faced soldiers, generals faced generals. Hades sneered, looked at Lu Li's figure, and said coldly, "At least I don't think my men will lose to you, and if they lose, they won't do anything." Lu Li chuckled lightly, with a flat look in his eyes, and said to Hades with a chuckle. After hearing Lu Li's words, Urza standing next to Lu Li couldn't help trembling, looking at Lu Li's figure with an unbelievable expression. Never expecting that Lu Li would say such words as if Lu Li didn't see Urza's eyes, he looked straight at Hades. Hee, if Makarov heard what you said, would he regret accepting you as fairy tale? After hearing Lu Li's words, Hades raised a cold expression on the corner of his mouth, and then said disdainfully to Lu Li, "At least I'm not a fairy tale now." There was not the slightest fluctuation in Lu Li's eyes, as if Hades' words had no effect on Lu Li. After hearing Lu Li's words, Hades frowned deeply. After a long time, Hades stopped looking at Lu Li and focused on the battle in the arena. Advertisement Hades was greatly surprised by the strength of the Dragon King's followers. His 7 kin of purgatory was repeatedly suppressed by Cobra and others, and he was blocked by Lu Li when he wanted to make a move. Urza took a complicated look at Lu Li, and then his figure flashed. He rushed into Natsu's battle with 2 swords in his hand, and swung the long sword in his hand continuously. After a while, Zankro fell into a disadvantage. "Ask for flowers. Die," Urza shouted angrily, split the long sword in his hand into 5, and turned into a circle to kill Zankro. Hades' figure flashed, but the next moment Lu Li's figure appeared in front of Hades, holding an ice sword and looking at Hades. "Are you sure you want to live with Grimoire Heart?" Hades watched the long swords piercing into Zankro's body, looked at Lu Li with a gloomy face and growled. "Hades, are you living and returning? From the moment you start targeting Dragon King's wings, you will be ready to accept my revenge." Lu Li sneered, without any fear, and said coldly to Hades, "Zero." In the field, Zankro's face changed. A long sword pierced through his body in an instant. The sword tip was stained with bright red blood, and a big blood hole appeared in Zankro's stomach. Hearing Zankro's screams, the expressions of the remaining 6 people changed. "Good chance." Roar of the poisonous dragon. Cobra's opponent is Azir, one of the 7 kin of purgatory who uses the Ark of the Lost Magic Tree. The moment he saw Azir stunned, roar spewed out from Cobra's mouth, directly covering Azir's figure. Since Azir's magic is the Ark of the Big Tree, there is no advantage at all in the place where there are all stones. He was crushed and beaten by Cobra, and after being drowned by the roar, a scorching sensation came from his skin, making him Azir let out screams. Not long after, the 7 kin of purgatory in the field, except for Ursha and Mirti, were either killed or captured. And Mirti is the weakest among the 7 kin of purgatory. If Ursha hadn't protected her, she might have died in Gray's hands. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for rewards, ask for support, ask for everything. Chapter 79. However, although Ursha was not arrested or killed like the others, when she returned to Hades, her complexion was also pale for a while, and a trace of blood slowly flowed from the corner of her mouth, which was obviously very uncomfortable. Hades naturally knew that with Ursha's strength, it was impossible to end up like this. The main reason was to protect Mirti, so he gave Mirti a vicious look. But Hades didn't continue to say anything. Now Grimoire Heart is seriously short of people, and the main high-level combat forces have all fallen into the hands of Dragon King's wings, so they can't continue to lose people. With a shake of his shoulders, Hades took off his clothes, revealing his muscular muscles, and walked towards Lu Li step by step. Seeing Hades' movements, Lu Li showed a slight arc at the corner of his mouth, put his hands in his pockets, and his whole body trembled. Chain. Hades stepped forward, 887, condensed a black magic chain from his hand, and blasted straight at Lu Li. Lu Li's footsteps stopped, and his figure disappeared suddenly, leaving only an afterimage in place. The black chain immediately pierced through Lu Li's afterimage, and the other end was directly nailed to the ground, poking a big hole in the ground. Thunder pointing gun. Now that Hades has already taken the initiative to attack, there is no need for Lu Li to keep his hand. The figure appeared beside Hades, with a faint light of thunder flashing on his fingers, and the light of lightning danced on his fingertips. However, Hades is also the 2nd-generation president of Fairy Tail, and he is from the same era as the 1st generation. So how could he be defeated because of Lu Li's move? A black screen appeared in front of him, blocking Lu Li's attack, and the iron chain in his hand swept towards Lu Li. This black iron chain exudes a rotten atmosphere, and it would not be a good thing if it was swept away. In the distance, Midnight and the others retreated far away, looking at the figures of Luli and Hades with fiery eyes. When will I wait for others to have such strength? Kill. Suddenly, a roar came from outside the hall. Angel's footsteps flashed, and he walked to the edge of the hall to have a look. At the edge of the Tower of Heaven, at unknown times, countless ships appeared. One by one, wizards jumped off the ships, charging towards the Tower of Heaven with hideous expressions on their faces. The Grimoire Heart-affiliated guild is here. Angel paused, then looked solemnly at Midnight and the others behind him and said, "Advertisement, let Snow and the others take action." Midnight and the others looked at each other. Cobra couldn't wait any longer. He took a step forward and let out a roar, drowning a group of mages immediately. The roar dissipated, leaving only a pile of bones on the ground. But this angered the group of Dark Guild mages even more. Kill the wings of the Dragon King. With Lord Hades here, the Dragon King is impossible to be our opponent. A burst of roars came from the crowd of wizards. Angel and the others looked at each other, speechless flashed in their eyes. Snow, Jace. Midnight and the others looked at each other, and then Cobra's figure jumped out of the hall and roared towards the sky. Roar. As Cobra's roar fell, a low roar came from the air, descending from the sky with endless dragon power, and landed at the entrance of the hall with a bang. The footsteps of these mages stopped instantly, and they looked at the two huge bodies at the entrance of the hall in fear. Dragon. 2 dragons. Roar. Snore and Jess looked at each other, roared at the group of mages in front of them, waved their wings and rushed into the crowd with sharp claws. The thick tail has become a killing wooloo. Roar. The figure of Jess flew into the air, and the figure passed over the heads of these mages. A magic circle was condensed in his mouth, and a mouthful of dragon's breath spewed out from his mouth. In an instant, flames enveloped a large group of mages, and in just an instant, a group of mages were instantly reduced to ashes. Seeing this scene, Snow waved his wings unconvinced, and breathed out a mouthful of dragon's breath, and the cold air instantly enveloped a large crowd. As the cold air dissipated, chunks of ice crystals appeared in place, freezing the group of mages instantly. Is this the strength of the Dragon Clan? It's terrible. Even if I fight Luli, I don't want to be their opponent. Advertisement. Seeing this scene, Urza and the others saw fear in their eyes. Gray looked at the burning and screaming mages in front of him, and muttered to himself, "But the eyes of Midnight and others are used to it, as if they are used to this scene." But this is also normal. Midnight and others often see the battle between Snow and Jess, and they have a general understanding of the combat effectiveness of the two. But there must be a bit of surprise. After all, it is usually a battle between 2 dragons, but now it is simply a one-sided massacre. Amaterasu 28 forms. Hades's footsteps stopped, and his figure receded behind him. 3 magic circles appeared from Luli's side, covering Luli in it. Boom! A black streamer flashed away, and the 3 magic circles immediately emitted a black brilliance, which exploded instantly, and the coercion of the explosion directly swallowed Luli. Seeing this scene, Urza was also slightly taken aback, and then wanted to step forward with a look of fear, but was stopped by Gray. Chidori. Just when Urza was about to scold Gray angrily, there was a sharp bird song coming from the explosion, and faint flashes of thunder could be seen faintly. Exclamation point. Luli's figure flashed, and a thunderbolt flashed in the air. Luli's figure appeared in front of Hades in an instant, and his right hand was wrapped by the thunder, directly blasting towards Hades' head. Shadow of everlasting darkness. As soon as Hades stepped back, a black barrier instantly appeared in front of Hades, swallowing Luli's Chidori. Black bullet. The figure of Hades jumped behind him, and bullets made of condensed black magic power shot out at 1.3, blasting towards Luli. Luli was not afraid at all. An ice wall appeared in front of him. Black bullets kept bombarding the ice wall, making sharp sounds continuously. It seems that I still underestimate you. Hades raised his head, with a faint light in his eyes, and growled at Luli. PS. Asking for flowers, asking for evaluation tickets, asking for rewards, asking for support, asking for everything. It has been put on the shelves after 10 days of writing. Everyone shakes their hands. Please give me an automatic subscription, please. Chapter 80. It seems that I still underestimate you. Hades raised his head, with a faint light in his eyes, and growled at Luli. Hades looked at Luli with murderous intent in his eyes. At first, he just thought that Luli was stronger. But now I know that Luli completely has the strength to threaten her. And there are 3 dragons in Luli's hand. This is what Hades only learned today. Originally, he only thought that Luli had only one dragon in his hand. With the strength within the entire grimoire heart, it is not impossible to slay dragons. But now there are 3 dragons, and Luli's strength is still so strong. What a fart. Heh, you misread a lot of things. Luli smiled dismissively. In the original book, Hades was defeated by Natsu and Legosis. Although Natsu is mostly suspected of being the protagonist's explosive seed, Hades really lost in the hands of Natsu. Hades listened to Luli's words. It seemed that Luli knew something else. Shaking his head, Hades paused and slowly took off the blindfold on his right eye. In an instant, Hades' aura soared 25 times, surrounded by magic power, standing in front of Luli like a demon god. Evil Eye. Surrounded by magical power, Hades suddenly opened his eyes, his red right eye staring at Luli closely, his eyes full of cold killing intent. That's what makes it interesting. When Luli saw Hades' appearance, there was a touch of excitement in his eyes, and the magic power on his body began to boil slowly. As soon as Hades stepped on the ground instantly shattered, and Hades' figure disappeared in an instant. Hades, surrounded by magic power, appeared in front of Luli in an instant. Die! With a slightly hoarse voice, Hades roared at Luli. His right hand turned into a fist with iron chains wrapped around it, and punched Luli snort. Luli snorted coldly, and turned his right hand into a fist. Thunder surrounded Luli's fist and blasted towards Hades' fist. Advertisement boom. The 2 fists collided together, and a series of coercion rushed towards the surroundings with Luli as the center. The faces of Urza and the others changed slightly, and they quickly used magic power to protect themselves in front of them. Gray pressed his hands to the ground. An ice wall instantly appeared in front of him, blocking the figures of himself and others. And Richard also clenched his fist with his right hand. And an earthen wall rose instantly, protecting Midnight and others behind him. Boom! The figure of Luli took a few steps back, and Hades also took a few steps back, looking at Luli with a strong murderous intent in his right eye, but extremely solemn in his left eye. After unlocking the magic power of the seal, Luli can still be on par with him. Dark waves. A hoarse growl sounded from Hades' throat, and then Hades stretched out his right hand. Streaks of dark magic gathered in the palm of Hades' right hand, and a black magic ball appeared in Hades' palm. Boom! With a loud noise, the black magic ball in Hades' hand blasted out instantly, directly blasting towards Luli. Luli paused, opened his mouth and spit out a fireball. The collision between the fireball and the magic ball instantly swallowed Luli's fireball. After swallowing the fireball, not only did the magic ball not stop, but the magic power became more abundant. Snort! Luli snorted coldly, stepped on the ground with her right leg, and an ice wall rose instantly. However, comparing this ice wall with Gray's, we can clearly see the strength of the 2. Boom! The magic ball blasted on the ice wall, continuously rotating and crushing. Pieces of ice slag fell from the ice wall, and immediately turned into water vapor and disappeared when they fell on the ground. Is it over? Then it's up to me. The magic ball dissipated, and only 10 thin layers of the ice wall remained. A cold light flashed in Luli's eyes, and a thunder fonction painted halberd appeared in Luli's hand. Kill! Luli let out a low growl, and a thunderbolt shot out from under his feet. Luli's figure suddenly turned into a thunderbolt and disappeared in place in an instant. Advertisement. In just a split second, Luli's figure appeared in front of Hades, and the thunder fonction painting halberd in his hand slashed straight at Hades' neck. Hades was taken aback and quickly blocked himself with his right hand. But how could a physical body block the thunder fonction halberd? Hades' right hand was cut off in an instant. A look of pain flashed across Hades' face, and he quickly concentrated his magic power on the wound on his right hand. You are strong. I'm doing my last resort. The magic power gathered on Hades' wound, and the wound began to heal slowly. Hades opened his eyes, and the killing intent in his eyes began to dissipate, and said to Luli in a hoarse voice, Heaven's executioner, heaven's punishment. A magic circle appeared at Hades' feet, and the magic circle grew bigger and bigger, covering the entire Tower of Heaven in an instant. Luli frowned, and immediately felt a twist under her feet. Roar! Suddenly, an arm suddenly stretched out and directly grabbed Luli's right leg. Luli frowned, and a thunderbolt split the arm into ashes in an instant. But one by one figures climbed up around Luli, and the ferocious faces made Angel and others feel their scalps go numb. Roar! The 420 figures of these monsters opened their mouths and roared at Luli, Their eyes flashed with violent killing intent. Without the slightest sense of reason, they were monsters who only knew how to kill. Ahem. This is the forbidden magic in Zeref's book. Hades' face was extremely pale, and he sat on the ground and looked at Luli ferociously and growled. Is it just these rubbish? Luli looked at Hades with interest, and then a thunderstorm raged, tearing the demons beside Luli to pieces. But Hades' face remained unchanged, looking at Luli with a playful look. In the next moment, these torn demons got up from the ground again, looking at Luli fiercely. Luli frowned. Why is there no such ability in the original book? P.S. Asking for flowers, asking for evaluation tickets, asking for rewards, asking for support, asking for everything. It has been put on the shelves after 10 days of writing. Everyone shakes their hands. Give an automatic subscription. Okay. Recommend a friend's book, Dragon Ball Battle. Scion. Friends who are interested can pay attention to it. Chapter 81. Although Luli doesn't know much about Hades' move, he has seen it in the original book. These demons looked at Luli with ferocious faces, with a cold killing intent in their eyes. Without the slightest emotion at all, they were completely killing machines. Seeing this scene, Hades showed a ferocious arc at the corner of his mouth. Instead, he sat on the chair behind without worrying at all, looking at Luli and the others with scorching eyes. These monsters also appeared beside Urza and others in an instant, not only beside Urza and others. Even the outside of the Tower of Heaven is like this. Those members of the Dark Guild were wiped out by Snower and Jess long ago, leaving only corpses everywhere. One by one, the figures stood up from under these corpses, and the blood on the corpses began to flow slowly, slowly gathering on the bodies of these figures. Roar! These figures saw Snore and Jess crouching in front of the Tower of Heaven. Their eyes were full of murderous intent, and their whole bodies were glowing with a faint dark red. Unlike those demons in the hall, his body was dark red, while the demon in front of Luli and the others was jet black. Dress up. Heavenly armor. Without any hesitation, Urza's figure was enveloped by a burst of white light, and the armor on his body changed instantly. He held 2 swords and looked at the demons beside him. Tianluan. The 3 swords. Urza snorted coldly, and the long sword in his hand instantly turned into 3, forming a triangle formation around Urza's side. On. Fire dragons roar. Natsu and Gray looked at each other. Their eyes flashed with provocation, and then Natsu shouted angrily, and a flame burst out from his mouth, directly drowning a group of demons. I won't lose to you, fire-breathing idiot. Ice make Rose Garden. Seeing this scene, Gray also taunted Natsu, and then his right hand turned into a fist, his left hand turned into a palm, and a burst of cold air emerged from Gray's feet, instantly freezing a large group of demons. Come out. Taurus. Lucy on the side saw that his companions had all shot, so he also took out a golden key and swiped it in front of him. A burly cow appeared beside Lucy. Moo. Miss Lucy is still in such a good figure. The cow appeared beside Lucy, looked at Lucy's figure with squinting eyes and screamed. Taurus. Seeing Taurus' squinting eyes, Lucy hastily covered her chest and yelled at Taurus angrily. Anyone who dares to hurt Miss Lucy is my enemy. Advertisement seeing Lucy's face and the monsters approaching all around. Taurus also became serious, rushed into the group of demons with a huge axe in hand, and kept waving the axe. Hades, if you think this will save you, you've let me down. Luli walked forward step by step, as long as the demons in front of Luli's path would be wiped out by flames, thunder, or cold. Snored. Seeing Luli's figure, Hades snorted coldly, and his face was extremely gloomy. You forced me to do this. Hades' complexion was cloudy, and he growled at Luli, and then a black light radiated from his palm. Devil's Law. Hades put his hands on his chest. A violent magic power radiated from Hades. Even Luli felt a little pressure. The Devil's Law, then try this. Seeing this scene, Luli suddenly chuckled, and the figure took a step forward, and slowly stretched out his right hand. The Law of Goblins. Luli let out a low growl. A golden light radiated from Luli's body. Luli raised his right hand above his head, and looked at Hades indifferently. When Hades saw Luli's movements, his complexion changed slightly. He really didn't expect that Luli could do this magic. Hades, get on your knees. The figure of Luli walked forward step by step. Every step seemed to be stepping on the void. The golden light emanating from Luli's body directly devoured the surrounding demons. Those demons roared, but in the end they all turned into sand helplessly. How could I lose to you? Hades suddenly roared, and his magic power surged. Pfft! How is it possible? At the next moment, Hades' complexion suddenly became extremely pale, a mouthful of blood spurted out, and the magic power on his body began to become disordered. Luli looked at Hades and was also slightly taken aback. Luli didn't see it. It was outside the Tower of Heaven. Snoll and Jess are chasing a magic boat. Advertisement, and this magical ship is the headquarters of Hades. Roar! Jess roared and spewed out a mouthful of dragon's breath, which directly set the magic boat on fire. No! Hades roared angrily, and then he lost his life instantly with a twist of his neck. Because of the backlash of the magic power, he was strangled to death by the magic power. Luli stared blankly at Hades' figure and didn't react for a long time. On the surface, the strongest mage of Balam Alliance actually died like this? After a long time, Luli came to his senses, looked at Hades' body, and shook his head slightly. How could this be here? Suddenly, a trembling voice reached Luli's ears, and Ursha looked forward tremblingly, with a little hatred in her eyes. Luli followed her gaze. Dai Lionla, Dai Lionla, why are you here? Gray recognized the huge demon at a glance, and ran to the side of Lion's huge body with hatred in his eyes. Ursha, I didn't expect you to know this. Luli looked at Ursha's expression. With a chuckle, he spoke slowly. Get it, Zhao? But it's normal. This is the demon your mother sealed with her life, Yun. Immediately, before Ursha could speak, Luli continued. Shut up. She doesn't deserve to be my mother. Hearing Luli's words, Ursha squatted on the ground covering her head and growled at Luli. After hearing Luli's estimate, Gray still didn't react and stared blankly at Ursha's figure. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for rewards, ask for support, ask for everything, ask for subscriptions. I recommend a book by my brother. I Became a Little Monster. If you like it, you can read it. Chapter 82. Shut up. She doesn't deserve to be my mother. Hearing Luli's words, Ursha squatted on the ground covering her head and growled at Luli. After hearing Luli's estimate, Gray still didn't react and stared blankly at Ursha's figure. Gray stared blankly at Dai Lion in front of him and didn't react for a long time. Luli, what's going on? After Gray reacted, he spoke to Luli with a trembling voice and slowly stretched out his trembling right hand. Touching the large ice crystal with his right hand, a freezing sensation came from his fingertips, and Gray felt his eyes itch. He raised his head and let his red eyes look directly at the sky. Because of the appearance of Hades, a big hole was blasted right above the hall, and he could clearly see the white clouds in the sky. From time to time, a huge shadow flickered in the air. This is what Midnight and the others found in the northern ice field. Luli looked at Gray's appearance, opened his mouth slowly, and spit out a flat voice from Luli's mouth. Ursha, do you know why your mother didn't go to you? Immediately, Luli set his eyes on Ursha and asked Ursha in a flat voice. 903, she doesn't deserve to be my mother. After listening to Luli's words, Ursha gritted her teeth and looked at D Lion's body, or at the huge ice that wrapped Dai Lion. You woman, what are you talking about? After hearing Ursha's words, Gray suddenly lowered his head, staring at Ursha with red eyes, with endless anger in his eyes. I said, this woman is not worthy to be my mother. Ursha looked at Gray's eyes. A look of disdain flashed in her eyes, and then she slowly regained her composure and said coldly to Gray, what qualifications do you have to comment on Ulu? Advertisement. Gray stepped out with a sudden step. A piece of ice crystals froze under his feet and shouted at Ursha. Ice make, Lance. After Gray's voice fell, he turned his right hand into a fist and placed it on the palm of his left hand, and streams of cold air emerged from Gray's body. In an instant, countless spears appeared in front of Gray, and each spear appeared in front of Ursha in an instant, and the sharp spear tips exuded a faint, cold light under the sunlight. Futuristic. Ursha frowned, and then blocked with her right hand in front of her. A magic circle appeared in front of Ursha, and before the ice spears hit Ursha, they instantly turned into water vapor and disappeared. Gray was taken aback for a moment, and the whole person hadn't reacted yet. Past tense. Seeing that Gray was stunned, Ursha didn't stop. She waved her right hand again, and the puddle of water in front of Ursha instantly turned into a handful of spears, directly killing Gray. Gray couldn't help being taken aback, but he also reacted instantly, pressing his right hand on the ground in front of him, and the water wall of the redoubt rose instantly. Boom, boom, boom. The ice spear shattered the ice wall in an instant. Although the power was reduced a lot, Gray was still hit. Gray, covered in blood, got up from the ground, staring at Ursha fiercely. Ursha threw a crystal ball in her hand, and the crystal ball appeared in front of Gray in an instant, blasting towards Gray's head with violent force. If there were no accidents, Gray's head would definitely be torn apart after being hit by this crystal ball. Ursha, stop it! At the moment when the crystal ball was about to hit Gray, a thunderbolt instantly shattered the crystal ball, and then Lu Li's deep voice reached the ears of everyone present. Do you know why you didn't go looking for you? Seeing Lu Li make a move, Ursha naturally knew that there was no way to kill Gray, so she glared at Gray viciously, and then looked at Lu Li indifferently. Advertisement. After hearing Lu Li's words, Ursha's eyes flashed with deep hatred, some towards Ulu and some towards Gray and Leon. When you were just born, you possessed powerful magic power, but because you were too young to control such magic power, your body has been weak all the time. Lu Li spoke slowly, and all the eyes on the scene were on Lu Li. The most important ones were Gray and Ursha. Afterwards, Ursha sent you to the Research Institute because she heard that the Research Institute could solve your problems. But after a while, when Ulu went to the Research Institute to check, she was told that you were dead. After this, you took in 2 apprentices, Gray and Leon, just to share the pain of losing you. A flat voice spit out from Lu Li's mouth, and Ursha's pupils shrank slightly after hearing Lu Li's words. Impossible. It's not like that. After listening to Lu Li's words, Ursha kept retreating behind her with dull eyes, and kept muttering to herself. Obviously, he couldn't accept this fact at once. But this is normal, after all. Ursha has learned the magic of manipulating time all her life for revenge. But now Lu Li tells herself that everything is because of a misunderstanding. Lu Li, how do you know this? Gray looked at Lu Li dully with a little light in his eyes, and asked Lu Li, you and I were good friends back then. How could it be possible for Gray to see Lu Li's ability to tell lies with his eyes open? And Ulu had indeed met Lu Li back then, so he nodded and believed Lu Li's words. Boss, Tower of Heaven is destroyed. After Gray nodded, Midnight's face was a little ugly. He took a step forward and said respectfully to Lu Li. After listening to Midnight's words, Lu Li raised his head and glanced at the environment of the hall. There are potholes everywhere, and the only load-bearing column is in danger, as if it will break at any time. Forget it. I didn't intend to use the Tower of Heaven as the address of the guild. Lu Li sighed, then shook his head and said flatly, P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for rewards, ask for support, ask for everything, ask for subscriptions. Chapter 83. Forget it. I didn't intend to use the Tower of Heaven as the address of the guild for a long time. When Lu Li walked out of the hall, he saw that the entire island was full of bumps, because Hades' last move almost shattered the island. Lu Li sighed, with a wry smile on his face, feeling a little helpless. Although Lu Li has plans to move the guild out of Tower of Heaven, he doesn't have such a quick plan. Well now, because of the appearance of Hades, Lu Li also had to find a new address for the guild. Midnight. Where's one now? Immediately, Lu Li suddenly remembered Wendy, and quickly turned around and asked Midnight. Already found it, in the room. Just passed out because of the magic power you fought with Hades just now. Nothing else. Hearing Lu Li's words, Midnight hurried to Lu Li's side, looked at Lu Li respectfully and said, That's good. After hearing Midnight's words, Lu Li was relieved, then nodded, and glanced at Xia Lulu beside Angel. Carla naturally also heard Midnight's words. Her wings fluttered, and she rushed into the room, and she saw Wendy lying on the bed with a pale face. Lu Li. Just after Carla returned to the room, Urza took a step suddenly and looked at Lu Li seriously. Seeing Urza's movements, Lisa stopped in the distance, and suddenly appeared in front of Lu Li. The long knife in his hand gleamed with a cold light. Immediately after Cobra and the others reacted, they also looked at Natsuyurin with unkind eyes. Although Urza helped Lu Li before, it doesn't mean they can shoot Lu Li at will. This is the reason why the so-called master humiliates the servant to death. Back off. Seeing the actions of Lisa and the others, Lu Li also knew that the former Orationcease had completely surrendered to himself, so he opened his mouth softly and said to Lisa and the others. Hearing Lu Li's words, Lisa and the others had a look of hesitation in their eyes, and then stepped aside. After all, with Lu Li's strength, it is impossible to be afraid of these people, and something will happen to Lu Li, so even if they are here, they are useless. Natsu, you guys go out too. Seeing Lisa and others leaving, Urza said directly to Natsu behind him without turning his head. Urza. Advertisement. Natsu was hesitant and glanced at Luli, but before he could say anything, he was pulled out by Gray. What are you doing? You streaking B****************** D. Are you going to fight? Fire breathing B************ D. Being pulled out of the hall by Gray, Natsu was also full of displeasure and challenged Gray. Gray couldn't help it anymore. The two of them were already in a hurry, so they immediately started fighting. It started again, seeing the appearance of the two. Lucy on the side immediately covered her forehead with helplessness. Why? Unlike Lucy's helplessness, Happy on the side was quite happy, watching the battle between Natsu and Gray excitedly. Is there a problem? Luli walked to his seat and looked down at Urza. Why? Urza lowered his eyes, and a deep voice spit out from Urza's mouth. What? Luli was taken aback for a moment and looked at Urza in a daze. Why did you become like this? Urza raised his head sharply, looked at Luli with tears in his left eye, and roared angrily. This is the truth. After a long silence, Luli spoke slowly, and a deep voice came out of Luli's mouth. After Urza and others left, a pair of troops entered Magnolia. These soldiers have weak magic power, but the number is very large. Wrap the fairy tale. A figure exuding powerful magic stepped out of the army, looking at the gate of Fairy Tale with excitement in his eyes. What are you doing? In the next moment, the gate of Fairy Tale opened. Makarov's figure stepped out, full of magic power, and looked at the group of magic soldiers with ordinary eyes. Makarov, as the Holy Tin Sorcerer, you actually colluded with the Dark Guild Dragon King's wings. The council ordered that all Fairy Tale be arrested. Advertisement. This figure was not afraid at all, and also took a step forward, looking at Makarov with a solemn expression and growling. Hearing this man's words, Makarov's magic power began to riot, and bursts of golden light radiated from Makarov's body. Makarov, how dare you resist the council? The entire fairy tale will be hunted down by the kingdom of Fiori. Seeing this scene, a little cold sweat dripped from the figure's forehead, and he sneered at Makarov. Makarov paused, looking at these soldiers with red eyes. President, fight them. Yeah, we Fairy Tale are not cowards. Fight. At this moment, figures rushed out of Fairy Tale one by one, looking at the group of magic soldiers with fierce killing intent in their eyes. Luli and the others didn't know about this. At this moment, Urza looked at Luli with a dark face. I do not believe. After hearing Luli's words, Urza fell silent, and then roared at Luli, dress up. Heavenly armor. Zero. Urza was covered in white light. A long sword stabbed towards Luli in an instant, and the sharp point of the sword reached Luli in an instant. Luli didn't have any magic fluctuations at all, and looked at Urza with a flat face. Seeing this scene, Urza also gritted his teeth, waved his right hand in front of him, and the long sword instantly pierced into the stone wall beside Luli. Why don't you avoid it? The armor on Urza recovered, walked up to Luli, grabbed Luli by the collar, and yelled, Because you won't kill me, will you? Looking at Urza in front of him, Luli slowly stretched out his hand, touched Urza's blush, and then revealed an arc at the corner of his mouth, and said softly to Urza. Urza froze for a moment, then jumped into Luli's arms, hugging Luli's body tightly. The choked voice reached Luli's ears, and Luli didn't know how to comfort Urza. After a long time, Urza raised his head abruptly, pushed away Luli's figure, blushed slightly, and ran out of the hall without looking back. Luli looked at Urza's back, smiled lightly, and didn't say anything. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for rewards, ask for support, ask for everything, ask for subscriptions. Chapter 84. In Fairy Tale, Makarov looked at the armored man in front of him with a gloomy expression. His body was full of magic riots, as if he could destroy the entire Magnolia in just a moment. On the streets, some of the residents immediately returned to their homes after this group of magical soldiers came to Magnolia. And some residents who have a good impression of Fairy Tale want to come forward to question these magic soldiers. But he was held back by the people around him. What are you doing? Fairy Tale has never violated the wizard's agreement. Why did the council arrest them? Obviously, this is also for the righteously outraged. The Senate is already going to clear Fairy Tale this time. Can't you see that even if you are a leader, you will be arrested as a Fairy Tale member in the end? It was a middle-aged man who held back 440, and he sighed after hearing his words. Does the council still dare to take action against ordinary people? The polled young man frowned, then asked the middle-aged man. They don't dare to attack ordinary people, but they can say that you are a mage. After you are dead, who else will offend the council for an unknown mage? The middle-aged man sneered, as if he had experienced many things, looked at the group of magic soldiers with deep eyes, and said with a cold snort. The young man was speechless for a moment, glanced at Fairy Tail, gritted his teeth, and sighed. Ordinary people can't get involved in this matter between wizards. What's more, the Senate has already taken action. Makarov, the council suspects that you Fairy Tail is in collusion with the Dark Guild Dragon King's wings, so we have ordered you to be arrested. You'd better not resist. Or hum. The man in armor looked at Makarov with a cold look in his eyes, and an indifferent voice spit out from his mouth. You fart. When has Macau ever been slandered like this? Although they were former partners with the boss of Dragon King's wing, the council is totally planning to make them Fairy Tail. This is evidence. Do you still want to quibble? The man in the armor snorted coldly, and then took out a photo from his body. In the photo, it was obviously Luli, and on the opposite side were all the members of Fairy Tail. Makarov looked gloomy. Advertisement. How could he still not know that Fairy Tail was punished by the council? In other words, the Senate is ready to completely eradicate Fairy Tail. After all, Fairy Tail is powerful, and has not obeyed the appointment of the council, and has even targeted the parliament of the council many times. Do it. Seeing Makarov's gloomy face, the armored man sneered, and then snorted coldly to the magic soldiers behind him. You dare. As soon as these magic soldiers took a step, Makarov's expression froze, and an indifferent voice came out from Makarov's mouth, and the magic power in his body burst out instantly, suppressing them. Makarov, are you trying to make an enemy of the council? The armored man's face gradually became gloomy, and he stared at Makarov's figure with serious eyes. Little ones. A deep voice came from Makarov's mouth, and Makarov's short figure suddenly felt huge in front of everyone. Oh! Hearing Makarov's words, everyone echoed in unison, and the magic power on their bodies also began to agitate. Fairy Tail. The battle is on. Makarov's body began to grow slowly, and his huge body appeared in front of all the members. He looked at the countless magic soldiers in front of him and growled. Oh! Hearing Makarov's words, the members of the guild were slightly taken aback, then reacted and roared excitedly. How dare you? Hearing Makarov's words, the face of the armored man opposite changed, and fear finally appeared in his eyes. Little devil, when you have lousy strength, talk to lousy like this. Before he finished speaking, a giant hand descended from the sky, directly pressing him under the palm, and then a deep voice reached his ears. But the next moment, when his eyes went dark, he immediately lost his vitality. Advertisement. Makarov raised his arm and shook his hand in disgust, only to see a puddle of meat falling from Makarov's palm. Kill. The members of Fairy Tail looked at this group of magic soldiers excitedly and kept bombarding them like a tiger entering a flock. The strength of this group of magic soldiers is not strong. They only rely on tactics and magic circles. But Makarov's actions interrupted their train of thought at once. They didn't react at all. All the members of Fairy Tail attacked one after another. One by one, they rushed into the magic soldiers. Flames, ice cubes, fonts, bullets, vines, and huge monsters also appeared. Roar! A burly man stepped on the ground, and his figure jumped up suddenly, like a beast, piercing through several magic soldiers with one claw. Elfman. Partially accepted. The wrist of the Beast King. Because of the appearance of Luli, Elfman did not experience the war of the ruler of ghosts, but also because of Luli, he learned how to use the ability of the soul of the Beast King. Cut. Iron Dragon's roar. Gu Gear's figure flashed, and a roar spewed out from his mouth, blasting and killing a group of magic soldiers in an instant. The members of Fairy Tail have already gained rich combat experience in the mission, and their strength is much stronger than this group of magic soldiers. There was no problem at all, and within a short while the soldiers were laid to the ground. In the distance, a blond man saw this scene, with a slight smile on his mouth, and then it turned into a thunder and disappeared in the air. At the moment when the man's figure disappeared, Makarov turned his gaze to this side, and then a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. President. After solving the matter, the members of Fairy Tail went back behind Makarov, waiting for Makarov's order. Today, they are also aware of the war with the Senate. Fairy Tail might find it hard to stay. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for rewards, ask for support, ask for everything. Chapter 85. Why? Makarov looked at the members of the guild. A gloomy look flashed in his eyes. It was a moment of bravery today, but the group wiped out the magic troops of the Senate. I am afraid that by this time tomorrow, Fairy Tail will be defined as a dark guild. President, we have no regrets. Yeah, this time the Senate went too far. President, we believe in you. While Makarov was silent, voices came to Makarov's ears one after another. Makarov raised his head in astonishment, looked at his companions in front of him, and couldn't help but curl his mouth into an arc. Listen to me. Looking at the noisy crowd, a smile appeared on the corner of Makarov's mouth, and then a deep voice came out of Makarov's mouth. When everyone heard Makarov's words, they also became quiet, and their eyes all focused on Makarov, wanting to hear what Makarov's next order would be. Starting today, Fairy Tail disbanded. Makarov was silent for a while, then slowly let out a deep voice and roared at everyone. No, President. Yes, President, Fairy Tail cannot be disbanded. We fought with the council. We are not afraid. President. After listening to Makarov's words, everyone was silent for a while, and the entire fairy tale was extremely quiet. After the silence, the entire fairy tale erupted instantly, and the guild members looked at Makarov anxiously, for fear that Makarov would confirm the answer. President, don't do anything stupid. Even if the council kicks us out of the regular guild, we won't quit Fairy Tail. Macau walked up to Makarov anxiously and shouted at Makarov excitedly. Children, listen to me. Looking at the excited members, Makarov also sighed slightly, and then said to everyone in a low voice. When everyone heard Makarov's words, they also slowly calmed down. All the realizations were placed on Makarov, and they wanted to see what Makarov would say next. The strength of the Senate is not only what it seems on the surface, it is not something that Fairy Tail can compete with. As long as Fairy Tail exists for a day, the Senate will hold on to Fairy Tail. Advertisement. A deep voice came from Makarov's mouth, and everyone fell silent after hearing this. That's right, it can make the dark guilds of the entire Fury Kingdom afraid, and can manage all regular guilds. How could the council be as powerful as it seems on the surface? The eyes of many people are full of sadness. They have joined Fairy Tail for most of their lives, but now they are about to quit. Fairy Tail is like a family, which makes them extremely sad. However, things are not without a turnaround. At the moment when everyone was sad, Makarov's voice came again. Everyone was slightly taken aback, and immediately looked at Makarov with bright eyes. Makarov's eyes circled around everyone, and then he said lightly, Wings of the Dragon King. Hearing Makarov's words, some people were shocked, and then their faces became agitated. But some people are extremely confused and don't know what it means. Fairy Tail is disbanded, but you can join Dragon King's wings. Luli used to be a member of Fairy Tail. I believe he will accept you. Makarov nodded, as if answering those excited faces, and then spoke to everyone. Then how long will you be? Suddenly, Macau took a step forward, looked at Makarov with a solemn expression and said. Macau heard the meaning of Makarov's words, looked at Makarov with a solemn expression and asked, I promised the first generation to take good care of Fairy Tail. I can't go back on my word. Makarov lowered his head, then raised his head with a funny smile. If it was normal, when everyone saw this smile, they would definitely roar with laughter. But now they couldn't laugh at all, as if there was a thorn in their hearts. President. Suddenly, a voice reached Makarov's ears, and Makarov turned around to look. A dragon flaps its wings and soars above Magnolia. The figure of Urza jumped down, as if he already knew the situation of Fairy Tail, and looked at Makarov with firm eyes. I will live and die with Fairy Tail. Yes, old man, I won't quit. Old man, let alone the council. I'm not afraid even of the kingdom of Fiori. Advertisement. Immediately, Natsu and Gray also appeared behind Urza, looking at Makarov with firm eyes. You. Seeing this scene, Makarov didn't know that it was Urza and also knew about Fairy Tail, so he was still a little moved. Old man, how about it? Do you plan to come to my Dragon King's wing to be the vice president? At this moment, something from Luli appeared in front of Makarov, looking at Makarov with a smile on his face. Luli. Seeing Luli's figure, Makarov's complexion became serious, his eyes fixed on Luli. Lajerses, why are you here? Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared in Makarov's sight, with blonde hair and a thunder mark on his right eye. He instantly knew the identity of this person. Lajerses is now the leader of my Dragon King's family. The corner of Luli's mouth raised an arc, and then said to Makarov lightly. Forget it. Makarov showed a wry smile, then shook his head. As the third-generation president of Fairy Tail, I announced that all Fairy Tail will be disbanded and merged into the Dragon King's wings. Immediately, Makarov raised his head, looked at Luli firmly, and then shouted at the members behind him. Oh! Heed Makarov's words. Everyone was not very interested, but they still echoed in unison. Old man, I believe you will not regret it. Walking in front of Makarov, Luli said to Makarov with a chuckle. Now I'm your subordinate. Makarov shrugged his shoulders and said casually. Then I'll leave everything to you about Dragon King's wings. The corners of Luli's mouth curled up into an arc, and he said with a chuckle. Luli, you brat. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for rewards, ask for support, ask for everything. Chapter 86. Luli, you brat. Hearing Luli's words, Makarov was slightly taken aback, then smiled and roared at Luli. With Makarov joining the wing of the Dragon King, it can also help Luli manage the guild. Luli didn't want to take care of these anti-locking matters for a long time, and Makarov has experience in this field, so he did his duty to give these matters to Makarov. But Makarov didn't mind, with a slight smile on the corner of his mouth. Makarov waved his hand, and everyone in Fairy Tail felt pain in their bodies. The same goes for the package Urza. Everyone quickly looked at the painful places on their bodies, and the imprint of Fairy Tail began to slowly dissipate. There was a little complicated color on everyone's face. If they are asked to go to war with the Senate, they will not be afraid. But it was impossible for Makarov to let them do this. After all, as long as there were people around, Fairy Tail would exist for a day, and it was just a different name. Old man, the Dragon King's Wings Guild has been destroyed. It seems we can only stay in Magnolia. Naturally, Luli also saw this scene, but didn't say anything, and then spoke to Makarov. Is that okay? Won't it cause any trouble? Hearing Luli's words, Makarov frowned. A trace of worry flashed in his eyes, and asked Luli, just relying on the Senate, they are not qualified to worry me. Luli seemed to know what Makarov was worried about. With a disdainful arc on the corner of his mouth, he hummed coldly. Seeing Luli's figure, Makarov couldn't help shaking his head. That's right, Luli's current strength can't be seen by himself at all. And Luli also has a dragon. Roar! Suddenly, there was a roar from the sky, and the burden of Fairy Tail suddenly became dignified. He looked ahead warily. I saw two figures flying from a distance, waving their wings continuously and landing on the ground with a bang. Roar! These two figures are Jace and Snow after Izzo. Seeing Izzo's figure, Snow let out a growl of dissatisfaction. Roar! Advertisement. Hearing Snow's roar, Izuo took a step forward with domineering eyes and roared at the two dragons with endless dragon power in his voice. When Snow heard Izzo's roar, they also glared at Izzo and bowed their heads helplessly for a long time. Luli, is this? Seeing the figures of Snow and Jess, Makarov was also a little dazed, looking at Luli blankly and asked, Snow the ice dragon, Jess the fire dragon, and my other two dragons. Luli chuckled, and then introduced to everyone. What? Luli actually has 3 dragons. After hearing Luli's words, everyone exclaimed and looked at Luli's figure in disbelief. Maybe there are more than 3. Luli raised his eyebrows and said casually. After hearing Luli's words, everyone became numb. 3 dragons, which were rarely seen in 100 years, appeared in front of them. So you have such a support. Makarov smiled bitterly and felt that he had underestimated Luli a bit. Having 3 dragons, not to mention walking sideways in this world, at least belong to the top part of the people, unless you encounter some impossible opponent, such as the one from the Western continent. Within a day, all the symbols in the Fairy Tail Guild were replaced with the symbols of Dragon King's wings. The members of the guild also slowly accepted their new identities. A mage of the Dark Guild Dragon King's wing. Right here. At this moment, there was a burst of noise at the door, and Luli frowned slightly. President, the Senate is here. When Macau walked into the guild, he said to Makarov habitually, but after he finished speaking, he suddenly realized that Luli was the president now, and he gave Luli an apologetic look. Luli waved his hand and didn't pay attention to these details, but was very curious about what Mao said. What happened? Immediately Luli spoke, jumped off the bar, and asked Macau. A person came outside the door, claiming to be the envoy of the council, and wanted to arrest the vice president. Macau's complexion was a little ugly, and he spoke immediately. Luli frowned, and then strode out of the guild, seeing a figure at a glance. Advertisement, where's Makarov? Let him out. Seeing Luli, this figure frowned slightly, then sneered at Luli. Now this place belongs to Dragon King's wing, and I am the president of Dragon King's wing. Is there any problem? Luli spoke flatly, and the indifferent voice came from Luli's mouth to the ears of the visitor. Wings of the Dragon King of the Dark Guild? The visitor also frowned after hearing Luli's words, and fell silent. Forget it. Since we have met, let's solve it together. Before Luli could speak, the visitor shook his head slightly. A cold, killing intent flashed in his eyes, and looked at Luli coldly. Luli, let me come. Just as Luli was about to make a move, a voice came from behind him suddenly. Luli turned his head and saw Urza wearing the heavenly armor and looking at him, the two swords in his hands glowing coldly under the sun. Go. Luli frowned slightly, then loosened the frown and spoke softly. Who are you? The visitor saw Urza's figure, and a cold voice spit out from his mouth. Family of the Dragon King, Urza Shukaret. Urza raised his eyebrows, pointed the fine steel long sword in his right hand at the comer, and shouted coldly. Is it the remnants of the Dark Guild again? Then I, Aslet, will completely destroy you. Hearing Urza's words, a look of disgust flashed in the man's eyes, as if he was particularly disgusted with the Dark Guild. Dalise, it's up to you. A sneer of disdain appeared on the corner of Urza's mouth, and a cold voice came out of Urza's mouth. Boom. I saw Aslet punching towards his side. When Urza was puzzled, a burst of pressure instantly came from his side. When Luli saw this move, his pupils shrank slightly. This move was never familiar. Shock. Shake magic. Isn't this the ability of Whitebeard in One Piece? P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for rewards, ask for support, ask for everything. Chapter 87. This is clearly the ability of Whitebeard in One Piece. Shaking fruit, and his magic is shaking magic. Urza's expression froze, and he felt the space beside him shatter instantly, and a violent force crushed from the surroundings. Change, armor of Vajra. Urza roared angrily. His body was covered with white light. A pair of burly armor was put on Urza's body. There were no weapons in his hands, and two huge shields appeared in his hands. Earthquake. Aslet smiled disdainfully, punched Urza, and the space in front of him began to slowly shatter. And Urza also felt that the space in front of him exploded instantly, and the violent force blasted towards him. Drink. Urza shouted loudly, and put the shield in front of him. The violent force hit the shield in an instant, blasting the shield into cracks. The berserk force directly made Urza slide out on the ground, and Urza's soles slid a long and narrow trace on the ground. Change, armor of thunder. Seeing that Aslet did not continue to attack, Urza's figure flashed. A flash of thunder flashed in Urza's hand, and a long gun appeared in Urza's hand. Thunder Emperor's spear. Urza's speed suddenly increased a lot. His body flashed with thunder, and the spear in his hand blasted out 10 blue radar 877 from the tip of the spear. Snort. Aslet snorted coldly, punched the space in front of him, and a crack appeared in front of him instantly, swallowing these blue thunders. Aslet kept throwing punches, and space after space continued to shatter, while Urza was far away and could only passively defend. Damn it, the distance is too far. We can only defend passively. No matter how you say it, Urza is also known as the Fairy Queen, and she immediately saw her own disadvantages. Change, armor of flying. Urza's figure was shrouded in white light again, and then the armor on his body changed again. The armor changed into leopard print, and it wore a pair of cat ears. Let the man look a little fanciful. Cat ears, girl? Urza's footsteps stepped on the ground, instantly turned into an afterimage, and disappeared in place in an instant. Advertisement and angry look flashed across Aslet's eyes. Urza couldn't be seen at all. Damn it, you just hide like a mouse. Aslet keeps attacking, but every time it hits only the afterimage of Urza. Good chance. Aslet was furious, and suddenly walked away slowly. Urza's figure suddenly appeared, and his sharp claws directly grabbed Aslet's neck. Although Aslet's magic is very special, he has not experienced many battles, and he was a little flustered when he was caught by Urza. Bah! The sharp claws were originally aimed at Aslet's neck, but he avoided it, and just crushed his shoulder, blood spurting out. Damn it! How dare you hurt me? How dare you? Seeing his own blood, Aslet's eyes turned red instantly, and he looked at Urza ferociously. Shatter. Destroy. Aslet's magic power rioted, and bursts of space began to shatter. This time, not only the space around Aslet began to shatter, but even Magnolia's space was somewhat disordered. Urza, back off. Seeing this scene, Luli frowned, stepped out, and his figure turned into a thunderbolt, facing Aslet. Hearing Luli's words, Urza also knew that the situation at this moment was not good, so she didn't persist and stepped aside immediately. Not far from Aslet's side, Luli felt the surrounding space crushing him. Chi. There were bursts of thunder flashing on Luli's fist. Bursts of sharp sounds came from Luli's fist. Chidori. Although there is a little pressure, it is nothing to Luli. Luli's physical fitness is inherited from the Dragon Clan. Although it is not as good as the real Dragon Clan, it is not much worse. Lei Meng disappeared in a flash, and the shattering of space slowly stopped. CFDF. Aslet gave Luli a ferocious look, then stared blankly at the blood hole in his stomach. This is impossible. A hoarse voice came out of Aslet's mouth, and then Aslet's figure crashed to the ground, looking directly at Luli with resentful eyes. Call. Seeing Aslet's body fell to the ground, Luli also heaved a sigh of relief. Advertisement. Although there are no major problems of its own, Magnolia has many ordinary residents. They can't take the pressure. Luli, are you okay? After Aslet fell to the ground, Urza hurriedly ran to Luli, looking at Luli with a worried expression. Urza had seen Aslet's strength before, so he was naturally a little worried about Luli. Are you worried about me? Looking at Urza's appearance, Luli suddenly felt a little teasing Urza in his heart and said to Urza with a frivolous smile, "Ding. Congratulations to the host Dragon Soul reaching 100,000. Do you want to buy Holy Dragon Fruit?" At this moment, before Urza could answer, the cold voice of the system suddenly appeared. After Luli heard what the system said, a look of excitement flashed in his eyes. Buy. He made a decisive decision and bought a Holy Dragon without the slightest hesitation. As Luli's voice fell, a golden fruit with a little dragon scale pattern fell into Luli's hand. Seeing the golden fruit that suddenly appeared, Urza was slightly taken aback, took a deep look at Luli, and didn't say anything. Luli didn't notice Urza's expression and threw the Holy Dragon Fruit into Izuo's mouth. When Izuo saw the Holy Dragon Fruit in Luli's hand, he was greedy. Seeing Luli throwing the Holy Dragon Fruit to himself, he swallowed the Holy Dragon Fruit in one bite. Roar! Not a while after swallowing the Holy Dragon Fruit, Izuo suddenly looked up to the sky and screamed. Bursts of thunderstorms erupted from his body. The members of the guild rushed out, and they were also a little puzzled when they saw Izuo's appearance. Luli jumped on Izuo's back and flew into the distance. Not far from Magnolia, Luli took Izuo into Dragon Island. But at the moment Luli left, a black-eyed dragon with some seductive patterns on its body soared over Magnolia. If Luli was here, he might recognize it in an instant. This is the black dragon in fairy tale. Akunologlia. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for rewards, ask for support, everything. Chapter 88. Roar. Everyone was still wondering about Luli's departure when suddenly a roar full of endless arrogance reached everyone's ears. Everyone followed the sound and saw a black dragon soaring in the air, and its indifferent eyes swept over everyone. Finally, set your sights on Jess and Snore. Jess and Snoll stared at the black dragon solemnly, bared their teeth and roared at the black dragon. Akunologlia. Suddenly, Makarov exclaimed, looking at the black dragon and shouting in surprise. Old man, do you know this black dragon? Seeing Makarov's surprised expression, Natsu at the side couldn't bear the excitement and quickly asked Makarov. No, I just heard about it in the records. Makarov looked at the black dragon Akunologlia solemnly, with a trace of fear flashing in his eyes. Just feeling the dragon's might on Akunologlia's body already made him fearful, so how strong is Akunologlia's strength? It is said that 400 years ago, the dragons regarded humans as food, and then some good-natured dragons believed that the dragons should live in peace with humans, so they created magic that could fight against dragons, that is, dragon-slaying magic, and Akunologlia is also the first batch of dragon slayers. Seeing the curious eyes of everyone, Makarov opened his mouth slowly and explained to everyone. Natsu and Gugir were surprised when they heard Makarov's words, and looked at Makarov dully. Akunologlia is actually a dragon slayer, but I don't know what went wrong. Akunologlia suddenly turned into a black dragon with a tyrannical temperament. He slaughtered all the dragons, leaving only some hidden dragons to survive. Immediately, Makarov took a deep look at Natsu and Gear, and a serious voice came out of Makarov's mouth. Natsu nodded half understood. The appearance of Akunologlia is probably for Jess and Snoll. Makarov glanced at Jess and Snoll, who were baring their teeth and roaring continuously, and said solemnly, Roar. Suddenly, As soon as Makarov's words fell, the fire dragon Jess suddenly roared, covered in flames, and shot straight into the sky, and a dragon's breath full of heat spurted out from Jess' mouth. Roar. Advertisement. Seeing that Jess, who is so weak, dared to attack him, Akunologlia was extremely angry. He roared at Jess and spewed out a mouthful of dragon's breath, directly engulfing the heat. After the dragon's breath engulfed Rien, it didn't stop, but instead blasted straight at Jess. Akunologlia's dragon breath hit Jess instantly. The violent magic power made Jess's body stop in an instant, and he fell to the ground in an instant. Roar. Seeing Jess's miserable state, Snowtman on the side suddenly became angry and roared at Akunologlia. His figure soared into the sky, and his sharp claws grabbed the black dragon's neck. Boom. With a loud noise, the figure of Akunologlia stopped suddenly, and then his thick tail slammed straight at Snower. Possessing extremely powerful power, it directly blasted Snow from the air to the ground. Even the extremely tough dragon scales began to shatter, and blood continued to flow out, soaking the ground. Roar. Akunologlia soars in the air like a king, sharp claws, sharp teeth, full of violent magic power, all of which illustrate the power of Akunologlia. He raised his head and roared. This is the roar of the king who wins. Roar. At this moment, a louder dragon roar came, and a thunder light flashed in the air, and instantly bombarded Akunologlia's body. Boom. Akunologlia's huge body slammed into the distant mountain, causing pieces of gravel to fall, hitting the ground with loud noises. Roar. Izuo's figure appeared in the air, his whole body gleaming with thunder, and he looked at Akunologlia with ferocious killing intent in his eyes, but he didn't make a move. Luli saw Izuo's figure in the distance. My heart is also slightly happy. Just by taking a piece of holy dragon fruit, Izuo was successfully promoted to the rank of holy dragon, and it can actually blow Akunologlia away. Exclamation point. After seeing Izuo's figure, Luli also slowly breathed a sigh of relief. After being promoted to the holy dragon, Luli can get more dragon souls in the future. Advertisement. You can train Jess and Snow faster. Asking for flowers. Seeing the unwilling look in Jess and Snow's eyes, Luli also sighed. Akunologlia shook his body, looked at Izuo with ferocious eyes, and his eyes were filled with a crazy killing intent. Roar. Akunologlia roared at Izuo, and his figure soared into the sky. The black figure with a black body and some patterns appeared in the air in an instant, and arrived in front of Izuo in the blink of an eye. Boom. Izuo didn't have the slightest fear, and directly used his body to collide with Akunologlia. The thunder dragon Izuo and the black dragon Akunologlia fought continuously in the air, producing waves of mighty might. After all, Izuo's strength has just been promoted to the holy rank, although it is not as good as Akunologlia. But being able to fight against it for so long is also what Luli is very satisfied with. 0.00 Thunderfang Tianji. Luli did not continue to let Izuo and Akunologlia fight. He pointed his finger at the sky, and a thunderbolt followed Luli's order, turning into a huge Fangtian-painted halberd, facing Akunologlia. Boom. The violent thunder blasted on Akunologlia's body, instantly shattering a large piece of the dragon scale on his body. Roar. Akunologlia, I change my name to look in front of Luli. The thunder Fangtian halberd bombarded Makarov. In an instant, the dragon scales on the surface of its body were smashed into pieces. Akunologlia looked at Luli with ferocious eyes, and Izuo's figure flashed, which suddenly reduced the murderous intent in Akunologlia's eyes a little. P.S. Asking for flowers, asking for evaluation tickets, asking for rewards, asking for support, asking for everything. It has been put on the shelves after 10 days of writing. Everyone shakes their hands. Give an automatic subscription. Okay. Those scolders in the book review area. Clean their mouths? Eat shit? Mouth full of shit? There was nothing shit before it was put on the shelf, and after it was put on the shelf, all kinds of trolls came. Do you really think that others don't know that you came from a trumpet account? You're so awesome to open AD***K trumpet. Use your own author's account to spray it? Jealousy? I don't even think I'm hot. So why do I always come out and get sprayed? And I was on Twitter. I wrote it with my ability. If I am jealous, I will write gbook myself. Sometimes someone in the comment section raises an argument, and I don't even want to say it. What's the point of being a keyboard warrior? The title of the book burst out. Z. Chapter 89. Although Akunologlia has a violent temperament, it doesn't mean that Akunologlia is a fool. From the magic power on Luli, it can be seen that Luli is also very strong, at least much stronger than the human I met a few years ago. Although the shatter magic used by the human being was wounded by himself later and finally left, Akunologlia didn't take him seriously at all. But at this moment, Akunologlia began to pay attention to Luli, looking at Luli with serious eyes. Roar! The figure of Izuo climbed up from the ground. His wings shook violently, and a thunderbolt descended from the sky, directly struck Akunologlia's body, and gave the dragon scales on Akunologlia's body to pieces. A little. Roar! The tearing of the dragon scale made Akunologlia roar in pain, and then his wings shook, and he flew directly towards Izuo. Not to be outdone, Izuo's figure soared into the sky like a thunderbolt, heading straight for Akunologlia. In the sky, a silver-white figure and a whole-body black figure were constantly entangled, fighting, and some blood fell from the sky from time to time, dyeing the ground bright red. Boom! Izuo's sharp claws stepped on Akunologlia's stomach and directly kicked Akunologlia over, and then a mouthful of dragon's breath spewed out from his mouth, and a silver-white thunder burst out, directly blasting Akunologlia. Akunologlia's body. The silver-white dragon's breath dissipated, and Akunologlia's figure appeared. His body was covered with scars, and there were some silver-white thunder snakes moving above the wound. However, Izuo's situation was even more uncomfortable. Akunologlia hadn't used magic yet, and just using physical attacks had already injured Izuo, with tearing wounds all over his body. Roar! Izuo roared unwillingly, and finally his body crashed down from the air, hitting the ground heavily. Roar! Seeing Izuo's situation, Akunologlia raised his head and let out a victor's roar, raising his proud head high. Luli was slightly startled. He didn't expect the gap between Izuo and Akunologlia to be so big. He hurried to Izuo's side and saw that although the wound on Izuo's body looked extremely hideous, it was not very serious, and he had lost blood there were too many, which made Luli slowly heave a sigh of relief. In the sky, Akunologlia suddenly raised his head, and bursts of magic power began to gather towards Akunologlia from the surroundings. Advertisement not good. Get out of the way. Luli was shaken all over, and quickly turned around to roar at Makarov and the others, pressing his hands on the ground, and an ice wall suddenly rose from the ground. The ice wall rose layer by layer, covering the entire fairy tale in an instant. If you look at it from a distance, this is a house of ice and snow. Boom! Akunologlia's mouth spewed out a dragon's breath, and the dragon's breath hit the ice wall instantly, and Yukongkong's ice wall instantly turned into water vapor under the dragon's breath. And Luli's complexion was a little pale, and the cold air constantly escaping from Luli's body continuously produced ice walls one after another. Boom! Sudden. A loud noise appeared from behind Luli, and Luli tilted his head slightly to look behind him, only to see Snoll's figure struggling to get up, pressing the dragon's claws on the ground, and in an instant, a body thicker than Luli's creation appeared. Ice wall. After a long time, Akunologlia's dragon breath stopped, and Akunologlia glanced at the ice wall proudly, then turned and left directly. Luli was pale and knelt on the ground on one knee. The magic power on his body is also exhausted. If there is no help from Snoll at the end, maybe he can't stop Akunologlia's move. Luli, are you okay? After Akunologlia left, Urza trotted all the way to Luli's side, looking at Luli worriedly. Along with Urza, there was a silver-haired girl beside Luli. When the silver-haired girl saw Urza supporting Luli, a gloomy look flashed in her eyes, and then she looked at Luli worriedly. I'm fine. Are you two okay? Seeing the figures of Urza and Mira, Luli showed a slight smile on his pale face, and then asked them, Mila, come and help me hold Luli up suddenly. Urza spoke to Mira beside him. A look of astonishment appeared in Mira's eyes. He stared blankly at Urza, not reacting for a long time. Mila? Seeing Mira's dull eyes, Urza helplessly covered his head and waved his hand in front of Mira's eyes. Ah, good. Advertisement. Mira reacted, with a little joy in her heart, and then supported Luli's body and walked into the guild. Luli only felt that his arms were wrapped, which was a feeling that Urza couldn't feel. In the nasal cavity, there was a constant fragrance, which made Luli's mood instantly smooth. Thank you, Mira. Sit on the chair. Looking at Mira standing beside her, Luli reached out and touched Mira's silver-white hair, and said with a light smile, It's fine. Feeling the warmth above her head, Mira's pretty face flushed instantly. She lowered her eyes and dared not look directly at Luli, and a mosquito-like voice came out of Mira's mouth. Seeing Mira's current appearance, Luli felt a little helpless. In the past, Mira was a little girl, but because of Lee Sana, now she feels like a lady. Luli, are you really okay? I think your face is very ugly afterwards. 053 Mira looked at Luli's pale face, felt a little worried, and asked Luli, don't worry, I just consumed too much magic power. I can replenish it as long as I rest for a while. Luli chuckled. There was a slight arc on the pale face, and he spoke softly to Mira. Then what about Izzo and Jess? After hearing Luli's words, Mira also nodded, and then asked Luli about Izuo and the three of them. Izuo and the three of them have already gone back to recuperate, and their injuries can recover faster at their home. After Luli finished the battle, he had taken Jess and them all into Dragon Island. Their wounds can heal faster in Dragon Island. Moreover, Luli can now extract dragon eggs. This is what Luli is most looking forward to. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for rewards, ask for support, ask for everything. I recommend an old brother's book, Ultra, Time and Space Voyager. Brothers who like Ultraman can go and read it. Chapter 90. Moreover, Luli can now extract dragon eggs. This is what Luli is most looking forward to. I have been training Izuo, mainly to increase Izuo's combat effectiveness, and another reason is that as long as Izuo is promoted to the holy rank, the dragon, I can extract dragon eggs again and get a new dragon clan. Luli, why did Akunologlia suddenly appear here? Just after Luli finished speaking, Mira nodded half understanding. And then Makarov walked up to Luli, looked at Luli solemnly and said, I don't know, it's for Izuo and the others. Luli also shook his head in bewilderment, and he didn't know why Akunologlia suddenly appeared. Could it be the fruit you gave Izzo before? At this moment, Makarov spoke suddenly, making Luli startled. That's right. Not long after the holy dragon fruit was taken out, Akunologlia appeared. If it was said that it was for Jess and other dragons, why didn't it appear earlier? But it has been until now. Forget it. It's gone now anyway. Seeing the expression on Luli's face, Makarov also nodded, thinking of this too. President. When Luli left the guild, Macau stood at the door and gave Luli a complicated look. Macau, just call me by my name. I'm not used to you like this. Looking at the complicated eyes of Macau, Luli also knew why in his heart, and said following Macau. Haha, Luli, I knew you still haven't changed. Hearing Luli's words, Macau scratched his head, then patted Luli's shoulder and laughed. Luli also shook his head and smiled as he looked at Mao's back. As for the atmosphere of fairy tale, Luli likes it better. Midnight, you guys go to investigate a senate. After Luli returned to her room, called Midnight and others, and said to them, advertisement, yes? Midnight and the others looked at each other, then bowed respectfully to Luli, and disappeared in front of Luli in a flash. System, I want to enter Dragon Island. After Midnight and the others disappeared, Luli's mind was silent in his mind, and then he spoke to the system. After Luli's voice fell, a white light enveloped Luli's body, and Luli's figure disappeared instantly. Luli's figure appeared on Dragon Island again. Looking at the endless plain in front of him, Luli's mood gradually calmed down. Roar. After Luli's figure appeared, Izzo's roar reached Luli's ears, and then a silver-white figure descended from the sky, landing directly in front of Luli. Luli saw that the wound on Izuo's body has recovered a lot, and it will be fully recovered in a few days at most, which is also ahead. Dragon Island can quickly restore the strength of the Dragon Clan, and after this battle, Jess and Snore did not pass Luli's training, and they were directly promoted to the 9th level Giant Dragon. As long as there are enough Dragon Souls, the two of them can quickly be promoted to Holy Dragons. But now the Dragon Soul is no longer something Luli needs to worry about. Because Izuo was promoted to the Holy Dragon, the Dragon Soul generated every day was as high as 10,000 points. As long as 10 days, Luli can be exchanged for a Holy Dragon for Snower and other dragons to use. Luli asked Izzo to leave first, and Jess and Snow followed one after another. Luli looked at the wounds on both of them and waved them to leave. System, Izuo has been promoted to a Holy Dragon. Can I extract dragon eggs now? After Izuo and Snow left, Luli said to the system in his mind with some excitement. Yes, the host can already extract dragon eggs again. Do you want to start extracting? As Luli's voice fell, the cold voice of the system reached Luli's ears. Although the sound of the system is cold and ruthless, in Luli's ears, it feels as comfortable as the divine sound of heaven. Yes, start drawing. Luli spoke to the system without the slightest hesitation. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully extracting the dragon egg attribute. Steel Dragon. Advertisement. After Luli's voice fell, the system's voice came immediately, followed by a blue steel dragon egg. The dragon egg fell in front of Luli, making a thumping sound, and the ground was smashed into cracks. This kind of hardness also made Luli a little surprised. Luli gritted her teeth and spurted out the blood from the tip of her tongue, splashing on the dragon egg. As before, the dragon egg was instantly covered in bright red, and then bursts of crisp sounds came, and the dragon egg began to shatter. Boom! But this time it seemed to be different. An extremely sharp claw instantly pierced the dragon egg, and then a head stretched out, biting the eggshell next to his own head. This head has a faint cold light, which is somewhat reflective under the sunlight in the sky. Creak, creak, creak. The creaking sound continued to reach Luli's ears, and the dragon egg, which looked like steel, was wiped out in a short while. This small figure finally appeared in front of Luli. The whole body is the color of steel. Sharp claws, only one dragon horn on the head. There is a little steel brilliance on his body, and his wings are waving, and he can clearly hear the sound of steel. Roar! When Steel Dragon saw Luli's figure, kindness appeared in his eyes instantly, and he threw himself into Luli's arms, growling at Luli. The moment the Steel Dragon fell into his arms, Luli only felt that he was hit by a piece of steel. Looking at the little guy in his arms, Luli, Wang Hao, also smiled wryly. Since you are the Iron Dragon, then your name is Tony Stark. Luli looked at Tony in his arms. A slight arc appeared at the corner of his mouth, and a soft voice came from Luli's mouth. After listening to Luli's words, Tony didn't quite understand the meaning of the name, but the first person he saw when he opened his eyes was Luli, and he would not resist Luli. Tony might not know the meaning of the name, but how could Luli not know? Tony Stark, Iron Man PS. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for rewards, ask for support, ask for everything. Chapter 91. Boom. Tony's body fell to the ground with a thud, and Luli was also slightly surprised when he saw Tony's small body possess such strength. Because both Jess and Snore have reached the 9th level of Dragon Clan, the plants grown in the farmland have no effect on them, and all of them are used to cultivate Tony. Luli reopened a piece of farmland, and Tony was promoted to the 3rd level dragon family in one fell swoop. Seeing that there are already 2 Tonys as tall as her, Luli nodded in satisfaction. System. Pass the magic that Tony has extracted to me. Dismissing Tony aside, Luli was immersed in his own mind, and spoke slowly to the system. As Luli's voice fell, a warm current slowly flowed out from the Dantian, and then flowed into Luli's limbs. After a long time, Luli opened his eyes, feeling that his body was full of strength. Among the Dragon Clan, the Golden Dragon can be said to be a melee mage. The same is true for gold magicians. Although this world is somewhat different from Western fantasy, gold magic can also increase the physical fitness of a mage. The Steel Dragon 517 drawn by Luli is also the Golden Dragon. The magic that Luli obtained from the system is naturally gold magic. Although they are all very common elemental magic, but the power is extremely powerful. Luli's physical fitness was already very strong, and now it was blessed with gold magic. Under Luli's skin, the luster of steel flashed faintly. Boom! With a flash of Luli's footsteps, his figure instantly appeared in front of a big tree in the distance, and he punched out without using any magical power, and instantly smashed the big tree with a bowl-sized mouth. Luli glanced at his fist with satisfaction. Although his strength is not particularly strong, his physical fitness is already good. At least he broke a tree with one punch, and his fist didn't have any wounds, even if it wasn't rosy at all. After Luli created a place for Tony to belong to him, he left Dragon Island directly. Not a while after Luli returned to his room, Urza knocked on the door suddenly, and stood at the door of Luli's room very anxiously. Advertisement, Urza. Is there something wrong? Luli opened the door and saw Urza, CFBG, shyly standing at the door of her room. She was also slightly taken aback, and then asked Urza with some doubts. Fine. Urza, who was still a little apprehensive at first, saw Luli, and after hearing Luli's words, his complexion turned gloomy. He gave Luli a vicious look, and then turned and left. Luli looked at Urza's back and was also slightly taken aback, not knowing what happened. Shaking his head, he ignored it. Luli returned to the guild and saw Makarov sitting on the bar drinking, while Urza beside him was eating cake depressedly. Master! Luli stepped forward to say hello. Urza saw Luli's figure. His face turned pale, and he left immediately. Makarov froze for a moment, and then gave Luli a smirk. Boy Luli, are you making Urza angry? Pouring the wine in his hand into his mouth, Makarov showed a smirk at the corner of his mouth, and said to Luli, have no idea. Luli shrugged his shoulders. He was a virgin in his previous life, so how could he understand a woman's mind? How did you find Lagos's immediately? Makarov spoke casually, but the serious look in his eyes made Luli a little amused. Obviously, he is very concerned about his grandson, but he has to pretend that nothing is wrong. Lagos's was kicked out of Fairy Tail by you before, and he also knew the importance of companions. Later, he was met by my subordinate Cobra once, and the two of them fought a battle, and directly invited Lagos's to join the Dragon King wing. After that you will know. Luli shrugged his shoulders, and answered Makarov's words truthfully. By the way, old man, I think Natsu and the others already have the strength of an S-rank mage. Immediately, Luli spoke slowly, looking at Natsu and Gray who were arguing and asked, although they are strong enough, do you think they can handle S-level missions alone? After hearing Luli's words, Makarov looked at Natsu and Natsu with deep eyes, and also showed a wry smile. However, once Makarov finished speaking, he fell silent. Advertisement, I think they're ready. Luli smiled slightly, looked at the figures of Natsu and Gray, and said softly. Makarov shook his head, but didn't say much. Old man, what is the heart of a goblin? The two were silent for a while, and then Luli asked Makarov. After hearing Luli's words, Makarov shrank his pupils slightly, wondering why Luli would know about this. It's not that Makarov wants to hide it from Luli, because only he and Gildarts know the heart of the goblin. Fairy's heart, that is the hidden great magic that overrides Fairy's law, Fairy's brilliance, Fairy's ball, and 3 super magics. Afterwards, Makarov poured the wine into his own mouth and told Luli directly. After hearing Makarov's words, Luli immediately lost interest. Let Natsu and the others take part in the S-rank wizard assessment after a while. Afterwards, Luli spoke to Makarov again. Okay. Makarov didn't refuse this time, and directly agreed. Originally, he also had this plan to use it to practice Natsu and others. Old man. While the two were talking, Lajerses walked in front of Makarov with a slightly embarrassed expression on his face. Luli looked at Lajerses's appearance, and also smirked at Makarov. Giving Makarov and Lagerthus a chance to chat, Luli walked up to Urza, looked at Urza's gloomy face, and bit the cake one bite at a time, making Luli panic for a while. Urza, what's wrong with you? Looking at Urza's appearance, Luli has never felt so confused before, and asked Urza. Snored. Hearing Luli's voice, Urza snorted coldly and turned around directly. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for rewards, ask for support, ask for everything. Chapter 92. Snored. Hearing Luli's voice, Urza's eyes flashed with joy, and then he snorted coldly, and then turned around, ignoring Luli. Seeing Urza's appearance, Luli smiled wryly, then grabbed Urza's shoulder and pulled Urza over. What happened? Can you tell me? Luli tried her best to soften her voice, looked at Urza gently with her eyes, and said softly at Urza. Seeing Luli's eyes like this, Urza's pretty face flushed slightly, and she didn't listen to Luli's words in a daze. Luli, will you dislike me? After a while, Urza fell silent, and then asked Luli, looking at Luli with apprehension in his eyes. Why do you say that? Seeing Urza's appearance, Luli was also a little puzzled, and asked Urza. Mira is so gentle now, and is so kind to you, but I wear armor every day. A deep voice came from Urza's mouth. Luli looked at Urza's slightly sad eyes and chuckled, finally knowing why Urza had such an expression. Don't worry, I won't dislike you. Seeing Urza's appearance, Luli suddenly thought of when he was a child. Luli chuckled, and then poured Urza into his arms, and a gentle voice came out of Luli's mouth. After hearing Luli's words, Urza also heaved a sigh of relief, as if he had let go of a weight. While at the bar, Mira watched Luli's movements. A look of sadness flashed in her eyes, and a crystal-clear tear flowed from the corner of her eyes. Mila, go after what you like. When Mira was sad, a voice suddenly reached her ears. Following the sound, Makarov was sitting cross-legged on the bar, drinking one gulp after another, and Lajerses was also sitting beside Makarov, drinking without saying a word. Immediately Makarov put down the wine bottle, winked at Mira, and looked at Luli from time to time. President, what are you talking about? Others saw through her own thoughts. Mira blushed slightly, and then said coquettishly to Makarov. Ha ha. Makarov laughed, and didn't say anything further. Advertisement after all, don't tell me if you see through. Looking at his grandfather's appearance, Lajerses couldn't help but feel a little helpless. Lajerses, this time the S-rank mage assessment will be handed over to you. Is there any problem? Immediately, Makarov didn't talk to Mira, turned his head to look at Legasis seriously, and a serious voice came from Makarov's mouth. No problem. Although he didn't know why Makarov left this matter to himself, Legersis nodded heavily and agreed. Let's go to Sirius Island for the assessment of S-level mages this time, and the personnel will temporarily set up Natsu, Gray, Elfman, and Euthors. Makarov touched his chin, and then spoke to Legasis again. Evergreen. They forget it. Their strength is not enough. After hearing Makarov's words, Legersis frowned, and then with a serious look in his eyes, he opened his mouth to dismiss Makarov's words. Are you serious? Hearing what Legersis said, Makarov was also slightly taken aback, never expecting that Lagerthus would say such a thing. Yeah, I don't want to joke with their lives. Legerthus's eyes were solemn, and a deep voice spit out from Legerthus' mouth, with an extremely serious expression on his face. Seeing Legerthus' face and hearing Legerthus' voice, Makarov nodded in satisfaction. Now that Lagerthus has gone through this incident, he has matured a lot. Then the tentative personnel for this time are Natsu, Lu, and Elfman. Makarov nodded, and then said to Legerthus. But there is no need to let the three of them pass immediately. Makarov was silent for a while, and spoke again. Why? Legersis didn't quite understand what Makarov meant, and looked at Makarov in a daze, not knowing why he made such an unnecessary move. Although Natsu's strength is almost the same, do you think they can be qualified as S-class wizards? Makarov didn't give a positive answer, and asked Legerthus back. Asking for flowers. After hearing Makarov's words, Legersis fell silent, and understood what Makarov meant. Advertisement. Legersis nodded, and didn't say anything after that. Luli, actually I don't mind. Urza blushed a little, hesitated for a while, and said to Luli, what's the meaning? Hearing Urza's words, Luli was also slightly taken aback, then felt a little itchy in his heart. I said, Mira likes you. Urza took a deep breath, as if mustering up his courage, and said to Luli, silly girl. After hearing Urza's words, Luli hugged Urza directly into his arms without saying anything. Zero. Suddenly, the entire guild was shaken, and Luli felt that his eyes were enveloped by a burst of white light. When I opened my eyes again, everything in front of me changed. Where is this? Looking at the empty plains around, Luli frowned slightly, and a little seriousness flashed in his eyes. What kind of magic is this? It can remove him from the guild in an instant, and he hasn't felt the fluctuation of magic power at all. Luli, this is Idolas. Suddenly, a voice came from behind Luli, and Luli's fist was instantly covered with thunder, and he punched behind him. Boom! The person behind was hit by Luli's punch, and his figure flew upside down and fell straight to the ground before stopping. Puff! The man spat out a mouthful of blood, revealing a familiar face. Jalal? No, you're Mistigan? Seeing the familiar face, Luli was taken aback for a moment, first showing a murderous look, and then looked at Mistigan in embarrassment. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for rewards, ask for support, show up. Deficit. Chapter 93. Mistigan? Why are you here? Seeing Mistigan's arm, Luli also knew that it was not Jalal, and then he was a little embarrassed, and said to Mistigan with a ha-ha. This is Idolas, belonging to another world. Mistigan sat on the ground, looked at Luli resentfully, then patted his clothes, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, got up and said to Luli, Idolas? So this world has already started a plan to steal magic power. After hearing Mistigan's words, Luli realized that the magic power in this world is pitifully low. There is no trace of magic power in the air, and only a little magic power is stored in the earth, and it is still dissipating. Yes, although I don't know how you know about this plan, but the kingdom that rules this world, 530, has already officially implemented the plan. Mistigan gave Luli a complicated look, and then spoke slowly to Luli, do you want me to help you? Looking at Mistigan's complex eyes, with a smile on the corner of his mouth, he smiled at Mistigan. Yes, and you promised to help me when I promised to take you with Wendy. Mistigan didn't feel any embarrassment because his affairs were found out, and directly looked at Luli and said straight to the point. How to do? Luli was silent for a while, and directly agreed to Mistigan's words. Because Luli not only wants to help Mistigan seize the power of this world, but Urza and others have also been imprisoned by the kingdom of this world and turned into magic crystals. Help me destroy this plan. Mistigan stared at Luli seriously. Can. Luli was silent for a while, then nodded in agreement. I'll go to the capital of the kingdom first, you go to Natsu and the others. Seeing that Luli agreed so happily, Mistigan was also slowly relieved, and a look of color flashed in his eyes. By the way, when you find Natsu and the others, you can give them this medicine, and they will be able to use magic. Advertisement. When Luli turned around and was about to leave, Mystigan suddenly called to stop Luli, stuffed a bottle of pills for Luli and said. Luli stuffed the bottle of small red pills into her arms, then nodded to Mystigan and left in the distance. Wish you could cook. Seeing Luli's figure disappearing in a flash of light, Mystigan's eyes were a little complicated, and he left a sentence muttering to himself, and a magic circle rose under his feet, and then disappeared in place. After Luli left, he flew aimlessly in the air, feeling a little regretful in his heart. Why don't you ask Mystigan to find out the location of this world capital, and now I don't know where I'm going. Boom. Suddenly, a loud noise reached Luli's ears, and he saw a figure on the ground wearing armor and holding a spear piercing a giant beast with a single shot, looking at the giant beast with a cold face. As expected of Captain Urza, he killed this wild boar in one shot. Captain Urza is so strong. He is already the captain of the second team of the Kingdom Army at such a young age. As the wild boar was killed, voices full of worship reached the woman's ears. A blush fluttered gently under the breeze. Who? Come out. Suddenly, the woman named Urza's face froze, the spear in her hand stabbed out, and a stream of light rose from the ground, blasting at Luli's position in an instant. Luli punched out, and a thunder light appeared in an instant, and blasted together with the streamer, smashing the streamer in just an instant. And Lemang also dissipated. Luli. Seeing Luli's figure, Urza frowned, with a little bit of astonishment in his eyes, and some didn't react. No, you're not Luli. Who the hell are you? Immediately, a cold look flashed in Urza's eyes. The spear in his hand was aimed at Luli tightly, and he shouted at Luli coldly. You know me? After hearing Urza's words, Luli was even more stunned, looking at Urza in a daze. A bold idea suddenly appeared in Luli's heart. Advertisement. Could it be that there is another self in this world? Who are you? Why are you pretending to be Luli? Urza didn't answer Luli's words, but he answered almost the same. Urza snorted coldly and asked Luli. Pretend? Lousy is Luli. Luli sneered, thundered all over his body, and shouted angrily at Urza. Seeing Luli's aura, Urza was also taken aback, and then looked at Luli's figure with a gloomy expression. Don't you know that private use of magic is not allowed? Urza looked at Luli with a gloomy expression. Although Luli had a strong aura, he still questioned Luli. I've used magic. What can you do with me? Just rely on those scumbags behind you? Luli sneered disdainfully and looked at the soldiers behind Urza with contempt. After hearing Luli's words, those soldiers immediately glared at Luli, their eyes full of anger. No matter what they say, they are also members of the second team of the Kingdom Army. Although their strength is not very strong, they are considered top in the country. Sonic gun. Urza looked at Luli with a gloomy expression, then let out an angry roar, and twisted the spear in his hand. The spear in Urza's hand was extremely fast, and appeared in front of Luli in an instant, stabbing at Luli's heart, intending to kill Luli with one shot. When? But the next moment, Urza showed a dull look on his face. The tip of the gun pierced Luli's heart, but instead of the imaginary bloody mess 3.5, there was a sound of steel colliding. Luli's heart was unscathed, and the tip of the gun was fixed on Luli's heart. Boom! Luli looked at Urza's figure, and immediately punched Urza's stomach without any magic. Urza's complexion changed, but before he had time to dodge, he flew upside down. Puff. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for rewards, ask for support, ask for everything. Chapter 94. Puff. Urza lay on the ground in disbelief, feeling pain all over his body, as if his bones had been crushed. How is it possible? How is it possible to be so strong? Urza looked at Luli in disbelief, with shock in his eyes. He had never lost so badly before. Even in the face of the real Luli, I could fight him a few moves, but now I was killed by one move. Luli shook his fist in disappointment. He thought that Urza could loosen his bones, but he didn't expect Urza to fail like this. Burst gun. Urza got up slowly, looked at Luli with eyes full of killing intent, roared. The spear in his hand changed suddenly and stabbed directly at Luli. With a loud bang, a white light flashed in front of Luli's eyes, and then the white light suddenly enveloped Luli. Seeing this scene, Urza also heaved a sigh of relief, and then looked into the haze with endless vigilance in his eyes. That's what makes sense. Urza's eyes were full of solemnity, and at the next moment, A lazy voice reached Urza's ears, and then he saw a figure slowly walking out of the haze. Unscathed? Impossible. Seeing that Luli's body is not injured at all, but the clothes are slightly damaged, and there are only a few holes, which makes Urza's mood drop to the bottom instantly. How could it be so strong? Gravity gun. Urza slightly twisted the spear in his hand, and those people behind Urza felt the gravity on their bodies began to increase continuously. And Urza's figure also began to become light and light. As soon as his footsteps stepped on the ground, the figure rushed forward in an instant. Boom! A shot swept out, adding gravity magic. This shot seemed to have divine power, and the air produced a little air explosion. Facing this shot, Luli also started to get serious. He squeezed his fist fiercely. He didn't use thunder magic, nor did he use fire or ice magic. A steel luster flashed on Luli's fist. He punched out with all his strength and directly hit the spear that swept over him. Advertisement buzz. Urza took 2 steps back, looked at Luli with solemn eyes, and swung out another shot. This shot was more powerful than the previous one. Haha, good job. Luli laughed wildly. His body shone with a steel-like luster, and when he stepped on the ground instantly shattered, and cracks appeared one after another. After learning thunder magic, Luli has never experienced such a fist-to-body fight. A punch hit Urza's gun body, and the powerful force rebounded, causing Urza's tiger's mouth to shake, and the tiger's mouth split instantly. Blood flowed out slowly. Seeing Urza's appearance, Luli probably knew that this was Urza's full strength. It's over. Luli shouted angrily, stepped on the ground, and his figure rushed to Urza's body in an instant, with a cold light shining on his fist, and he punched 10 guns. Boom! Urza's figure flew upside down in an instant, and the 10 guns in his hand made a crisp sound, and then they were directly disconnected from the middle. Who are you? Urza raised his head with difficulty, looking straight at Luli's face, as if he wanted to keep Luli in his heart. Don't change your name when you go, and don't change your surname when you sit, Luli. Luli smiled slightly, and a flat voice spit out from Luli's mouth slightly. Hearing Luli's words, Urza's pupils shrank slightly, and then suddenly thought of the kingdom's plan. Luli from another world? Urza felt a sharp pain in his body, and then his vision went dark, and he measured it directly. The soldiers behind Urza were shocked when they saw Urza fainted, and then looked at Luli's figure in fear, fearing that Luli would kill them and leave them all here. Snored. After seeing Urza fainted, Luli snorted coldly when the soldiers looked terrified, turned around and left. After Luli left, these soldiers looked at each other in blank dismay, but they were also deeply relieved. How is it possible? Captain Urza lost. Advertisement, is this a monster? How could it be so strong? Is this an opponent we can fight against? We will die. We will definitely die. After Luli left, the soldiers looked at each other, muttering to themselves with fear in their eyes. After Luli left, he flew aimlessly in the air, not knowing where he was going. Suddenly, Luli saw a house on the ground. The house looked like a big tree. Luli's eyes lit up. Is this the fairy tale of this world? Luli's figure flashed, and his figure appeared under the big tree in an instant. Seeing the symbol of fairy tale on the tree, he also nodded, seeing that he was in the right place. With a smile on his face, Luli slowly opened the door, walked into the guild, and nodded secretly. Sure enough, Idolas was exactly the same as a character from another world. Who are you? Seeing Luli's figure, a blonde girl frowned, walked up to Luli, asked Luli with a cold face. My name is Luli. With a chuckle, looking at the familiar face of the blonde girl, a flat voice came out of Luli's mouth. What? Hearing Luli's words, Lucy's complexion changed, and she stepped back quickly, looking at Luli's figure in fear. Any questions? Seeing that all the members of Fairy Tale suddenly became dignified, they looked at Luli with murderous eyes. Kingdom Army Special Forces, Captain Luli of Dragon King's wings. How did you find us? Seeing Luli's plain complexion, Lucy's complexion was extremely cold, looking at Luli and asking. After hearing Lucy's words, Luli was also stunned, looking at Lucy in a daze. Kingdom Army? Special Forces? Wings of the Dragon King? This world also has the Dragon King's wings? The wings of the Dragon King in this world is still the Kingdom Army? P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for rewards, ask for support, everything. Chapter 95. Kingdom Army Special Forces, Captain Luli of Dragon King's wings. How did you find us? Seeing Luli's plain complexion, Lucy's complexion was extremely cold, looking at Luli and asking. After hearing Lucy's words, Luli was also stunned, looking at Lucy in a daze. Kingdom Army? Special Forces? Wings of the Dragon King? This world also has the Dragon King's wings? The wings of the Dragon King in this world is still the Kingdom Army? Everyone looked at Luli solemnly, with a cold killing intent flashing in their eyes. Otherwise, today is their death. Fairy Tail is already the last mage guild on this land, and the royal army is also trying its best to destroy Fairy Tail. Urza, who was our ****D by Luli before, was called the Goblin Hunter. At this moment, Levi and the others from the parallel world glanced at each other, and the figure rushed forward fiercely, hitting Luli's neck with a sun fist. Next to Levi is Jet, a member of her same team. In this world, Levi, Jet, and Troy form the strongest Team Shadow. Gear and the three of them are also one of the strongest candidates for Fairy Tail in this world. Luli shook his head and smiled, letting their attacks land on him. Levi punched Luli's chest. Seeing that Luli was defenseless, his face also showed joy, and he exhausted all his strength. But the next moment, Levi's face changed slightly, and he quickly retreated behind him, squeezed his red fist, and looked at Luli seriously. But Jet and Troy didn't feel so good. Luli grabbed Troy's fist with his backhand and twisted it hard, and a crisp sound came from Troy's arm. Kick out. Jet's figure flew upside down in an instant, and stopped when it hit the wall straight. Levi kept rubbing his red fist, but his arm was still a little weak, because the punch just now, the shock force almost broke Levi's arm. Lucy also frowned deeply when she saw the appearance of the shadow. Gear 3. As one of the strongest members of the guild, Lucy naturally knows the strength of Levi and others, but she is not Luli's all-in-one enemy. Wendy. Advertisement. Suddenly, Lucy yelled angrily, and a leather whip appeared in his hand, and he whipped it straight at Luli's body. Coming. Lucy's voice fell, and the same voice sounded, and a girl with sky-blue hair jumped up from behind the crowd, and the weapon in her hand was a duckweed cane. Luli didn't sit still this time. He just flashed his figure and grabbed the whip in Lucy's hand. I don't have the habit of shaking him. Luli smiled slightly, and an electric current sent out from Luli's palm, followed the whip to Lucy's hand in an instant. Lucy trembled all over, subconsciously let go of her right hand and dropped the whip. Go to hell. At this moment, an angry shout came from behind. Luli stomped on the ground, his figure disappeared in an instant, and then appeared behind Wendy, and he chopped Wendy's neck with a knife in his right palm. Wendy rolled her eyes, felt a darkness in front of her eyes, and fainted instantly. Levi. Activate the self-destruct device. Even if he dies today, he must be dragged. After Wendy fainted, everyone looked at Luli's figure. Unexpectedly, the strongest members of the guild lost to Luli. At this moment, Lucy's angry voice reached Levi's ears. Levi was slightly taken aback, and then his eyes became extremely firm. Levi hurried to a machine, ready to start the self-explosion. But just as Levi stretched out his arm, a thunder came one after another, instantly bombarding the instrument in front of Levi. Above the instrument, a puff of smoke came out, and then bursts of sparks kept coming out, and it exploded with a bang. Seeing this scene, Lucy and the others showed despair in their eyes. Judging from their willingness to blow themselves up and pull Luli alone, they are not afraid of death, but they are afraid that falling into Luli's hands will make life worse than death. Immediately, Lucy and the others glared at Luli with endless killing intent in their eyes. Not only Lucy and the others, but even the timid Natsu and Gray glared at Luli like this. Although they are timid, they love this fairy tale just as much. Don't look at me like that, you didn't give me time to explain. Looking at the angry eyes of the crowd, Luli also felt a little helpless, shrugged his shoulders, and looked at the crowd and said, Advertisement. After hearing Luli's words, these people were stunned, looking at Luli with a bit of astonishment in their eyes, and some of them didn't even react. What do you mean? Lucy was also a little confused, not knowing what Luli meant, and looked at Luli warily. I'm not from this world, and I'm not the Luli of the Kingdom Army you say, but my name is indeed Luli. Luli took a deep breath, and then spoke to everyone. After hearing Luli's words, everyone froze for a moment, looking at Luli in a daze. But why should we trust you? Lucy came to her senses, the vigilance in her eyes dropped a little, but she was still extremely serious. She looked at Luli and asked, Do I have to lie to you? Luli didn't answer, and immediately released the magic power on her body, and asked Lucy back with a sneer. After hearing Luli's words, Lucy was speechless for a moment, and felt the magic power on her body, which was also a little heavy. It turns out that he hasn't used his full strength on himself and others. And Mira, you should know Lysana's true identity. Immediately, Lu Li's gaze turned to the silver-haired girl at the side, and he spoke softly to Mira. After hearing Lu Li's words, everyone frowned slightly, not knowing what Lu Li meant. Yes, I didn't expect this day to come. Okay, after hearing Lu Li's words, Myra's eyes showed sadness, and then she pulled a silver-haired girl to her side and looked at the girl with loving eyes. Sister Mila. Seeing Myra's appearance, Lysana also shed 2 lines of tears in her eyes and hugged Mira tightly. Lysana, go back. Your friends must be very sad. Mira smiled slightly, and even the crying elfman walked to Lysana's side, looking at Lysana full of tenderness. Brother Lu Li. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for rewards, ask for support, ask for everything. Chapter 96. Brother Lu Li. Lysana also smiled when she saw Mira and Elfman, then walked to Lu Li with her head down and shouted to Lu Li in a low voice. Lu Li touched Lysana's hair and then turned his attention to everyone. I have good news and bad news for you. Which one do you want to hear? Lu Li's face showed an arc, and then he looked at Lucy and Levi and said, Bad news. Looking at Lu Li's appearance, Lucy also complained secretly in her heart. What could be worse news than meeting you today? Urza the fairy hunter is heading here. Seeing Lucy's appearance, Lu Li also chuckled lightly, then said softly to Lucy. After hearing Lu Li's words, the whole guild fell silent instantly, and the silent Lucy looked at Lu Li dully. What? Urza is here again. After reacting, Lucy let out a sudden exclamation, with a little anxiety in her eyes. Since Fairy Tail's instrument was destroyed by Lu Li, there is no way to move short distances at all now. He gave Lu Li a vicious look, then quickly withdrew his gaze. Ignoring Lu Li, there is another piece of good news. Urza was defeated by me. Seeing everyone's anxious appearance, Lu Li showed a wicked smile on the corner of his mouth, looked at Lucy, and said softly. Seeing the slightly raised smile on Lu Li's face, 553 also knew that Lu Li had tricked her and others, so Lucy gave Lu Li a vicious look. Lu Li shrugged his shoulders helplessly. Mira covered her mouth and smiled lightly. Lysana stood beside Mira and looked at Lu Li with a smile. Brother Lu Li, why did you come to Idolas? After finishing speaking, Lysana looked at Lu Li curiously and asked Lu Li. Then Lu Li told Lysana everything, and of course Lucy and others were also listening. After hearing Lu Li's words, Lucy and others were a little surprised. Is there another self in this world? Boom! Suddenly, a loud noise came from outside the door, and figures appeared outside the gate of Fairy Tail. No, it's Lilypan, the captain of the first team of the Royal Army. Advertisement: a black cat covered in black appeared above Fairy Tail waving its wings, holding a giant sword, and looked at Lucy and the others coldly. Lu Li looked at the figure of the black cat, and the corner of his mouth showed a slight arc. Tony, come out. Lu Li clapped his hands, let out a soft drink, and a Saiyan figure suddenly appeared in front of Lu Li. Roar. This Saiyan figure stood in front of Lu Li. Lucy and the others were instantly shocked by its huge body. It had a ferocious face, a domineering appearance, and majestic eyes. Hashtag. Suddenly, Lucy exclaimed, covering her mouth and looking at this figure. Lily's pupils shrank slightly, and she tightened her right hand holding the giant sword, looking at the giant dragon with serious eyes. Lu Li. Suddenly, Lily's eyes glanced over Lu Li's body, and her pupils shrank slightly. No, you are Lu Li from Aslandy. Lily's voice was a little low, and she looked at Lu Li with serious eyes. Roar. Before Lu Li answered Li's words, Tony's figure soared into the sky. His huge body brought a gust of wind, and appeared in front of Li in an instant. The sharp claws directly grabbed Lily's body. When? Lily's face froze, and she placed the giant sword in front of her, blocking Tony's claws, but she was still slapped on the ground by Tony's powerful force. Although there is only a third-level dragon, Tony's strength is extremely powerful, and Lily was injured in just one blow. Roar. Tony looked at Lily domineeringly, opened his bloody mouth and roared at the sharp knife. Tony, come back. Seeing that Tony was about to kill Lily, Lu Li suddenly spoke and called Tony to stop. Although Tony didn't quite understand Lu Li's thoughts, he still roared at Lily and returned to Lu Li obediently. After Lu Li took Tony back, she walked up to Lily and looked at him with deep eyes. Fag, looking at Lu Li's figure, Lily didn't know why, but a look of fear flashed in her eyes. Immediately, Lily's eyes darkened, and she passed out immediately. Advertisement: get out. Seeing that Lily was stunned by his aura, Luli nodded in satisfaction, and then yelled angrily at the soldiers on the ground with a look of indifference in his eyes. Then he threw Lily's figure towards these soldiers. Is this a win? It's unbelievable. I don't think there will be a fight to the death. It's actually a dragon. It's too strong. Is this the power of a dragon? After Li and the others left, Fairy Tail became agitated instantly, and everyone looked at Luli with adoring eyes. Hey, good gear. I smell it. It's the smell of a dragon. TCH, dragon B asterisk 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 D. I've already smelled it. After a while, two familiar voices reached Luli's ears. Then I saw two hazes rising in the distance, and two figures rushed towards me. Luli, why are you here? It was Natsu and Gu Gear who came, and they looked at the smiling Luli in a daze, wondering why they didn't recover. Don't talk about this yet. Eat this. Luli looked at the bewildered look of the two, and shook his head helplessly, then took out the pills that Mystigan gave him and gave them to them. Natsu took the pill directly, and threw it into his mouth at once. Gear hesitated for a while. Seeing that Natsu was so direct, he didn't hesitate, and threw the pill directly into his mouth. Wow, the magic is back. When the pill was in the mouth, Natsu became excited instantly, and flames continued to rise from his body. Hey, fire-breathing B asterisk 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 D. Look who that is. Suddenly, Gear stretched out his hand and patted Natsu on the shoulder, watching the sign with dull eyes. Hearing Gear's voice, Natsu looked up impatiently and saw a pink-haired man. Who are you? How dare you pretend to be me? Natsu froze for a moment, and then burst into anger instantly, rushing directly in front of the man, tearing his face continuously. Lucy, help me. Seeing Natsu's figure rushing in front of him, Natsu panicked and quickly yelled at Lucy, who was still in a daze. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for rewards, ask for support, ask for everything. Today, the author participates in the company training. So the first 3 updates, tomorrow may also be the 3rd update, and the day after tomorrow resume update. Chapter 97. Lucy, help me. Natsu was grabbed by Natsu, grabbed the neck and kept shaking, looked at Lucy with desperate eyes, and stretched out his hand to Lucy for help with difficulty. At the beginning, Lucy was still a little confused. Why did Natsu jump out again? But I thought about it at the beginning. What Luli said, they are from a slanty. Hearing the voice of Natsu, Lucy reacted instantly, rushed to Natsu's side, and rescued Natsu. Thank you. Natsu collapsed on the ground with a pale complexion, uttered a word with difficulty, then rolled his eyes and went straight over. Lucy, why are you here too? Hand over this. Guy who pretends to be me. Seeing Lucy's face suddenly, Natsu was also slightly taken aback, and then showed a big smile to Lucy. Boom. Looking at Natsu's appearance, Luli also looked helpless, then walked in front of Natsu, and punched Natsu's head down with his fist. Natsu's expression froze for a moment, and then he felt his eyes go black for a while, and he fainted directly to the ground. Everyone looked at Natsu's appearance, and looked at each other instantly. Gugir is still reasonable, although he also looks bewildered, but he is not as crazy as Natsu. Luli, what's going on? Gugir endured the curiosity in his heart, looked at Gugir calmly and asked. After listening to Gugir's words, Luli did not answer directly, but glanced at Ngir with light and fluttering eyes. Afterwards, Luli told Gugir everything, and Gugir was also full of disbelief when he heard Luli's words. There is actually another world in this world, and there are people who are exactly the same. Does that mean there is also the same self? Immediately, Gugir's face showed excitement, and his eyes were full of fighting spirit. Luli naturally saw the excitement in Gugir's eyes, but ignored him, walked to Natsu's side, and put his foot on Natsu's back. With a howl of pain, Natsu jumped up, his angry eyes scanning the surroundings. You be asterisk 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 D pretending to be me. But Natsu's brain circuit is very powerful, and he forgot why he fainted. Instead, after seeing Natsu, flames burst out of his eyes, and he rushed towards Natsu. Advertisement Natsu. Stop. Luli frowned, and gave Natsu a soft drink. Hearing Luli's voice, Natsu also stopped and looked at Luli with a grieved face. Hey, Lucy, why don't you help me? Immediately, Natsu saw Lucy's figure, grinned loudly at Lucy, and put his arm on Lucy's shoulder carelessly. Lucy was a little embarrassed, glanced at Luli, not knowing what to do. Natsu, come back. Luli frowned, then softly shouted at Natsu. Seeing Lu Li's gloomy face, Natsu stuck out his tongue, and then walked to Lu Li and sat down. Gear, tell Natsu about me and your goal. Seeing that he was still looking at Natsu with hatred on his face, Lu Li couldn't help touching his forehead, and then spoke to Gear. Gear nodded, and then told Natsu everything. What? After hearing Gear's words, Natsu suddenly exclaimed, and his eyes full of shock swept over Lucy and the others. Seeing Natsu's appearance, Lu Li was also a little helpless, helplessly holding his forehead. Boom! Natsu obediently sat beside Lu Li, with a big bump on his head, looking at Lu Li's figure with an aggrieved face, but he didn't dare to continue to say a word. We can help you, after all. You have helped us before. After listening to Lu Li's words, Lucy and the others looked at each other, then took Windy Levy to the side and started whispering. After finishing speaking, they looked at Lu Li seriously and said, "It's not just for me. It's for yourselves too, isn't it?" After hearing what Lucy said, Lu Li chuckled, looked at Lucy, and said softly. Looking at Lu Li's smiling face, Lucy and the others also fell silent. Although they can now use the guild to perform short-distance space jumps, they also know it. If Lu Li and the others hadn't appeared, they would have been captured by the Kingdom Army one day. At that time, they will surely die. Advertisement instead of sitting and waiting to die. It is better to cooperate with Lu Li and others now. Death fight. What about your plan? Asking for flowers. Lucy's face became serious. As the leader of Fairy Tail, she had to make a perfect plan for her guild partners. Go in. Lu Li was silent for a while, and then a deep voice came out of Lu Li's mouth. After hearing Lu Li's words, Lucy's complexion suddenly became gloomy, and she stared at Lu Li with gloomy eyes. Then tell me about your plan. Lu Li shrugged his shoulders, knowing that this was not going to work, and then said to Lucy, Lu Li, you go to attract the firepower of the Kingdom Army. It is best to attract all the forces of the Kingdom Army to you, and Gear cooperates with Lu Li, Natsu, and us to rescue your partners. Lucy was silent for a while, and a low voice came out of Shashi's mouth. Okay, let's do it. Lu Li did not question either, nodded and said, although there are no powerful people in this world, at least every country has its own whole cards, and it is impossible for Lu Li to take risks by himself. Otherwise, relying on Lu Li's personal strength, he is fully capable of crushing all the forces that appear in the original work. Seeing that Lu Li agreed, Lucy also heaved a sigh of relief. Lu Li took a deep look at Lucy, and naturally knew the purpose of Lucy's arrangement. The strength of Fairy Tail in this world is relatively low, so it is only suitable for such tasks. Let's go. Lu Li nodded, and then said softly to everyone, Lu Li, happy, I don't want to die. Just as Lu Li's voice fell, Natsu's anxious voice reached Lu Li's ears. Looking at Natsu's excited face, Lu Li said, Happy is fine. We can find him later. After hearing Lu Li's words, Natsu hesitated at first, but then his eyes became firm. In any case, he believed in Lu Li. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for rewards, ask for support, show up. Several. Chapter 98. Then everything goes according to plan. Seeing that Lu Li and the others agreed, Lucy also nodded, and then asked Natsu to drive out the magic car of Fairy Tail. Can I not take the car? I can use the car. The moment Natsu saw the magic car, his face turned extremely pale, and he felt his stomach churning constantly, and looked at Lu Li intermittently and said, Yes, our physical strength is very good. Gear's face was also a bit ugly. After hearing Natsu's words, he quickly nodded to Lu Li like a chick pecking at rice. Is there still time? Seeing the ugly faces of the two, Lu Li was also a little funny, and then his face sank to the two, and he shouted at the two. After hearing Lu Li's words, the two also fell silent, sitting in the car 020 as if they were going to die. The moment the car was started, Natsu suddenly became extremely serious. The eyes are extremely deep. Lu Li looked at him and nodded secretly. Although the Natsub in this world is relatively weak, they still know a lot about transportation. At the beginning, Lucy and others didn't know what happened to Natsu and Gear, but the moment they started the car, the two of them lay on the edge of the car and vomited continuously, and they understood immediately. These two people are carsick. Dying. Seeing Natsu slumped on the seat, uttering the same sentence over and over again. His face was extremely ugly, as if he was going to die at any moment. Lu Li shook her head, sat in front of her, and closed her eyes, meditating. Gear, get out of the car. After driving for a while, a magnificent city appeared in Lu Li's sight, and then Lu Li pulled Gear's clothes and shouted, and the figure jumped out of the car. Gear breathed a sigh of relief and took a look at the magic vehicle that was still driving after the disaster. And Natsu looked at Lu Li's figure with longing in his eyes, wanting Lu Li to come down and save himself. But Lu Li didn't even look at Natsu and rushed to the city with Gear's figure. Boom! Advertisement ahead. A majestic palace appeared in Lu Li's sight. A thunderbolt gathered at Lu Li's fingertips, and suddenly a thunderbolt blasted out, directly blasting a big hole in the roof of the palace. Who? The king, who was sitting in the palace, was taken aback by this, and then he shouted angrily, rushed out of the palace, and saw Lu Li stepping into the void with Gear. Lu Li, what do you want to do? Do you want to betray the kingdom? When the king saw Lu Li's figure, his expression changed slightly, and then he looked at Lu Li with a gloomy expression and shouted angrily, Your Majesty, this is Lord Lu Li of Aslanti. A short figure walked out, glanced at Lu Li with gloomy eyes, then looked at the king calmly and said, Lu Li from Aslanti? After hearing his estimation, the king also heaved a sigh of relief and relaxed at once, as if he didn't take Lu Li seriously. Soldiers of the royal army kept appearing around, looking at Gear and Lu Li with vigilance in their eyes. Gear, it's time for you to perform. Seeing this scene, Lu Li nodded secretly, and then spoke slowly, with a flat voice coming out of Lu Li's mouth. Clear. When Gear heard Lu Li's words, the corner of his mouth grinned slightly, and then he jumped down from the air and jumped directly into the group of soldiers. Iron Dragon Sword. A sinister arc appeared at the corner of Gear's mouth. His arm turned into a steel sword, and he rushed directly into the crowd. Go away. Gear rushed into the crowd like a tiger entering a herd of sheep. The steel sword in his hand was like the sharp claws of a giant tiger, constantly tearing apart the surrounding enemies. Damn it! Bring Lily over here. Seeing his subordinates being slaughtered continuously, the king's face turned ashen, and then he roared at the chief of staff of the national army, Byro, who was beside him. After hearing Faster's words, Byro nodded solemnly, and then left quickly. Thunder fight. Lu Li didn't wait either. A handful of thunder Zhanggu was condensed in his hand, and 10 thunder snakes flickered on the Zhanggu. Advertisement with a wave of Lu Li's right hand. Zhanggu blasted out instantly, directly blasting towards Faust, and it was about to reach Faust's front. Drink! Suddenly, there was a roar of anger, and a figure suddenly appeared in front of Faster, directly blocking his attack. Urza, block him for me. Faust sat down on the ground with a pale complexion, looked at Lu Li's figure in fear, saw a blush in front of him, and heaved a sigh of relief, and hurriedly yelled at Urza after finishing speaking. Faust scrambled and left here, and ran into the palace with the enchantment. Urza, the captain of the Kingdom Army's second magic war squad. Come on. Urza held 10 guns and looked at Lu Li coldly. And Urza's body is a pair of armor that he has never seen before, and the 10 guns in his hand have also been repaired and restored. Thief, how dare you? After Urza appeared, there was a shout of anger, and a burly black cat descended from the sky waving its wings, holding a huge sword and blasting at Gear's body. Cut. Feeling the pain in his back, Gear's figure rolled out on the ground, spit out some blood from his mouth, and set his eyes on Lily's body. Haha, I want you to be my cat. When Gear saw Lily's figure, a look of joy flashed in his eyes. The same Dragon Slayer, Natsu and Wendy both have their own cats. Of course, Gear is unbalanced, and now seeing Lily's figure, he is also excited. Don't be ashamed to say anything, die. Hearing Gear's words 2.7, Lily, who had a black face, turned black, then roared at Gear, and rushed up with a giant sword in his hand. Haha, good job. A look of joy flashed in Gear's eyes, and then he yelled at Lily. His arm turned into a steel sword, and he threw it directly at Lily. Iron Dragon Stick. Gear punched out, and his arm instantly turned into a stick, stretching in front of Lily in the blink of an eye. Snored. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for rewards, ask for support, everything. Chapter 99. Iron Dragon Stick. Gear roared. His arm instantly turned into a fine steel stick, and he stabbed directly in front of Lily, and the shiny metallic stick slammed directly at Lily. When? Lily's face froze, and the giant sword in his hand slashed out and blasted towards Gear's arm. Gear took 2 steps back, and Lily also looked at Gear's figure in surprise, with a little solemnity in his eyes. I didn't expect anyone around Lu Li to be so strong. Iron Dragon's roar. Gear saw Lily's dignified face, with a sneer at the corner of his mouth. His figure jumped up suddenly, a magic power instantly gathered in Gear's mouth, and he spewed out a roar. Call. Lily suddenly raised a pair of wings behind him, and with a fierce wave of the wings, the figure jumped up and left Gear's attack range directly. Boom! Lily waved the giant sword. His wings shook, and he appeared in front of Gear in an instant, and the sharp giant sword slashed at Gear. Dang! 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 Seeing Lily's figure appearing in front of him, Gear quickly raised his hands to protect his body, and Lily's 25 giant sword kept hitting Gear's arm, sending out bursts of steel impact the sound of snort. Lily snorted coldly, and quickly waved his wings away from Gear's side. At the moment Lily left, Gear's fist swung out and punched Lily. Lily didn't pay attention to Gear's battle, and looked at Urza with cold eyes. Urza is holding 10 guns, looking at Lily with solemn eyes, wearing a pair of armor full of technological sense. Drink. Without any communication, Urza let out a cold cry. A burst of steam came out of the armor on his body, and then Urza's speed increased sharply, and he appeared in front of Luli in an instant. Burst gun. On the tip of the gun, a black magic ball condensed and blasted straight at Luli's neck. Advertisement. Luli's fist was covered with a layer of steel, and he punched 10 guns, and the sound of steel hitting came to Luli's ears. Luli stepped on the ground, and then he punched with his right hand. Thunder covered Luli's fist, and he punched Urza. There were bursts of piercing sounds, and Luli's fist appeared in front of Urza in the blink of an eye. Sonic gun. Urza shouted angrily, and the 10 guns in his hand changed again, and then Urza's figure disappeared from Luli's sight. Boom! The armor on Urza's body suddenly changed, and then his figure became light and fluffy, like a reed fluttering in the wind. Urza's footsteps stomped on the ground, his figure turned into a flying swallow, and the book gun in his hand was shining with bursts of sharp cold light. Drink! 10 guns appeared in front of Luli's eyes, and the sharp points of the guns pierced Luli's face. Gun. In an instant, a black sphere suddenly appeared on the tip of the 10 guns, and Luli also felt the pressure of gravity. When? Luli glanced at Urza appreciatively, stretched out his hand and waved in front of himself. An ice wall appeared in front of Luli, blocking the 10 guns. When the 10 guns bombarded the ice wall exploded in an instant, turning into ice crystals and flying away. Urza stepped back and looked at Luli solemnly. There is actually a third kind of magic. No time to play with you. Luli chuckled, and then his face froze. His figure turned into a thunderbolt and appeared in front of Urza in an instant, blasting towards Urza with his fists flashing with thunderbolts. Boom! Urza's complexion changed, and he quickly used his arms to protect his body. The armor on his body shone with bursts of steel luster. Luli punched Urza's body. Urza's figure flew upside down in an instant, and there were some cracks in the armor on his body. Exclamation point. Advertisement. Urza spat out a mouthful of blood and looked at Luli's figure in disbelief. The armor on his body was developed by the Kingdom's Science Department, which can greatly increase strength, speed, endurance, and defense. It was smashed. Boom. Just after Urza was knocked into the air, Gear and Lily in the distance were still inseparable, one punch and one sword. Suddenly, a loud noise came from a distance, and then a violent magic power burst out instantly, and there were bursts of cracking sounds instantly. Feeling a familiar magic power, Luli also smiled lightly, and a look of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. Damn it! Urza obviously knew what happened, grinned in pain and cursed in a low voice, and looked at Luli fiercely. Where is Luli? Get Luli out immediately. Suddenly, a low growl came from Urza's mouth, and he growled to the soldiers in the distance. Hearing Urza's words, the whole world trembled, looked at Luli in fear, turned around and left, and ran towards the interior of the palace. After hearing Urza's words, Luli raised a slight arc at the corner of his mouth, so he didn't say much, but waited curiously for the arrival of Luli from this world. Luli glanced at Urza, who was lying on the ground with a weak breath, and then turned his attention to Gear. Gear also noticed Luli's eyes. His face froze suddenly, and the magic power on his body began to increase slowly. Dragon Slayer 8:27 Profound Truth, Karma, Iron Spiral. Gear shouted angrily. His figure jumped up, his legs turned into steel, and immediately began to spin at a high speed. Lily's expression froze, and the huge sword in his hand stood in front of him. Boom! But the giant sword didn't have any effect. Even if it stood in front of him, it couldn't resist Gear's dragon-slaying mystery. The giant sword shattered instantly, and the sharp steel pierced Lily's body instantly. Gear spat out a mouthful of blood. A sharp pain filled his nerves. But Gear, I didn't kill him, as he himself said. He still wants to subdue Lily and treat him as his own cat. Lily's complexion was pale, and although he had black hair, his face was extremely ugly, and he fainted when his neck was tilted. After Gear's battle ended, a loud noise came from the inside of the kingdom, and Luli frowned deeply. The wings of the Dragon King. Come on. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for rewards, ask for support, everything. Chapter 100. There was a loud noise, and then a figure slowly walked out of the kingdom, looking at Luli standing on the palace with a flat face, with a flat look in his eyes, without any emotion. Wings of the Dragon King. Come on. Following the appearance of this plain-faced young man, there was an angry shout, and several figures jumped up from the palace, looking at Luli's figure solemnly. Standing behind the young man with plain complexion, these figures looked at Luli solemnly. Luli's pupils shrank slightly, and when he looked at this young man with a plain complexion, he suddenly became serious. Luli co-feared. The young man opened his mouth slowly, spit out a flat voice from his mouth, looked at Luli with cold eyes, and said in a cold voice, Luli. After hearing this young man's words, Luli's complexion also turned cold, and he looked at Luli full of coldness. Kefiert looked at Luli's figure, without the slightest emotion in his eyes, as if he was looking at a dead person. Because the two names are easy to confuse, the next Luli of Idolas is called Corte. Boom. After Kofelt's figure appeared, a loud noise came from inside the palace again, and then one figure after another appeared in Luli's sight. Why are there two Lulis? What's going on here? And there are two Urza. This time it was the wings of the Dragon King in Idolas. They saw Kofelt and Luli at a glance. Their pupils shrank slightly, and they looked at the two in a daze. Has the magic been broken? Seeing this group of mages, Kofelt's complexion darkened immediately. His flat eyes slowly disappeared, and then he looked at Luli with murderous eyes. Boss. Seeing Luli's figure, the two figures jumped up, and then landed beside Luli, looking at Luli respectfully. The two who came were Lisa and Midnight. Hesitantly, the others were sent out by Luli, leaving only Lisa and Midnight in the guild. Advertisement when they were sucked into Idolas. Only these two came here. The two of Midnight naturally saw the lower Kofiert. Their pupils shrank slightly at first, and they also saw a few figures behind Kofiert. Midnight, Lisa, Cobra, Angel, Richard. Several people from Dragon King's wings all appeared here. The next moment, Kofelt's expression froze. A spear appeared in his hand. His body shook, and then he stepped on his feet. His figure soared into the sky and shot directly at Luli snort. Luli snorted coldly, and an ice spear appeared in Luli's hand, and the ice spear pierced out, aiming at Kofelt. When Luli's figure took 2 steps back, and Kofelt also took 2 steps back, looking at Luli with a solemn expression. Luli looked at Kofelt's figure in surprise, and his face gradually became gloomy. This Kofelt is strong enough. Roar. When the two Luli were fighting, roar suddenly came from the palace, and then a huge figure broke through the palace of the palace, soaring into the sky in an instant, looking at Lu and the others with a ferocious expression. Dragon! Seeing this figure, the faces of Natsu and others changed, and a look of excitement flashed in Kofelt's eyes. Mechanical dragon? Seeing this figure, Luli's complexion was flat, and he said lightly in his mouth, Izzo, come out for a walk. Luli looked at the mechanical dragon, shook his head immediately, and summoned Izuo. Izuo, who was covered in silver, suddenly appeared behind Luli. The thunder on his body kept moving, and he looked at the mechanical dragon ferociously. Roar. When Izuo saw the mechanical dragon, he also roared. A flash of anger flashed in his eyes, and he roared at the mechanical dragon. Izuo's figure flashed, and a thunderbolt flashed in the air, and Izuo's figure appeared in front of the mechanical dragon, and his sharp claws brought bursts of thunder, directly grabbing at the mechanical dragon's neck. Advertisement sitting in the cab of the mechanical dragon, Faust's figure was full of excitement. Suddenly seeing Izuo's figure, Faust's complexion changed, and the excitement in his eyes slowly dissipated. Then it became pale for a while. Roar. Izuo roared, and his sharp claws directly grabbed the mechanical dragon's neck. Faust gritted his teeth, and then began to control the mechanical dragon to fight back. Although the mechanical dragon's attack is very strong, it has no effect on Izuo's body. Roar. Izuo raised his head to the sky and let out a roar, and thunder bursts roared in the sky, directly blasting down on the mechanical dragon. Thunder blasted on Izzo's body. Izuo was not injured at all, but a look of comfort flashed in his eyes. But Faust didn't feel so good. The mechanical dragon was originally conductive, and the body of the mechanical dragon began to slowly melt under the high-voltage thunder. Faust's face changed, and he hurriedly left the cab of the mechanical dragon. Looking at the sky far away from the ground, he gritted his teeth and jumped off the mechanical dragon. Just after Faust left the mechanical dragon, there was a loud bang. The mechanical dragon exploded violently and was torn to pieces by Izuo's sharp claws. **074. Izuo tore the mechanical dragon into pieces, scanned the surroundings with fierce eyes, and then landed beside Luli, staring at Kofelt. The faces of Kofelt and others froze, and Li and Urza did not know when they appeared beside him, looking at Luli solemnly. To be precise, looking at Izuo behind Luli, they have no strength to resist with such a force. At the same time, Urza smiled wryly in his heart. Before, he thought that this plan, well done, was good and could renew a bit of magic power for this world, but who would have thought that this would be a hot potato? Izuo, you go back first. Luli looked at the eyes of Kofelt and the others, smiled slightly, and then spoke to Izzo. After hearing Luli's words, Izuo gave Luli an aggrieved look, then his figure suddenly disappeared and left Luli's side. One battle. Dare you? The ice gun appeared in Luli's hand, and the thunder snake flickered on the ice gun, and then looked at Kofelt calmly. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for rewards, ask for support, ask for everything. Claw.
Thanks for watching. You can find the next videos in the playlist linked in the info card, directly on my channel, or right here on the screen. And as always, if you have any feedback, feel free to share it in the comments too.